Chapter 1. Before his emergence, no individual among humanity had ever wielded such an immense degree of power. Though the harshness of reality is despairingly relentless, there is one undeniable truth we must acknowledge. His malevolent grasp extends to nearly every corner of the globe, ensnaring all. His existence represents the very zenith of authoritarian imagination. In our desperate bid to liberate our world from the clutches of that tyrant, we must confront the entirety of the world. For many arduous years, we have struggled in exceedingly difficult circumstances. We find ourselves unable to trust anyone from the outside, for they might very well be our enemies. Even among our own warriors, we cannot place complete trust. They may betray us at any moment upon encountering too much of his information. We are perpetually on the brink of crisis, and our reinforcements remain a constant challenge. For the last hope of civilization, we are compelled to hide in the darkest corners. We persist with unwavering determination, for we believe that one day we shall slay that tyrant and reclaim our world. And tonight, after enduring the longest of nights, we have finally awaited our ultimate opportunity. In the West Pacific, aboard a somewhat antiquated sailing vessel, the leader of the Human Salvation Organization, Shios Raphael, passionately addressed the dozen or so warriors accompanying him, delivering the final speech before an operation that would determine the fate of humanity. Before him, the warriors, clad in dark short-sleeved shirts and quick-dry shorts, layered with bulletproof vests, exhibited robust thighs and bulging muscles, a testament to their rigorous training. Armed with heavy machine guns that exuded an aesthetic of violent beauty and individual rocket launchers, their waists were encircled with belts of ammunition. They gazed at Zaius' impassioned words in silence, their expressions profound. Beside Shios stood another figure, similarly attired like the other soldiers of the Human Salvation Organization. Yet he wielded a sharp, cold weapon, a double-edged sword. He was Tongza, the deputy leader of the Human Salvation Organization and a pivotal figure in this operation. The cold weapon in his grasp, a 3-foot sword, would serve as the key instrument to vanquish the tyrant. Listening to Zaius' final address, he lifted his gaze toward the moon, partially emerging from the clouds against the pitch-black night. The luminous moonlight seemed to illuminate their path. In the distance, they could discern the outline of the largest artificial island in human history, Nameless Island, emerging from the depths of the ocean's darkness. The crisp, moisture-laden sea breeze invigorated their senses. As Tongza stared at the moon, he appeared to reminisce about the pasta scene reminiscent of a game or a fairy tale, where the protagonists, having endured countless trials and narrowly escaped the machinations of the villain, were on the cusp of their final confrontation with the puppeteer behind the scenes. While journeying towards their climactic battle, the protagonists began to reflect on the myriad stories encountered along the way, solidifying their resolve. There were once many similar human salvation organizations that marched alongside us. Yet, one by one, they succumbed to defeat, leaving only us, the survivors of the Human Salvation Organization 001 base. We are humanity's last hope. This time, we shall undoubtedly succeed. We will not fail. You are the ones I have gathered from around the world, having grown up in the survivor base without exposure to his information, thus spared from his grasp. You must be the most steadfast soldiers among us, and today, you shall fulfill the mission to save humanity, the ultimate mission of the Human Salvation Organization. We shall slay that tyrant, allowing our civilization to once again thrive in safety, peace, and happiness beneath this sky. He once compelled the entire planet's inhabitants to fight for his amusement, leading to the untimely demise of countless souls in a tragically brief span. In pursuit of his selfish desires, he constructed his abode, Nameless Island, amidst the ocean, sacrificing innumerable lives in the process. He ignited unprecedented and unfathomable terror across the globe, significantly altering the planet's climate. He trampled upon all laws of this world, obliterating every shred of morality. He epitomizes malevolence. He is an unparalleled and terrifying demon in this world. And tonight, we shall finally bring an end to him, to this nightmare. Shios spoke with fury, gesturing emphatically, then turning to Tongza. Tongza, I am aging the task of vanquishing this tyrant falls to you. By any other means, he shall resurrect. Only this sword, when plunged into his heart, can he truly be slain. Like a myth or a traditional fable, they had endured countless hardships to obtain this sword capable of utterly annihilating the tyrant. Listening to Zai's words, Tongza raised the sword high, his gaze resolute. At that moment, he resembled a hero wielding a divine artifact from a mythic tale. This is your mission. Indeed, this is my mission. With this sword, I shall pierce the heart of the tyrant and end this nightmare. Tongza reiterated, his eyes momentarily lost in thought, as if reflecting on more memories, filling him with conviction. Good. We are nearing Nameless Island. We have finally arrived. Prepare to infiltrate. Our vessel, lacking advanced technological equipment, cannot approach any closer. We must seize this singular fleeting opportunity to swim across. In a distant spot on the western side of Nameless Island, Tongza, Xios, and the others leaped into the sea. As their bodies made contact with the shores of Nameless Island, Xios produced a mask. Put on the masks. From this moment onward, we shall lose our eyes. Until we have completely slain him, we cannot behold anything related to him. The masks were peculiar. Lacking openings for the eyes once donned, they obscured most of their vision, allowing only a peripheral view at their feet. Above Nameless Island, a private plane, modified from a large passenger aircraft, circled the skies at a low altitude of 3,000 meters, hovering above Nameless Island. From this aerial vantage point, one could observe the bizarre spectacle of the largest artificial island in the world. Half of it was adorned with meticulously constructed roads, flanked by segments of exotic trees and flowers, while various architecturally distinctive buildings, from sleek silver futuristic towers to ancient pavilions, dotted the landscape. European manners mingled seamlessly with ancient palatial structures, creating an exhibition of architectural excellence spanning time and culture. Yet, the transitions between styles were executed with such finesse that they did not appear jarring. If one were to summarize the appearance of this half of the island with terms such as opulence or grandeur, the other half presented a stark contrast. It was a desolation. The ground bore witness to what were once exquisite structures, now reduced to ruins, as if incessant bombardments had ravaged the terrain, leaving craters in a scorched landscape. The largest of these craters measured over 200 meters in diameter. Remarkably, within the depths of this massive crater stood an extraordinarily lavish palace. The palace had been constructed without filling in the crater, standing proudly within its confines. Overall, the sight on Nameless Island was absurdly surreal. At this moment, aboard the aircraft, the master of Nameless Island, the tyrant himself, Lin Dao, sat by the window, gazing out at the entirety of the island, his expression devoid of emotion. Despite being labeled a tyrant, Lin Dao appeared utterly unremarkable, resembling an exceedingly ordinary young man. More precisely, he bore the appearance of an average 22-year-old, though in truth, he was just over 30. Lin Dao turned his head to glance toward the opposite side of the cabin, where the door stood ajar. Due to cabin depressurization, the wind rushed in, sweeping away any unsecured items. He rose to his feet, the pressure pushing him toward the cabin door. Raising his gaze, he caught sight of the cockpit. Inside the open cockpit, there was of course no one, for he had piloted the plane himself. At this moment, the aircraft simply followed its predetermined course, circling above Nameless Island. Without resisting the pressure, Lin Dao stepped directly to the door and leaped into the void. He bore neither a parachute nor any safety measures, and the aircraft's engine nearly engulfed his entire body in an instant, yet he managed to brush past it. In the high altitude, the frigid wind howled past him at breakneck speed, as if intent on freezing his fragile form. Lin Dao made no other movements. He neither inclined forward in the air nor reclined backward, but merely maintained the position he had taken upon stepping out of the cabin, plummeting straight downwards. The wind rendered his eyes nearly unable to open, yet he did not close them. He simply gazed at his own body as it sliced through the misty clouds. He observed the scene of the Nameless Island below, drawing ever closer. He appeared somewhat lost in thought, as if pondering some matter of significance. He was descending upon the half of the Nameless Island that lay in ruins and craters, a portion not ravaged by any external force, but rather demolished at his own behest on a day when he felt an inexplicable urge for destruction. Throughout it all, he had never possessed an enemy. As for the rationale behind the destruction of half the buildings on this nameless island, it perhaps stemmed from a simple, unfounded irritability he experienced that day. How long does it take to free fall from an altitude of 3,000 meters to the ground? For most, it is not an excessively lengthy interval. For Lin Dao, it was certainly no different. In this world, many thrill seekers frequently engage in parachuting, relishing the sensation of free fall after leaping from an aircraft, as it brings them closest to the feeling of flight. However, unlike the vast majority among them, Lin Dao had never donned a parachute pack during such endeavors. Splash! A crisp sound, reminiscent of a human-shaped pancake flattening against the scorched earth. Should anyone approach to touch it, they would find it astonishingly soft, as if devoid of any bones. Beside it stood a servant, holding a glass of juice that Lin Dao had previously requested. As the pancake lay fully spread upon the ground, the servant's countenance swiftly morphed, transforming into Lin Dao's visage, his form reshaping into that of Lin Dao. Thus, Lin Dao experienced a rebirth through this person's guise. Lowering his gaze, Lin Dao observed the pancake on the ground, then lifted the glass of juice in his hand and consumed it in one swift motion. Upon his first death, he had felt a twinge of pain, yet now, the agony of death seemed to have faded into oblivion for him. Much like most things in this world, most matters held little significance for him. Releasing his grip, he allowed the glass to fall to the ground, shattering into fragments. Lin Dao then raised his head to gaze at the sky, with a private plane he had piloted earlier now circled, empty and desolate. He patiently watched as the aircraft gradually descended, then plummeted, ultimately crashing just a few hundred meters away. The flames and black smoke billowing forth seemed to impart a sense of searing heat, and a shard of debris struck his left arm, cleanly severing a portion of it. Watching the blood gushing forth, Lin Dao glanced down, but paid it no further heed. He simply stepped past the newly spread pancake on the ground and made his way across the scorched earth toward the palace situated within the largest crater on that half of the island. Here, closer to the ground, he could observe more clearly the bodies that bore identical forms. In truth, they were far more numerous than just the pancake that had recently spread, many having taken on various poses, with several already reduced to mere bones. These garments are remnants of the past that Lin Dao once donned. He scarcely cast a glance downward, resolutely advancing toward the palace. Along the way, the wounds on his arms continuously dripped fresh blood. As he neared the palace, Lin Dao's body collapsed once more onto the ground. It seemed he had forgotten that this crater had been created not long ago by a nuclear explosion. With lingering radiation still present outside the palace, however, this mattered little to him. In the next moment, Lin Dao found himself outside the palace, only to step inside moments later, within the grand hall on the first floor. Lin Dao turned from the entrance and made his way toward his designated throne. Perched upon the Demon King's seat, he rested his chin on his hand, awaiting the arrival of the Human Salvation Organization. "Be cautious. I sense his presence," Shoes whispered to Tongze. Wearing a mask, Tongze, only able to see the ground, nodded carefully. Although limited to observing the floor, he could discern the opulent decorations and tiles beneath his feet, as well as the lavish surroundings they had traversed, indicating they were within an exceedingly grand and expansive hall. According to the information they had received, the Demon King resided within this hall, where they would engage in their ultimate confrontation. He seemed to have sensed the Demon King's presence, as if he could hear the weighty breaths emanating from him. They were drawing ever closer. Tongze raised his sword, directing its tip forward. "Now, it is just the two of us left. We must proceed with utmost caution. He is likely resting upon his throne, that we must not awaken him before plunging the sword into his heart." Shoes, having removed his mask, murmured to the masked Tongze. Tongze nodded in agreement. Their journey had not been easy. To ensure a safer infiltration, the soldiers who accompanied them had remained at various positions on the nameless island. Now, only the two of them remained. Holding his sword aloft, Tongze advanced slowly along the tiled floor, drawing nearer to the terrifying Demon King, his outline becoming increasingly visible. Upon the Demon King's throne, Lin Dao rested his chin in contemplation, seemingly intrigued by the unfolding scene. As Tongze's sword approached him, Lin Dao made no move to evade, nor did he rise. Gripping the sword tightly, Tongzhe, despite wearing a mask, felt a surge of exhilaration at this rare opportunity. Trembling as he raised the weapon high, for humanity, he lowered his voice, shouting as he thrust the sword downward. With a resounding thud, the blade pierced flesh, and from behind Tongzhe, Shu's drove a sword through his body. The mask on Tongze's face fell to the ground at that very moment. His expression conveyed the utmost limits of human emotion, pain, disbelief, and a profound complexity. Slowly, he turned his head to look at Shu's. The leader of the Human Salvation Organization, the one who had raised him and guided him along this arduous path of salvation. Yet, in this moment, Shu's appeared calm and expressionless, a stark contrast to his earlier fervor. Still clutching the hilt of another sword, which had now pierced through Tongze's abdomen from behind, this was a scene of dramatic tension within the opulent palace before the Demon King. The leader of the Human Salvation Organization had pierced the chest of the chosen hero. It felt as though they were enacting a meticulously crafted play. The Demon King, seated upon the throne as the sole audience member, Lin Dao maintained his previous posture, chin resting on his hand, seemingly entertained by the spectacle. Much like a playwright or director observing his crafted scene unfold. Why? The narrative reached its climax as the hero, trembling and incredulous, asked in disbelief. He could not fathom why the leader of the Human Salvation Organization would commit such an act. In response, Shu calmly withdrew the sword from Tongze's chest, as if performing the most mundane of tasks, offering a respectful greeting to Lin Dao. Lowering his gaze, Shu allowed the blood from Tongze to drip from the blade. Offering no reply to Tongze's question, merely conveying his loyalty to Lin Dao through this gesture, this action seemed to elucidate everything. Those influenced by the Demon King had conferred upon him numerous exalted titles: God, King, and Mr. Lin among the more common. Tongze's body trembled violently, still unable to comprehend. Why Shu? If you have always been loyal to him, then why establish the Human Salvation Organization? Without you, we would never have embarked on this path. No one would have attempted to kill him to save humanity. Now, we stand before him, and you come to obstruct us. Do you not find that redundant? Tongze's eyes widened, filled with bloodshot rage. Questioning the Human King, who, throughout his long life, sought some semblance of amusement, Shu lowered his head, as if addressing all of Tongze's inquiries. Tongze's lips quivered, as if he still had countless words to express. Yet ultimately, he remained silent, his unspoken anger reflected in his eyes. He turned away, raising his sword once more, ready to thrust it at the Demon King within arm's reach, even in the face of Shu's betrayal. Yet, at the last moment, the hero chose to fulfill his mission, summoning his final strength to end the Demon King's reign. Lin Dao sat in his position, observing the myriad expressions on Tongze's face, watching the raised sword. Witnessing this highly dramatic tableau, yet he remained unmoved. Suddenly, a wave of boredom washed over him. It seemed devoid of meaning. Enough. You may depart, he declared. Yes. Lin Dao's words abruptly halted the perfect play unfolding within the lavish hall. To which both Shu, who had seemingly betrayed the hero, and Tongze, burning with anger and determination, responded. Tongze sheathed his sword and stepped beside Shu, equally respectful in his acknowledgement that, as previously stated, he had never possessed enemies. Similar scenes had played out countless times before. Sometimes, he would embody the quintessential villain, as he had this time. Other times, he would assume the role of a heroic figure from a myth, triumphing over the malevolent antagonist. Occasionally, he would stage a scene where this villain was vanquished by a hero among humanity, allowing all to act as if liberated from his influence, celebrating joyfully. Mr. Lin, how would you like the next tale of the Human Resistance Organization to unfold? Tongze respectfully inquired of Lin Dao's preferences. Let us discuss it later. Lin Dao waved his hand, no longer regarding the other two in the hall. Tongze and Shu responded and, adhering to Lin Dao's wishes, exited the premises. As the grand doors of the hall swung open, the previously vibrant atmosphere fell silent. Lin Dao gazed at the open entrance, momentarily lost in thought. In truth, the role he had played in the earlier commotion was not entirely unfounded. From a traditional legal standpoint, he would be deemed the greatest criminal on this planet. Yet, no one could render judgment upon him, not even on moral grounds that he himself did not consider himself a good person. In fact, he was uncertain whether he could still be regarded as human. To be called human, one should possess at least a fundamental philosophical and moral framework that constrains behavior within certain boundaries, defining humanity. Yet, his thoughts and actions had long since transcended such a framework. He could only be considered a sentient being temporarily cloaked in human form. Raising his gaze, this humanoid entity regarded the open doors of the hall, beyond which the nameless island lay still and quiet. The entire island, in truth, harbors but a scant population. Once, at his behest, it transformed into the most flourishing and vibrant isle upon this planet. Individuals from disparate nations lived and worked here, harmonizing with Lin Dao, engaging in what could be described as the most authentic, or perhaps genuinely pirate-themed management game the world has ever witnessed. Yet, Lin Dao, growing weary, subsequently expelled the majority of them. Thereafter, armed personnel were directed to demolish portions of the opulent edifices and pavilions that adorned the nameless isle. According to the analyses of a team of psychologists, the esteemed Mr. Lin appears to exhibit a propensity for self-destruction. Such behavior resembles that of someone who invests considerable time constructing exquisite structures within a simulation, only to abruptly obliterate them out of vexation. This team of psychological experts once endeavored to assist Lin Dao in addressing this inclination towards self-destruction, but their efforts were met with rejection. He allowed such thoughts to proliferate within his consciousness. Lin Dao's emotions and psyche are extraordinarily intricate. Furthermore, as articulated by the psychologists, no other intelligent being on this planet has ever wielded power to the extent that Lin Dao does. Even the ultimate beings of science fiction fall significantly short. Lin Dao's power surpasses the imagined limits of what the Western world once believed their deities ought to possess over humanity. For even gods find it challenging to unify the thoughts and ideologies of every individual on the globe. Yet Lin Dao accomplished this feat that it is uncertain when this began. Perhaps it was from the very outset. To Lin Dao, reality morphed into a somewhat illusory game, a cracked version, where all values are elevated to the maximum of 99.99. Initially, it was exhilarating, indescribably so, but soon, that exhilaration turned monotonous and tedious, regardless of the continual changes in form or the escalating spectacles presented. Lin Dao felt as though he were merely repeating himself. Prior to his 22nd birthday, Lin Dao was merely an ordinary individual, attending school, studying, working, burdened by academic concerns and occupational anxieties. He grappled with the balance between poetry and distant dreams, or the mere struggle of existence, while nurturing many aspirations and hopes for the future. A trajectory of life entirely typical, one that could easily align with the lives of countless others in this world. Yet, on the day of his 22nd birthday, without any forewarning or prior events of note, as the clock struck midnight, he acquired two extraordinary abilities. The origins of these powers remained a mystery to him, as did the manner in which they manifested. However, he undeniably possessed these two abilities. The first, termed God, ensured that henceforth, anyone who had heard his name, seen his visage, recognized his existence, or had interacted with him, whether directly or indirectly, would pledge unwavering loyalty to him. The essence of this loyalty did not imply that he had become a god to these individuals. Rather, it transcended that notion, akin to the relationship between a person's mind and their limbs. They retained their consciousness, yet would not contravene his desires. This non-violation existed at a conceptual level, devoid of any subterfuge or misinterpretation of his intentions. Crucially, anyone who had any form of indirect contact with him would also feel his influence. The scope of this indirect touch was exceedingly vast. It was not akin to the theatrical performance by Su Si, wherein it was suggested that one could avoid influence by not uttering his name or gazing upon his face. In fact, under Lin Dao's power, there existed no resistance or so-called human salvation organizations. When they became aware of the need to oppose one individual, it was unnecessary to specify Lin Dao. They were already affected. Any degree of contact or connection with those influenced by Lin Dao also satisfied the criteria of indirect contact as defined by his ability to abstractly articulate. Anyone whose fate intersected with Lin Dao's would be impacted, and those affected would likewise influence others they encountered. This ability, moreover, is passive. Naturally, this constitutes a process of fission. Ultimately, in a scenario where Lin Dao scarcely exerted effort, everything reached its conclusion. Throughout this process, some individuals may have sensed that something peculiar was transpiring. However, his ability operates such that once someone becomes aware of this, they have already been affected. He resembles a malevolent deity from a horror tale, instantaneously altering everything. His second ability, resting with the world, allows him to be reborn in another human being, regardless of the state in which he perishes, or even without dying at all. In other words, until the last human draws their breath, he cannot truly die. following the emergence of these two abilities. At the very moment the influence of the first spread across the globe, subtle changes occurred. For instance, he found that he could sense the existence of every individual on the planet as long as he wished, and convey his commands. Concurrently, the second ability enabled him to rise anew in any location on the planet where humans dwelled after having collapsed. Conversely, he could also perceive certain matters he deemed significant. When such events transpired, if someone observed or sensed them, he too would be aware. This does not imply that he could simultaneously experience the visions of billions. Rather, it is akin to the sensation of a particular spot on one's skin itching, prompting immediate awareness and attention. In that pivotal year of his life, as these two abilities first manifested, the inertia of life and morality sustained itself for about a year. Even the following day, he, akin to a thief covering his ears, issued commands for everyone to carry on as if nothing had transpired, maintaining a semblance of normalcy. Though all were affected by his power, they were fully cognizant of his existence and the nature of his abilities. Yet this awareness did not diminish their loyalty as the inertia of life waned. The persona of the ordinary Lin Dao collapsed with remarkable swiftness. Initially, he sought to avoid infringing upon the laws and morals of human civilization, feigning his humanity that he merely wished to leverage his abilities to amass wealth and indulge in a life of luxury. Thus, he meticulously orchestrated a narrative portraying himself as a financial prodigy, embarking on a global odyssey after attaining riches through futures trading. However, once the first transgression was made, the second swiftly followed, when neither morality nor law could restrain him, and he recognized his own liberation from self-imposed constraints. The entire world shifted into a mode of customization. He once reveled with the most beautiful individuals on the planet, hosting the grandest outdoor celebration in a bustling metropolis. He had unleashed dozens of nuclear warheads in the heart of the ocean, positioning himself at the epicenter of the explosion, witnessing the most blinding light erupt upon the earth, ascending in a magnificent display of fireworks, only to feel his body vaporize in an instant. From the summit of Mount Everest, clad in a wingsuit, he soared directly into the ocean's depths, leaping from planes whenever he touched down upon the ground or watered. He commanded the construction of the largest artificial island in the ocean, inviting the entire world to partake in his island management game. In Africa, he engaged in warfare, piloting aircraft and tanks, assuming the role of a commander, brandishing a weapon with reckless abandon. He decreed that the world must not engage in war or endure hunger, compelling everyone to partake in his game of earthly sanctity. He played role-playing games, orchestrating the world's populace to join him in urban rebirth, enlisting screenwriters and novelists to craft his life story. That period was as exhilarating as described. For Lin Dao, it was indeed a euphoric experience, akin to a state of delirium, yet it yielded certain consequences. Beginning with the basest of desires and the most commonplace of pleasures, his threshold for self-indulgence continuously ascended. Moreover, this process unfolds at a remarkably swift pace. He is not foolish. He is acutely aware that he is plummeting into an unfathomable abyss, his personality nearly disintegrating in the process. He had initially believed that he could engage in this role-playing game in such a world, at least for the duration of what would typically be a normal lifetime. As for the far longer stretch of time that lies ahead, he thought he would address that later. Yet, in reality, merely a decade has passed, and he has grown weary. Even with the entire world brainstorming on how he should play, he can certainly conjure various new tricks, but they fail to elicit any sense of achievement or joy. In the recent couple of years, he has lost much of his emotional humanity. He has acquired nearly everything, yet it all feels akin to merely relocating his belongings from one corner of his home to another. Rather than genuinely acquiring something new, he fiddles with these possessions as if twirling a pretzel with his hands. No matter how aesthetically pleasing, it remains an act of self-amusement, under an infinitely elevated threshold. The closest emotion he occasionally experiences as a human is profound loneliness. Few things bring him freshness or excitement anymore. From the basest desires to the realization of self-worth, he has traversed it all. With the threshold raised beyond human limits, he finds life somewhat tedious. Everything seems monotonous. Although billions inhabit this world, he sometimes feels as if he is conversing with himself, that he resembles a person confined within a room, preoccupied with manipulating his own puppets or building blocks, while the door to this room will never be opened by another. Thus, at times, upon realizing this truth, the once enthusiastic player will abruptly topple the assembled blocks to the ground. As for the myriad individuals whose presence he can sense at any time, it becomes challenging for him to regard them as entirely independent entities. His abilities connect all individuals on another level into a singular whole. In this increasingly surreal reality game, they feel more like extensions of his own body. According to the most traditional notions, his current state could be deemed madness. Yet, within him coalesces the conceivable limits of human power. All morality radiates from him. All laws measure against him, that he embodies the benchmark of human philosophy, the very essence of civilizational consciousness. No one would dare condemn him, nor would anyone judge him. Of course, everyone is free to offer the harshest criticism or even derision at his behest. However, it is akin to raising one's hand to deliver a slap to oneself, even if that slap is forceful enough to knock him to the ground. The essence of reality remains unchanged. Among all the play narratives, the most frequently engaged by him in recent years has been the tale of human resistance organizations, salvation groups, or whatever name one might choose, seeking to overthrow him. The tyrant of this planet, deity, is undeniable that he perhaps truly hopes for the emergence of a savior on Blue Star. Should such a scenario materialize, he might indeed feel a twinge of fear. Yet, it does not preclude him from subconsciously wishing for such an occurrence. This, perhaps, is an expression of self-destructive tendencies. Lin Dao gazed at the grand open doors of the hall, descended from his seat. First sitting on the ground, then lying down. The dome of the hall is resplendently ornate and imbued with artistic flair. The existing masters of art, upon being commissioned to paint and sculpt the dome, poured their entire hearts into it, leaving behind the pinnacle of their life's work. The primary mural on the dome resembles a vast expanse of starry skies, while it embodies an overall grandeur. It conceals countless intricate details that consumed the master's efforts, adding an ineffable air of mystery. At that time, Lin Dao seemed to have some inclination to add his own crude doodles alongside this exquisite painting, indulging in dark humor. However, at this moment, he gazes upon it with no particular sentiment. After a pause, Lin Dao himself is uncertain of his thoughts. In the next moment, the body lying on the ground fell silent. Simultaneously, far across the distance, another body on a different land morphed into Lin Dao's visage and stood up. This is Qingzhou. A city with a degree of prosperity, even in the deep of night. The streetlights and the illuminated storefronts still attract a throng of pedestrians. The surrounding residential complexes are densely packed, and enterprising vendors have set up stalls along the streets. Although some selling clothes, accessories, and trinkets have closed shop for the night, those offering barbecues, wontons, and snacks remain busy, calling out to customers. Hey, Shaolin, long time no see. What would you like tonight? Grab a plate for yourself. Next to two freezers laden with skewered barbecues stands a charcoal grill. Behind the grill, the vendor, a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a somewhat greasy apron, flips a large batch of barbecues while greeting Lin Dao. In the midst of his conversation, he pulls out an empty tray and places it before Lin Dao, swiftly retracting his hand to brush sauce onto the skewers sizzling on the grill, bustling about without pause. Beside the stall are a couple of foldable tables and low stools. Customers are already gathered around, including a young couple sitting closely together, enjoying the already served barbecues while occasionally whispering to each other. That a group of middle-aged men surrounds another table, waiting for their barbecues to arrive, but beer has already been opened as they complain about work, their bosses, and clink their glasses. Occasionally, people pass by Lin Dao, some staring at their phones, hurriedly carrying bags of takeout, while couples stroll hand in hand, glancing at Lin Dao's barbecue stall, seemingly contemplating a change in their dining choice. Some cast a glance at Lin Dao before resuming their own affairs. Lin Dao appears to be just an ordinary customer enjoying a late-night snack. The surrounding sounds blend with the aroma of cooking, the sizzling noises from the food stalls, and the distant twinkling lights of the city, embodying what is often referred to as the warmth of life. Lin Dao remained silent, reaching out to take the empty tray, selecting a few of his favorite skewers from the freezer and handing them to the vendor's wife. Shaolin, that will be 37 yuan. You haven't been here in a while, so I'll throw in a bottle of cola for you. Would you like it cold or at room temperature? The vendor's wife counted the skewers on the tray and looked up, beaming at Lin Dao. Cold, please. Lin Dao seated himself at the only remaining empty table at the stall. He could still hear the conversations from the two neighboring tables, the boisterous chatter of the middle-aged men, and the hushed whispers of the young couple. After Lin Dao sat down for a while, many people continued to come and go. He turned his gaze towards a nearby residential complex, where he had lived before starting work, just before his 22nd birthday, in fact, that apartment still exists. And occasionally he imagines returning as if nothing had ever happened, embarking once more on the narrative of reversing his fortunes. Before that birthday, when his income was still quite limited, he would occasionally indulge his cravings on weekends. Venturing out alone to enjoy a few skewers of barbecue, a rare luxury at that time, he found them exceptionally delicious, as if he could never tire of them. "Shaolin, your barbecue is ready, and here's your cola." The vendor emerged from behind the grill, placing several skewers of barbecue before Lin Dao, his face beaming with a broad smile. Lin Dao, observing the vendor's enthusiastic and familiar demeanor, returned the smile and picked up a skewer of beef. Taking a bite, the flavor was rather insipid, though memories from before his 22nd year remained vivid. Lin Dao seemed to have lost the capacity for empathy. Indeed, everyone here was acutely aware of Lin Dao's identity, including the barbecue stall owner, his wife, the 2 tables of customers nearby, the neighboring vendors, patrons at adjacent food stalls, and every passerby, both near and far, from all the towering buildings around. All those influenced by Lin Dao clearly recognized his presence and understood who he was. Lin Dao's awareness of everyone was akin to sensing his own body, and conversely, no one could mistake him for another. "Allow me a moment of respite," Lin Dao said, returning the beef skewer to the tray. The previously animated vendor halted his actions, and the customers at the nearby tables began to rise in succession. From this spot to the end of the street, everyone sensed Lin Dao's unspoken command and quietly departed. The once bustling street, even somewhat boisterous, fell silent in an instant, leaving only Lin Dao's solitary figure beneath the lamplight. After a while, Lin Dao glanced down at the tray of skewers, picked one up, and took another bite. It remained an ordinary flavor. Turning his gaze away, his body collapsed to the ground, and in the next moment, Lin Dao found himself back on the nameless island. The beach of the nameless island. Lin Dao appeared anew. The shore was adorned with fine, soft sand and meticulously arranged trees. Waves lapped at the beach as Lin Dao stood at the water's edge, allowing the dark, nocturnal sea to wash over his legs. For an ordinary person unaccustomed to the seaside, this could be considered a novel experience. Yet for Lin Dao, it felt mundane. He leaned into the water, his relaxed body cradled by the undulating waves. Facing the sky, the current swiftly carried him away from the shore, and in a brief moment, it seemed he was adrift in the vastness of the ocean. However, this was of little concern to Lin Dao. He had previously allowed the sea to toss him about in the open waters. One body sinking to the ocean floor while another rose from the ship to the surface, drifting great distances across the ocean. Tonight's sky was not particularly clear, with clouds occasionally obscuring the moon. Yet, this mattered not. As Lin Dao's thoughts stirred. Through his connection with everyone in this world, there were those who naturally complied with his unspoken wishes. Undertaking various actions, from afar, cannonballs struck the clouds above him, exploding upon impact. After a series of muted booms and flashes of light in the night sky, a sudden downpour ensued. Ultimately, the clouds that had concealed the moon and stars dissipated. The facilities on the nameless island extinguished their lights, rendering the starlit sky even more radiant. Gazing up at the celestial expanse, Lin Dao found himself lost in thought. He could see countless stars, the moon, and the Milky Way. He remained afloat on the water, cradled by the waves, until the latter half of the night. Rising from the sea, Lin Dao stepped back onto the beach of the nameless island without pause. His gaze lingering upon the starry sky, some things seemed almost predestined. If the entire planet had transformed into a room confining him alone, then opening the door and stepping outside became the sole option. From the most basic, primal desires, the threshold continuously elevated, ultimately directing him toward the only nearly infinite expanse of the real world. This starry sky, or rather, this universe, was perhaps the only place capable of accommodating Lin Dao's ever-escalating aspirations. He yearned to obtain something new. Thus, he could only seek it from there. Rarely, Lin Dao experienced a flicker of human emotion, an impulse or a surge of inspiration. His gaze swept across the stars, some shining from hundreds or even thousands of light years away. Finally, he slightly turned his head to look at the celestial body closest to Blue Star, the moon. The moon continued to cast the sunlight down upon the earth. Unchanged by Lin Dao's gaze, a philosopher once remarked that there are 2 sublime things, morality and the starry sky. Lin Dao had lost his sense of morality, yet the starry sky remained. At this moment, another figure appeared on the previously silent and dimly lit beach, a person from the nameless island who approached Lin Dao. scooping up a handful of soil and placing it at his feet. Then, a second individual arrived, similarly depositing a handful of sand before Lin Dao. As he stepped upon the small mound formed by these two handfuls, they transformed into steps. Then came a third person, followed by a fourth. Thousands gathered on the beach, performing the same act, encircling Lin Dao. In the sky above, planes that had originally departed from various locations on Blue Star, crossing oceans to other destinations, altered their flight paths and landed on the nameless island. More people converged upon the beach, each presenting a handful of sand to Lin Dao. The shore of the nameless island became densely populated with figures. All silent, they spoke not a word, nor made any sound, their gazes fixated upon Lin Dao. In a brief span of time, the entirety of the nameless island was filled with people. Above, some who could not wait for the planes to land descended from the sky with parachutes, creating a rain of parachutes in the air behind Lin Dao. Before him, or rather at his feet, piles of sand formed into dunes as Lin Dao ascended to the top of the mound, which had transformed into a platform. Standing atop this platform, under the watchful eyes of the countless individuals on the nameless island, Lin Dao did not lower his gaze, but instead kept his eyes fixed on the moon. Some individuals became steps for Lin Dao, lifting him closer to the heavens to eye in the stillness. Lin Dao raised his hand, pointing toward the moon, which emanated a pure and cool luminosity. That I shall go there. Lin Dao's voice was soft, yet his power did not require sound to resonate. Across the nameless island, innumerable people heard the command from their leader. They lifted their heads to gaze at the moon Lin Dao indicated. Beyond the nameless island, on other lands of this planet, thousands of kilometers away, those engaged in various production activities or daily lives abruptly paused. In that moment, whether outdoors or peering through windows, they all looked toward the position of the moon. Visible or not, Lin Dao's wish became the most significant, if not the sole, goal of the intelligent races on this planet. They may have retained their own consciousness, but the overarching premise was that it would not hinder the fulfillment of Lin Dao's desire. It was akin to the brain directing the limbs. Now, the brain commanded the extremities, wishing to push open the door of this confined space, where only one person resided. The moon. Some murmured, others laughed as they echoed the sentiment. The collective voices resonated across the planet, creating a powerful reverberation. Lin Dao could hear these voices. He could even sense the fleeting emotions of individuals gazing at the moon at that moment, like the sensation relayed to consciousness upon the mere touch of an object. In this profoundly unified and resonant soundscape, Lin Dao did not shift his gaze, remaining steadfastly focused on the moon above. Meanwhile, the throngs of people on the nameless island began to disperse, setting forth to fulfill the directive originating from the brain. In a colossal system, when operating towards a specific objective, a significant portion of its strength and resources is invariably consumed in self-sustainment and internal friction. This is nearly unavoidable, much like the transportation of provisions in ancient times or the management of large modern enterprises, when the layers and links within a system reach a certain complexity. The actual efficacy of 10 units of effort may yield less than 2, or even 1.5, as the rest cancel each other out in the operational process. This is beyond human control. However, on the blue planet, there now exists a god. With Lin Dao's abilities, his commands can directly reach every individual, from the apex to the nadir of this vast civilizational system. His presence has nearly eradicated the internal friction in the operational processes of human civilization. Every individual within this civilization wholeheartedly commits to executing the singular objective decreed by Lin Dao. Even if each person harbors diverse thoughts, these will not interfere with the execution of the goal. This represents the zenith of centralized authority achievable by a wise civilization. Even a meticulous review of historical records reveals no precedent for such a phenomenon. Ironically, the past decade and more, during which Lin Dao acquired his powers, has been perhaps the most tranquil period in the planet's macro history. Throughout these years, aside from Lin Dao's occasional excesses, no significant wars have erupted across the globe. At Lin Dao's behest, the world effortlessly eradicated hunger on a global scale. An issue that has plagued humanity since time immemorial was resolved by Lin Dao in less than a minute. During this period, the industrial output of the planet nearly doubled, even though Lin Dao had never issued any commands pertaining to it. Perhaps, at the moment Lin Dao gained his abilities, subtle shifts occurred in the fundamental nature and logic of human civilization. At this juncture, as manifested in Lin Dao's newly issued command to journey to the moon. The entire planet's industrial production, after satisfying the basic survival needs of billions, redirected all remaining productive capacity towards the primary objective of journeying to the moon. All entertainment and secondary production came to a halt. If not for the consideration that hunger might prove unsustainable, the populace would have readily accepted the notion of foregoing meals, from the highest echelons to the most distant corners of civilization. Every individual unanimously cooperated with the expert teams and management meetings formed across the globe, fulfilling their respective roles under the paramount objective of this civilization. On the second day following Lin Dao's command, the operational targets of all relevant factories had been distilled to a singular focus. The goals of all related research institutions and their researchers were similarly consolidated. Even those researchers and sages less directly involved contributed their wisdom to the cause. Under Lin Su's unifying influence, the intelligent beings of the planet appeared to coalesce into a singular entity, some engaged in contemplation, some in production, and others in sustaining the fundamental physiological metabolism of this vast organism. On the roads, railways, and in the skies, although civilian vehicles and aircraft predominated, all transportation was aimed at ensuring a unified production goal. They ferried individuals to various roles, each contributing their strength and intellect towards a common aim. It resembled the circuitry of a colossal machine or the blood vessels coursing through a vast organism. Viewed from a considerable distance, the surface of the planet had, in a remarkably brief span, transformed into a super factory and super research institute, all orchestrated by a single command from Lin Dao. Under the release of such unparalleled productivity, the objectives set forth by Lin Dao were accomplished in less than 20 days. In fact, this ambitious goal, previously deemed monumental and arduous, was realized before the global expert teams and management meetings could fully delineate the divisions of labor among various factories and personnel, before they could genuinely mobilize their efforts. It was already concluded. Mr. Lin, we have produced the rocket destined for the moon. We are ready to embark. On the beach of the nameless island, Lin Dao had lingered for over 20 days. Occasionally, when he returned to his senses, he felt increasingly less human. A driver, who seemed to be merely passing by along the coastal road, halted his vehicle after receiving a phone call and approached Lin Dao to relay this news. Lin Dao turned to glance at the driver and nodded. Due to his presence, the operational mode of the entire civilization appeared somewhat peculiar. In a normal civilization, it would be unlikely for a passerby to suddenly receive news and report it to him. Under Lin Dao's influence, the relationships among individuals exhibited an extraordinary closeness. However, Lin Dao had grown accustomed to this. I understand. In truth, Lin Dao did not require anyone to report to him. The moment the lunar rocket was completed, he had already sensed it. His corporeal form collapsed to the ground. In the next instant, on an island located near the equator, designated as the human lunar launch site, Lin Dao shifted his gaze, first surveying the entire launch facility, then focusing on the colossal object at its center. This launch site occupied nearly half the area of the island. Unlike traditional facilities of this nature, the human lunar launch site was devoid of walls or security personnel. The internal roads radiated outward in all directions. Everyone understood that the rocket Lin Dao required was assembled and housed here, ensuring no one would dare to vandalize or disrupt the heart of the launch site. Adjacent to the launch tower stood the rocket itself. It appeared more imposing than any rocket before, comprising 3 stages of boosters, bound together with 8 auxiliary boosters. Towering there, it resembled a majestic peak. Its surface, coated in the requisite paint, bore no other institutional markings, presenting a striking example of industrial aestheticism. Its lunar payload capacity could reach 60 tons, although no relevant expert had yet briefed Lin Dao. Through his unique connection with all of humanity, he knew that acquiring such knowledge was not particularly challenging. Indeed, this represented a propulsion capability far surpassing that of any previous launch vehicle. Standing beside Lin Dao was a spaceflight expert in his 50s. He exhibited no surprise at Lin Dao's sudden appearance. Rather, he responded with a degree of excitement, explaining, "We have simultaneously constructed 3 of these rocket and spacecraft combinations, besides this one. The other 2 can be made available to you immediately, should you require them. Also, Mr. Lin, these rockets and spacecraft have yet to be named. Would you like to name the rocket?" Lin Dao, lacking the inclination for a grand title, casually replied, "Let us call it Human No. 01. After uttering this name, he gazed at the assembled spacecraft. "When can we launch? All preparations have been completed prior to your notification. We can launch at any moment. Bring me a set of spacesuits," Lin Dao stated as he strode towards the rocket and spacecraft combination at the launch tower. His intentions were unmistakable. He aimed to personally board the lunar spacecraft and undertake this mission. Understood. We will deliver it to you immediately. The aerospace experts and relevant personnel beside him voiced no objections. Firstly, they found themselves unable to contest Lin Dao's demands. Secondly, everyone was acutely aware that, even if the human No.01 spacecraft were to explode, it would be of no consequence to Lin Dao. His capabilities were no secret to the inhabitants of Blue Star. Knowledge of his prowess did not hinder its efficacy. The countdown to the launch of human number 01 had reached the 1-minute mark. The process of launching the lunar module and rocket combination was being broadcast live across the globe, given Lin Dao's involvement. This was poised to be the most watched rocket launch in history. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall into an eerie silence. In the cities, the clamor subsided. With the exception of a few high-speed trains traversing their tracks and airplanes gliding through the sky, all other modes of transportation came to a standstill on the roads simultaneously. Hardly a soul spoke at that moment. Billions of televisions, smartphones, and other electronic devices played the same broadcast, disseminating it through various channels with differing delays, resonating throughout the planet. The cacophony emitted by these devices reverberated across the globe like an echo. 30 seconds remained on the countdown. Lin Dao had donned his spacecraft suit and secured himself in the designated seat within the lunar module at the rocket's apex. Due to the moon landing rocket's ample payload capacity, there were more than 10 others aboard besides Lin Dao. At this moment, Lin Dao remained silent, and the others followed suit in maintaining their quietude. Inside the cabin, only the countdown from the launch command center could be heard. Lin Dao turned his head to gaze through the spacecraft's window, where he could overlook the launch site. Rarely did he feel such a long-lost emotion on the eve of a spacecraft's launch. Was it excitement? Perhaps to a degree, but it was not overwhelming. Instead, there was a greater sense of anticipation for the unknown. 10 seconds remained. The final countdown echoed. 98. Lin Dao did not divert his gaze from the view outside the window. Logically, he had not undergone training for withstanding overload. The excessive G-forces during the rocket's launch phase placed significant pressure on his body. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to Lin Dao. His physique remained constant over the years. A decade ago, he appeared as he did now, and a decade hence, he showed no signs of aging. Training had become redundant for him. Furthermore, the state of his body had long ceased to bear significance to Lin Dao. Launch. Accompanied by the command from the control center, Lin Dao heard a deafening roar and then a violent tremor. The human number 01 spacecraft's rocket ignited successfully. In the next instant, the rocket propelled the spacecraft off the ground. Lin Dao felt a tremendous force pressing him firmly against the cabin wall. This sensation was akin to that experienced during an airplane's takeoff, only magnified many times over. At that moment, Lin Dao sensed his face contorting under the pressure. Crucially, the rocket's liftoff was merely the beginning of the acceleration. The G-forces at this stage intensified further. According to data received from the aerospace experts, the maximum overload during the launch phase of human No.01 could reach approximately 4 times that of gravity. For an ordinary individual untrained in such experiences, this level of overload would be excruciating. Lin Dao too felt the sting of discomfort. However, unlike a typical person, he did not succumb to feelings of tension or fear. Even as his heart pounded against his chest like a sledgehammer, his face contorting painfully, his ears ringing as though an alarm blared, and his vision dimming to the brink of unconsciousness, Lin Dao never once shifted his gaze from the window, nor did he glance at his own body. He simply watched as the launch site shrank beneath him, then saw the island housing the launch site transform into mere specks, replaced by an endless expanse of ocean. This imagery bore similarities to what Lin Dao had witnessed while flying in an airplane or parachuting. Yet the sensory experience at this moment was distinctly different. Finally, as his vision darkened, he could not discern whether it was the limits of overload that clouded his sight or if the spacecraft had entered a blackout zone. Suddenly, his body, which felt as heavy as a mass of mud pressed against the cabin, became weightless, as if he had plunged into water, his entire being floating freely. It was as if, from the moment of takeoff until this very instant, his home planet had tethered him with an umbilical cord called gravity, and now, with the cord severed by the rocket's thrust, he was flying into space. The human number 01 spacecraft successfully entered orbit. The announcement from the command center echoed through the cabin. For the first time, Lin Dao lowered his gaze to examine his body. He wiped the blood from his face, unsure of its origin, knowing that he had likely sustained injuries from the previous overload. Yet, it mattered little. Lin Dao turned his head back to the window. The spacecraft was now several hundred kilometers from Earth, and through the window, He could see the planet occupying nearly his entire field of vision. For those afflicted with fear of large objects, this sight would surely provoke panic. Lin Dao, however, did not share such a phobia. Instead, he felt a profound sense of awe. The vista was undeniably breathtaking, with the assistance of those around him. Lin Dao removed his spacecraft suit and half-stood, relishing the sensation of weightlessness. Mr. Lin, the spacecraft will first orbit Blue Star 3 to 4 times before departing the orbit to head towards the moon. The entire process is expected to take 4 days and 1 hour, the aerospace expert from the Ground Control Center announced once more. Lin Dao nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from further conversation, instead savoring the sensation of weightlessness. While he had experienced brief moments of weightlessness during his haphazard flying lessons, none had lasted as long as this point. 4 days later, the spacecraft arrived at the moon's orbital altitude as scheduled. The lunar module combination was designed with a traditional 3-section structure. One section would remain in lunar orbit, while another would descend to land, and the final section would ascend from the lunar surface to return. Lin Dao transitioned from the orbital module to the landing module, but, prior to executing the landing procedure, instructed the crew to open the reserved hatch of the landing module and ventured outside. In the realm of space travel, extravehicular activities were relatively common. However, Lin Dao did not don a spacesuit for the excursion. He wore only a thin layer of clothing. For most people, this would constitute a profound ordeal. Yet for Lin Dao, it was an exhilarating novelty. What was it like to expose his body directly to the vacuum of space without any protection? At this moment, he had the opportunity to speak from first-hand experience. As the hatch opened, the air within the landing module was partially lost due to the absence of a standard depressurization procedure before exiting. This loss of air provided Lin Dao, who was nearly in a weightless state. With an initial thrust, in an instant, he was propelled out of the hatch, landing approximately 20 meters away from the landing module, still drifting slowly away from it. This distance, without any auxiliary equipment, felt insurmountable in the vastness of space. Unless he discarded sufficient mass in the opposite direction within 10 seconds to generate counterthrust, he would remain adrift. Otherwise, he would likely drift farther away, until he was captured by the moon or another gravitational body. However, for Lin Dao, this was of little consequence. The moment he was exposed to the vacuum of space, his first sensation was the expansion of his lungs. This was a chilling experience for an ordinary person, as if his lungs were balloons inflating, pressing against the inner walls of his chest cavity. His mouth and eyes felt as if they were suddenly filled with popping candy. Saliva and tears seemed to burst forth with newfound vigor, energetically bouncing and forcing his tongue and eyelids to stretch wide. Simultaneously, he was beset by excruciating pain, the source of which was nearly indistinguishable, radiating from head to toe, encompassing both skin and viscera. His head throbbed, as if his brain were swollen and scraping against the uneven contours of his skull. While his insides felt as though they were on the verge of bursting, his skin seemed to yearn to separate from his muscles. Nevertheless, this intense, nerve-jarring pain was fleeting, just as he became aware of it. It was already subsiding. According to Lin Dao's understanding, the duration one could maintain consciousness when directly exposed to the vacuum of space was approximately 10 to 15 seconds. During this brief interval, Lin Dao paid little heed to the changes in his body. He merely allowed the initial momentum to propel him deeper into the void while his eyes beheld the celestial bodies that appeared both distant and near, the azure planet, the vibrant orange sun, and the moon beneath him. The sense of direction in space was disoriented. He could not discern whether he was plummeting or drifting in a particular direction, gazing at the 3 celestial bodies nearby. He felt inexplicably that the blue planet and even the sun seemed somewhat fragile. He raised his hand towards the blue planet, fully aware that he could not grasp it in that moment. He felt as though he stumbled in the void of space. Yet, in this expanse, after his stumble, there was no ground to stand upon. Then, as the agonizing pain dissipated, darkness enveloped his vision. His body had succumbed to unconsciousness. In the next instant, Lin Dao stood once more within the confines of the landing module. Our current technology allows us to launch a spacecraft that could hurl me into the sun. Would I remain conscious before touching its surface? Lin Dao posed this question to the command center on the ground, then glanced at the window to see the burning orange sun. It might be somewhat challenging. However, Mr. Lin Dao, if that is your request, we can commence from this moment. The aerospace experts at the ground command center responded. Lin Dao shook his head, choosing not to speak further, and through another window, he looked towards the more immediate presence of the moon. Proceed with the lunar landing procedure. Affirmative. The command center acknowledged the order. The lunar landing sequence was initiated. All personnel, except those remaining in orbit, including Lin Dao, transferred to the combination of the lander and ascent vehicle, following the completion of the transfer. The hatch at the connection point sealed, and the landing module separated from the orbital capsule. After a slight tremor, the module began to orbit the moon, gradually descending in altitude. After 3 hours, the lunar surface became increasingly visible through the windows. At some point, there was a sudden sensation that the landing module was descending towards the moon's surface. When only a short distance remained, the retro thrusters beneath the module activated at the appropriate moment, allowing it to land gently on the lunar surface, stirring up some lunar dust. The human spacecraft, designated as Human 1, successfully touched down on the moon. Voices of exhilaration and excitement emanated from the ground command center. Simultaneously, the cheers of the experts within the command center could be heard. Through the communication link with everyone, Lin Dao could sense that at that moment, across the entire blue planet, people were celebrating with joy. For the people of this era, landing on the moon remained a significant achievement. However, for humanity at this moment, the most crucial aspect was that the directive issued by Lin Dao over 20 days ago had been fulfilled. Over 20 days prior, Lin Dao had stood upon a platform constructed by countless individuals, proclaiming his intent to reach the moon. Now, 20 days later, they had accomplished this feat. Mr. Lin Dao, do you wish to exit the module and conduct activities on the lunar surface? An expert from the ground command center inquired after the jubilation. Let's exit and take a look. This time, Lin Dao did not don the thin clothing directly but, like the others aboard the spacecraft, wore a spacesuit. As the hatch opened, everyone stood behind Lin Dao, evidently awaiting his first step onto the moon. Lin Dao remained silent, gripping the open hatch, and stepped down the ladder that extended from the landing module to the lunar surface. Standing on the moon, this was yet another experience distinct from that of space. Although the moon's gravity was significantly lower than that of Earth, it was not nearly weightless like in space. Instead, he sensed that with a slight exertion, his body would leap to an uncontrollable height. Behind him, the others who had accompanied Lin Dao onto the moon gradually descended from the lander, after briefly surveying their surroundings. They formed a line behind Lin Dao, seemingly awaiting his next command, rather than engaging in any specific tasks. Unlike typical space missions, this lunar landing did not entail any operational tasks. The landing was merely for the sake of landing. More accurately, it was to fulfill Lin Dao's directive from over 20 days ago. Now that Lin Dao was on the moon, the directive had been accomplished. The others who had come with Lin Dao had no further specific tasks to undertake. Thus, they stood in line, awaiting further instructions. Since we are here, let us engage in some scientific collection tasks. Lin Dao glanced at the more than 10 individuals lined up behind him and remarked, signaling for the others not to focus on him. As for what to do specifically, it was unnecessary for him to elaborate. His influence only extended to loyalty, not to intellect. This moment, it seemed that the aerospace experts at the ground command center assigned tasks to the other landing personnel, and they finally began to busy themselves. Some individuals returned to the landing module to retrieve instruments and equipment, while others had already commenced sampling the terrain. Lin Dao, however, paid little heed to these activities. Instead, he ambled to the side with a gait that suggested discomfort and continued to gaze at the somewhat desolate lunar surface. The landing site of this spacecraft was situated on the side of the moon facing Earth, which could be considered its front in the common vernacular. More specifically, it lay at the base of a crater. At this moment, the moon was experiencing an extended daytime, and the sunlight reflecting off the surface illuminated the surroundings sufficiently for Lin Dao to discern much of the environment. The crater's floor was relatively flat, and the surrounding mountains were not particularly steep. Its formation likely stemmed from a meteorite impact that occurred many years ago, contrary to the most prevalent expectations. The lunar regolith before Lin Dao was not finely textured. Rather, it exhibited a certain coarseness. Crouching down, Lin Dao scooped up a handful of the lunar soil and examined it in his palm. Then, quite decisively, he sat down, despite the cumbersome nature of his space suit making this action somewhat challenging. Holding the lunar soil in his hands and looking up at the stars that appeared even more brilliant against the pitch-black sky, due to the absence of an atmosphere, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. For Lin Dao, a barren moon was certainly not his desire, even though the experience of standing on the moon for the first time elicited a sense of novelty. Such stimulation was fleeting for a being whose psychological threshold had nearly reached a state of disintegration. Furthermore, despite being over 300,000 kilometers from Earth, he could still sense the existence of billions of people on the planet, an awareness that remained unaffected by the vast distance. Retrieving his gaze from the starlit sky, Lin Dao looked down again at the handful of lunar soil. through the fabric of his space suit. He rubbed his thumb over the moon's surface. Then, he scattered the soil back onto the lunar surface and rose to his feet. Space experts, cosmologists, astronomers, he mused aloud. Do you think the star systems housing those celestial bodies are as desolate as the moon? He pointed toward a random star in the night sky. Soon, he received a response from the space experts at the ground command center. Mr. Lin, the star you are indicating is a luminary in the Perseus arm, approximately 10,000 light-years away from us. Our research on the star system to which this star belongs is limited. But based on current information, the likelihood of humanoid intelligent life existing there is quite low. However, if you wish to journey there, we can begin preparations immediately, regardless of how much time passes or how many generations humanity endures. Our spacecraft will still transport you to the star system where this star resides. Upon hearing this response, Lin Dao chuckled. Very well, let us commence preparations. However, if you propose that there may be extraterrestrial civilizations, would they be influenced by my abilities? Regarding your abilities, Mr. Lin, the sample pool is too limited as for any intelligent civilizations beyond our own. We possess no knowledge of them. Therefore, we cannot provide an accurate answer to your inquiry. Nevertheless, we subjectively hope that your abilities may still hold significance among other civilizations that are currently unknown to us. My aspirations are, in fact, quite the opposite of yours. That would be exceedingly dull. Of course, such naive thoughts may waver in the face of an overwhelmingly powerful civilization, but subjectively speaking, I truly require some stimulation at this moment. The ground command center's experts offered no further response. As Lin Dao did not seek one, indeed, it was too premature to delve into such discussions. Let us wait until the time arises. Lin Dao lifted his gaze to the stars, feeling no need to conceal his thoughts from humanity. The universe is vast. Perhaps it can always surprise us. If Lin Dao still harbored significant emotions toward others, he would understand that, for him personally, guiding humanity toward the stars was inherently a risky endeavor. If he remained on Blue Planet, relying on his abilities, he might find entertainment for a considerable time. Yet, should humanity venture into the cosmos and face annihilation at the hands of an unknown and formidable civilization, his abilities would not guarantee his survival. However, remaining on Blue Planet was undeniably tedious at this moment. Lin Dao was also grappling with a subtle inclination toward self-destruction. Now, I request the construction of a lunar base. His voice resonated through the communication devices, relayed by the lander and orbital modules, reaching the ground command center. Yet, this command was not directed solely at the space experts. It was intended for everyone. His connection with all of humanity transcended the need for communication devices. On the ground, no one responded to Lin Dao, for billions had already begun executing the directive, just as one does not require a verbal acknowledgement from their arm when controlling it. There was no need for a response when the populace received instructions. Mr. Lin, should you decide to remain on the lunar surface for an extended period, the landing module, serving as a temporary lunar habitat, can support your existence for approximately 1 to 2 months, albeit with limited space for movement. We will promptly launch a backup spacecraft, Humanity 1, which should reach your location in about 5 days. Replenishing your resources and adding a temporary module. Given humanity's current technological capabilities and circumstances, constructing a permanent lunar base immediately was not economically feasible. However, considering Lin Dao's directive, contemplating economic interests was clearly pointless. No one among the billions on Blue Planet would entertain such considerations, just as the construction of the largest artificial island in human history, Nameless Island, situated in the middle of an ocean, held no particular significance. Lin Dao's command was of utmost importance. Mr. Lin, how extensive do you envision the lunar base to be? A lunar city, Lin Dao replied, surveying the still barren lunar landscape. If one were to engage in a construction management simulation game, the moon appears to be an ideal setting. As it truly possesses nothing, we will strive to fulfill your request promptly. As for the timeline required to construct a lunar city here, Lin Dao refrained from inquiring further. Let us maintain a sense of anticipation. Given the current technological level, this may indeed be an ambitious endeavor. Yet, with the productivity that can be directly mobilized by his influence, achieving this within a short time frame is not insurmountable. Moreover, the duration is of little consequence to Lin Dao. He possesses ample time to wait, should he choose to do so. Turning his head, Lin Dao glanced once more at the other landing personnel engaged in their temporary space missions. Speaking of which, even excluding him, The personnel landing on the lunar surface this time represent the largest contingent in history, in stark contrast to the usual preparations that span several years. This endeavor was accomplished in under a month. The aim, as set forth by Lin Dao, is to construct a lunar city in a remarkably short period. At this stage, it is undeniably imperative to develop more large-scale rockets to meet the substantial transportation demands between Earth and the Moon. Furthermore, aside from the human spacecraft and rocket assembly built for this manned lunar landing and its backup, the construction and launch timeline of the third rocket of similar scale and thrust capability has, in fact, accelerated beyond that of the previous two. This is attributable to the unprecedented global collaboration of billions, which facilitated a significant restructuring of the vast production system of human civilization, aligning with the objectives established by Lin Dao. On an individual basis, within the framework of a unified overarching goal, many have already carved out distinct roles within this immense system. Some individuals, or rather productive forces, are tasked with the global production and extraction of essential resources, such as food and water for the sustenance of billions, as well as the production of electricity and fuel to maintain the world's energy supply. Others are directly responsible for the creation of all necessary equipment, materials, machinery, and components required for the construction of rockets, spacecraft, and the lunar city. Even if this division of labor has only partially materialized, the sheer scale of cooperation under Lin Dao's directives has resulted in a significant transformation in various regions. Although complete organization still demands time due to the sheer number of billions involved, nevertheless, the released or invested industrial productivity has already manifested in remarkably exaggerated outcomes. This reflects the most macro-level performance of human civilization. To delve deeper, during the production of the two lunar rockets, a considerable amount of foundational materials and finished components remained unutilized. With the immense industrial capacity harnessed, the production of identical components may involve over 100 factories worldwide simultaneously. Within just a month, an impressive accumulation has been achieved. Under the constraints of existing technology, the limitations on production speed primarily stem from the physical properties of certain materials and the time required for component transportation. However, as this vast system encompassing the entire world operates like a colossal production assembly line, it naturally yields a steady stream of target products. The third human-class lunar rocket was launched 10 days after the second backup lunar rocket. From an equatorial island that has now been named the Equatorial Launch Site, the fourth lunar rocket did not wait another 10 days. In fact, on the very day of the third human-class lunar rocket's launch, rockets 4 through 10 were all simultaneously launched. This was due to their assembly being completed on the same day. The following day, the number of human-class lunar rockets launched daily surged to 10. Viewed from above, the Equatorial Launch Site no longer resembled a mere launch facility. It resembled a small airport, with massive rockets akin to mountains lifting off at regular intervals. Clearly, with such a volume of rocket launches, the previously mentioned issues of cramped temporary lunar module space and material shortages were swiftly resolved in early December of the 16th year of the new era, which commenced with the awakening of Lin Dao's abilities. It has been a month since Lin Dao's arrival on the lunar surface. The lunar base, initially a temporary module designated as the Human 1 landing craft, has now taken on a substantial form. Currently, the lunar module assembly occupies an area of 300 square meters, with usable space exceeding 600 square meters. It is anticipated that by the end of this month, the occupied area will expand to approximately 800 to 900 square meters, while the usable area could reach 2,000 square meters. Within the core module of the lunar base, which is exclusively reserved for Lin Dao, an aerospace expert is presenting the situation using a terminal resembling a platform computer. The screen displays the overall structural diagram of the lunar base and projected designs for the near future. The entire lunar base has yet to deviate from the initial temporary module's foundational aesthetic. Rather than resembling the lunar city envisioned by Lin Dao, it appears more akin to an enlarged space station situated on the Moon. Two stacked superlarge core modules, each standing 3 meters high and occupying an area of 100 square meters, represent the pinnacle of human industrial output over the past month. Even the current peak of chemical rocket propulsion, the human class, has been unable to transport an entire core module in one go. Beyond the core modules, there are node modules that connect to the core via various hatches, designed to fulfill functions such as lunar laboratories and crew rest areas. The lunar base itself, much like the core module, is built in 2 layers. Not only does the core module have another node module above it, but other node modules also follow suit, allowing for vertical movement through hatches, thereby expanding the usable space. From an aerial perspective, the lunar base resembles a great spider with an arched back, where the core module serves as the body and the extending node modules function as its appendages. According to projections, these node modules will eventually connect to additional core modules, resulting in a lunar base that may resemble a vast web sprawled across the lunar surface. Currently, aside from you, Mr. Lin, there are a total of 102 personnel permanently stationed at the lunar base, with expectations of surpassing 200 by the end of this month. Given the present circumstances of the lunar base, such a large resident population is unnecessary, as the ground is not overcrowded to the point of necessitating migration to the moon. However, since Lin Dao envisions the establishment of a lunar city, the construction of such a city, along with its resident population, is a critical metric for its success. Additionally, the current power supply for the lunar base primarily relies on solar panels and long-term transportation from the Earth. Under present conditions, this is sufficient to meet the lunar base's electrical demands. As the lunar base steadily flourishes, the demand for electricity and energy may experience a sharp increase, and the prolonged lunar nights pose significant challenges for energy storage systems. Researchers on Earth are diligently investigating solutions to address this issue. Mr. Lin, we will resolve this problem. The aerospace expert continued. The installation of solar panels has become one of the most significant undertakings in recent times. Aside from the lunar base itself, as it utilizes the maximum transportation capacity between the Earth and the Moon. I understand. Lin Dao nodded and turned to gaze through the viewport of the upper core module towards the lunar landscape, where the grayish terrain melded into the pitch-black expanse of space. Moreover, Mr. Lin, due to material technology constraints, the current lunar base may not meet your aspirations for a lunar city. Its anticipated design lifespan is estimated to be under 30 years, and it may not be feasible to construct larger singular spaces. The aerospace expert further elucidated. At present, we have identified 11 alternative materials from some experimental substances. However, the consumption of basic materials and the yield during mass production have hindered our ability to supply the construction of the lunar city. We will expedite this process before the current lunar base's design lifespan reaches its conclusion. There is no rush, Lin Dao replied, feeling a sense of calm in the moment. We will exert our utmost efforts. Mr. Lin, furthermore, by the end of next month, we should be able to allocate 20% of global industrial productivity towards the construction of the lunar city. Under the current technological foundation, the lunar base at this moment is entirely constructed through the extensive deployment of resources and productivity. In any previous era, no one would have embarked on such an endeavor. Moreover, no one possessed the capacity to mobilize such substantial productivity for this purpose. Throughout history, neither great powers nor smaller nations have been able to withstand this level of consumption. In order to maximize the utilization of global productivity to realize Mr. Lin's current ambition of building a lunar city and ultimately venturing into the depths of the cosmos, we, a group of scholars and experts, have convened and formulated a new plan. Would you care to take a look, Mr. Lin? Just tell me directly. Lin Dao replied without turning back. In truth, he could choose to pay attention or disregard such matters. Beneath the absolute loyalty afforded by his capabilities, there would be no duplicity. The plan they devised would undoubtedly facilitate his objectives to the greatest extent, ensuring no adverse effects upon him. But it was akin to the brain directing the hand to grasp an object. Once the brain issued the command, there was no need for the hand to submit a report detailing how it would move each muscle. Furthermore, regarding the events that have transpired on Earth during this period, he could also sense them due to the connection his abilities afforded him. We intend to readjust industrial production clusters around the globe based on resources and geographical conditions, placing resource-restricted industries in the most suitable locations. All industries that pertain to the latter stages of the industrial chain will be concentrated in a single area. Most importantly, we envision integrating all global production data into a unified system. Once a new production target is established, production tasks can be transmitted through this system directly to all factories along the industrial chain, from upstream to downstream, possessing the requisite production capabilities. The expert was evidently well prepared. This endeavor was clearly not conceived solely by him. He displayed a report on a tablet terminal to Lin Dao. The crux of the report was an imaginative diagram, which obliterated all traditional geographical boundaries. Aside from the outlines of land and sea, it prominently featured numerous annotations indicating the production areas of different resources and industrial products, as well as dashed lines denoting connections between various regions. In essence, it transformed the entire world into a super factory, delineating different zones based on geographical and foundational industrial conditions. With a more sophisticated three-dimensional transportation system encompassing sea, land, and air, it served as the conveyor belt of this super factory. The core objective was to enhance production efficiency through rational planning. The global division of labor that had long been the aspiration of a certain superpower was effortlessly realized before Lin Dao, and in a pulsating version. During the planning phase, there were no extraneous factors influencing decisions, and no one would harbor dissatisfaction with this plan at this very moment. Billions of people on Earth would proactively exhibit initiative and cooperate to accomplish this task. Or rather, it was akin to amalgamating global industrial production into a colossal 3D printing machine, with each factory forming a component of this super apparatus. However, as Lin Dao surveyed the planning document, he felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the endgame of a management simulation game, where one dismantled all initially constructed buildings and then reorganized them meticulously. This would also facilitate our coordination of production to meet everything required for Mr. Lin's goals. Ultimately, we intend to sustain the current state of the world at this moment. The global condition is such that currency has ceased to exist, and commerce has come to a standstill. Aside from the essentials for basic survival, no materials unrelated to Lin Dao's objectives are being produced. The entertainment industry has largely ceased operations of its own accord. Food and essential survival goods are distributed strictly per capita. This ensures that the completion of Lin Dao's directives is not hindered, guaranteeing that all fundamental survival resources are allocated per individual, with this foundational production genuinely adhering to a per capita model, an extreme state of planned production. Under this condition, influenced by Lin Dao's capabilities, everyone maintains unwavering enthusiasm. It can be said that the semblance of a conventional societal structure has nearly vanished at Lin Dao's behest. What was once the Blue Star civilization, akin to a mother planet civilization, has swiftly transitioned towards an expansive civilization that I have no particular thoughts. You may proceed as you see fit, Lin Dao stated. After a moment of silence, he reflected that aside from moments of fervor, he subconsciously desired to maintain the world in a form reminiscent of his past memories. However, following the execution of this plan, the world would likely lose any familiar semblance. Nonetheless, Lin Dao acquiesced. Very well. Mr. Lin, the expert responded with evident excitement. Lin Dao remained silent, gazing out of the porthole for a moment before donning his extravehicular suit and exiting the core module to the lunar surface. The expert followed closely behind him. Looking up through the transparent visor of his spacesuit, Lin Dao could clearly see a lunar lander approaching for touchdown from the sky. While in orbit, several lunar lander assemblies emitted faint lights, awaiting their landing opportunities. Mr. Lin, this is the second lunar lander to touch down today, carrying a node module. The third lunar lander is expected to land an hour after it, he explained, observing from a broader perspective. The space between Earth and the Moon appeared to be connected by a virtual line, with each en route lunar lander represented as a point along this line. Coincidentally, Lin Dao possessed this macro perspective. He could sense the presence of each lunar astronaut aboard the landers, and if he wished, he could even perceive some of their sensations and directly leap over. Mr. Lin, what are you observing? Nothing much. I just suddenly felt that we resemble a colony of ants. Lin Dao's remark rendered the nearby expert momentarily silent as he pondered. Mr. Lin, according to our sociologist's research, due to your presence, our civilization may be evolving into a hive-like structure. Lin Dao's abilities did not inhibit individuals from maintaining their own thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lin Dao turned his head. The notion of a hive-like civilization likely referred to a societal structure akin to that of ant or bee colonies, wherein the entire civilization functions as a singular intelligent entity with a core, unique will. Around this singular will, different groups perform distinct functions. Some solely exert physical labor, others engage in contemplation. Some are responsible for the basic metabolic processes and survival of this intelligent entity, while others provide computational power for its thought processes. Much like the relationship between the human brain and its limbs, organs, and even cells in a society composed of independent individuals, such extreme specialization could certainly result in oppression and class rigidity. However, within a hive-like civilization. It is an entirely different matter. Much like the brain consistently directing the hand and foot to move, it cannot be said that the brain coerces or exploits the hand. The hand would not harbor grievances against the brain's long-term directives. Nor would the brain derive pleasure from exerting pressure over the hand. They are inherently unified, bound under a singular consciousness. Conversely, they embody the existence of this collective will, reflecting upon the definition of a hive-like civilization in relation to the current state of the Blue Star civilization. It indeed seems to resonate with that notion. At this moment, Lin Dao recalled the aerospace expert who had previously presented to him the visions of management meetings from various regions and the insights of specialists across diverse fields regarding the industrial planning of Blue Star. There was a clear division of labor, entirely unified, forming a highly cohesive social structure and industrial system. Simultaneously, Lin Dao felt the presence of billions of individuals distributed across Blue Star and beyond. Including those in space and on the lunar surface, he could even perceive the perspectives of others among the billions, instinctively sensing significant events transpiring within this vast collective and the emotions intertwined with them. Furthermore, he felt an intensified ability to discern the thoughts of someone else apart from himself. After a prolonged period of mental numbness, Lin Dao found himself in an unusual state of silence. Hive-like, he mused. Yet you all retain your individual consciousness and thoughts. He turned to the aerospace expert and continued. However, regarding matters you deem necessary, the will of our entire civilization is completely unified. The transition from normal development to an extreme pioneering civilization took us less than 2 months. Or rather, it could be said to have occurred in the blink of an eye. As per your will, Mr. Lin, such a transformation would be nearly impossible within the confines of a typical collective civilization. The aerospace expert responded, after you acquired those capabilities, the foundational logic of our civilization underwent a transformation, in alignment with your requirements. The unity, collaboration, and trust among individuals in fulfilling your requests have surpassed the limits of individual intelligence. From a macro perspective, we are more akin to an extension of you, Mr. Lin. At this moment, the Blue Star civilization resembles a colossal intelligent organism, of which you are the singular soul. Your implication suggests the type possess not only a normal consciousness, but also nearly billions of fragmented personas. Here, I refers not only to Lin Dao, but also to the Blue Star civilization. Humans may harbor trivial thoughts, yet these do not impede the true will that ultimately dictates action. The aerospace expert replied with a smile. In truth, he, or rather, all of them, held no fear of Lin Dao. Their relationship was not that of an emperor to his subjects, nor of a deity to its servants. The term hive-like is indeed the most fitting description. Moreover, if another hive-like civilization were to exist, it would undoubtedly have its own distinct sages pondering various questions, exhibiting different manifestations of consciousness. However, we may differ from a genuine hive-like civilization in that your emergence, Mr. Lin, was influenced by external factors, allowing your individual will to directly embody the collective will of our civilization. In contrast, the core will of an authentic hive-like civilization may arise from the amalgamation of each individual or unit within it. Each individual is a part of this core will, and every person is it, just as human consciousness interacts with brain cells and bodily organs. Of course, this is merely our conjecture. Perhaps every hive-like civilization in the universe operates similarly. Until we encounter one, we cannot draw any definitive conclusions. Lin Dao listened in silence before turning his gaze through the transparent visor of his spacesuit, contemplating the starry sky above the lunar surface. It sounds as though you are seeking to rationalize my absurd actions, hoping to improve my mental state. Perhaps such an effect could indeed be achieved. However, Mr. Lin, we cannot deceive you, just as the hand cannot mislead the brain. No matter how it oscillates. Lin Dao paused for a moment, returning to the lunar base while posing a rather abrupt question. Do you think my abilities might stem from a powerful civilization? Perhaps from a social experiment regarding the hive-like transformation of a formidable civilization? There is insufficient information, the aerospace expert replied. We can only make further conjectures regarding your question, Mr. Lin. However, we cannot establish criteria for filtering these conjectures. Nor can we find answers. Nonetheless, from the perspective of the entire Blue Star civilization, the hive-like transformation may indeed be a fortuitous development. According to our sociologists, philosophers, and historians, our civilization's potential should have significantly increased post-transformation. Historically, rapid technological and social advancements within our civilization have predominantly occurred during periods of extreme centralization. Your presence, Mr. Lin, represents such a form of extreme centralization. For instance, the lunar base could not have been constructed in such a short span under previous civilizational conditions. The aerospace expert's enthusiasm was palpable. We believe we can achieve the objectives you have set for us in a relatively short time. Perhaps, in the near future, we shall compete with other unknown extraterrestrial races and civilizations in the depths of space. In fact, the latter part of the aerospace expert's statement indicated another truth. When accepting Lin Dao's commands and requests, they were never merely focused on what he said. They understood what he truly desired. The extraordinary connection between Lin Dao and billions of individuals was not solely manifested in his one-sided perception of them. Hive-like, Lin Dao murmured, glancing at the aerospace expert as he returned to the upper chamber of the lunar base. Repeating the terms several times. Date: Year 17, January 1 SD. Since arriving on the lunar surface, Lin Dao had not returned to Earth, even though traversing between the two locations was merely a fleeting moment for him. As it had been with the unnamed island, he often found himself in self-imposed isolation, distant from crowds. Thus, Lin Dao spent the new year on the lunar base. For him, New Year's Day held a special significance. It marked his birthday. The new era commenced with his 22nd birthday, indicating that his actual age was now 39. However, this held little significance for Lin Dao, as his appearance had remained unchanged over the past 17 years. On his birthday, the entire civilization continued its routine, with no celebrations in honor of his birth. For Lin Dao, such festivities felt akin to merely bouncing in place, no matter how joyous the act. It ultimately felt somewhat hollow, particularly since he had grown weary of such antics over the past decade and more. On that day, Lin Dao acknowledged the significance of the date, experiencing a fleeting wave of special emotions. But soon, he felt little else. Date: Year 17, January 1 5 TAS. The sun aligned perfectly with the lunar surface. It ushered in a fortnight of daylight on the moon at this time. The lunar base, now occupying an area of 1,500 square meters with a usable space exceeding 3,200 square meters, housed over 300 permanent residents who frequently engaged in external activities. Although the construction of the lunar base was entirely in response to Lin Dao's directives, those who were sent to inhabit the lunar surface were acutely aware of what Lin Dao truly sought. They were not merely residing there to uphold the fade of prosperity. In truth, each resident had been meticulously selected to undertake different tasks. The selection process, however, deviated from traditional methods, primarily relying on scholars from relevant fields volunteering themselves, as their endeavors were in service of fulfilling Lin Dao's requests. Thus, it is the individuals with undeniable capabilities in their respective fields who will naturally step forward, without exaggeration or embarrassment, even when confronted with two candidates whom they both deem equally suitable. They will engage in a debate to determine the most fitting choice. All issues must take a back seat to fulfilling Mr. Lin's requirements. The entire cohort of over 300 permanent personnel has essentially emerged in this manner, showcasing the utmost manifestation of subjective initiative. The tasks assigned to these individuals, aside from assisting in the construction of the lunar base, primarily revolve around scientific research, with a predominant focus on the study of the moon itself and the cosmos. On that day, at precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, according to ground time, the temporary sample collection Team 01, consisting of 3 members, embarked towards the eastern side of the lunar base in a lunar vehicle. Following the laboratory's plan, they were set to visit 3 locations to collect samples, with the entire round trip expected to take 4 hours. Moreover, they were also responsible for testing the lunar vehicle. Prior to Mr. Lin's request for a lunar landing and the establishment of the lunar base, this vehicle was merely a laboratory prototype. Subsequently, relevant teams worldwide pooled their existing technologies to tackle the challenges and, within a short period, successfully manufactured the vehicle, which had recently been delivered to the lunar base. It is primarily designed for short-distance transport on the lunar surface, facilitating the movement of permanent personnel to points that are somewhat distant but not excessively far from the base. As for longer journeys, the current proposal from the ground experts envisions using an ascender to return to the lunar orbiting module for a secondary landing, or, with advancements in technology, to fly directly there in the future. However, at this moment, such methods are not yet applicable for the lunar base. In fact, If we stretch our considerations to the limit, we could potentially collect samples from 4 locations today. This approach would likely save considerable time over several trips. While the lunar vehicle is capable of covering significant distances, it is prudent to maintain some redundancy. Should we encounter any issues en route, it could complicate rescue efforts from the base and lead to even greater delays. Yes, you are correct. The interior of the lunar vehicle is a closed environment, designed to endure extreme conditions, ensuring that even if an astronaut's spacesuit were to sustain damage, they could return to the base safely. Nevertheless, all 3 members inside the vehicle remain clad in their extravehicular suits. I can't help but wonder when Mr. Lin's requirements will be fulfilled. My anticipation is growing. Once the lunar base and city are completed, we may witness the dawn of deep space exploration, a prospect that may require considerable time and future generations to bear witness to. However, it matters not, as long as we understand that one day it will come to fruition. Much like the cells within the human body that undergo metabolism, new cells will always emerge to achieve the ultimate goal. Venturing outside at this juncture on the lunar surface is, in fact, a relatively perilous undertaking. However, the 3 individuals exhibit no doubts, even refraining from voicing concerns at this moment. Let us record the status of the lunar vehicle for future feedback to the ground team. Indeed, the remaining battery power exceeds our initial estimates. This is to be expected, as those who constructed it poured their utmost enthusiasm into the endeavor, leaving no room for complacency. That I can assert with confidence that under Mr. Lin's influence, even the placement of a single screw has been executed with precision. Haha, indeed, discussions regarding Mr. Lin's capabilities are approached candidly. Even though they too are affected by his influence, they remain acutely aware of this fact. The A point has been reached. Let us disembark. Upon arrival, the 3 members adopted a serious demeanor and commenced the sample collection task, adhering to standard procedures. The entire process was meticulous, albeit rather monotonous. Following the successful collection at the first point, they proceeded smoothly to the second. However, upon reaching the final point, Professor Chen inquired, "Is there a problem?" After completing the sampling at point C, the last location. One of the team members paused, gazing into the distance rather than hurrying back to the lunar vehicle. Another member, noticing this, stopped as well and asked, "I sense that the terrain over there appears somewhat unusual. I cannot articulate it clearly, but my intuition suggests something is amiss. Should we perhaps collect an additional sample from that location? It seems to be only a few hundred meters away, not far at all." The other team member did not dismiss Professor Chen's observations simply because he lacked a solid rationale. They all understood each other's expertise well, and Professor Chen was a renowned geologist, an expert in this field. "Perfect, we happen to have an extra sampling device." Professor Chen nodded in agreement. The 3 of them boarded the lunar vehicle and set off in the direction indicated by Professor Chen. Upon arriving at the location he had previously surveyed, Professor Chen, equipped with his instruments, meticulously circled the area, ultimately identifying several sampling points, from which he collected approximately 2 kilograms of lunar soil and rock samples. All right, let us proceed. The entire process went smoothly, and the return journey was unaffected by this minor detour. After all, the lunar vehicle had sufficient redundancy to ensure that even if they traveled an extra kilometer, they would still be able to return to the base. The sample collection team brought back a total of 4 samples that day, which were promptly delivered to the relevant laboratory at the lunar base. The 4th sample, in particular, was analyzed and studied with Professor Chen's active participation. Soon, it became evident that his initial intuition had merit. Among the 2 kilograms of retrieved samples, they discovered an exceedingly minute quantity of a substance previously unknown on the lunar surface, although the quantity was small. With careful examination, they successfully isolated it, revealing it to be a type of metal, a specific alloy. Upon identifying the unknown alloy in the lunar soil samples, Professor Chen wasted no time in sharing this information with the lunar base and all relevant ground teams. Senior scholars and experts across related fields convened to discuss and analyze the findings, swiftly producing an assessment and a report regarding the unknown alloy point. One of the most significant conclusions drawn was that the chemical structure of the trace amounts of the unknown alloy suggested a low likelihood of it being naturally formed. While one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of it being a wondrous product of the vast cosmos, the likelihood of it being artificial is considerably higher. Statistically speaking, it is the latter scenario that bears greater practical significance. The term artificial here does not refer to human-made creations, but broadly encompasses all non-natural technological constructs of intelligent civilizations. Following this judgment, the term extraterrestrial civilization, once familiar yet lacking specificity, emerged before everyone. Given that the unknown alloy is non-natural and not of human origin, it is inevitable to conclude that its source lies with another unknown civilization beyond humanity, an inference that is entirely logical. In the past, prior to Mr. Lin's true emergence in this world, the confirmation of extraterrestrial civilizations would have profoundly impacted human ideology, instigating serious repercussions and far-reaching influences, whether through caution towards other unknown civilizations in the universe or fascination with them. Such revelations would inevitably steer human civilization towards either an expansionist or contractionist trajectory. However, in the present context, the implications of this discovery for human civilization are relatively minimal, as the overall direction of development remains unaffected. Upon reaching conclusions regarding the unknown alloy, scholars from relevant fields promptly communicated the findings to Lin reality. Mr. Lin did not require anyone to inform him of this momentous occurrence, for matters of such profound significance. He instinctively sensed it the moment the scholars reached their conclusions, due to the connection he shares with billions of others in the next instant. Mr. Lin found himself in the Lunar Soil and Lunar Mineral 01 laboratory at the lunar base. Surrounded by other scholars present and relevant ground experts connected remotely, all of whom were unsurprised by his arrival. Mr. Lin, this is the unknown alloy we discovered, according to the timing of its discovery. We have provisionally named it Alloy 1701D. Professor Chen elucidated the matter to Lin Dao. Lin Dao nodded, his gaze fixed upon the laboratory workstation, where a transparent glass petri dish contained the alloy sample extracted from a 2-kilogram specimen. Within this sample, the 1701D was primarily composed of minute particles that we employed various technical methods to aggregate the isolated 1701D, resulting in its current form. Although termed as aggregated, the 1701D alloy, visible to Lin Dao's naked eye, remained a collection of tiny fragments resembling debris. A cursory glance might easily dismiss these particles, scattered at the bottom of the petri dish, as mere dust or impurities. Yet, these debris-like 1701D particles exhibited a striking azure hue, reminiscent of the deep blue of the ocean when viewed from above against the sky. From the final 2-kilogram sample, only 0.0029 grams of 1701D was isolated, and it was exclusively observed in the D-point sample collected on the 15th. No presence of 1701D was detected in other samples collected on the same day or in prior collections. Following the discovery of 1701D, during the nighttime of the 18th, we swiftly initiated an additional task to gather samples near the D-point from the previous day. A total of 20 lunar soil samples were collected within a 500-meter diameter of the D-point, among which 12 samples exhibited the presence of the 1701D alloy. Notably, one sample taken from 10 meters beneath the lunar surface revealed the highest concentration of 1701D, with a total of 0.0052 grams found in the 2-kilogram sample. According to current statistical data, the concentration of 1701D in the samples appears to be positively correlated with the depth at which the samples were collected. What are your judgments and speculations? Lin Dao picked up a laboratory tweezer and lifted a minuscule fragment of the 1701D alloy from the petri dish. Examining it closely, the azure reflection gave the alloy a gem-like appearance, as if it were larger. If the universe was not playing a jest upon us, the existence of 1701D at the 15D point might indicate a source, just as iron artifacts buried beneath the earth may lead to an increase in iron content in the surrounding soil over time. We currently speculate that there is likely something beneath the surface near the 15D point. This is a rather straightforward inference. Almost simultaneously with the discovery and characterization of 1701D, scholars began to suspect the presence of something in the vicinity. Listening to the scholar's words, Lin Dao's emotions, which had long remained stagnant, stirred for the first time. After enduring a gradual elevation of thresholds that nearly stripped away his humanity, he finally encountered something novel at this moment. Under Lin Dao's influence, humanity, resembling a colossal intelligent organism, seemed poised to engage with others after a prolonged period of soliloquy. Matters were starting to become intriguing. With the near certainty that 1701D is an artificial substance, the question of what might lie beneath in the vicinity is almost self-evident. Let us excavate and see. Lin Dao issued the command that we shall promptly investigate the specific conditions of that area, responded the nearby scholar. In the ensuing period, the researchers and scholars at the lunar base, invigorated by a clearer short-term objective and mission, became increasingly industrious. With the utmost enthusiasm, they dedicated themselves to the excavation, exploration, and research of the 15D region. Although the construction tasks at the lunar base did not come to a complete halt, they were indeed somewhat slowed. Excavating the 15D area, particularly when the target is likely several meters below the lunar surface, necessitated a plethora of specialized equipment that a significant portion of the transportation capacity between the Earth and the Moon was allocated to meet the requirements of the 15D region. In a remarkably short span, the 15D area had nearly transformed into another base on the lunar surface to mitigate the need for prolonged commutes between the 15D area and the lunar base. Additional lunar base modules were deployed to the 15D region, effectively establishing a small subbase there. Lin Dao, however, remained at the main lunar base, more precisely in the upper chamber of the core module. Even though he could instantly appear in the 15D area with a mere thought, he seldom ventured outside. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Lin Dao from directly observing the 15D area's visuals and experiencing the sentiments of those present through his connections with them. The excavation operations in the 15D area proceeded swiftly, even if this was not a trivial endeavor for contemporary human civilization. The personnel stationed on the Moon, responsible for this task, were fundamentally invigorated and excited. Their enthusiasm stemmed not only from fulfilling Lin Dao's requirements, but also from their own anticipation of the unknown. The excavation and exploration of the 15D area continued. A steady stream of new information emerged, all deemed favorable to the current objectives. Initially, through the analysis of deeper lunar soil samples from various points within the 15D region, a more precise potential range was delineated based on the enrichment rate of the 1701D alloy within the lunar regolith. Within this range, as excavation depths increased, so too did the concentration of 1701D alloy in the lunar soil, nearly confirming the accuracy of the ongoing excavation and exploration efforts. Subsequently, when the excavation depth reached a certain threshold, geologists provided yet another piece of good news. Through an analysis of the lunar soil stratigraphy in the excavation area, it became fairly certain that the lunar surface had previously endured a rather violent impact, leaving clear traces in the geological layers of this region. However, a subsequent meteorite impact in the vicinity had compressed and altered the terrain, obscuring the direct evidence of the earlier impact on the lunar surface. It was only through the excavation of this area that the remnants of the previous impact could be observed. This impact trace further enabled humanity to pinpoint the excavation location with greater precision. In the year 17 March, the excavation work in the 15D area persisted for 2 months, expanding the main lunar base's area to 5,000 square meters, with a functional area exceeding 10,000 square meters. Although the area was still smaller than a standard football field, this was on the Moon, where all materials were transported from Earth via lunar rockets. By past standards, the costs associated with this endeavor were exorbitant. Historically, even the most powerful entities could not sustain such construction efforts to the present day. Yet for contemporary human civilization, their only limitations were the basic materials and the speed of industrial production. Technology and science merely constrained production rates, as long as the remaining productive capacity could support the basic survival of all individuals and the fundamental metabolism of human civilization, and as long as rockets could continue to be manufactured, they could persist in constructing a lunar city for Mart.Lin at this moment. The lunar subbase in the 15D region had also expanded to cover an area of 1,000 square meters, with an even greater functional area. The combined number of personnel stationed on the Moon across both bases finally surpassed 1,000. Though still a far cry from a lunar city, it could reasonably be termed a lunar village. This was a miracle achievable only by a civilization resembling a bug-like society at the current technological stage. The expansion of the lunar base's area, the increase in station personnel, and the continuous transportation of related equipment objectively accelerated the excavation efforts in the 15D region. Finally, in late March of Earth time, this excavation of particular significance began to yield promising results. The researchers involved in the excavation discovered a fragment. This piece was irregularly fractured at the edges, exhibiting signs of compression and distortion. resembling a sheet of paper that had been carelessly crumpled and torn into pieces. However, this object is metallic, exhibiting a resplendent azure hue to the naked eye. Its longest diameter measures 52 centimeters, with a thickness of 8 centimeters. What is particularly remarkable are the peculiar grooves adorning its surface. These indentations resemble tree roots and human veins, branching out continuously from the apex downwards. That it appears as though something may have once been embedded in this metallic fragment. Yet it is evidently absent now. Upon the discovery of this azure metal fragment, both it and the surrounding lunar regolith displayed signs of molecular-level fusion due to their slow movements. However, no remnants of any other materials were found within the tree root-like indentations. Following the unearthing of this fragment, a multitude of scholars and researchers were, naturally, exceedingly exhilarated. They immediately commenced a detailed study and analysis of the fragment. The foremost significant conclusion drawn was that this piece is indeed composed of 1701D alloy. Furthermore, the fracture patterns suggest it may have once belonged to a larger entity. This investigation into such a substantial piece of 1701D alloy has also afforded them a clearer understanding of the various properties of the material. The 1701D alloy boasts exceptional strength and tensile resistance, although it remains far from the material that humanity has long aspired to use for constructing a space elevator from the current perspective of mankind. It is already regarded as an outstanding material. Additionally, it possesses formidable radiation resistance without a corresponding increase in density. Overall, it is highly suitable for constructing larger structures. Based on its current performance, should we succeed in mass-producing it, it could potentially serve as a more appropriate material than some of the experimental substances currently available for building the main structure of lunar cities, as well as being a fitting choice for the primary material of large spacecraft designed to breach the atmosphere. Its strength and weight allow for the construction of substantial structures without susceptibility to deformation. Lin Dao, within the laboratory of the lunar base, observed this relatively large fragment. Once illuminated, the inherent azure of the 1701D alloy appeared even more captivating. This color is indeed unique. Although referred to as azure, Lin Dao felt he had never encountered a hue identical to this in his memory. That it represents a color that the human eye can perceive and may one day be synthesized, yet remains undiscovered. This, in itself, is a wondrous experience. Lin Dao gazed at the fragment and smiled, albeit regretfully, as it seemed to have endured a violent impact, possibly the result of a collision with the lunar surface, which inflicted damage and destruction. Otherwise, it might have been even more beautiful. Professor, where do you suppose it originated? Lin Dao inquired. Lifting the fragment and observing it anew as described by the scholars, he found that the fragment felt considerably lighter in hand than it appeared. This is something we cannot ascertain. Without further information, we are unable to provide an accurate answer or a suitable hypothesis. Well, let us continue our excavation. In truth, at this juncture, the endeavor had become somewhat perilous. It was almost certain that this involved extraterrestrial civilization, likely more advanced in technology than contemporary human civilization. Despite the apparent tranquility, the risks remained. However, for Lin Dao and the present human civilization, it was inconceivable to halt their excavation due to the potential dangers. From the moment they set foot on the lunar surface, from Lin Dao's vantage point by the seaside on unnamed island gazing at the night sky, this was precisely the anticipated occurrence. It merely transpired earlier than Lin Dao and the scholars had envisioned. In the ensuing period, the excavation of Area 15D continued to delve deeper. The discovery of Fragment 01 was merely the beginning. Or rather, it opened the curtain to what was to come. Soon after, Fragments 02, 03, and a multitude of similar pieces were uncovered in abundance. In less than a month, the lunar personnel discovered over 2,000 fragments of 1701D alloy within the depths of the 15D excavation area. The smaller fragments were no larger than a thumb, while others exceeded the dimensions of Fragment 01 significantly. This influx of material is advantageous for the study of materials within human civilization, providing a wealth of specimens for research and analysis. However, considering the superior properties of 1701D alloy, the fact that a presumably intact piece could shatter into such fragments suggests that these alloy pieces had previously endured an extraordinarily forceful impact. It remains uncertain whether this impact occurred upon direct collision with the lunar surface or prior to that event. Simultaneously, Scholars in related fields meticulously documented the morphology of each fragment, no matter how minuscule, in an effort to construct a reliable model to restore the original structure and appearance of the fragment's parent entity. Nevertheless, given that the overall structure is unknown and each fragment exhibits significant deformation, this task resembles a blind man attempting to grasp an elephant. It is not that making some conjectures is impossible, but rather that the multitude of hypotheses lacks sufficient known information to eliminate possibilities and identify the singular correct direction. In summary, progress has been slow. Moreover, among the fragments numbered beyond 01, up to over 2,000, any larger pieces exhibited the same characteristics, those indentations reminiscent of tree roots and vein-like patterns. Yet, no other distinctive substances were found within these indentations, leading many scholars to speculate that they may simply be indentations rather than remnants of something once embedded. Nonetheless, all these efforts proceeded concurrently with the excavation work in Area 15D. Various studies and conjectures did not impede the fervent excavation in the 15D region. Finally, more than 20 days after the discovery of Fragment 01, beneath the lunar surface at a depth exceeding 100 meters, exploratory equipment first detected anomalies. Subsequently, researchers cautiously cleared away the accumulated lunar regolith, revealing a corner of an object. They had found the most critical artifact since the commencement of excavations in Area 15D. That its emergence validated several of their hypotheses. The existence of man-made debris on a barren satellite, devoid of any civilization, raises the question, from what kind of entity could this debris possibly originate? Aside from the potential of a distant star exploding or the occurrence of other cosmic phenomena that could have propelled robust man-made objects to this location, it fundamentally must originate from an interstellar spacecraft. Particularly, the concentration of 1701D alloy fragments is striking, not only in the cosmic scale, but even when considered on the scale of the Moon. Their distribution is excessively concentrated. Such a scenario can primarily be aligned with the latter possibility of an interstellar spacecraft. Since the excavation of Area 15D commenced, the predominant speculation has revolved around this aspect. At this moment, the unearthed object seems to respond to the expectations of the researchers. They have discovered, apart from the alloy fragments, the core component of this unknown interstellar vehicle, or rather, interstellar spacecraft. It is not merely due to its relatively intact structure, but because it harbors a biological entity. As soon as the core component of this unknown spacecraft was partially unearthed, Lin Dao, situated within the lunar base, sensed it. In the next moment, Lin Dao's figure appeared in the ongoing excavation of Area 15D. Without interfering with the excavation efforts, other researchers and lunar personnel adhered to Lin Dao's wishes, diligently operating the equipment to gradually extract the now partially exposed core of the unknown spacecraft from the lunar regolith. Remarkably, this was Lin Dao's first direct visit to Area 15D. Originally, this location was the edge of a circular basin, with a relatively flat surface, now transformed into an open pit exceeding 100 meters in depth. If such a deep pit were to be excavated on the Earth, though it can be considered quite grand in scale, it does not venture into the realm of the exaggerated. Here, the excavation of such a profound pit, or rather the achievement of this remarkable depth, has come at an exorbitant cost to humanity. Standing at the periphery of the deep pit, Lin Dao witnessed firsthand the core of this enigmatic spacecraft gradually revealing itself from beneath the lunar soil. When the entirety of it was finally visible, Lin Dao paused, momentarily taken aback. How to describe it? It could be termed a spherical capsule. Essentially, it manifests as a perfectly sealed chamber, predominantly spherical in shape, that bears some resemblance to the re-entry capsules of traditional rockets upon landing. Yet it is far more rounded and significantly larger, with a diameter potentially exceeding 4 meters, providing an internal space comparable to that of a small room. However, from the perspective of interstellar vessels, it is still considerably smaller than anticipated. Most notably and unexpectedly, a substantial portion of its surface is transparent. The entire exterior seems to be composed of a transparent glass interwoven with a material akin to the 1701D alloy. The transparent glass constitutes the majority, while the 1701D alloy occupies perhaps less than a quarter of the surface area. Furthermore, at the base of the spherical capsule, there lies an indescribable entity, entirely surpassing humanity's comprehension of what a structure of an interstellar spacecraft ought to be. It resembles a tangle of charred vines or tentacles, devoid of any motion. Its surface a dull, dark hue akin to the scorched remnants of plant or animal bones. Yet, unlike typical plant ash, it is not fragile. At least the excavation and movement did not cause it to crumble. The preserved exterior takes the form of a mass of vines coiled atop the spherical capsule, occupying a space exceeding 3 meters in diameter. By botanical standards, this entity is not insignificant. From this mass extend additional charred, carbonized appendages, reminiscent of roots or veins, sprawling across the glass and alloy of the capsule. The further down they extend, the more they bifurcate, creating the appearance of this peculiar entity enveloping the spherical capsule with its tendrils or rhizomes. Moreover, at the extremity of this bizarre structure, the tentacles seem to curl slightly upwards, reminiscent of plant matter subjected to high temperatures, revealing grooves that were previously observed on other fragments of the 1701D alloy. This elucidates the nature of the peculiar patterns found on those alloy shards. However, it gives rise to further inquiries. Is the structure atop the spherical capsule an inherent component of the spacecraft, or is it an external attachment? If it is intrinsic, what function does it serve aboard an interstellar vessel? Surprisingly, these questions did not irk Lin Dao. Rather, the unforeseen structure ignited a rare sense of excitement within him. The other researchers present shared a similar sentiment. Elation and enthusiasm in the realm of scientific inquiry. The discovery of the unknown invariably signifies greater intrigue. Returning to the spherical capsule itself, aside from the peculiar entity atop it, the capsule appears remarkably elegant. The expansive, transparent material, combined with the textured alloy, renders the spherical capsule akin to a cerulean crystal orb or a colossal sapphire. To some extent, its beauty, transcending cultural boundaries, signifies a profound technological prowess. Notably, Lin Dao found no visible rivets or welds on the exterior. There were no seams between the 1701D alloy and the transparent glass. For contemporary human civilization, this undoubtedly represents an advanced technology. Additionally, aside from the alloy, the glass appears to share a similar azure hue. However, this blue does not emanate from the glass itself, but rather from the interior of the spherical capsule, which is filled with a deep blue liquid. This evokes thoughts of hibernation fluids or warp drive acceleration liquids often depicted in science fiction. Yet, through the translucent liquid, the solitary passenger within the capsule introduces an alternative hypothesis regarding the nature of this azure liquid. It resembles an octopus or perhaps a squid. At first glance, Lin Dao could discern the vague outline of what seemed to be an octopus or squid. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that it differed markedly from the cephalopods of Earth's oceans. Research and analysis of the spherical capsule cannot be conducted merely by visual examination, nor can it be performed at the depths of this pit without appropriate measures, while Lin Dao observed without intervening. A team of lunar mechanical apparatuses meticulously coordinated to transfer the spherical capsule, exceeding 4 meters in diameter, into the lunar base established in the 15D region. Once the transfer was completed, scholars from various lunar-related fields engaged in the study of the spherical capsule. While researchers still on Earth who could significantly contribute to this investigation promptly volunteered to travel via the upcoming Earth-Moon rocket, other terrestrial researchers also participated in discussions remotely, sharing their insights. Lin Dao, however, did not directly partake in the research. Although his analytical capabilities might rival those of his peers, he passively absorbed the discussions, comprehending every detail despite the specialized nature of the dialogue. Initially, the team of experts did not entertain the idea of opening the spherical capsule. Rather, they continued to organize excavations in the 15D region while confirming the external and overall conditions of the capsule. Following the discovery of the spherical capsule and considering the circumstances surrounding the more than 2,000 alloy fragments previously unearthed, as well as the geological context of the surrounding lunar surface, the scholars approximated the time of the catastrophic collision between the original interstellar vessel and the Moon's surface to have occurred roughly between 100,000 and 80,000 years ago. The impact was severe enough to drive the core of the vessel. Now the core capsule, approximately 50 meters beneath the lunar surface. Subsequently, approximately 50,000 years ago, a small meteorite struck the lunar surface about 2 kilometers from the core capsule's location, causing the lunar terrain to compress and bury it even deeper beneath the surface. This conclusion emerged as a significant finding based on the surface characteristics of the spherical capsule. Lin Dao reflected on the timeline while observing the spherical capsule now situated within the 15D regional base. During this period, humanity's ancestors had already come into existence, but it is likely that they had yet to form a civilization or develop written language. One wonders if, on that fateful day in ancient times, humans gazed upward and witnessed the spectacle of an alien spacecraft colliding with the moon's surface. It is now reasonably clear that the fragments of the 1701D alloy originated from this very spacecraft. After establishing the timeline, attention turned to the capsule itself. We conducted non-destructive observations and analyses of the capsule's surface. Based on the data we currently possess, we can ascertain that the metallic components of the core capsule are indeed composed of 1701D alloy. The transparent sections are confirmed to be a type of glass, akin in strength to certain specialized glasses we are familiar with. The spherical capsule features approximately 3 layers of this glass, with a total thickness of around 10 centimeters. The connection process between the 1701D alloy and this specialized glass remains unclear for the time being and requires further research. At this moment, an expert who was elucidating the situation for Lin Dao raised his head and gazed at the peculiar object atop the spherical chamber. What followed was the main event. That strange object, along with a portion of its extending tentacles, was something that could be directly accessed without opening the hatch. We collected a sample of it, and through meticulous microscopic analysis, we observed that it primarily consists of a mixture of inorganic materials and carbon. It exhibited no apparent harmful properties nor any exceptional characteristics. It resembled the remnants of some plant that had been incinerated posthumously. However, its interior seemed devoid of any cellular structure, likely due to this incineration. We intended to conduct a complete dissection to examine its macroscopic structure, yet this had not yet commenced. Lastly, regarding the conditions within the chamber, current speculation suggests that it is highly likely the core compartment of the unidentified interstellar vessel. Or perhaps an escape pod. It is conceivable that following an incident aboard the vessel, the passengers swiftly transferred to this escape pod to ensure their survival. Nevertheless, the only observation made from the exterior revealed a suspected extraterrestrial organism, and thus far, no other escape pods have been discovered within the 15D area. The chamber is filled with a liquid that, due to the inability to directly obtain samples, can only be confirmed as a non-pure solution, devoid of radioactivity, with other characteristics remaining unknown. Finally, Mr. Lin, we have not located any hatch to open the spherical chamber in its other areas. Its hatch may be concealed beneath that peculiar substance at the top, or perhaps its method of opening transcends our understanding. Alternatively, if we wish to gain access, we could directly disrupt the glass of the spherical chamber, which, while possessing high strength, is not entirely impervious to cutting or destruction. Lin Dao posed another question. Why has it remained intact? Aside from that object at the top, the spherical chamber appears remarkably whole, without significant deformation, considering that all other parts of the 1701D alloy have been reduced to mere fragments. Its existence is indeed rather illogical. This conundrum has certainly been contemplated by the scholarly teams. Logically speaking, if both the glass and the 1701D alloy show no anomalies, then the issue must lie with that mass of other fragments, which have not encountered such entities before. It is merely that its current form likely deviates significantly from its original state. After stating this, the expert ceased his discourse, leaving the subsequent decisions to Lin Dao. Let us open it and take a look. Following a thorough discussion and research, the scholars and research team adopted the second approach, opting to compromise the glass walls of the chamber rather than entirely removing the vine-like debris atop the spherical chamber to ascertain the original location of its hatch. Both strategies would inflict damage upon the spherical chamber as a whole. One involves dismantling the vines and tentacle remnants atop, while the other entails compromising the chamber's walls themselves. Yet, the former presents as an incomprehensible entity for contemporary human civilization. Laden with too many questions, the latter, however, appears to bypass the proper entrance and directly disrupt the structure of the spherical chamber. Nevertheless, the wall, being composed of this specialized glass, is a material fully comprehensible within human technology. And even destruction remains manageable. In the current circumstances, refraining from tampering with the unknown is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Additionally, The removal of the vine remnants atop the spherical chamber would undoubtedly inflict some damage, altering its final state, which would inevitably complicate subsequent inquiries regarding it.in summary. The cutting plan for the chamber's glass was unanimously approved on that day, in the evening of ground time, to prevent the liquid within the chamber from spilling forth due to gravitational influence after opening. The researchers carefully maneuvered the entire spherical chamber to redirect its orientation, aligning the predetermined cutting point upwards. Once the spherical chamber was secured, the cutting procedure commenced, following the completion of all equipment adjustments. All research personnel evacuated to other compartments within the lunar base to mitigate the risk of unforeseen dangers, such as viruses or the rapid evaporation of that cerulean liquid causing harm to personnel. Although numerous scholars had already formed hypotheses regarding the composition of this non-pure solution based on external observations and detections, the possibility of it containing unanticipated extraterrestrial substances remained entirely plausible. Thus, all precautions were taken, as this marked the first genuine encounter with the artifacts of an extraterrestrial civilization. The responsibility for the cutting was entrusted to a seasoned researcher in the relevant field, who operated the laser cutting equipment remotely from another lunar chamber to ensure precision. However, for the most part, he merely observed, as the entire cutting process was executed by a pre-written and input program. With a beep, a signal light illuminated a somewhat blinding light flickered on the glass wall of the spherical chamber, accompanied by wisps of thin smoke. The researchers and scholars decided to cut a circular aperture, with a diameter of 1 meter, sufficient for a person to crawl inside the chamber. Most importantly, it was ample enough to extract that crucial and captivating entity, the unknown extraterrestrial organism, from within the spherical chamber. The entire cutting process consumed considerable time, primarily because the researchers had chosen a cautious approach, and the cutting program they devised was exceedingly meticulous. The laser followed the predetermined cutting line, continually adjusting its focal distance, effectively slicing layer by layer. Eventually, the laser cutting device, operating according to the pre-established program, came to a halt. The researchers and scholars in the adjacent chamber were entirely engrossed, fixated on the feed relayed through the cameras from the adjoining room, while Lin Dao maintained his silence, focusing intently on the completed cutting of the spherical chamber. The mechanical arms, previously affixed to the cutting's circular surface, pulled the 1 meter diameter glass disc that had been severed, preventing it from falling directly into the spherical chamber. As the mechanical arms shifted, the detached glass disc was temporarily set aside. The cerulean liquid within the chamber remained relatively undisturbed amidst these series of careful maneuvers. The interior of the spherical chamber, now exposed through the 1 meter diameter opening, became increasingly visible to the collective gaze of those present, including Lin Dao. His attention was predominantly drawn to the extraterrestrial organism within the spherical chamber, which bore resemblance to an octopus or squid. The decision to create the opening at this specific location was largely due to its proximity to that alien creature, which was secured within the chamber by what appeared to be restraint bands. Thus, even if the spherical chamber were to rotate in a different direction, its overall position would remain largely unchanged. The distance to the opening is still less than 1 meter, as if the ethereal blue liquid were within arm's reach. Prior to the opening of the chamber, researchers and scholars had already concluded that the alien organism, resembling an octopus, was deceased. It exhibited no response to external stimuli and displayed no autonomous activity. At the moment the chamber was opened, it naturally showed no reaction either. After the opening was completed, the researchers did not immediately proceed with the next steps concerning the interior of the spherical chamber. Instead, a mechanical arm was employed to first extract a sample of the ethereal blue liquid. Simultaneously, a plethora of pre-deployed equipment was monitoring various indicators, including air quality, within the sealed space housing the spherical chamber, to detect any changes. The radiation levels remained stable, and the composition of the air showed little variation. At the very least, there were no substances within the spherical chamber that rapidly diffused after the opening. Following the acquisition of the sample of the blue liquid, researchers in relevant fields immediately commenced analysis. The advantages of a hive-minded civilization seemed particularly pronounced at such a juncture. Those with the requisite capabilities stepped forward without impediment, and the collective resources of the civilization could be swiftly mobilized, yielding exceptional efficiency. Aside from certain physical and chemical properties that delayed the analysis process, the researchers and scholars were able to provide a detailed report on the predominant ethereal blue liquid in a remarkably short time. The most significant conclusion drawn was that this was a solution of complex composition, with its blue hue primarily attributed to the presence of copper that was deemed non-toxic to humans, devoid of radioactivity, lacking in corrosiveness, and free from any living microorganisms or viruses. Furthermore, the report posited a hypothesis that this ethereal blue liquid did not resemble a man-made substance, given its intricate composition, if it were artificially synthesized. The reasons for its creation remained elusive. However, this hypothesis was not of immediate consequence. The paramount finding was that it could be confidently established that this ethereal blue liquid was harmless. Based on this conclusion, research into the interior of the spherical chamber continued. The first step involved extracting the majority of the ethereal blue liquid from within the chamber. Subsequently, the sole organism inside, the alien octopus, was also transferred. However, to prevent any irreversible changes upon exposure to air, the entire transfer process ensured that it remained submerged in the ethereal blue liquid, effectively moving it from one container to another during the transfer. Researchers also obtained biological samples from it. Following analysis, additional critical insights were garnered that it was confirmed that this was indeed a carbon-based organism. However, in terms of its underlying biological logic, genetic sequence, and cellular structure, it was vastly different from earthly life forms that a scholar specializing in biology and genetics expressed astonishment while introducing this to Lin Dao. This completely extraterrestrial organism possessed a genetic logic that diverged entirely from that of earthly life. For a scholar immersed in such research for half a lifetime, it was nothing short of a marvel. Although it was also a carbon-based life form, it belonged to an entirely different genetic system, effectively opening a gateway to a new world. Scientists and researchers are inherently imaginative. Drawing upon his professional acumen, the scholar found himself envisioning the diverse biota of the entire biosphere that could coexist with this alien organism in its native environment. Lin Dao, listening intently, refrained from interjecting. He could empathize with the scholar's excitement as his abilities allowed him to grasp the depth of that enthusiasm from another perspective. Turning his gaze back to the transparent container before him, he observed the octopus-like alien organism, preserved in the ethereal blue liquid, within arm's reach, allowing him to see it clearly. Was it an intelligent being? This inquiry might seem redundant, yet it was precisely the foremost question that the scholars and researchers sought to ascertain since the discovery of the creature. Indeed, the scholar provided a definitive answer. Through multiple non-destructive scans, we identified an organ in its head remarkably similar to the human brain. Although the evolutionary pathways diverged entirely, the structure of its brain indeed bore a resemblance to ours. We can only speculate that this reflects a convergence in the evolutionary trajectory of carbon-based life forms. Based solely on the structural analysis of the organs, its intelligence quotient should be no less than that of a human. And when considering its other organ systems, it might even surpass human intelligence. It is likely that this being was a passenger aboard the alien spacecraft, and currently, the only one discovered within it. Lin Dao also received the reconstructed internal organ schematic of this alien organism based on the scans conducted by the scholars. As the scholar had remarked, the image displayed the shape of the alien's brain, which, while not identical, was at least 60 to 70% similar to that of a human. Lin Dao lifted his head once more. This alien organism, in terms of overall appearance, resembled an octopus, yet exhibited numerous distinctions. Its total length approached 3 meters, primarily elongated by its 6 tentacles. The portion genuinely constituting its body and head did not even constitute half of its total length. Its skin was smooth and exhibited a dull gray hue, adorned with white ring-like patterns on its tentacles. The head was spherical, devoid of hair, and appearing quite slick, lacking a skull. According to the current information available, its brain was protected beneath a layer of muscular tissue beneath the skin of its head. Consequently, while its brain appeared comparable in size to that of a human, its overall head was proportionately larger, by 2 or 3 times. Then, its eyes came into view. This was a distinctive feature that set it apart from ordinary octopuses and humans alike. It possessed 4 eyes in total, arranged in pairs on the front and back of its head. Furthermore, the eyeballs were not enveloped by muscular tissue but protruded outward, implying that it likely had no visual blind spots. This was a sensation that ordinary humans could hardly comprehend. It was difficult to grasp what the alien organism perceived when all four eyes were opened simultaneously. Lin Dao, to some extent, could appreciate this sensation. Through his ability to sense others, he could see perspectives beyond the ordinary. However, it did not equate to simultaneous vision. Rather, it resembled a focused perspective, where other views were instinctively managed, allowing him to detect any significant imagery that warranted his attention. This was also a point previously mentioned by biologists regarding the potential advantages this extraterrestrial intelligent organism might possess over humans. Below the eyes lay the organism's mouth, singular in form, with structures resembling teeth within. In contrast to humans, this alien creature's somewhat oversized head diverged significantly in appearance from that of a large octopus. As its tentacles were not directly attached to its head, it possessed a torso. Though not lengthy, it appeared somewhat disproportionate to its head. Nonetheless, a segment of its body was indeed present, and scans revealed a skeletal structure beneath the skin of this segment. Beneath the skeletal structure lay an organ unlike any found in humans. Based on the findings related to this organ, researchers and scholars formulated hypotheses, designating this organ as the subbrain. This organ likely served the purpose of managing the coordination among its limbs, specifically overseeing the actions of its 6 tentacles. It may possess the capability to perform multi-threaded tasks to a degree not achievable by humans, or it might simply have evolved to compensate for its brain's deficiencies in this regard. Beneath this small segment of body lay its tentacles, each measuring over 1.5 meters in length, with bifurcated ends. From a general logical standpoint, these bifurcations appear to have evolved to facilitate each tentacle's ability to utilize tools independently. Conversely, this suggests why this extraterrestrial being, resembling an octopus, requires an auxiliary brain. Lin Dao paused for a moment, contemplating the alien creature before him. The likelihood that this intelligent extraterrestrial being does not belong to the solar system implies the existence of at least one alien civilization behind it, one that surpasses humanity in interstellar navigation technology by a considerable margin. What might such a civilization be like? Objectively speaking, Lin Dao felt a sense of curiosity. Even without considering or envisioning what could be termed the octopus civilization, there remain numerous questions surrounding this interstellar spacecraft that has crash-landed on the lunar surface and the extraterrestrial intelligence itself. Are there other discoveries within the spherical capsule? Professor Liu and his team have uncovered several items inside the capsule, some of which appear to be food supplies intended to provide energy for the alien organism. However, none show signs of having been utilized. Professor Liu and other relevant scholars are currently analyzing these foodstuffs, which may yield deeper insights into their civilization. Additionally, some equipment resembling extravehicular suits has been discovered. Although significantly different from our own space suits, their functions are likely similar. The analysis of the spherical capsule continues. The original door's location has been confirmed from the inside, aligning with our suspicions that it indeed lies beneath the coverage of what resembles vine-like debris at the top. Given the current known circumstances, it is nearly certain that the spherical capsule we have discovered is an escape pod from this interstellar spacecraft. It is plausible that after an incident on the ship, this extraterrestrial intelligence either voluntarily or involuntarily entered the escape pod, but it seems highly likely that it lost all signs of life shortly after or even upon entry. Well, let us continue our research. I have many questions regarding it, such as how it met its demise, the civilization it hails from, and the interstellar craft it was aboard. Lin Dao's requests serve as the core driving force behind all their endeavors. The passionate scholar readily agreed. Lin Dao remained silent, merely observing the remains of the alien being. Meanwhile, other scholars and researchers diligently followed Lin Dao's intentions, becoming increasingly absorbed in their work under Lin Dao's guidance. They continued their efforts, albeit only in his absence. The excavation of the 15D area, the alien interstellar spacecraft, and the extraterrestrial civilization, tentatively dubbed Octopus civilization, present too many questions for humanity at this moment. This marks humanity's first encounter with an intelligent civilization beyond its own. The insectoid nature of this civilization does not diminish the curiosity surrounding another unknown civilization, as humanity stands on the threshold of the cosmos, still tethered to its home planet. This initial encounter with another civilization undoubtedly holds profound implications. This transdimensional and transspatial meeting signifies at least two pivotal realities. First, that long-distance interstellar travel is feasible, providing a crucial direction for humanity's future technological advancements. For any technological development, the foremost requirement is the acknowledgement that the technology in question indeed exists. Second, the existence of extraterrestrial intelligences and civilizations has been confirmed. This offers a definitive answer to past debates and speculations surrounding the subject. If it is a typical collective civilization, such an encounter could significantly alter the trajectory of a civilization's progression. Even for contemporary humanity, or specifically for Lin Dao, the implications are uniquely significant during this period. As the opening of the spherical capsule and the preliminary examination of the octopus-like extraterrestrial life form are completed, thinkers, sociologists, and philosophers within Blue Star civilization are fervently commencing their work. The confirmation of extraterrestrial civilizations reshapes people's perceptions and worldviews. As humanity acquires new understandings of the universe and the cosmos, it must also consider whether its own self-awareness within the cosmos and nature should evolve with the times. How should humanity position itself in relation to extraterrestrial civilizations? What stance should it adopt? What is the overarching structure of the cosmic society formed between civilizations? Is it one of alliances, or do civilizations remain isolated and seldom interact? Or perhaps it resembles a dark forest. If we disregard the element of chance, humanity has yet to genuinely step outside its door before encountering the remnants of another civilization's interstellar spacecraft, suggesting that the universe may be more vibrant than previously imagined. Every significant change inevitably leads to clashes of diverse ideologies, ultimately prompting a re-evaluation of the world and oneself. Climbing the tree of philosophy and achieving a transformation in thought is the mission of these thinkers and philosophers. For contemporary humanity, this transformation does not yield the same immediate enhancement of productivity as it might for a typical collective civilization, nor does it necessarily foster greater enthusiasm for development. After all, for a civilization that has adopted an insectoid nature, the subjective initiative has reached its maximum under Lin Dao's directives. Lin Dao's existence transcends all conventional ethical and philosophical boundaries, in terms of ascending the philosophical tree. It is akin to mechanizing divinity. Just as Lin Dao can unify billions of people on Blue Star with a single command, swiftly transforming them from a planetary civilization into an interstellar expansionist civilization, an effect that might take countless levels of philosophical advancement to achieve. Nevertheless, this remains significant for human civilization at times. Advancements in science and technology also require a foundation in thought and understanding. The elevation of civilization levels is an indispensable aspect of this process. This does not imply that higher-level civilizations are inherently more benevolent. Rather, it suggests that their philosophies and morals are likely capable of encompassing and comprehending the philosophical and social structures of lower-level civilizations. It may even lead to effects akin to cognitive pollution and philosophical weaponry. On the lunar surface, addressing the myriad questions posed by the octopus civilization and the interstellar spacecraft it left behind, humanity, under Lin Dao's will, has mobilized the entire civilization's collective resources for focused research efforts. Recently, the researchers and scholars who have arrived at the lunar base from the surface are primarily those who can contribute to the study of the octopus civilization, while ensuring the expansion pace of the lunar base can barely keep up with current demands. Most of the supplies transported via lunar rockets are related research equipment. However, given the constraints of the lunar environment and current technology, not all research and experiments can be conducted on the moon. Some samples discovered in the 15D area must occasionally be sent back to Earth. This frequent interaction between the Earth and the moon places heightened demands on the transportation capacity of lunar rockets. It's not that the current productivity on Earth cannot produce enough rockets. Under the prevailing industrial and societal operating methods, extracting resources for rocket production is quite extraordinary. Nonetheless, researchers in the fields of rocketry and aerospace have not been idle. Scholars from various nations have congregated during this period at the Equatorial Space Research Center in the Equatorial Launch Zone, dedicated to enhancing rocket capacities and persistently researching advanced flying vehicles. Pouring immense enthusiasm and effort into these endeavors. However, it remains uncertain when tangible results will materialize. Meanwhile, on the lunar surface, with productivity, computational power, transportation capabilities, and research strength maximally concentrated, even saturated, the work surrounding the 15D area and the interstellar spacecraft is progressing at a commendable pace. Within the 15D area, following the discovery of the spherical escape pod, excavations have continued, expanding the search radius outward and downward from the location of the escape (POD)by early May on Earth. The excavation efforts in the 15D area have essentially concluded. Firstly, one matter has been clarified. This severely damaged interstellar spacecraft indeed contained only a single alien passenger within the escape pod, or that the only extraterrestrial life form to seek refuge in the escape pod was that one being. At least, through the excavations within the 15D area, no additional escape pods or any other potential remnants of extraterrestrial life have been discovered. This absence of findings adds to the multitude of questions for the scholars involved. What could have been the original purpose of a solitary extraterrestrial entity undertaking interstellar travel, based on the information currently available to humanity? It is evident that the origin of this entity lies in an exceedingly distant realm. The notion of interstellar travel over such vast distances, with the cargo of but a single individual, strikes one as rather peculiar from the perspective of human understanding. Particularly intriguing is the technological prowess exhibited by this civilization, much of which does not appear to surpass that of humanity to any significant degree. The aspects that remain elusive seem less a testament to advancement and more an enigma in their own right. Consequently, the concept of interstellar travel, as comprehended by humanity, does not seem plausible as a mere short jaunt from home for such a civilization. Thus, whether this interstellar vessel is tasked with exploration or any other endeavor requiring extensive travel, it raises numerous questions. Can we truly assert that the intelligent beings of this civilization are free from psychological afflictions? Is it conceivable that this extraterrestrial life, having ventured forth from an unimaginably remote location, was inadvertently propelled here by a cataclysmic explosion at the galactic scale? Either hypothesis necessitates an abundance of unverifiable assumptions, which in itself renders the situation exceedingly baffling. Upon the completion of the excavation in the 15D zone, additional information has only served to deepen this perplexity. Surrounding the spherical capsule, a plethora of fragments from interstellar vessels has been unearthed, totaling over 100,000 beneath the spherical capsule. Within the lunar regolith, researchers have finally discovered some structural debris that does not belong to the interstellar vessel's outer shell. Currently, efforts are underway to reconstruct the appearance of this interstellar craft based on the fragments. However, one fact has already been firmly established by the assembled researchers and scholars. Mr. Lin, we have not located any energy or propulsion systems associated with this interstellar vessel, at least, none that align with our understanding of what such a craft should possess. While other non-shell fragments have yet to be fully restored, preliminary assessments suggest that they likely pertain to the life support systems of the interstellar vessel, potentially mixed with components of its communication and detection systems. However, we can assert with certainty that no structures capable of providing energy for this interstellar ship have been found. A scholar, responsible for the primary excavation in the 15D zone, brought Mr. Lin new developments. At that moment, Mr. Lin stood in the lunar base's life sciences laboratory, observing the researchers diligently engaged in their study of the alien life form. The lunar base was named to differentiate it from the 15D zone subbase and the Moon Palace base. Mr. Lin listened quietly as the other researchers, under his directive, continued their work, undeterred by the presence of the two conversing. Moreover, aside from the escape pod, we have not encountered any other supplies that this interstellar vessel should typically carry, such as food, energy resources, or spare components. That IT remains uncertain whether these provisions were entirely obliterated during the collision of the interstellar craft with the lunar surface. However, we lean towards the possibility that such supplies never existed in the first place, as we have found not a trace of them, not even in minute quantities, within the nearby lunar soil. We cannot comprehend this unless we entertain the notion that this alien being requires no sustenance and can directly absorb cosmic radiation to sustain its energy. This is implausible. Our research has clearly identified a complete digestive system within it, and no organs capable of absorbing radiative energy have been discovered at this juncture. A researcher, who had been diligently engrossed in his tasks, interjected with a timely remark before returning to his work. Mr. Lin, listening intently, turned to the scholar who had been reporting to him. Is there more? There is indeed another aspect we consider to be lacking. This vessel possesses no weapon systems. This fact is equally perplexing to us, and interstellar vessel devoid of any armaments raises questions. Even disregarding encounters with other civilizations, one would expect considerations for potential damage from minor meteoroids during prolonged voyages. The strength of the 1701D alloy is not sufficiently robust to provide complete immunity against meteoroid impacts. From our perspective, designing an interstellar vessel would inherently necessitate equipping it with a range of weaponry. The environment of the cosmic expanse cannot be presumed to be so benevolent as to forego armament altogether. In absence of weapons on an interstellar craft suggests that the entirety of the cosmic civilization is inherently amicable. However, such conjectures have already been dismissed by the scholars themselves. Humanity, as a participant in the universe, can scarcely claim to be devoid of threats towards other civilizations, given the vastness of the universe. The likelihood of humanity's situation being an isolated case is virtually non-existent. This implies that, even if the universe is not a dark forest, it is improbable that civilizations coexist in harmonious tranquility, replete with benevolence. Nonetheless, this only adds to the enigma surrounding the interstellar vessel. The construction of such a craft, from a technological standpoint, is undeniably intricate. Yet, the discovered alien interstellar vessel appears strikingly simple, lacking in all respects. Paradoxically, this vessel, which seemingly possesses nothing, has traversed the vastness of space only to collide with the threshold of human civilization. What are your speculations? Mr. Lin inquired. One researcher proposed that what we perceive as an interstellar vessel might actually be a complete escape pod from the ship. It is conceivable that the structure of the escape pod is double-layered, with an outer shell of alloy encasing the spherical chamber within. Thus, when the actual interstellar vessel encountered malfunction, the passengers may have entered different escape pods, with one ultimately landing on the lunar surface. This hypothesis addresses the question of the vessel's apparent lack of provisions. Another scholar suggested that this site could be a burial ground, possibly indicative of an octopus civilization's funeral rites. It is possible that the alien life form aboard the interstellar craft had perished upon entry or shortly thereafter. Are there any other hypotheses? Mr. Lin asked the scholar, sensing the multitude of thoughts from billions of minds. If he wished to inquire further, he need not rely solely on this scholar's verbal report. Such updates were merely customary. Indeed, Mr. Lin. Numerous scholars also subscribe to an alternative hypothesis, of which I am one. We contend that other speculations, whether considering the societal structure of the octopus civilization or contemplating various incidental events to elucidate the anomalies of the interstellar vessel, introduce an excess of assumptions. As the principle states, entities should not be multiplied beyond necessity. Given our belief that an interstellar vessel ought to be equipped with weaponry, yet it lacks such provisions, could it be possible, without adding further assumptions, that this very interstellar vessel is, in fact, a weapon? The scholar's face flushed as he relayed this conjecture to Mr. Lin, acknowledging that while this hypothesis compels us to exercise greater caution in our research, it does not elucidate other issues, such as the vessel's energy systems. Then let us continue our investigations. I eagerly anticipate some intriguing developments. Listening to the scholar's conjecture, Lin Dao couldn't help but chuckle. Aside from the completed excavation of the 15D area, the focal point of the entire study naturally remained the spherical escape pod. What the scholars eagerly anticipated most was the discovery of any form of writing or textual material from the octopus civilization within this spherical chamber. Successfully deciphering the script of this unknown civilization would inherently imply a significant understanding of its cultural and social structures. Regrettably, it remained uncertain whether the octopus civilization lacked a writing medium akin to human paper or if such materials had simply not been preserved within the escape pod. Despite the diligent search conducted by the scholars within the pod, they failed to uncover even a semblance of textual documentation, such as a spaceship manual. The only two items that appeared to resemble writing were a distorted pattern found on the pod's internal door handle, presumed to signify a push or pull mechanism, and a series of similarly twisted symbols encircling the pod's walls, totaling several dozen characters. This left them with little to speculate upon. However, within the spherical pod, they did discover several intact instruments and equipment. Hope lingered that these devices might still be operational or could be deciphered to reveal stored information, such as navigational logs. Yet, progress in decoding the various devices inside the pod was notably slow. Although the hardware indicated that these were indeed electronic devices, the technological trajectory of the octopus civilization, which had never previously interacted with humanity, was evidently worlds apart to unravel the potentially preserved information. They would need to start from the most fundamental level, comprehending how the octopus civilization stored information. Only then could they translate the data from these electronic devices into the script or language of the octopus civilization, and ultimately discuss the possibility of deciphering this information. Moreover, the critical components within these electronic devices were singular entities. The loss of even one would render the information irretrievable. Thus, the scholars from human civilization approached the entire process with utmost caution, which, in turn, objectively slowed their progress. Conversely, their research into other items within the spherical pod began to yield some results. They discovered what appeared to be emergency food supplies from an extraterrestrial life form. The packaging and contents underwent thorough analysis by the relevant researchers. The material used for the emergency food packaging was not the most common plastic found in human society, a byproduct of the petroleum industry, but rather a tightly woven multi-layered fiber crafted through a special method into a bag-like container. The emergency food from the octopus civilization was contained within this. This tightly woven multi-layered fiber was impermeable to air and water, achieving a vacuum-like packaging effect for the food. For the researchers studying this material, it was an eye-opening experience, evoking a sense of wonder at the vastness of the universe and its myriad mysteries. Following the analysis of the emergency food's contents, the researchers identified traces of several animals and plants previously unknown on Blue Star. Unfortunately, these emergency supplies contained no viable cells, making it nearly impossible, given current technological capabilities, to recreate the identified animals and plants. However, by synthesizing this information with their analysis of the physical characteristics of the octopus's intelligent life form, they were able to ascertain that the sentient beings of the octopus civilization were, like humans, omnivorous creatures. This was quite reasonable, as from an evolutionary perspective, omnivorous species generally possess greater adaptive advantages than those that are strictly carnivorous or herbivorous. Additionally, the packaged emergency food showed no signs of having been subjected to high temperatures, but there were indications of having been frozen at low temperatures. This led to the conclusion that the octopus civilization likely did not harbor a habit of consuming hot meals. Nonetheless, this was understandable. Based on the information at hand, the octopus civilization was most likely an oceanic one, with its intelligent beings being marine organisms. In the early stages of their civilization, it would have been nearly impossible for them to develop the conditions and habits necessary for cooking food. Even as their civilization advanced technologically, allowing for the potential of fire creation under restricted conditions, it was improbable that they would utilize high temperatures for cooking. The natural environment significantly influenced the societal structures of their civilization. However, it appears that the octopus civilization faced considerable hardships during its primitive era, as many tools reliant on high temperatures and flames, which necessitated an atmospheric environment, were beyond their means to fabricate. One might speculate that a civilization and intelligent life form that originated naturally in the cosmos would consider humanity's development on its home planet to be pitiable. Numerous tasks that could be accomplished with ease in space required humanity to continuously strive for technological advancement, only to barely grasp them in modern times. This was a brief exchange between two researchers during a lull in their studies, culminating in a hearty laugh from the one who initiated the discussion. Furthermore, amidst the research and analysis of the plethora of items within the spherical pod, the researchers confirmed another significant finding. The vine-like remnants attached to the top of the pod were indeed a part of the original structure, rather than an external addition. This revelation stemmed from the discovery of a complete model of the spherical pod within its interior, quietly resting at the bottom. Constructed from a metallic material, this model was not the 1701D alloy previously encountered, but rather a different alloy with a density greater than that of the original solution inside the pod. It could be inferred that it had been there prior to the extraction of the azure liquid within the pod. However, it was not situated in any particularly unique location, nor was there any evidence of a designated spot for the Model S placement. Did this model float about within the pod during its journey through space? Or was it held by the extraterrestrial being until its demise, after which it was inadvertently released, leaving it in a random position inside the pod rather than a fixed one? This was the hypothesis proposed by Professor Jean Weibo, who was responsible for studying the model. Such conjecture implied that this ornament-like object within the spherical pod held significant importance for the extraterrestrial being. Consequently, in recent days, Professor Jean Weibo had devoted his attention to researching this model. Treating its analysis as an independent project, Professor Jean was, by traditional standards, a genius. He had pursued anthropology during his undergraduate studies, only to make a complete 180-degree turn into the sciences for his graduate studies. Focusing on physics, following the conclusion of his academic career, he did not continue theoretical research at the university, but instead pivoted towards engineering, entering the aerospace field. His arrival on the lunar surface was voluntary. Much like the others present, as he believed his skills could be of use, and the prospect of contributing to Mr. Lin's endeavors was undeniably exhilarating. Of course, on the lunar surface at that moment. Amidst the saturated output of research efforts, there were many scholars with comparable experience and abilities. Currently, Professor Jean Weibo sat in a laboratory, with the spherical pod model set before him on the operating table. Yet, he did not engage in any practical operations. Instead, he sat quietly, gazing at the spherical model while his mind wandered through a myriad of thoughts. Over the past few days, relying on instruments and equipment, extensive research on the spherical pod model had already been conducted. All necessary tests had been performed. Multiple X-ray scans confirmed that the model was entirely solid. An analysis of the material density indicated that the internal and external materials of the model were identical. The materials team had also collected samples for further analysis, yielding results that suggested a commendable performance. However, there has yet to be an alloy stronger than the 1701D alloy, with a density slightly exceeding that of iron, which, in the context of human technological advancement, is hardly remarkable. These tests and analyses have largely dispelled the most optimistic expectations of Jean Weibo and his colleagues regarding the model, which was speculated to be a control instrument for an interstellar spacecraft or a spherical capsule, or perhaps a long-range communication terminal. So, what information can we derive from this model? Could it merely be an ordinary decorative piece within a spacecraft? Presently, this model only allows humanity to infer that individuals within the octopus civilization likely possess associative capabilities, evidence of cognitive recognition whereby one object symbolizes another. Moreover, it strongly suggests that the octopus civilization may have engaged in behaviors akin to the idol worship once prevalent in human civilization. However, this is almost a tautology. Associative ability should be a fundamental trait of intelligent beings. In essence, its sole apparent function is to provide humanity with an overview of the escape pod's design. With gloved hands, Professor Jean Weibo carefully examined this spherical capsule model, having initially handled it with extreme caution upon its discovery. Although it has now been confirmed that the model is free from radioactive and toxic contact hazards, they have refrained from touching it directly to avoid any corrosive damage from hand perspiration. The model itself possesses the shape of a spherical capsule, yet lacks its characteristic coloration. Instead, it presents a gray-black hue, reminiscent of iron with a patina, its surface smooth and devoid of rust from oxidation. This is the inherent color of the alloy. This peculiarity has left Jean Weibo and his team somewhat perplexed. Considering the issue of reductionism, one might wonder why, from a manufacturing perspective, they did not simply employ the 1701D alloy to create the model, which would have allowed for a more accurate color representation. The analysis results from the Life Research Laboratory indicate that individuals of the octopus civilization are not colorblind and possess color perception abilities. Nevertheless, this remains a minor quandary for now. Reasons can always be devised. Gently tracing the contours and lines of the spherical capsule model with his gloved fingertips, Professor Jean Weibo noted that, from a human aesthetic standpoint, the model lacks refinement, with some lines appearing noticeably coarse. It resembles more of a handcrafted artifact than an industrial product. Finally, there is the peculiar structure atop the spherical capsule. It provides humanity with insight into the bizarre entity that once adorned the top of the capsule. It appears to be a mass of tentacles, forked at the ends, reminiscent of the lower half of an octopus, magnified and placed atop the capsule. However, unlike the remnants of that entity now resting on the capsule, the tentacles on the model do not coil around the surface. Instead, they rise like a flower, creating an overall odd appearance. Nevertheless, the information conveyed by this portion of the model holds little value for Professor Jean Weibo at this moment. The research team studying the strange entity atop the spherical capsule had already conducted an in-depth scan of the model's data a few days prior. Whether this will aid in the investigation of that peculiar entity remains uncertain. At this juncture, Jean Weibo paused once more, returning the spherical capsule model to the workstation, feeling somewhat troubled. If this model is merely a decorative item, why is it of such significance to this extraterrestrial life form? Could it truly hold a unique meaning for the individual of this alien species? Perhaps a gift from a significant person? However, one must question the rationale behind gifting a model of an escape pod. From the perspective of the octopus civilization's idiosyncratic customs and habits, such reasoning might hold merit. Yet, this presupposed hypothesis bears no significance to the research itself. Conjectures are limitless, yet determining which is correct is impossible. It amounts to mere speculation. Perhaps, after further study of this model, the endeavor may ultimately be abandoned, much like the investigation into the interstellar spacecraft and extraterrestrial life, which may never resolve all its mysteries at that moment. The timer nearby emitted its alarm. Professor Jean Weibao gestured to silence the alarm from a distance, and, though reluctantly, stored the spherical capsule model away, concluding his work for the day that it was time for him to leave, despite the invigorating influence of Lin Dao, which had heightened people's enthusiasm for work and rendered their motivation seemingly constant. This fervor did not manifest in continuous labor. On the contrary, to ensure optimal efficiency, management meetings from various sectors had meticulously scheduled rest periods to guarantee maximum productivity over extended working hours. Each individual's daily working hours may even differ, dictated by physiological variances, as the optimal working time for each person to perform at peak efficiency varies according to their need for rest. Consequently, each person's working and resting hours were tailored to these differences. Professor Jean Weibao's self-assessment, along with evaluations from other professionals, placed his daily work limit at 9 hours, which could diminish to 6 hours under high-intensity research conditions. Yet, within the same laboratory, some researchers remained energized, capable of accomplishing 10 hours of research work each day. Each time he contemplated this, Professor Jean Weibao felt a tinge of regret. The establishment of such a work and rest schedule had been utterly inconceivable in the past. It appeared unjust, and there were those who preferred longer rest periods with shorter work hours. Moreover, significant management issues loomed. Yet now, this was a natural occurrence. In fact, under the current circumstances, the researchers required little to no management. As rest periods arrived, Jean Weibao exited the laboratory to dine at the cafeteria in the OneWeb base, engaging in conversation with another researcher during the process. The casual exchanges following each day's work allowed him to unwind swiftly. Subsequently, he returned to his resting quarters, meticulously timing his bedtime. Although the challenges of research troubled him, they did not escalate to the point of disturbing his sleep. He understood that such anxiety would hinder his work efficiency, prompting him to maintain a positive mindset and continual adjustment. Moreover, they were working for Mr. Lin. Even in the absence of progress, motivation remained unwavering. Even if a lifetime were spent on the same problem, one would embrace it willingly, naturally fostering a sense of peace and devoid of long-term anxiety. Thus, Professor Jean Weibao fell swiftly into slumber, enjoying a restful night without snoring. Remarkably, during this night of sleep, he experienced a dream, a rarity for him since Mr. Lin's emergence. In this dream, he did not envision any individuals or events. Instead, he beheld a tranquil expanse of ocean, a deep azure sea. The water remained undisturbed, devoid of waves or ripples, while the sky appeared to press low against the surface, nearly resting upon it. The scene was silent, resembling an unchanging panoramic image. Fixed within his dream. In this dream, he felt an inner calmness. Or perhaps he simply did not dream of his own existence, but rather of the sea alone. Upon awakening the next day, however, the tranquility of the dream had dissipated, leaving Professor Jean Weibao with a sense of discomfort. His chest felt heavy, as though he stood beneath the clouds foreboding a storm. An inexplicable oppression weighed upon him. Yet, instinctively, he seemed to ignore how to alleviate this discomfort, carrying forth this weighty sensation as he commenced the day's work. That night, he found himself dreaming once more, once again envisioning that deep azure sea. Yet again, the tranquil surface of the sea remained undisturbed, mirroring the equally still sky, which loomed low above. This time, however, he had descended beneath that hauntingly blue expanse. Below the surface, the water too was devoid of movement, lacking both currents and waves. Apart from the water itself, there were no fish swimming within its depths, nor any aquatic flora. The dream persisted in its silence, akin to a frozen tableau. encompassing the entirety of the dreamscape. Point one could only perceive the endless expanse of water, shifting from a serene blue to a somber darkness, with no discernible end in sight, whether moving forward, backward, or deeper into the abyss. Throughout the duration of this dream, Professor Jean Weibao appeared to be enveloped in a profound calm. Yet upon awakening the next day, he was beset by an indescribable sense of oppression. Physiologically, it manifested as a sensation of suffocation, prompting him to gasp for breath before regaining his composure. Strangely, he felt a subconscious acceptance regarding the dream from the previous night, devoid of any doubts. Once he had gathered himself, he rose to prepare for his morning routine and the day's research endeavors. As he departed from his resting place, he reached out to touch his sleeping bag, which felt inexplicably damp, perhaps a remnant of the sweat induced by the intensity of the dream upon awakening. Today, his research did not yield any significant breakthroughs, nor did it reveal any new directions. The analysis of the spherical capsule model seemed to have reached an impasse. Nevertheless, Professor Jean Weibao's subjective experience was quite the opposite. It appeared that as he spent more time engaged with the creations of the octopus civilization, he was increasingly able to appreciate their aesthetic. What once could be described as primitive or crude lines in the model had begun to reveal a unique and striking beauty to him. This sensation was unlike anything found in human civilization's artifacts, evoking a sense of natural perfection. For many days prior, he had failed to grasp its intricacies, but now it felt as though he was on the cusp of understanding. Moreover, his perception of beauty in the model continued to sharpen with the passage of time. Thus, throughout the day, Professor Jean Weibao scrutinized the spherical capsule model repeatedly. He felt that by thoroughly comprehending and immersing himself in the octopus civilization's perspective, he would unveil the mysteries concealed within the model. At this moment, the model seemed to transcend its status as a mere ornament, as if he had entirely erased that possibility from his mind. Instinctively, he believed that the spherical capsule model harbored secrets of utmost significance, one that eclipsed the importance of the entire interstellar spacecraft, the capsule itself, and even the alien existence it contained. Cradling the model in his hands, he brought it close to his eyes, a look of obsession flickering across his gaze, as though he were admiring some precious treasure. His countenance flushed with this emotion, and he occasionally broke into an inexplicable smile. He felt a thrill reminiscent of the exhilaration he experienced when he first entered the realm of mathematics, when his teacher guided them through the derivation of Maxwell's equations, revealing their profound beauty, compelling him to voice his excitement. Now, he was beginning to experience a similar sensation emanating from this model. The moment of revelation was imminent. He was on the verge of deciphering the hidden marvels within the model, and he would present this splendid answer to Mr. Lin. Upon the thought of Mr. Lin, Jean Weibao suddenly paused, his rapt gaze sharpening. He then realized that the model was nearly pressed against his eye socket. He carefully placed it back onto the workstation. However, he did not persist in this restraint for long. That he examined the model on the workstation, his face betraying a flicker of hesitation. Eventually, that hesitation was supplanted by another emotion. He reached out and removed the gloves he had been wearing. For the first time, his fingers made direct contact with the model itself. Old Yang, I had a rather peculiar dream last night. He began, speaking to a colleague during dinner at the cafeteria, synchronizing with the ground time in the evening. This marked the first occasion Jean Weibao had shared his dream with another, and he seemed imbued with a strong desire to share. What kind of dream? A nightmare or a beautiful dream? It must have been a good dream. I dreamt of a vast expanse of blue sea, having encountered so much related to the octopus civilization. You must have dreamt of their ocean. According to the conditions within the spherical capsule, individuals of the octopus civilization resided in a realm of hauntingly blue waters. Additionally, I feel I am on the brink of uncovering the information hidden within the model. Well, that is indeed a positive development, as Mr. Lin's objective requires our collective effort to achieve. Indeed, Jean Weibao replied, a trace of excitement evident in his voice. This was a wholly natural response, that buoyant eagerness to recount a newfound understanding of a difficult problem. That night, researcher Yang, after conversing with Professor Jean Weibao, also dreamt of a boundless expanse of hauntingly blue ocean. The sea was eerily silent, with no end in sight, whether moving forward or backward, upward or downward. Meanwhile, Jean Weibao himself dreamt of that very ocean. In this dream, the imagery beneath the water seemed to signify that he had drifted even further from the surface, he found himself submerged deeper than before within the dream. At long last, he beheld something beyond the blue water's eye. In the depths of the murky ocean, he seemingly glimpsed other shadows. These silhouettes were indistinct, their outlines hazied, no sounds broke the silence, and their movements did not disturb the water. It was as if silent black and white films were being projected from some unknown source into the depths of that dark ocean. In the next instant, Jean Weibao felt as though he had awakened. Yet, it was not from the rest area of the moon base. He had awakened within the dream itself. The dreams of the ocean, which had persisted for 3 consecutive nights, seemed to shatter something upon witnessing those shadows in the ocean's depths. Everything transformed from a mere still image. In the dream, he was no longer a passive observer. Awakening within the dream, he instinctively moved toward that shadowy figure in the depths, swimming effortlessly, as if the ability to navigate the water was innate. He swiftly approached the darkness below, where time lost all meaning, sinking deeper into the haunting blue waters. Yet around him, everything appeared unchanged. The surface and surroundings remained that still water, and the shadowy figure, reminiscent of a black and white film projection, seemed to remain just out of reach. After an indeterminate period, he suddenly felt as though the world was spinning, losing all sense of direction, the visuals before him appearing inverted. In an instant, he found himself deeper in the water, seemingly no longer swimming downward, but instead upward. Ahead of him, a figure emerged from the darkness of the water, swimming against the light toward him. He gazed at that figure, and through the azure waters, he saw himself. Instinctively, he looked down at his own body. That a slick tentacle came into view. In the next moment, Jean Weibao jolted awake from his dream, instinctively reaching out to touch himself, as if searching for the slippery tentacle he had seen in the dream's climax. However, as his consciousness returned, he found no trace of terror within him. Confusion flickered in his eyes, and the searching gestures of his hands ceased. Shortly thereafter, this confusion dissipated. He merely glanced down at his bed and sleeping bag, both soaked with liquid. The dampness was no longer reminiscent of earlier instances, but rather akin to having a bucket of water poured over him while he slept. Alternatively, it was as if he had emerged from the shower while still wrapped in the sleeping bag. Returning to his bed in such a state, the moisture soaking the bedding shimmered with a faint blue hue, and among it, there were traces of a sticky, transparent substance that resembled the slippery substance that coats a fish's body. Yet, Jean Weibao, upon witnessing this scene, displayed neither the previous confusion nor panic. Instead, he appeared accustomed to it. Rising to tidy the damp bed, he was preparing to embark on his work, eager to unravel the mysteries concealed within the octopus civilization model. This enigma, he believed, could significantly contribute to Mr. Lin's objectives. He felt a surge of exhilaration, even bordering on fervor. However, at that moment, the loudspeakers resonated throughout the lunar base, echoing through every chamber, experiment, and corridor, all research pertaining to the octopus civilization. Extraterrestrial spacecraft and alien life was to be suspended. Every researcher and staff member in the laboratories or other areas was to return immediately to their respective rest chambers. Everyone was to remain inside their rest quarters, prohibited from venturing out, awaiting further orders from me. Additionally, all ground personnel directly linked to the lunar base, extraterrestrial spacecraft, and octopus civilization research teams were to cease their activities and stay within the nearest building, awaiting my subsequent commands. Furthermore, all rockets traversing extraterrestrial routes were to halt information exchange with the ground and the moon, while launches of rockets and spacecraft between the ground and the moon were to be temporarily suspended, all pending my further instructions. This was the voice of Lin Dao. To some extent, issuing commands via broadcast or communication was somewhat redundant for Lin Dao. In that instant, every individual among humanity had received Lin Dao's directive. Whether on the moon, the ground, or en route between the two, the researchers, naturally, commenced immediate compliance with Lin Dao's orders. Even those whose experiments were at critical stages would not hesitate for a moment. They promptly initiated the interruption protocols and returned in an orderly fashion to their rest chambers. Those researchers who had intended to leave their quarters to commence the day's work also halted, returning to their beds to sit quietly. There was no hint of discontent regarding Lin Dao's request. However, the researchers pondered the underlying reasons. What could have transpired? Here, Jean Weibao, preparing to leave his rest chamber, paused upon receiving Lin Dao's command. His eyes shimmered with a hint of redness. He wished to delve into the mysteries of the model more swiftly, as it was of utmost importance, indeed critical. He felt a pressing urgency, even a desire to immediately behold that model preserved in the laboratory. Yet, all these sentiments were subdued by Lin Dao's command. After seemingly struggling in place for a moment, Jean Weibo reseated himself. Following this brief struggle, his consciousness appeared to sharpen, but a flicker of confusion crossed his face as he sensed something was amiss, though he could not quite grasp what it was. Through the connection to billions, Lin Dao could perceive the occurrence of significant events. It was as if these perceptions were typically managed by the subconscious and instinct, only surfacing to consciousness following important incidents. Previously, when the researchers at the lunar base discovered the 1701D alloy, it had been the same. This time, it was no different. Almost instantaneously, as Jean Weibo awoke from his nightmare, Lin Dao sensed that something had transpired. This sensation was akin to stepping through a puddle of dirty water, feeling the grime splash onto one's leg and neck, accompanied by a slight itch on that small patch of skin. Normally, one would not consciously focus on that area. When the skin itches, one simply becomes aware of it. Upon following the sensation, it became evident that humanity's internal monitoring methods seemed somewhat inadequate. Under Lin Dao's command, each individual within humanity effectively became part of a collective, akin to a vast sentient organism with Lin Dao as its soul. Who was there to monitor within this civilization? The concept of past confidentiality had grown increasingly nebulous. Of course, with Lin Dao's perceptive abilities, there seemed to be little need for internal surveillance. After all, as now demonstrated, Lin Dao was able to sense when events unfolded at this moment, through his capability to sense everyone. Even delving into their memories, Lin Dao swiftly reconstructed, or rather directly witnessed, the entire sequence of events. He saw the complete process unfold. Last night, Jean Weibo had removed the spherical pod model from the storage laboratory. This was an observation made from Jean Weibo's perspective, allowing Lin Dao to even feel the emotions he experienced at that time: obsession, fervor, excitement, and overwhelming joy akin to witnessing the most wondrous sight in the world. This intense emotional outburst occurred the moment he removed his gloves and touched the spherical pod model with his fingers. It seemed as though his cognition had been altered, for otherwise, such an act would be inexplicable. To extract the spherical pod model from the laboratory was an act deemed improper, a gross violation of the moral principles derived from Lin Dao's commands. In that moment, Lin Dao could distinctly sense that Jean Weibo believed it was correct to take the spherical pod model outside. It was advantageous not only to him, but to humanity and Lin Dao as well. Lin Dao watched as Jean Weibo grasped the spherical pod model in his hands and carried it out of the laboratory. He did not attempt to conceal the model he had removed. It remained in his grasp. Lin Dao even observed the perspectives of other researchers. Yet, all researchers and scholars who witnessed Jean Weibo's actions disregarded the scene of him taking the spherical pod model from the laboratory. Even during dinner that evening, Jean Weibo's grasp of the model obstructed the view of a certain researcher Yang, who continued to ignore its presence. Nevertheless, this blinding effect seemed ineffective against him at least. As he reviewed the footage now, the existence of the spherical pod model was crystal clear to him. Following this, the footage of Professor Jean Weibo returning to his rest chamber grew somewhat chaotic. The images were fragmented and disordered, reminiscent of an old television's static and flickering snow, suggesting not that something had disrupted Lin Dao's perceptive abilities, but rather that Jean Weibo's own perception had become disarrayed. However, Lin Dao felt no need to scrutinize further. This was sufficient for him to glean the approximate nature of the events. One matter had become nearly certain. This interstellar spacecraft might indeed be a weapon in its own right. More than just Jean Weibo had fallen victim. Lin Dao could easily discern from his connection to everyone who else had experienced similar issues, through the sensations and memories of these individuals. It became apparent that they had all had multiple close encounters with the spherical pod model. Some were researchers who had directly discovered the model from within the pod. Others had collected data related to the model, hoping to glean insights for the study of the pod itself, as well as those who had analyzed the materials of the model. There were also Jean Weibo's fellow researchers and assistants involved in the same project concerning the spherical pod model. However, due to the later stagnation of the model's research, although no final conclusions had been reached, the consensus that the model lacked further research value had begun to take root within the project. Consequently, Other researchers and assistants had largely redirected their focus to different projects. Their exposure to the model had not been as prolonged as Jean Weibo's. Had the previous situation persisted, it was likely that Jean Weibo himself would have eventually abandoned the study of the spherical pod model as well. However, it is evident that during this process, Jean Weibo's cognition has undergone certain transformations, including Jean Weibo. A total of 53 individuals have been affected. Among these individuals, there exists a unique exception, researcher Yang, who frequently engages in discussions with Jean Weibo. Unlike the others who have been affected, researcher Yang has not had multiple encounters with the spherical capsule model. His only instance of close contact occurred the previous night, when Jean Weibo removed the model from the laboratory. Yet, considering the perspectives and memories of other researchers within the Moon Inquiry Base, such a degree of contact should not have resulted in an infection. Otherwise, the number of affected individuals would not be limited to just 53 after the spherical capsule model was discovered. In the time following the model's discovery, researchers at both the Moon Inquiry Base and the Moon Palace Base have regarded the model with considerable seriousness. Nearly all those engaged in lunar research have observed the spherical capsule model at least once. Yet now, even as an exception, researcher Yang has still succumbed to its effects. While his interaction with the spherical capsule model has been minimal, his contact with Professor Jean Weibo has been more frequent. It appears that the issue lies with Jean Weibo himself, who, as the most severely affected individual within the lunar research community, seems to have undergone some changes that he appears to have transformed into a new spherical capsule model, possessing effects akin to those of the original model. But how did he manage to infect researcher Yang? From what Lin Dao has observed, this phenomenon resembles a peculiar virus. What, then, serves as its medium of transmission? Air, direct contact, or information? In the perspective of researcher Yang, Lin Dao recalled that during dinner the previous night, Jean Weibo had mentioned his dream about the ocean. Did the influence begin to spread from that moment? After instructing personnel at the Moon Inquiry Base, as well as those at the Moon Palace Base and on the ground, to effectively isolate themselves in their respective lounges or rooms, Lin Dao refrained from issuing further orders. He merely utilized everyone's perspectives and senses to observe. He was watching to see if the influence that originated from the spherical capsule model could continue to spread under these circumstances. Additionally, he aimed to observe what developments might arise from the influence triggered by the spherical capsule model. Objectively speaking, such a course of action is quite risky according to conventional reasoning. The unknown inherently entails risk. However, it is clear that Lin Dao does not conform to the norm. For him, the unfamiliarity of unprecedented occurrences brings a sense of novelty. At this point, the stimulation is far from overwhelming. Nonetheless, Lin Dao's patience has begun to unsettle Professor Jean Weibo, the key figure in this incident. Due to Lin Dao's orders, Jean Weibo, who initially displayed an eager fervor to commence today's work, has been compelled to remain in the lounge. The space at the Moon Inquiry Base is relatively cramped, and Jean Weibo has a roommate in the lounge, though their work schedules typically do not overlap. Yet now, after receiving Lin Dao's command, his roommate should have returned but has not. However, Jean Weibo appears oblivious to this fact. He is consumed by anxiety, initially able to sit at the edge of his bed, but soon begins pacing back and forth within the confined space of the lounge. The brief moment of clarity and confusion brought on by Lin Dao's command has not persisted long. By this point, Jean Weibo's eyes are bloodshot, his expression grotesque, and his muscles taut. Resembling a frenzied beast driven by hunger, he feels an urgent need to escape. This matter is of utmost importance. The mysteries of the spherical capsule model. No. It should be referred to as the truth. Dictate everything. He must unravel it and present it to Mr. Lin. Only then will everything become better. However, Mr. Lin's orders have confined him here. This intense conflict seems poised to distort and extinguish his rationality. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Finally, Jean Weibo cries out in the solitude of his cramped chamber, his internal pleas spilling forth as vocalizations. What follows is a heart-wrenching scream, a state of twisted agony, yet he still maintains a semblance of respect for Mr. Lin while feeling an urgent desperation that he needs Mr. Lin's consent to leave, to uncover the truth behind the spherical capsule for everyone. Mr. Lin, I have something important to attend to. I must immediately engage with the spherical capsule model. Mr. Lin, I wish to go out. Jean Weibo knows that if Mr. Lin wishes to hear him, he certainly can. Just as Mr. Lin can directly communicate orders to everyone without the aid of technology, he too can hear the voices of all. After a fervent outcry, he finally receives the anticipated response from Lin Dao. In truth, Lin Dao's attention has never wavered from Zhang Weibao, even while simultaneously monitoring all those affected. Zhang Weibao is the focal point of this scrutiny. Listening to his cries, Lin Dao, through his connection to Zhang Weibao's existence, directly replies, "Do you wish to engage with the model of the octopus civilization? It is already within you. You carried it out of the laboratory." Lin Dao seeks to observe Zhang Weibao's reaction. Zhang Weibao naturally hears Lin Dao's voice, even though there remains a considerable physical distance between them. His urgent and anxious cries falter. First, he feels confusion, followed by agony that he brought the spherical capsule model out of the laboratory. The model is within him. Since awakening that morning, Zhang Weibao seems to have been unaware of this fact. If anyone else had said such a thing to him, it might have gone unheeded, and he would have remained ensconced in his own understanding. Yet this statement comes from Mr. Lin, whose words must certainly hold truth. Everyone is aware of Mr. Lin's capabilities. They know he can perceive everything directly. Thus, he must have carried the model out of the laboratory. That I need to go out. I need to engage with it. No. Mr. Lin said that he took it out in this frenzied and struggling state. Zhang Weibao bends down, tossing aside the bedding and sleeping bag, overturning everything within the lounge, searching himself thoroughly, then succumbing to uncontrollable retching. Once, twice, he hunched over, expelling a mass of filth from his mouth. Remnants of partially digested food consumed the previous night. Yet intertwined with this were unknown viscous substances. After expelling the food remnants, what Zhang Weibao vomits next is a mixture of viscous fluid and a luminescent blue liquid, reminiscent of the seawater from his dream. Akin to the blue solution within the spherical capsule, the situation has evidently surpassed the bounds of normalcy. The viscous fluid and seawater he expelled now cover the floor of the lounge, clearly exceeding the capacity of a human stomach. Following a series of violent and continuous retches, Lin Dao, through Zhang Weibao's own perspective, witnesses the spherical capsule model that Zhang Weibao had carried out of the laboratory. Zhang Weibao expels the model from his mouth. The size of the spherical capsule model is somewhat larger than an adult's fist, clearly surpassing the limits of what a normal esophagus can swallow. While it defies logical comprehension how Zhang Weibao managed to ingest it, at this moment, it seems to be expelled from his throat and mouth by some unseen force. Consequently, Zhang Weibao's neck stretches outward, and his gaping mouth is forcibly torn at the corners, dislocating his jaw. Crack. A muffled sound resonated as the model tumbled from Zhang Weibao's lips and landed upon the floor of the resting chamber, which was awash in azure seawater. At that moment, it became evident that the model was smeared with blood, accompanied by gruesome remnants of flesh and fragments of severed teeth, still glistening with crimson. For any ordinary individual, this scene would evoke a sense of horror. Yet, Zhang Weibao appeared oblivious to his own condition. Upon noticing the model on the ground, his eyes sparkled with excitement, like a predator pouncing on its prey. He swiftly extended his hands, disregarding the filth beneath him, and lifted the spherical pod, cradling it in his palms. His gaze radiated an obsessive joy. He had found it. He had found it. It was a vision of such beauty, embodying the essence of all aesthetics in the world. It was an exquisite marvel, representing the perfect amalgamation of all intricate creations, splendid, magnificent. At that moment, Zhang Weibao felt he had glimpsed the truth of existence. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face, followed by an uncontrollable outburst of laughter. How could such a thing exist in this universe? Everything in this world ought to be just like this. Meanwhile, Lin Dao, perceiving the scene through Zhang Weibao's perspective, found himself in a state of utter disarray, a chaos that threatened to induce vertigo. Nevertheless, Lin Dao discerned an important detail, as Zhang Weibao wept and laughed while holding the model. A slick suction cup adorned tentacle emerged gradually from beneath his clothing, extending from the hem and reaching toward the spherical model. This bizarre spectacle suggested that the events unfolding around Zhang Weibao transcended the current understanding of human technology, or perhaps diverged entirely from the same technological lineage. In the following period, Lin Dao refrained from issuing further commands or taking action, simply observing the passage of time. The individuals affected by the influence of the spherical pod could be categorized into 3 severity levels. The most severely impacted was undoubtedly Zhang Weibao, standing in a category of his own. Next were the researchers, such as researcher Yang, who, at Lin Dao's behest, remained within the resting chamber and gradually exhibited signs of agitation, occasionally mumbling incoherently. The least affected were those who showed no immediate reaction. Though Lin Dao sensed something amiss by the afternoon, the condition of those already affected had worsened as time progressed. Zhang Weibao had manifested a second tentacle. However, the total number of affected individuals remained at 53, with no new cases emerging. This indicated that, regardless of how the model's influence spread, isolating these individuals along with the model, severing their connection with the outside world and all forms of communication, had at least interrupted the model's triggering effects. From the perspective of human civilization, this crisis had not truly erupted. It had effectively been quelled in its nascent stage as for what lay ahead. It belonged to an entirely different realm at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Aside from the 53 individuals confined in their respective chambers, the other researchers and scholars were released from their resting quarters following Lin Dao's orders. As for the events that transpired, Lin Dao found no need to conceal the truth from the scholars, directly informing them that it indeed resembled a form of contagion at this moment, the moon base, or the lunar palace base, or humanity's civilization, found itself presented with a significant research project concerning the spherical pod model. Unlike Professor Zhang Weibao's previous investigations, this time the model had actively demonstrated its purpose, and the research direction was now unmistakably clear. Even though the spherical pod model was evidently a weapon sent by the octopus civilization, understanding it more comprehensively held substantial value. For instance, there was considerable curiosity regarding the ultimate effects this model would yield. The ideal subject for observation was none other than Zhang Weibao himself. The reactions occurring within Zhang Weibao were precisely what the octopus civilization had anticipated upon launching the spherical pod model. Though perilous, there was a palpable eagerness to discover what would transpire, or rather, what had already occurred within these affected individuals. The first course of action would be to conduct the most thorough examination of the bodies of all affected individuals. Although the mechanism through which this object exerted its influence appeared entirely alien to our technological paradigms, prior investigations had failed to uncover any supportive mechanisms for its current functionality. Nonetheless, it was worth attempting. It bore some resemblance to the patterns of Mr. Lin's abilities, which were entirely incompatible with our technology or, conversely, utterly incomprehensible given our present level of scientific understanding. However, it was considerably less potent than Mr. Lin's capabilities that if Mr. Lin's powers had manifested at that moment, they would have enveloped everyone in an instant. Some researchers brought up Lin Dao's abilities, yet it was acknowledged that the spherical pod model's influence was significantly weaker. Had it been of a comparable nature to Lin Dao's abilities, the researchers discovering the model would have experienced an immediate dispersal effect among the objects on the ground and the paths previously traversed. Moreover, there was another peculiar matter to consider. The spherical pod model, as a weapon, presented several questionable aspects. From a design perspective, the mechanism through which this spherical pod model exerted its effects seemed rather delicate. This thought was proposed by a scholar previously specialized in missile research. It was akin to a missile being launched from a distant point, traversing great distances only to reach its target without detonating immediately. It required the enemy to locate it, dismantle its exterior, and reveal the true threat within before it could take effect. Even though the component responsible for the actual impact was formidable, from a weapon design standpoint, one might question the necessity of such an approach. This scholar's comment momentarily halted the discussions among the researchers, as it raised a significant and evident concern. Yet, the reality was that this weapon from the octopus civilization operated in precisely this convoluted manner. If no logical inconsistencies could be found in the deductions, yet the outcomes diverged from reality, it was highly likely that we had overlooked some critical condition. After a moment of contemplation, another scholar suggested. In fact, there exists an object strikingly similar to the spherical pod modeled at this juncture. A relatively young researcher, not yet 40, proposed an imaginative idea. The assembled scholars, possessing exceptionally advanced cognitive abilities, quickly grasped the intent behind this young researcher's statement. The object akin to the spherical pod model was, in fact, the spherical pod itself. Since its discovery, it had remained within the focus of scrutiny, with most research revolving around its interior and exterior. To some extent, it truly served as an amplification of the spherical pod model. Possessing similar functionalities, it would imply that the spherical pod model might indeed be merely a modeled. It may have acquired certain capabilities inherent to the spherical pod due to various reasons. The spherical pod could thus be the genuine weapon deployed by the octopus civilization, presenting a more coherent logical framework. With this new line of thought, the researchers quickly engaged in animated discussions. Yet, the spherical pod itself had not yet demonstrated any effects. Following the current logic, the spherical pod should have been capable of manifesting its functions more immediately than the model. However, since the discovery of the spherical pod, no observable threat had emerged from it, leading us to tentatively introduce a new hypothesis. Perhaps its primary target was neither the moon nor ourselves. Previously, we speculated that the octopus civilization starship had shattered upon colliding with the lunar surface, and the 1701D alloy should have indeed been destroyed in the violent impact. However, it is evident that the octopus civilization possesses certain forces that our current technological trajectory cannot elucidate. Thus, we cannot dismiss the possibility that this interstellar vessel of the octopus civilization is significantly more formidable than we initially imagined. What I mean is, during the period from its launch from the octopus civilization or other points under its control until its descent onto the lunar surface, could it have been subjected to an assault from a third civilization? One that exists beyond both us and the octopus civilization. It is also plausible that this third civilization's attack directly resulted in the vessel losing its spherical capsule's structural integrity, subsequently causing it to deviate from its intended course. After all, if its original target was us, would it not have been more advantageous for it to land or collide directly with the blue planet? If that were the case, it would indeed be a remarkable coincidence. If the trajectory was altered, it seems unlikely that it would deviate by such a minuscule amount. The distance between the Earth and the Moon, when considered within the vastness of the universe, is, in fact, negligible, even within the confines of our solar system. Should there have been a deviation, it could only have stemmed from a shift from one civilization to the periphery of human civilization on the blue planet. At this juncture in the discussion, a brief silence enveloped the group of researchers. After a moment, one of them ventured to speak, suggesting that if we follow this line of reasoning, the spherical capsule's loss of resemblance to the model could be attributed to damage sustained by the object atop the capsule. This constitutes a viable hypothesis. In comparing the model with the spherical capsule, the most significant difference lies in the anomalous structure at the apex of the capsule. The model's equivalent structural component remains intact, while the spherical capsule has evidently lost its original form. Throughout the discussions among the researchers, this entire line of thought has been significantly clarified. However, despite the logical coherence of these deductions, many researchers concur that this speculation remains unsubstantiated in numerous respects, some of which may never be verifiable. The universe is vast, and with humanity's current technology, we are utterly incapable of locating the potential whereabouts of the octopus civilization, nor can we identify the possibly even more powerful third-party civilization. Hence, verification remains elusive. Lin Dao did not partake in the discussions among the researchers, yet he gleaned insights into their deliberations and conclusions. His curiosity regarding the octopus civilization has undeniably intensified. However, this is not an issue that requires immediate resolution. When he arrived in the core chamber of the moon base, Lin Dao cast a glance at the spherical capsule, still secured in its original position. The group of researchers and lunar scholars engaged in discussions regarding the series of events triggered by the spherical capsule model. 53 individuals, including Zhang Weibao, influenced by the model, had already been sent for comprehensive medical examinations. Out of these, 52 were attended to by medical personnel either on the lunar surface or remotely from the Earth. Zhang Weibao, to prevent any further exchange of information with the outside world, voluntarily entered a diagnostic apparatus under Lin Dao's orders, where medical personnel conducted remote assessments. Although Zhang Weibao now bore 2 additional octopus-like appendages, which appeared rather grotesque, he still managed to comply with Lin Dao's instructions, albeit with a noticeable delay in his reactions. Before the evening of that day, bolstered by ample resources and assistance, a total of 53 individuals, including Zhang Weibao, had undergone the most extensive routine examinations feasible. A few individuals were constrained by the current equipment limitations at the lunar base. Either they had already collected samples to be sent back to Earth, or had received relevant apparatus delivered by lunar rockets. Based on the examinations that had been completed concerning psychological and cognitive assessments, Mr. Lin, The individuals you identified as having relatively mild conditions exhibited no significant physical anomalies. Their internal organs, blood, immune systems, skeletal structures, integuments, and overall appearances showed no signs of abnormality. The extracted cellular samples also revealed no deviations as for genetic analysis. The completed segments yielded no issues in terms of physical health. Even minor ailments were deemed normal and consistent with their prior states. Lacking any particularity, the sole issue identified pertained to psychological and cognitive aspects. Those with mild conditions almost universally displayed a shift towards a preference for aquatic environments, regardless of gender or age, accompanied by inexplicable anxiety. Furthermore, regarding the researchers you categorized, such as Professor Jean Weibao, under the second tier of severity, take, for instance, researcher Yang. Initially, his physical examination revealed no distinctive concerns, mirroring the findings of those with mild conditions. However, as the examination progressed toward its conclusion by evening, an anomaly manifested on researcher Yang's left arm. An area of skin resembling fish scales appeared on the outer side. This fish-like skin seemed to have embedded itself within his normal dermal layer, consuming the healthy skin that should have remained. The entire occurrence transpired without warning, and following its emergence, we promptly conducted a secondary examination of researcher Yang's body. No other abnormalities were found, and we have yet to ascertain the mechanism behind the appearance of this fish-like skin. A representative researcher conveyed the current situation to Lin Dao, who was present in the life laboratory of the moon base, observing the remains of the octopus civilization's individualed an hour prior. We performed surgery on researcher Yang to excise the fish-like skin from his arm. This is the specimen we removed during the operation. Upon viewing the fish-like skin, Lin Dao noted its smooth, slippery surface, resembling a complete piece of fish skin, devoid of any human dermal characteristics. In reality, Lin Dao had overseen the entire surgical procedure. Observing its current state, he felt no surprise. During the surgery, the attending medical personnel had excised a slightly larger area of normal skin surrounding the fish-like skin on researcher Yang's arm. However, just an hour after the procedure, the boundaries that should have delineated the normal skin on the sample had vanished, and new fish-like skin reappeared around the area where the surgery had been performed on researcher Yang. This physiological tissue continued to undergo similar changes even after being detached from its original host, a phenomenon that remains beyond our current understanding. The reporting researcher, despite the gravity of the situation presented by the spherical model's implications, did not exhibit signs of anxiety. While the threat posed by this crisis appears alarming, its potential harm to human civilization seems minimal. However, there is indeed an impact on cognition. Do you believe there are methods to control the ongoing physical transformations in researcher Yang and others? Our current technology possesses limited understanding of the octopus civilization's weaponry, likely rendering us incapable of devising effective solutions. Without identifying the underlying causes of the transformations occurring in these researchers, we naturally remain unable to discover methods to halt their progression. Lin Dao refrained from commenting further and simply turned his attention away. Finally, concerning Professor Jean Weibao, he now exhibited 3 appendages resembling octopus tentacles. Additionally, a 4th tentacle had begun to develop beneath the skin of his abdomen, likely poised to breach the surface and manifest as a structure akin to the other 3 appendages. More accurately, these growing appendages resemble those of individuals from the octopus civilization, featuring bifurcated tips that allow for independent movement. Furthermore, we discovered a protrusion beneath the skin at the back of Professor Jean Weibao's head, where 2 structures resembling eyeballs were rapidly developing. Radiographic imaging revealed fissures in the skull, which appeared to be expanding swiftly, potentially forming sockets to accommodate these 2 eyeballs. We have collected biological samples from the tentacles on Professor Jean Weibao and intend to compare them with samples from individuals of the octopus civilization. As for Professor Jean Weibao's psychological and cognitive state, due to the need to minimize communication with him, we are currently unable to assess it. Based on your conveyed observations, Mr. Lin, it is reasonable to speculate that his condition is quite poor. Do you suspect that Jean Weibao is undergoing a transformation towards resembling individuals from the octopus civilization? Professor Jean Weibao's current physical transformations have afforded us a fresh perspective on the weaponry emitted by the octopus civilization. The ultimate effects of this weapon may diverge significantly from our initial expectations. Some researchers hypothesize that it functions as a cognitive weapon, producing not destruction, but rather transformation. Ideally, This weapon of the octopus civilization could potentially integrate another civilization into its own fold. One researcher articulated that, for a civilization, the effects of this octopus civilization's cognitive weapon could be far more terrifying than conventional interstellar weapons of mass destruction, that a total transformation signifies the absolute demise of a civilization. The cosmos, indeed, harbors dangers aplenty, Lin Dao remarked. However, it is also quite vibrant and multifaceted. Yes, Mr. Lin. Moreover, in assessing the psychological and cognitive responses of researchers impacted by the model, those in the second tier recounted dreams of a blue ocean, while those in the third tier had not experienced such dreams. This discrepancy may constitute the most pronounced difference between the two groups of affected researchers. Let us continue our observations, Lin Dao responded, directing his gaze toward the individual from the octopus civilization, encased within a glass container and immersed in a deep blue solution. He pondered whether this individual represented the sentient essence of the octopus civilization or if it was a creation of another civilization's transformation. After the emergence of a newly transformed octopus civilization, did it continue to dispatch such vessels? If this cycle were true, would it not suggest an exaggerated strength of the octopus civilization? Yet, that cannot be the case. If this civilization were indeed so formidable, it would not present itself before humanity in its current state. Raising his head, Lin Dao was struck by an unusual thought. Nonetheless, he directly inquired of the researcher beside him. Researcher Su, if my abilities could similarly affect other species and intelligent civilizations, would you be willing to embark alone on a one-way journey into the depths of space aboard a spacecraft? Of course, it would be my honor, Su replied without hesitation. Lin Dao chuckled. If that were the case, we wouldn't need you. Sending an unmanned spacecraft would yield the same result. With that, he concluded the topic. As if it were merely a fleeting whim, Lin Dao's reluctance to discuss further was mirrored by researcher Su, who chose not to press on. After a brief silence, the researcher departed, alone in the life laboratory. Lin Dao observed the individual from the octopus civilization. In the ensuing days, the lunar base completed the comparative analysis of the tentacle samples collected from Jean Weibo and the biological samples from the octopus civilization. While they were not identical, the degree of similarity exceeded 90% at the microscopic level. Compared to genetic comparisons among earthly organisms, this degree of similarity is not particularly high. However, it represents a comparison between two entirely distinct evolutionary paths of intelligent life, which had never communicated over millions of years, if not longer. Such a level of similarity is exceedingly significant. The researchers' conjectures regarding the weapon from the octopus civilization were essentially confirmed that as time progressed. The conditions of all 53 individuals, including Jean Weibo and researcher Yang, continued to deteriorate, vividly illustrating the potential effects of this cognitive weapon. Among them, Jean Weibo exhibited the most severe and rapid decline. That very night, a fourth tentacle developed within Jean Weibo's abdominal cavity, piercing through his abdomen akin to bamboo shoots breaking through the earth. Furthermore, the eye situated at the back of his head seemed to have fully developed, occasionally rotating beneath the skin, as though awaiting the moment when flesh would part to reveal it. Utilizing remote equipment, and with some assistance from Lin Dao, professionals in relevant fields at the lunar base attempted large-scale surgery on the abnormal regions of Jean Weibo's body, while minimizing contact with him. However, even after excising the 4 tentacles that had emerged, along with all affected areas, and removing the 2 abnormally developed eyes from the back of his head, the efforts proved futile. They could not identify abnormalities in the non-mutated regions of Jean Weibo's body. Yet his seemingly normal anatomical structure had become a breeding ground for further mutations. Following the removal of the tentacles, new ones continued to sprout from his body, not sequentially, but rather in groups of 4. Emerging slowly from beneath the flesh, with the 5th tentacle quickly beginning to bud. Shortly after the removal of the 2 eyes from the back of his head, new ones regrew in their original locations. Simultaneously, other bodily parts that appeared normal seemed to shrink considerably, adhering to some basic objective laws without inexplicably swelling larger. One researcher made a rather darkly humorous quip, but no one, including himself, found it amusing. At this moment, Jean Weibo's transformation appeared to tread an irreversible and relentless path. While they could continually excise the emerging abnormalities, the ultimate outcome seemed unchanged. During this process, a researcher proposed a radical solution, a head transplant for Jean Weibo. However, this was not executed, as the current circumstances suggested it would be futile, His head was already affected by mutations. Even if his body were replaced, it would not alter this fact. Similarly, the situations of those in the second and third tiers, represented by Researcher Young, were also deteriorating. The fish-like skin on Researcher Young accelerated its growth, enveloping his normal skin at an alarming rate, after it was confirmed that surgical interventions had no effect. That very night, the fish-like skin covered his entire body, including his head, obscuring his human features beneath a layer of fish skin, rendering him a grotesque figure resembling a person clad in fish skin. However, not all individuals in the second tier exhibited the same changes as Researcher Yang. Some began to sprout tentacles internally, although at a slower rate than Jean Weibo. Others displayed no obvious signs of abnormal bodily tissue. Yet a continuous secretion of mucus and blue liquid emanated from their bodies, regardless of whether they were seated or standing. The researchers attempted to collect samples and compared them to the deep blue liquid previously found in the spherical chamber. While not entirely identical, the resemblance was notably high. Soon, the total mass of the blue liquid exuding from the affected researcher exceeded their own body mass, leaving even those who had previously maintained that some objective laws were being followed at a loss for words. Conversely, those in the third tier of affected researchers seemed to be experiencing only mild transformations due to the lesser degree of their affliction, although they too began to exhibit physical changes that night. The severity was comparatively mild that AS researchers accumulated experience from Jean Weibo and others. They implemented more drastic measures on these affected individuals, amputating the mutated limbs, after which the condition appeared to stabilize. However, the cognitive weapon's influence on these researchers' perceptions of water remained challenging to reverse. They could only resort to psychological treatments in hopes of achieving some restorative effects. 3 days had elapsed. Jean Weibo's transformations seemed to have reached a plateau. Despite the researchers' repeated attempts to sever and remove the tentacles and eyes that had sprouted from his body, however, it was unable to successfully prevent the transformation. 6 tentacles, each with bifurcated ends, sprouted from Jean Weibo. Resembling the extraterrestrial life discovered within the spherical chamber of the octopus civilization, the subcutaneous eyeball at the back of his head also protruded directly. The arms and legs, once human, withered and shrank as the 6 tentacles grew, ultimately resembling a few desiccated leaves that fell from Jean Weibo's slick, fish-like skin. Subsequently, the aberration within him came to a halt. Jean Weibo's final appearance was slightly different from what people had anticipated. The cognitive weapon of the octopus civilization did not entirely transform the afflicted human into a perfect replica of an individual from the octopus civilization. From the chest down, Jean Weibo's body had completely morphed into tentacles, leaving only 6 tentacles to support his upper body. However, above the chest, despite significant internal organ changes, the external structure still retained the semblance of a human thorax, his head, although it had also evolved to resemble an entity from the octopus civilization, still bore traces of human facial features, as if human characteristics were grafted onto the head of an octopus civilization individual. This appearance, while similar on both the front and back, was, in fact, far more grotesque and horrifying than a complete transformation into an octopus civilization entity. Moreover, another change elicited subtle emotional shifts among observers regarding the transformed Jean Weibo. He could no longer execute Lin Dao's commands. After his complete metamorphosis into the form desired by the octopus civilization's cognitive weapon, he ceased to respond to Lin Dao's directives. For humanity at this moment, all individuals, including Lin Dao, constituted a collective, or rather, a vast entity. Now, it was as if another individual had emerged outside of this eye. This signified the unknown, the uncontrollable, and the potential for danger. While the fear was not overwhelmingly severe, it was sufficient for the researchers to recognize this reality and shift their mindset. This mindset likely resembled that of walking alone through a dark, desolate alley, only to confront another person unexpectedly. Lin Dao's subjective experience, however, differed somewhat from the collective sentiment. He did not perceive Jean Weibo as having entirely lost influence from his abilities post-transformation, but rather as having seemingly lost all rationality and the capacity to respond to commands. Of course, the outward manifestation of this was quite similar. Furthermore, the events that transpired next indicated that the transformative effect of this cognitive weapon from the octopus civilization did not always succeed. Jean Weibo died. After his body had completely transformed into a form resembling that of an octopus civilization individual, it did not last long. His somewhat terrifying body suddenly collapsed without warning, akin to a candle melting in an instant. There was no explosive sound. Yet the speed was astonishing. Soon, the chamber where Jean Weibo had been was left with nothing but a puddle of blood and flesh remnants, reminiscent of the blood flowing in a slaughterhouse or the juice of a rotting watermelon. Tentacles, eyeballs, skeletal structures, and bodily tissues could hardly be identified among the remnants. The entire process was abrupt, but the researchers reacted swiftly, remotely operating various devices to gather the residual remains, hoping to extract information for further analysis. However, comprehensively elucidating the underlying mechanisms and logic of the events that transpired using current human technological frameworks would be exceedingly challenging. Following Jean Weibo, the second group of affected individuals emerged at this moment. Represented by researcher Yang, these individuals no longer exhibited a variety of transformations. Instead, they began to converge towards the transformation process previously observed in Jean Weibo. Likewise, they started to develop tentacles and eyes, transitioning towards the form of entities within the octopus civilization. Most importantly, Lin Dao sensed that these individuals displayed characteristics similar to those previously observed in Jean Weibo. They appeared to begin exhibiting the effects of the spherical chamber model, capable of disseminating the influence of the octopus civilization's cognitive weapon through information transmission. It was almost predictable what fate awaited them. The third group of affected individuals, on the other hand, largely maintained their original forms without any new transformations. This seemed to clarify that among those impacted by the octopus civilization's cognitive weapon, whether one dreamed of the deep azure sea served as a clear dividing line, taking decisive measures before such dreams had some efficacy. However, after merely dreaming once, even if they were subsequently isolated from the spherical chamber model and the source of influence, it proved futile. They might slow down the process. Yet gradually, they too would become new sources. On the seventh day following the incident, the consequences of the octopus civilization's cognitive weapon became evident. Among the 53 individuals, 20 researchers and scholars with minor degrees of impact barely survived with physical disabilities. The remaining 23 researchers and scholars perished. Some researchers at the lunar base convened to summarize the events. Lin Dao casually sat to the side, allowing others to proceed with the meeting as if he were invisible. The fact that all researchers severely impacted by the model perished was somewhat unexpected. If the cognitive weapon was designed for transformation, its efficiency appeared alarmingly low, as none of the 23 researchers underwent successful transformations. Moreover, they all collapsed and died shortly after the transformation concluded. It felt as if some force existed within them, conflicting with the influence of the model, resulting in such outcomes. However, this speculation could neither be confirmed nor disproven. It was also possible that the cognitive weapon had already been destroyed, and while the residual model retained similar effects, it lacked the efficacy required for transformation. Lin Dao sat listening to the discussions of the researchers while observing the remnants of the situation through their perspectives. The model, despite its dangers, held immense research value. Even with cautious handling in the future, outright abandonment was not an option. Additionally, the remnants left behind by individuals who underwent final transformations, along with the blue solutions excreted from earlier affected individuals, still yielded no specific findings, yet were not outright dismissed. These substances might be hazardous or remnants of the crisis. Objectively, they also represented a crucial aspect of humanity's current understanding of the cosmos. This crisis, which could scarcely be categorized as a genuine threat from the cognitive weapon, had essentially reached its conclusion. Subsequent research might extend for a considerable duration. Yet there were indeed no pressing issues requiring immediate attention. From the perspective of an entire civilization, particularly one that had adopted a hive-like structure, the sacrifice of over 20 individuals, while somewhat brutal, was hardly a significant loss. However, this assessment pertained solely to contemporary human civilization. Should the octopus civilization's cognitive weapon have fallen upon other, more conventional civilizations recently entering their homeworld's satellite, the outcomes could be catastrophic. That a slightly delayed reaction could spell disaster for a standard collective civilization. If such a weapon were to be unleashed upon a technologically backward homeworld civilization, by the time they realized the threat, they might already be inundated with transformed octopuses. The entire civilization could feasibly be converted due to this singular cognitive weapon. In truth, it resembled a virus or a viral-like cognitive weapon. For the current state of human civilization, these matters hold little significance. With Lin Dao present, anomalies could be detected almost from the very outset. Moreover, if he so desired, Lin Dao could even demand that all affected individuals perish alongside the virus or cognitive pollution. However, humanity has only just begun its journey into the vast cosmos, which has bestowed upon us both a greeting and a modest warning. Lin Dao's attention ultimately settled upon a surveillance screenshot capturing the last moments of a severely distorted researcher, gazing at the image of that life, now twisted and devoid of human form. He paused momentarily before shifting his focus back to Wu, the researcher. Could it be that this occurrence is rather too coincidental? Lin Dao remarked, drawing the attention of the other researchers engaged in discussion. From the moment I decided to venture into the stars until now, we have yet to step outside our door and have already encountered traces of another civilization. The other researchers fell silent, for indeed, it was a remarkable coincidence. Viewed from the scale of the universe, humanity, having just set foot on the lunar surface, has not truly crossed the threshold. Encountering evidence of another civilization at this juncture is indeed strikingly fortuitous. It is as if the instant Lin Dao resolved to pursue the cosmos, the next moment revealed to humanity an object from the depths of the starry sky, even if this discovery on the lunar surface may have been present for millennia. From a grander perspective, it still fails to elucidate such a coincidence, Mr. Lin. This is a question for which we currently have no answers. Even if we assume an unknown powerful force intervened, this hypothesis remains unverified and unrefuted. Well, let it be so. At the very least, the existence of the octopus civilization affirms that the cosmos is indeed fascinating. As humanity tentatively approaches the moon, with barely 1 foot in the realm of the stars, the universe has already delivered a stern admonition. Yet, such a warning is not sufficient to halt humanity's advance towards the cosmos, particularly in light of Lin Dao's unwavering determination. The interstellar vessels of the octopus civilization, or rather, their cognitive weapons, have undeniably unveiled a glimpse of the cosmic tableau to a civilization that has only just begun to explore the stars. However, in terms of the duration of this event, it feels more like a mere interlude in humanity's endeavor to construct lunar cities and fully integrate the ancient satellite of this blue planet into human territory at Lin Dao's behest. Perhaps this entire process will undergo some transformation due to the insights gained from this interlude, yet the ultimate objective will not waver because of it. Furthermore, this event, from the discovery of the 1701D material to the finding of fragments of the octopus civilization spacecraft, and the eventual unearthing of the spherical capsule, culminating in the emergence of a minor crisis, has enriched humanity's understanding considerably. Nonetheless, the artifacts of the octopus civilization have also left numerous questions unanswered. For instance, after collecting nearly all recoverable fragments of the interstellar vessel, mathematicians, physicists, and engineering experts devoted substantial effort to establishing a model that accurately reflects the characteristics of the interstellar vessel's remnants. Utilizing the gathered fragments, they expended considerable computational resources to restore the vessel's original appearance. Its structure proved remarkably simple, resembling a spherical shell encasing a central core capsule, with no apparent space for interstellar navigation-grade propulsion engines. Moreover, the data obtained throughout the restoration process strongly suggests that the vessel's disintegration was primarily due to its collision with the lunar surface, aligning closely with the performance metrics of the 1701D metal, the principal material of the interstellar vessel. This, in itself, indicates that the peculiar entity atop the spherical capsule played no role during the collision between the vessel and the moon. Indeed, suspicions regarding the vessel's propulsion have fallen upon this enigmatic entity. Yet, whether it is a natural occurrence or a deliberate concealment, the damage it has sustained renders its original function and mechanism utterly inscrutable. Researchers have attempted to dissect the remnants of this peculiar entity found atop the capsule, but the results were predictably fruitless. It resembled ash left behind after a plant or animal had been incinerated, primarily composed of common inorganic materials. With no internal structure preserved, it remains unclear whether this is due to the extent of damage or if its self-concealment was so thorough. Among the researchers, a prevailing speculation has emerged that this entity is indeed a form of flora or fauna, rather than a specialized component of the interstellar vessel, before the capsule model could demonstrate its potential. This theory seemed outrageous, yet now, it is not without plausibility. Additionally, a significant question arises regarding the underlying mechanisms that produce the effects of the cognitive weapon represented by the capsule model. This inquiry is crucial for human civilization. as it evidently encompasses knowledge from an entirely different system that humanity has yet to grasp. Nonetheless, even regarding the cognitive weapons of the octopus civilization and the artifacts left by the interstellar vessel, research will continue. Yet, all are aware that the saga of the octopus civilization, the interstellar vessel, and the cognitive weapon has largely reached a pause. Many questions, given the current information, may remain unanswered for an extended period. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, humanity remains oblivious to the whereabouts of the octopus civilization that in this situation. It is uncertain when the next encounter with the octopus civilization, or anything related to it, might occur. Perhaps there will not be another encounter. This rather unfortunate meeting between human civilization and the octopus civilization may indeed be a singular event. Previously, the large pit excavated in the 15D area near the lunar base was left unfilled, preserved as the site of humanity's first genuine contact with extraterrestrial beings. Henceforth, it will serve as a museum, aptly named the Cosmic Museum. While the busy populace may not yet have the leisure to visit this museum, it will undoubtedly remain etched in the annals of human history. The focus of human endeavors has returned to the lunar surface and Earth, primarily reflected in the transportation capacity between the two, which is no longer predominantly dedicated to the lunar base for the study of the octopus civilization. Instead, the most critical aspects of researching the artifacts left by the octopus civilization's interstellar vessel have shifted towards elements that directly contribute to the current development of human civilization and the construction of lunar cities. Among these, the replication of the 1701D material stands out as the most pressing priority. Although the octopus civilization's vessel serves as a cognitive weapon, its components possess undeniable value for humanity, especially since the weapon has not inflicted significant harm upon human civilization. The properties of the 1701D material are entirely suitable for the construction of lunar cities. The fragments of this material discovered thus far may be insufficient for immediate application in lunar engineering. Yet they are more than adequate for materials science research. Since the discovery of the 1701D material, human civilization has been diligently striving to replicate its unique properties. Under Lin Dao's influence, material scientists, chemists, and scholars in computational materials science, who could contribute to this project, have voluntarily joined the research effort, each maximizing their contributions. Had Lin Dao not appeared, such a vast project with its complex personnel dynamics would undoubtedly have faced myriad challenges. However, under Lin Dao's guidance, the entire project has proceeded with remarkable fluidity and efficiency for all participating researchers. There is no need for anyone to occupy a managerial position, nor is there a requirement for someone to oversee them. Those whose ideas can contribute positively to the project's research progress will naturally congregate around such insights that in subsequent instances, when someone else presents a superior notion, the dynamics will shift once more. Even if each individual harbors distinct thoughts, when it concerns matters related to Mr. Lin, none will hinder the collective effort. Ordinarily, such an effect would suggest a civilization has reached a particular stage of development. However, under the influence of Lin Dao, human civilization has been mechanistically elevated to this level. There exists an unwavering positivity, a perpetual consensus, and a consistently heightened subjective initiative that in this state, the research work of the project does not proceed at a lethargic pace. Even though the ultimate replication has not yet been completed, Mr. Lin, through his perception of the researchers involved, is aware that there is gradually a glimmer of clarity and direction. Moreover, a significant discovery has emerged from the spherical chamber of the octopus civilization. Some scholars and researchers have stumbled upon what appears to be a communication device within the chamber. This device seemingly possesses the capability for long-distance interstellar communication, a concept that exceeds the current understanding of human technology. However, the dissection and deciphering of such an object has been approached with great caution by the researchers. Following the demonstration of the spherical chamber model, their vigilance has only intensified. At the end of May in the 17th year of the era, a researcher who was merely passing by the life biology laboratory received a message from another research team. At that moment, he happened to be in close proximity to Mr. Lin within the laboratory. Consequently, he took on the responsibility of delivering what could be deemed an important piece of information to Mr. Lin in person. For most people, the identity of the messenger holds little significance. Often, truly crucial matters do not require anyone to report them. Lin Dao himself is privy to such information, rendering the act more of a formality. Mr. Lin received an update regarding the disassembly of the suspected communication system discovered within the spherical chamber of the octopus civilization. The researcher conveyed this succinctly, and Lin Dao, requiring no further elaboration, shifted his perspective to view the results through the lens of one of the researchers involved in the communication device study. Rather than a success, the findings indicated a phased failure in deciphering the communication device. As the researchers gradually dismantled this colossal apparatus, they uncovered elements that currently elude human technological comprehension, from the majority of the microelectronic integrated circuits and electronic components within this vast device. It became evident that it incorporates a form of electronic technology. Although its design philosophy diverges significantly from human electronic technology, its level of advancement is not exceedingly superior to humankind's. This realization momentarily exhilarated the researchers, suggesting that humanity might eventually master this interstellar communication technology. However, as they delved into the components and integrated circuits, akin to chip parts, they discovered no evidence of capabilities for ultra-long-distance information transmission or reception. Ultimately, all research and analysis converged on a particular aspect of the device that left the researchers perplexed. At its core, encircled by a dense array of integrated circuits, lay a spherical metallic orb composed of 1701D alloy, measuring less than 40 centimeters in diameter. Surrounding this core were smaller metallic spheres, each ranging from 1 to 10 centimeters in diameter. Due to the stagnation in their research, the researchers proceeded to carefully cut into the spherical metallic orb, including the core section. To their astonishment, the interior was hollow, containing not an intricate instrument or a fantastical device, but rather a mass of white worms. These worms, densely packed, had tails resembling appendages that adhered to the inner surface of the metallic sphere, a sight that could provoke discomfort in those with a fear of clusters. Regardless of the size of the metallic spheres, the internal conditions were consistent, the same white worms, varying only in quantity. We suspect that this cluster of worms constitutes the crucial element enabling the octopus civilization to achieve remote communication. Alas, all the worms were deceased, devoid of vitality. Recreating the life of these worms may prove exceedingly challenging, and deciphering the fundamental mechanisms that allowed them to meet the demands of remote communication might be even more daunting. I even harbor doubts that the octopus civilization was fully aware of this. Otherwise, they likely would not have placed these worms directly within the communication device. Upon Lin Dao's arrival at the research laboratory, the relevant researchers conveyed their frustrations regarding the communication device study. Furthermore, the results of their investigation into the octopus civilization's communication technology fostered a strong sense of incongruity. To deem it weak would be misleading, for the octopus civilization has scattered cognitive weapons throughout the cosmos. If humanity were a nascent civilization just embarking on its journey into the stars, it might find itself at a severe disadvantage. Conversely, to consider the octopus civilization as powerful seems equally flawed. Their interstellar vessels exude an air of roughness, with the core of their technological creations, the communication device, housing a mass of worms. Nevertheless, Mr. Lin, we will continue to dedicate our efforts to this line of inquiry, perhaps one day providing inspiration for our own interstellar communication technology. Let us proceed, but without overexerting ourselves or rushing. At this juncture, ultra-long-distance communication technology is not an immediate priority. Humanity has only just begun its venture onto the lunar surface, and the need for advanced interstellar communication technology remains some time away. Additionally, on occasions when ultra-long-distance communication is required, Lin Dao's capabilities can serve as a conduit. After stating this, Lin Dao paused momentarily before addressing the researcher before him, and, by extension, all of humanity. Furthermore, allocate some researchers to devise a hibernation device for me, allowing me to subjectively traverse time more swiftly. At this moment, human civilization operates under his command, diligently striving toward the objectives he has set forth. His fascination with the boundless cosmos sustains Lin Dao's patience as he awaits the unfolding of events. Yet, for the majority of the time, Lin Dao finds himself immersed in the myriad perspectives of countless individuals, existing in a state of reverie, or, more directly, a state of contemplation. It is akin to engaging in a grand-scale idle management simulation, although the real world presents an abundance of details vying for his attention. At times he gazes from a lofty vantage point, observing the gradual advancement of individuals constructing lunar bases between the Earth and the Moon, all in pursuit of their ultimate goal. Presently, Lin Dao yearns to expedite the passage of time. In an instant, almost instantaneously, as a result of Lin Dao's directive, relevant researchers spontaneously emerged and gathered to commence this project, while others in related fields prepared to allocate resources for its execution. If the intention is to develop a hibernation technology applicable to all of humanity, the current technological resources at humanity's disposal render this endeavor somewhat challenging, with little clarity on how to proceed. However, if the hibernation device is intended solely for Lin Dao's use, the task becomes considerably simpler. For this purpose, one need only contemplate how to induce Lin Dao into a state of hibernation without the necessity of considering how to awaken him afterward. More accurately, the goal is to allow Lin Dao to lose consciousness temporarily without succumbing to death, thereby achieving the objective. The hibernation apparatus uniquely applicable to Lin Dao serves a singular purpose when the time comes to rouse him from his slumber. It suffices to extinguish his life. For Lin Dao, the essence of this hibernation technology lies in his ability to remain oblivious to the passage of time for an extended period. Any ancillary benefits of human hibernation, such as the deceleration of aging, hold no value for him. In addition to siphoning off a portion of his power, a specialized hibernation technology has been meticulously developed for Lin Dao's exclusive use at this juncture. The entirety of human civilization is aligned with Lin Dao's will, undertaking three principal endeavors to fulfill his aspirations and objectives. The foremost undertaking involves the comprehensive integration of the global industrial system, production activities, and research framework, a proposal previously put forth by researchers and management meetings to Lin Dao. Even the prior interlude of the octopus civilization did not impede this initiative. Rather, it has propelled the process forward. Although, under Lin Dao's directives, the construction of the lunar base has seen individuals exhibiting maximum initiative, enabling a considerable degree of societal and industrial integration, there remains an aspiration to thoroughly streamline all facets of human society, from industry to research and education, to better contribute to Mr. Lin's goals. From the perspective of viewing civilization as a cohesive entity, it is akin to the limbs of this entity autonomously adjusting to respond more effectively to the consciousness and soul of Lin Dao, which translates to his commands. Ultimately, the aim is to amalgamate human civilization with Lin Dao into a singular whole. Beneath this grand scheme lies a multitude of colossal projects that must be realized, with the most critical being the human industrial and production system. The researchers and scholars responsible for this initiative aspire to consolidate all industrial data from around the globe into a unified electronic system, transforming every factory, regardless of size and sector, on Blue Star into a fundamental unit and terminal of this production framework. This would facilitate the seamless flow of industrial production data within the system and its subsystems and modules. Accordingly, the entire industrial ecosystem would achieve direct collaboration among all upstream and downstream production units based on this industrial production system. For instance, if a factory is situated downstream in its industrial chain, the necessary upstream products for its production plans would instantly enter the production processes of all capable upstream factories as a production task. Conversely, if the factory is upstream, it would directly produce products as per the needs of downstream factories. The cumulative effect of this operation would effectively eliminate conventional commercial processes, enabling a true demand-driven production model. As production needs arise, the factories within the industrial domain would simultaneously spring into action. Ultimately, when Mr. Lin issues a directive involving any aspect of industrial production, the personnel at the various production units would promptly recognize their respective responsibilities in the current endeavor of constructing the lunar base. The moment this objective is communicated, logistics concerning rocket production, such as a small component within a rocket, would trigger immediate action from the enterprise responsible for manufacturing that part. Similarly, components for supporting instruments would likewise commence production without delay. This grand objective, facilitated by the unified human production system, would be instantly deconstructed into an array of specific production plans that in essence, through this system, global industrial production would transcend spatial distances, forming an omnipotent superfactory capable of producing anything that human industry and technology can conceive, tailored to Lin Dao's requirements. The researchers engaged in this production system project even envisioned the complete integration of the research and education systems into this framework, rather than allowing them to exist as separate entities. Consequently, tasks emerging within the production system that human industry and technology are unable to address would be transformed into research assignments, tackled by scholars from relevant fields. This would also enable real-time adjustments to the educational system to enhance talent cultivation in pertinent domains. Moreover, the production system harbors numerous developmental trajectories. For instance, the full automation of all factories, allowing intelligent production equipment to be remotely managed via this system, would further solidify the concept of the superfactory, effectively transforming the production system into the operational framework of this superfactory. However, it is evident that the establishment of the human industrial and production system is a rather cumbersome endeavor. Even with the proactive engagement of all production personnel within the industrial framework inputting their respective production data into this nascent system, the sheer scale of such a system, divided into multiple submodules, necessitates a significant investment of effort to organize. Without Lin Dao's influence, this would be an insurmountable task. Furthermore, the comprehensive operation of this system, as opposed to a modular approach, demands substantial computational power. Therefore, a parallel research project aimed at developing higher-performance computing devices is integral to this entire plan. In addition to the establishment of the human industrial and production system, there have been notable activities and other projects aimed at achieving the overall integration of humanity. Across various regions, efforts to adjust industrial layouts have been palpable. If one were to gaze upon the skies of Blue Star, they would observe that, on a daily basis, old factories are dismantled or relocated, while new factories are being densely constructed in designated areas. This cycle of demolition, construction, and relocation has persisted without pause since the commencement of the 17th year of the calendar, even with the collaborative efforts of billions across Blue Star. This undertaking continues to require a considerable amount of time, even as other tasks are concurrently addressed. Additionally, the global transportation network is a source of dissatisfaction among the cohort of researchers and scholars who have organically formed a management committee. If human civilization is likened to a complete organism, then the transportation system serves as its nervous and circulatory systems, delivering nourishment to various organs and promptly responding to their needs. Currently, the response time of this human organism's nervous system and vascular transport is deemed too sluggish. There is a collective aspiration to establish a more efficient global transportation network. To this end, a subsidiary system known as the Human Transportation System has been developed under the Human Industrial System. This transportation system mandates unified management and standardized protocols across all channels of transport. Through exaggerated yet concerted efforts over the past few months, a noticeable increase in the number of railways has emerged across the globe, linking the industrial system. While new flight routes have proliferated and numerous existing routes have been adjusted, waterway transportation has similarly benefited from these enhancements. Nonetheless, despite these advancements, there remains a sense of dissatisfaction among the populace. They yearn for the human transportation system to one day evolve into an intelligent transportation network, extending beyond terrestrial and lunar boundaries to encompass the entire solar system. However, the challenge of achieving such intelligence in the transportation system is hampered by the same computational limitations. Furthermore, even considering only short-term perspectives, numerous researchers maintain that the current transportation speed is inadequate. To accelerate progress, the project investigators are not solely focusing on rail transportation. They are also exploring whether breakthroughs in interstellar spacecraft technology could facilitate the establishment of a three-dimensional transportation network that enables launch into orbit and subsequent descent at another location on the ground, thereby meeting the demand for swifter transportation. This consideration ties into a recent initiative within human civilization that extends beyond foundational work towards overall integration: the development of more advanced interstellar navigation technology and spacecraft. Whether in relation to the construction of lunar bases and cities or in contemplation of Lin Dao's long-term objectives, there is a pressing demand for humanity to possess higher capacity interstellar vehicles. Within this context, there exists a slight divergence of opinion among researchers in the relevant fields. Some researchers argue that electric propulsion spacecraft represent the future and should be the primary focus. Conversely, others contend that while they acknowledge the validity of electric propulsion in aligning with future expectations, the potential of chemical rockets has yet to be fully realized, given the current status of electric propulsion and the energy considerations it necessitates. Coupled with the urgent need for enhanced capacity, they advocate for the continued exploration of chemical rocket propulsion until the limitations of chemical rockets are fully realized. The consideration of electric propulsion spacecraft remains secondary. Ultimately, the consensus among people is to pursue both electric propulsion and chemical rocket technology concurrently, under the ambitious goals set forth by Mr. Lin. There exists ample research capacity to advance investigations in both directions. Thus far, promising developments have emerged in the realm of new chemical rocket technology, while progress in electric propulsion has been rather sluggish, primarily due to challenges not only inherent to electric propulsion itself, but also concerning its energy sources. This challenge aligns with another significant endeavor of human civilization at this juncture: the exploration of controllable nuclear fusion and other innovative energy technologies, the construction of lunar bases and cities. The comprehensive industrialization of humanity and the advancement of electric propulsion technology have all elevated the demand for more powerful and sophisticated energy technologies within human civilization. Presently, the energy supply for the lunar base predominantly relies on an extensive array of solar panels. However, as the lunar base continues to expand and the lunar city is developed, this approach will inevitably face challenges. It is not merely the installation of solar panels that poses a problem. The lunar cycle features a day and night period lasting approximately 1 month, with half of that time in darkness. Relying solely on solar panels as an energy source places immense demands on human energy storage systems. Otherwise, there may be a need to establish clusters of solar panels at various locations on the moon and to construct ultra-high voltage power transmission lines to ensure a continuous power supply for the lunar city during nighttime. However, such measures seem to address only the symptoms rather than the root cause. While they may serve as a temporary transitional solution, the necessity for controllable nuclear fusion technology appears to be almost inevitable in the long term. This seems to be a foundational technology that human civilization cannot circumvent on its journey into the cosmos, representing the closest attainable concept of infinite energy through current scientific advancements. It is not to say that controllable nuclear fusion can provide limitless energy, but it certainly has the potential to sustain human civilization for an extended period. A considerable number of researchers have been dedicated to this endeavor, with only a few thousand core researchers involved. However, the number of peripheral researchers engaged in various sub-projects may exceed 1 million. Among these individuals, the research activities they are currently undertaking may superficially seem unrelated to controllable nuclear fusion. Yet in reality, they represent the breakdown of a significant challenge within the broader context of fusion research, dissected into its most granular components. In the past, the allocation of research resources to such an endeavor would have been nearly impossible. Managing such a vast number of researchers presents a considerable challenge. That a project of this magnitude will inevitably be divided into several tiers, and even if it manages to operate, much of the research capacity may be consumed by internal conflicts, hindering the realization of synergistic outcomes. This is a feat that only a civilization exhibiting characteristics akin to a swarm could achieve. The management of this project is virtually non-existent. Individuals have come together voluntarily, pouring their energy into it, with varied roles but without traditional leadership. Motivated by Mr. Lin's objectives, personal interests are set aside, facilitating spontaneous collaboration. Disagreements may arise during the research process, yet if a proposed suggestion holds greater value and is constructive in nature, all individuals involved can be persuaded to unite and continue striving toward that direction. Under the driving force of Mr. Lin's vision, inertia becomes non-existent, and a perpetual state of enthusiasm prevails at this moment. Although human civilization has merely dipped its toes into the cosmos, it is far from feeble. The primary endeavors currently underway within human civilization are intricately interconnected, from the overall integration of humanity to the research of controllable nuclear fusion, each thread woven into the fabric of the others. Perhaps once one of these initiatives reaches completion, the others will follow suit. Naturally, Mr. Lin keeps a watchful eye on the series of activities that human civilization is presently undertaking, often viewing them from diverse perspectives, akin to overseeing an infinite detail-oriented management game. Occasionally, as he senses the transformations occurring within human civilization, he experiences moments of excitement or intrigue. Yet, such exhilaration and engagement are unlikely to endure indefinitely. He harbors a desire to awaken from his slumber, to discover tangible outcomes from the various paths humanity is presently pursuing. In simpler terms, he longs to press the fast-forward button on this real-life management game he is engaged in. In September of the 17th year, 4 months have elapsed since Mr. Lin requested the development of a hibernation device, and the research has yielded results. Of course, This technology is tailored exclusively for Mr. Lin's use. For others, it would be tantamount to suicide. The researchers tasked with this project have thoroughly analyzed the outcomes Mr. Lin aims to achieve, which essentially involve inducing a state of consciousness loss for a period, awakening to find that a substantial amount of time has passed. Based on this goal, the researchers have created a hibernation pod. Mr. Lin, this is a specially formulated hibernation serum for you. Its primary effect is to induce a state akin to deep coma. The main function of this hibernation pod is to reduce your metabolic activity while striving to maintain your vital signs. Mr. Lin examined the hibernation pod crafted on Earth and transported to the lunar surface. The pod itself was remarkably intricate and even somewhat sci-fi in appearance. However, functionally, it resembled a coffin for an ordinary individual. For someone in good health, lying within it would be akin to teetering on the brink of death. The underlying logic of the specially designed hibernation pod for Mr. Lin essentially involves inducing a partial state of death or a temporary cessation of life to achieve a hibernation-like effect, according to current technology. This hibernation pod, in conjunction with professional medical personnel, could allow Mr. Lin to hibernate for a maximum of 60 years. Any longer may result in his body being unable to withstand the strain, leading to death in his awakening from hibernation. Understood, Mr. Lin replied. Mr. Lin, how long do you intend to hibernate this time? If I do not awaken voluntarily, then for 60 years, or until my body can no longer endure. The researcher then presented Mr. Lin with the exclusive hibernation serum and requested that he lie down in the somewhat sci-fi-looking hibernation pod. Acknowledging Mr. Lin's words, the researcher nodded in agreement. The next step involved executing a somewhat unique hibernation procedure for Mr. Lin. However, the researcher paused for a moment before finally addressing Mr. Lin. When you awaken once more, our generation will likely have passed. We hope that the efforts we dedicate throughout our lives will embellish the gift we present to you 60 years hence. We aspire to fulfill your expectations. However, Mr. Lin, you need not feel sorrow over this. Just as the normal metabolic processes of individual cells lead to death, we too shall perish. Yet the newly formed cells will continue to embody your will. Within the swarm-like human civilization, your consciousness shall persist alongside the civilization itself. All you need to do is maintain some anticipation for the gift we are about to bestow upon you. This brief passage, though concise, evokes a rare surge of intense emotions within Lin Dao, who lies dormant in his hibernation pod. His perspective, seemingly long forgotten, detaches from the macro view of a management game and focuses instead on the tangible individuals within his sight. This reality aspect of his uniquely personal reality game has gained a vivid sense of realism. Furthermore, prompted by the researcher's words, Lin Dao appears to recall, or perhaps has instinctively overlooked, a significant matter. The ability to transcend a considerable span of time in an instant indeed allows him to perceive new phenomena swiftly. However, these new experiences will inevitably overshadow all past existences in this current era. In the year 17 of the calendar, on Blue Star, many remnants of human civilization are relics of a bygone age, specifically the era in which he lived for the first 22 years of his life. Even though he is destined to endure a duration far exceeding those initial 22 years, it is indisputable that the first 2 decades of his life hold a unique significance for him. His foundational perspectives on life and the world were shaped during that period. When he awakens 60 years hence, everything he once knew will have vanished. The remnants of the previous era will leave no trace behind. They will exist solely as history or as symbols in his memory. From the fragment of humanity that remains, he may find himself the last vestige of the previous age, a solitary orphan of a bygone time. Or perhaps he has buried the very essence of what it means to be human. Even if this reality is a construct of his own directives, he could have perpetuated the world in its former guise. Yet, at this moment, as he prepares to enter hibernation, Lin Dao's emotions are undeniably complex that I understand. He finally murmurs before closing his eyes. The researcher beside him steps forward to administer the unique hibernation serum tailored for Lin Dao. Mr. Lin, welcome to the world of 60 years hence, the researcher intones, echoing the sentiments of a future colleague. Thus, Lin Dao's hibernation commences in terms of Lin Dao's subjective experience. The human hibernation process exhibits minor discrepancies. While he has indeed entered a state of hibernation, this state has not entirely shielded him from the subjective sensations of billions of individuals in the external world. the researcher's hypotheses are only partially accurate. His awareness of humanity remains unaffected by the hibernation state. This is not a matter of subconscious oversight, where perception occurs only under exceptional circumstances, but rather, his subjective awareness persists. Through countless perspectives, he can still observe the lunar rockets and return vehicles traversing the space between Earth and the Moon, as well as the researchers and workers diligently engaged in various projects at the Moon Palace base. This experience mirrors his waking moments. Lying there, he witnesses human civilization executing his directives for 60 years. This is evidently not the outcome he desires. Nevertheless, he subsequently attempts to retract his subjective perceptions of humanity. This sensation resembles the moment one becomes aware during a dream that their mind has momentarily gone blank. In this process, time seems to lose its significance. When Lin Dao re-engages with the myriad perspectives of humanity, he discovers that time has leaped forward by several months. The external world has now entered the new year of the 18th calendar year. Although he is absent, humanity's production systems have managed to mobilize some productivity, crafting numerous small trinkets to celebrate the festive atmosphere. Through countless viewpoints, Lin Dao observes the jubilant ambience on both the Earth and the Moon. Where the sounds of celebration seem to resonate from the surface of the Earth to the lunar expanse, it appears that this uniquely personal hibernation has indeed served its purpose. Thus, Lin Dao continues to attempt to reclaim his active awareness of human civilization. This intermittent perception allows him to view humanity as if in a fast-forwarded state. In Lin Dao's current sensory experience, the true passage of time flows like a river. Everything within human civilization that he can sense is undergoing profound transformations. This, in itself, is rather gratifying. He remains able to witness the developmental trajectory of human civilization, albeit in an accelerated manner. Should he wish to awaken, he can do so at any moment, in any location where human presence is felt. Guided by his awareness of all, among the significant initiatives currently underway in human civilization, from a macro perspective, the changes brought about by the overall human integration plan are the most remarkable. In the year 20 of the calendar, less than 3 years have elapsed since Lin Dao entered hibernation. Although the human production and industrial system remains constrained by computational power and is not yet fully realized, it has already demonstrated some formidable effects. According to the statistics compiled by personnel within human civilization, there has been a leap in the overall production efficiency of civilization compared to previous benchmarks. This advancement relies not only on the human production and industrial system but also on achievements in other domains of the human integration process. For instance, in the realm of rail transportation, due to an exaggerated focus on productivity and enthusiasm. The total length of rail lines on the surface has doubled in this brief period, with all newly constructed lines being high-speed railways averaging speeds exceeding 400 kilometers per hour. Through rail transport, the industrial clusters of Africa can now seamlessly connect to Asia without the need to change locomotives or carriages. From a macro perspective, the integration of human civilization has proven to be remarkably effective. Through the collective efforts of all, human civilization has begun to resemble a cohesive organism. Each individual and production unit functions as distinct cells within this living entity. They generate essential materials, process those materials, and sustain the fundamental operations and metabolism of this life form. They constitute the organs, forming the brain that contemplates the challenges posed by consciousness. They fulfill their respective roles, and when their collective outputs are aggregated, they represent the endeavors of this vast entity known as human civilization. On the surface of the Earth, on the Moon, and indeed throughout the solar system, this nascent civilization, having stepped into the cosmos, is rapidly rising and strengthening. From Lin Dao's perspective, this is a profoundly astonishing sight. The billions of humans scattered across the surface of Blue Star appear to be a mere whisper from a macro standpoint. Yet the grand tableau he observes is precisely the multifaceted view he yearns to see. He can simultaneously perceive the intricate details beneath the macro lens, in the swift passage of time. The people on the surface seem as if they are perpetually pressed against a fast-forward button, revealing new railways being born, new buildings rising from the ground, old structures collapsing, and scattered components assembling into colossal entities, which then migrate from one location to another. In pursuit of the industrial, agricultural, and industrial cluster planning integral to human integration. Billions of individuals appear to be continually hammering away across the expanse of Blue Star. Within just a few years, the entire surface of Blue Star has undergone a remarkable transformation. The new layout aligns precisely with the plan previously presented to Lin Dao. From residential areas to research zones, and from industrial clusters to agricultural hubs, a comprehensive reorganization has been achieved based on the existing foundations, resolving the issues that previously arose from the disparate interests of different nations, regions, ethnicities, and groups. Regarding the positioning and layout of various industrial production sites, it is evident that certain aspects may not be entirely rational from the perspective of enhancing the overall efficiency of civilization's production. However, the newly completed planning can be deemed thoroughly reasonable and scientific in essence. Every aspect of this planning aims to optimize the efficiency of human civilization's production and scientific research. It is imperative to consider regional industries and adapt them to local conditions, placing them in the most suitable locations on the blue planet. Where industrial concentration is necessary, the most appropriate site should be selected for the entire industrial chain to coalesce in areas deemed unsuitable for habitation. A collective voluntary relocation of personnel occurred, with the educational resources of the entire blue planet subsequently realigned according to this planning, aiming for a new educational system with the singular objective of maximizing the potential of students who could contribute to Mr. Lin's aspirations and the advancement of human civilization. As for regions that seem ill-suited for any productive endeavor, they were simply preserved as bonsai within this blue planet's super factory and super research institute. The only exception within this planning appears to be the residential area where Mr. Lin once resided. It seems to have sensed his sentiments, as people, amidst the global upheaval, chose to preserve not only the community where Mr. Lin lived but also several nearby streets in their original state. Nevertheless, for Mr. Lin, this held little significance. During his hibernation, upon realizing this situation, he decisively ordered the demolition of that area, recognizing that he could perceive changes in the environment and thus issue commands accordingly. This reflects the changes on the surface, and as these transformations unfolded, Mr. Lin, in this accelerated narrative, observed that the frequency of rocket and spacecraft travel between the Earth and the Moon was steadily increasing. With enhancements in production efficiency and productivity, lunar routes were becoming increasingly busy. In the year 20 of the calendar, before Mr. Lin began his hibernation, significant breakthroughs in chemical rocket propulsion technology had already been achieved. Approximately 1 year into Mr. Lin's hibernation, the research on chemical rockets, driven by countless researchers' fervor and relentless efforts, witnessed its first major breakthrough. That same year, human civilization successfully constructed the Humanity 2 rocket, increasing its lunar payload capacity from 60 tons to 150 tons. This represented a culmination of years of technological accumulation, resulting in a qualitative leap once all known technologies were synthesized by the researchers. Following this, in year 20, the Humanity 3 rocket was born, further elevating the lunar payload capacity to 280 tons. The researchers had initially aspired to achieve a capacity of 300 tons before naming it Humanity 3, but ultimately, they could not accomplish this within a short time frame. This was a significant increase compared to Humanity 2, yet those involved in the project gradually recognized that the advancement of chemical rocket technology was nearing its limits. Consequently, despite the researchers' continued enthusiasm and the emergence of numerous imaginative and creative proposals, the payload capacity of chemical rockets showed little substantial improvement afterward. This enhancement appeared to have entered a phase of meticulous refinement. Nevertheless, compared to the years leading up to Mr. Lin's hibernation, the transport capacity between the Earth and the Moon had multiplied significantly, leading to the continuous expansion of lunar bases reliant on this increased capacity. Although the researchers unanimously concluded that, with current technology, it was impossible to realize Mr. Lin's vision for a lunar city, they did not halt their efforts, waiting for a technological breakthrough. From a perspective of maximizing normal interests, they perhaps should have waited for the industrialization of synthesis technology for materials such as 1701D before commencing the construction of a lunar city, to avoid redundant development of the current lunar bases and future lunar cities. However, the researchers did not consider such profit-driven perspectives. They quickly reached a consensus that the construction of a lunar city would be more efficient if built upon the foundation of several large lunar bases. Thus, even if it meant incurring additional costs in the conventional sense, they deemed it acceptable. Under these circumstances, alongside breakthroughs in chemical rocket payload technology, the scope of lunar bases expanded rapidly on a macro scale. From Mr. Lin's viewpoint, the initial lunar palace base resembled a drop of ink swiftly spreading across the lunar surface. The base of the lunar palace was not insignificant. yet soon, the main body of the lunar palace, accompanied by extensive solar panel installations, occupied the entire base of the ringed mountain. In contrast, the previous lunar inquiry base, lacking further expansion necessity, became a satellite town of the lunar palace base, with only a handful of researchers remaining to work there. Subsequently, in years 22 and 23, Mr. Lin observed the emergence of two more points of spreading ink on the lunar surface, distant from the lunar palace base. Human civilization established two additional lunar bases on the far side of the moon and at the lunar North Pole. By year 23, the number of researchers and other personnel residing on the lunar surface reached 50,000 for a civilization still striving to achieve controllable nuclear fusion technology and reliant on chemical rocket propulsion. This figure was astonishingly high, one that could only be achieved by a civilization resembling an insectoid collective. Following the increase of permanent lunar personnel to 50,000, the expansion of the three major lunar bases continued unabated. Excluding the smaller lunar inquiry base, within Mr. Lin's accelerated panoramic view, the three major lunar bases continued to grow alongside the increasingly busy lunar routes. By year 24, the number of residents on the moon surpassed 60,000, soon followed by 70,000, then 80,000, and 90,000. Finally, by the end of year 26, the population residing across the three major lunar bases reached 100,000. During this period, several historically significant events occurred for humanity. For instance, the first pair of twins born in extraterrestrial space emerged from the lunar base, a remarkable coincidence as they were a boy and a girl. Additionally, it marked the first instance of a natural death occurring within the lunar base, involving an elderly researcher who had been working there since shortly after the establishment of the lunar palace base and passed away after nearly 9 years of service, according to his wishes. His body was not returned to Earth. Furthermore, although those engaged in the Earth-Moon construction were dedicated and earnest, the increasing traffic on lunar routes inevitably led to unforeseen accidents. A return vessel carrying over 100 researchers and scholars encountered a malfunction during its landing on Earth, resulting in the tragic loss of all personnel aboard. This incident stands as the largest space accident in human history to date and is destined to be etched in the annals of humanity. In previous times, such a catastrophic event would undoubtedly have impacted the entire Earth-Moon construction and space program. However, in this contemporary era, although people experience sorrow, once the issues pertaining to spacecraft design and manufacturing have been ruled out, they proceed to execute the next space exploration programs and launch missions. Certainly, apart from these historical events, the three lunar bases, which collectively accommodate over 100,000 permanent residents, stand as a remarkable marvel in the annals of human history thus far. However, after reaching a resident population of 100,000 this year, the expansion of the lunar bases has finally come to a halt. On one hand, the current transportation capacity between Earth and the Moon has been largely consumed by the operation of these three large lunar bases. The three expansive lunar bases, designed to house a total of 100,000 individuals, rely on the transportation of essential supplies, including oxygen and water, as well as nearly all other materials, via the human 3-rocket spacecraft combination. Even on Earth, a town inhabited by 100,000 people generates a significant demand for various resources on a monthly, if not daily, basis. When considered within the realm of space transportation, these figures become astronomical. Furthermore, while a town on Earth does not require the artificial creation of a basic living environment, the lunar bases do. Consequently, the daily consumption of resources across the three large lunar bases surpasses that of a town of 100,000 inhabitants. The waste produced by the daily activities of such a population poses a considerable challenge to address this. The Human Equatorial Space Launch Site, originally named by Lin Dao, has undergone extensive expansions, resulting in the construction of several new sub-launch sites. Surrounding the equator, humans have taken into account the positioning of industrial clusters across various continents and have established a number of sub-launch sites on each continent. Collectively, these launch sites have been designated as the Equatorial Launch Site Cluster. To fulfill the basic material requirements for the operation of the lunar bases, the Equatorial Launch Site Cluster necessitates the daily launch of a substantial number of human 3-rocket spacecraft combinations. The transportation of these supplies has rendered the Earth-Moon route exceptionally busy. On the other hand, a significant energy deficit has emerged within the lunar bases. although there are currently no large factories on the moon. The energy consumption of various laboratories and large-scale research equipment is considerable. This results in the cumulative energy consumption of the 3 large lunar bases being significantly greater than that of a town on Earth with a similar population. Particularly, within the lunar bases, nearly everything requires energy to sustain operations. Consequently, extensive solar panels and improved solar power generation technologies have been deployed across the lunar surface that are in the later stages of construction. The transportation capacity consumed by the installation of solar panels far exceeded that required for the primary structures of the lunar bases. Nevertheless, despite these efforts, the anticipated short-term, insurmountable challenge of energy storage has arisen. Ultimately, researchers have concluded that further investment in productivity to construct larger lunar bases with greater capacities will yield diminishing returns for the future development of lunar cities. Continuing this trajectory may even impede progress in other domains, thereby slowing down the overall construction of lunar cities. In fact, this represents a key reason for the cessation of rapid expansion of the lunar bases. Otherwise, in this era of effective human integration, there remains the potential to harness considerable productivity to meet the exaggerated transportation demands between Earth and the Moon. The deceleration of lunar base expansion and the construction of lunar cities appear to have entered a phase of awaiting breakthroughs in other critical technologies. The research on these key technologies, despite substantial resource and research investment, has ensnared human civilization for a considerable duration, from the year 27 to year 31. This period seems to represent the most tranquil years for humanity since Lin Dao urged civilization to venture into the cosmos and establish lunar cities. Everything operates in an orderly and tightly knit manner, yet significant changes remain absent. It resembles the calm before a monumental upheaval, akin to the stillness before a chick breaks free from its shell. However, amidst this tranquility, all members of human civilization and researchers maintain an unwavering optimism, dedicating their utmost passion to their work and studies. Even if the technological challenges they face resemble insurmountable mountains, they should ultimately be leveled. Under Lin Dao's influence, when confronted with such challenges, humanity does not falter, grow complacent, retreat, abandon hope, conceal knowledge, or hinder progress. The collective wisdom of all individuals can forge a perfect synergy. As long as the problems at hand possess viable solutions and the technologies to be realized do not exceed the limits of human collective intelligence, breakthroughs in technology are merely a matter of time. At this moment, time holds little significance from the perspective of human civilization that if needed, they could persistently research an issue for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, akin to the tale of the foolish old man who moved mountains. Of course, the challenges currently faced by human civilization do not warrant such prolonged struggles. In Lin Dao's perspective, time passes in the blink of an eye. Before him, in a fast-forwarded sequence, one moment human civilization seems to remain in a brief calm, and the next, the technological dilemmas plaguing humanity achieve breakthroughs. Among the several pressing technologies required by civilization at this moment, the first to achieve a breakthrough is materials. In the year 32, 15 years have elapsed since Lin Dao entered this peculiar hibernation. To Lin Dao, it feels as if only a brief moment has passed. For the rest of humanity, these 15 years have unfolded second by second. Finally, through their relentless efforts, the synthesis technology for the 1701D alloy has been successfully unraveled. A materials research team at the Moon Palace base, located within the lunar base, has, for the first time, completed the synthesis of the 1701D alloy belonging to humanity in their laboratory. This achievement is not solely the result of the Lunar Materials Research Team. Rather, it is a culmination of the collaborative efforts and relay of all materials scientists, chemists, and researchers involved in this research, both on Earth and the Moon. The breakthrough in the 1701D alloy is, in fact, somewhat anticipated. Following the destruction of the Octopus civilization spacecraft, the remnants of 1701D alloy fragments provided abundant resources for material research. Scholars and researchers in the field of materials have ample materials for experimentation and study. Indeed, under the concerted efforts of numerous researchers in the field of materials science, fortune has favored them. The breakthrough in the manufacturing technology of the 1701D alloy is of great significance for human civilization. This alloy, derived from the Octopus civilization, boasts exceptional properties, making it the primary material for constructing lunar cities. Only with such advanced materials can lunar cities transcend the current modular structure of the lunar bases and truly resemble a city. Furthermore, the 1701D alloy undoubtedly serves another crucial purpose, as the primary material for the future spacecraft of human civilization. 1701D was inherently designed for such a purpose. Utilizing it to construct spacecraft signifies a return to its original function. Over the years, research teams in the field of materials have not confined their studies solely to the 1701D alloy. They have also explored the synthesis of composite materials that incorporate 1701D as a foundational element, combined with other materials available to humanity, yielding numerous exceptional properties. Once the artificial synthesis of 1701D was achieved, humanity effectively gained mastery over these materials simultaneously, following the breakthrough in 1701D synthesis technology. Excitement surged among the populace, prompting immediate efforts to enhance the industrial production processes related to 1701D. For contemporary human civilization, this endeavor proved simpler than anticipated. As long as the synthesis of 1701D could be accomplished, the cost became a secondary concern. The refinement of industrial production technology merely influenced the efficiency of 1701D output, allowing the production of 1701D to harness greater segments of human productivity without hindering its initiation into industrial manufacturing. Thus, it was not long before large-scale production of 1701D commenced that very year. Concurrently, as 1701D entered the production phase, plans for the construction of the first lunar city were swiftly set in motion. In the intervening years, the researchers previously tasked with lunar-based development, with some diversifying into other fields, found themselves unable to remain idle. During the lull in lunar-based construction, they concurrently finalized the designs for the lunar city. Addressing site selection, internal layout, and the design of supporting facilities and equipment, aside from certain critical technological constraints, all necessary research had been conducted, designs completed, and challenges overcome at this moment. While the construction of the lunar city necessitated more than just the 1701D alloy, the availability of primary materials enabled the commencement of construction in various sections of the lunar city. Consequently, in the year 32 of the current era, the first batch of 1701D alloy was produced and promptly utilized on the lunar surface. The site for the inaugural lunar city was strategically chosen near the Moon Palace base, allowing for the optimal use of existing resources, including personnel, to expedite construction. Furthermore, the location had been previously determined by Mr. Lin, making it a suitable choice that aligned with collective expectations. Year 33 saw significant effort and determination, as humanity relied on the capabilities of the No. 3 rocket assembly to transport the modules for the first lunar city to the designated site adjacent to the Moon Palace base. Although referred to as modules, they transcended the conventional concept of lunar base compartments. This fully enclosed module boasted a base area exceeding 10,000 square meters, surpassing that of a standard football field. With an interior height exceeding 30 meters, constructed entirely from 1701D alloy. Despite the lightweight nature of 1701D, the immense size of the structure exceeded the carrying capacity of the No. 3 rocket assembly, necessitating segmented transport. Considerable effort was devoted by researchers to assemble it on the lunar surface. Upon completion, researchers entered the expansive module, shedding their spacesuits and inhaling the air maintained by the life support system, erupting in cheers. Although this large module fell short of the envisioned lunar city, and energy constraints suggested that the unconstructed lunar city would likely remain a mere display for an extended period, it nonetheless represented a promising beginning. Even in its static state on the lunar surface, it stood as a breathtaking marvel. Mr. Lin observed the jubilant reactions to the successful synthesis of 1701D, only to witness the completion of the first lunar city module moments later. Subsequently, following the success of 1701D synthesis, the technological advancement of human civilization seemed to enter an explosive phase driven by urgent demands. Following the breakthrough in 1701D alloy, attention shifted to the electric propulsion technology for spacecraft. In the preceding years, while chemical rocket propulsion technology experienced continuous breakthroughs, electric propulsion research stagnated. Despite a recent slowdown in chemical rocket development, progress in electric propulsion remained sluggish. However, all efforts bore fruit, and the emergence of new breakthroughs in electric propulsion appeared sudden, yet were the result of a long period of groundwork laid over the past decade. After accumulating substantial technological advancements, The breakthrough in 1701D materials catalyzed a breakthrough in electric propulsion that a new material synthesized from the precursor materials in the 1701D synthesis pathway played a crucial role in the new electric propulsion engines. The thrust of individual electric propulsion engines reached an impressive 10 kilograms. Although seemingly modest in the vastness of space, it proved to be quite significant. Furthermore, this was merely the beginning, like a dam bursting after prolonged pressure. Technological advancements surged forth at BY that very year. Researchers progressively increased the thrust of the new electric propulsion engines to above 30 kilograms. The following year, once the thrust of individual electric propulsion engines exceeded 50 kilograms. Discussions began regarding the feasibility of combining multiple engines to construct a large electric propulsion interstellar vessel capable of operating in outer space or ascending from the lunar surface, not merely theoretical. This initiative gained momentum as researchers convened to confirm its necessity, prompting immediate project initiation. While a single electric propulsion engine with 50 kilograms of thrust would struggle on Earth in the vacuum of space, it held considerable practical utility. However, to assemble multiple electric propulsion engines on Earth to create a vessel capable of escaping gravitational pull and breaching the atmosphere remained unfeasible, even with the high-performance 1701D material, which could support a sufficiently large vessel housing numerous electric propulsion engines without succumbing to the forces of gravity and thrust. The current thrust-to-weight ratio of the electric propulsion engines remained below 1. In Earth's gravitational environment, even without additional weight, the engines could not achieve liftoff. Yet, in the context of space, the situation shifted dramatically. A single electric propulsion engine, even with 50 kilograms of thrust, could gradually accelerate and propel a significantly heavier object, with the only variable being the time required for acceleration. Similar conditions applied during lunar landings and ascents at present. The thrust-to-weight ratio of electric propulsion engines on the lunar surface fell short of 1. Yet the circumstances there differed markedly. While there remained room for improvement, the potential was considerably more promising than on Earth. The Moon's low gravity constituted a significant advantage for humanity's early interstellar exploration, marking it as the first extraterrestrial body developed by human civilization. In the past, researchers and scholars engaged in discussions and studies on this very subject. The breakthrough in electric propulsion engine technology has directly transformed the operational dynamics of the route between Earth and the Moon. Consequently, chemical rockets and spacecraft will no longer traverse the entire distance of several 100,000 kilometers between the two celestial bodies. Instead, their responsibility will be limited to transporting equipment, modules, instruments, and various supplies produced on Earth, lifting them beyond the grip of terrestrial gravity into geostationary orbit, and subsequently ferrying all necessary materials from lunar orbit to the lunar base or city. The journey spanning 30 to 40,000 kilometers between geostationary orbit and lunar orbit will henceforth be managed by the newly developed interstellar spacecraft equipped with electric propulsion systems. According to the plan, numerous large electric propulsion interstellar vessels will continuously shuttle back and forth between Earth and the Moon, akin to passenger ships traversing the banks of great rivers. To enhance this new operational method for the Earth-Moon route, there are plans to establish an interstellar port on both the geostationary and lunar orbits, structured similarly to space stations. The geostationary space platform will feature several docking interfaces to facilitate the transfer of goods ascending from Earth, thereby streamlining the process of moving cargo into the interstellar freighters that will shuttle between the Earth and the Moon. The lunar orbital platform will serve a similar function at first glance. This division appears to complicate the previously straightforward route from Earth to the Moon, segmenting it into 3 stages. However, the increase in efficiency is profound. The Human 3 rocket will thereafter only need to deliver cargo or personnel to the near-Earth space platform or retrieve them from there. The transportation capacity of the lunar transportation system and that of the near-Earth space system are fundamentally distinct concepts. Even without significant breakthroughs in the Human 3 rocket's capabilities, its overall payload capacity will objectively see a substantial increase. Furthermore, the frequency of launches for the Human 3 rocket is expected to rise markedly. Naturally, all of this is contingent upon the newly constructed interstellar spacecraft boasting a single-trip cargo capacity that far exceeds that of the prior Human 3 rocket. Let us spring into action immediately. My friends, Mr. Lin will surely take great delight in the progress we have achieved, remarked one researcher with a tone of exuberance upon finalizing the new Earth-Moon route plan. The transformation in the operation of the Earth-Moon route signifies a significant shift within the field that in earlier times. This might have necessitated considerable effort to balance various interests and to execute a transitional phase. However, at this juncture, it is akin to Mr. Lin's earlier pronouncement that redirected the entire trajectory of human development. When something is deemed valuable and necessary, the transition of the Earth-Moon route is instantaneous. How long did it take to conceive and construct humanity's first large electric propulsion spacecraft? From Mr. Lin's perspective, it seemed almost instantaneous as he envisioned the unfolding of human civilization through this process. Individuals on the ground resembled tiny ants, congregating together with fervent zeal, tirelessly fulfilling their missions day after day in the expanse of space. The rockets, continuously ascending from the Earth, became the new ants, proliferating and moving within the cosmos. A colossal entity emerged within geostationary orbit. The entire process transpired in less than a year. This represents an extraordinarily exaggerated efficiency, yet contemporary human civilization is indeed capable of such feats. Not only is this surge in productivity attributable to the collective capabilities of humanity, but it also stems from the challenges faced in the era preceding Mr. Lin, where it was arduous to inject such immense productivity into a single project with precision during the theoretical design phase. Numerous researchers convened, either physically or virtually. For the mature aspects of technology, there was no dispute. Design elements were swiftly confirmed in succession. For the less mature components, the identification of which research teams would tackle specific issues was accomplished in remarkably short order. Ultimately, the theoretical design was completed at an astonishing pace, transitioning into the manufacturing and construction phase. While an individual might work in a single-threaded manner, requiring the completion of one task before commencing another, human civilization as a whole was far from being so constrained. In the critical manufacturing of the electric propulsion engines, the design called for each interstellar vessel to be equipped with a total of 64 electric propulsion engines. However, within the newly organized industrial ecosystem of human civilization, the manufacturing lines or teams capable of executing this task far exceeded the number of engines required. Upon receiving their assignments through the human industrial and production system, even the production of marginal components within the electric propulsion engines saw workers and relevant manufacturing equipment operating in unison. The industries responsible for supplying foundational materials promptly delivered ample resources to the foremost factories engaged in the manufacturing task, even if a mid-level factory had to await the production of components from upstream. Other processes not reliant on upstream output could proceed simultaneously. Thanks to the human industrial production system, all fundamental production units within the industrial framework and its submodules were interconnected and standardized at this moment. Although human civilization was in pursuit of higher computational power due to demand, it did not excessively chase after the development of general-purpose strong artificial intelligence. This was reasonable, as most tasks achievable by general-purpose AI could now be accomplished by the hive-minded human civilization. Forever optimistic and tirelessly passionate, each individual functioned as a powerful, intelligent module, collectively surpassing the capabilities of a strong AI in numerous respects. In October of that year, relying on the already established near-Earth space platform, human civilization successfully assembled electric propulsion interstellar vessels in geostationary orbit, and not merely one, but 2 interstellar ships were concurrently assembled in the cosmic expanse. Each vessel possessed a payload capacity exceeding 3,000 tons. Although the journey from Earth orbit to lunar orbit took somewhat longer, nearing 10 days, the round trip along the Earth-Moon route required over half a month. However, with the increasing number of such interstellar vessels operating between Earth and the Moon, the impact of this extended travel time became negligible. As long as interstellar ships could dock every hour, the daily cargo capacity between Earth and the Moon could reach staggering levels. Similarly, in October of that year, precisely on the day following the completion of assembly for the 2 vessels, the inaugural voyages of both interstellar ships commenced, laden with cargo previously transported to the orbital space platform, setting sail for the lunar surface and arriving at the lunar orbital space platform within the anticipated 10-day time frame, thereby accomplishing their maiden journeys. Nevertheless, the narrative regarding the Earth-Moon route was far from over. Following the assembly of the first and second electric propulsion vessels, The terrestrial superfactory known as human civilization had effectively established a production line for constructing interstellar spacecraft. Without pausing, new Earth-Moon interstellar vessels began to emerge from this production line at regular intervals. Year 34 of the era. Along the Earth-Moon route, the segment between the near-Earth orbital space platform and the lunar orbital space platform saw chemical rockets progressively supplanted by electric propulsion spacecraft. Human civilization vividly exemplified the rapid production surge characteristic of a hive-minded society. Throughout the entire year 34, interstellar vessels began to be produced at a frenzied pace of at least 2, and at times 3, spacecraft per month. Initially, at the space platform, only a vessel would dock every few days to in the blink of an eye. It has transformed into a scenario where at least one interstellar spacecraft docks daily. And subsequently, multiple such vessels arrive at port each day. This is still amidst the ongoing efforts of human civilization on various monumental projects, which have yet to fully unleash their potential in the construction of electric propulsion interstellar spacecraft. As the capacity for transportation between the Earth and the Moon accelerates dramatically, dissatisfaction begins to brew among the populace regarding chemical rockets, which continue to bear the burden of overcoming terrestrial gravity and facilitating the journey from the surface to geostationary orbit. Even with the advent of the new Human 3 rocket, which no longer necessitates frequent travel between Earth and the Moon, effectively lowering the complexity of its manufacturing, the output of Human 3 rockets under the same productive capacity allows for a more frequent launch schedule from the equatorial launch site. Yet it still feels insufficient. Meanwhile, the research into electric propulsion engines faces limitations due to energy and power output challenges, leading to a new state of impasse. Thus, during this period, certain peculiar devices emerged for vehicles traversing between the Earth's surface and geostationary orbit. The most notable example is the attachment of electric propulsion engines to the exterior of chemical rocket boosters. The chemical rockets continue to perform the primary transportation tasks, while the electric propulsion engines serve mainly to assist in rocket recovery, thereby enhancing the overall efficiency of rocket launches. This arrangement represents a compromise, yet it has proven satisfactory for human civilization during this era. In the visual representation of the Lin Dao sensor, one can observe the burgeoning transportation capacity between the Earth and the Moon, advancing at a remarkably evident pace. The enhancement of transportation capabilities, in turn, propels the construction of lunar cities. However, due to various constraints, such as energy limitations, the lunar cities are not yet operational, resulting in a stagnation of permanent inhabitants on the Moon. Nonetheless, the area dedicated to lunar city construction is expanding significantly, much to the excitement and exhilaration of the research community. In the span of 35 years, building upon the previously established ultra-large lunar city modules, 3 additional ultra-large and ultra-tall modules of comparable scale have been integrated, resulting in a total area exceeding 40,000 square meters. Moreover, these 4 ultra-large modules are extensively interconnected. Yet, the researchers remain somewhat dissatisfied, as this scale fails to meet Mr. Ling's aspirations for the lunar city. In their long-term vision, they aspire to create a collection of several modules that are larger and taller than the current ones, comprising a structure with a base radius exceeding 5 kilometers, intended to accommodate a population of at least 500,000 human settlers. This lunar city is envisioned as a gift to Mr. Ling upon his awakening. However, the establishment of this collection of ultra-large modules in 35 years was not the most pivotal event of that year. The most significant breakthrough in human civilization during that time pertained to computational power. The overarching plan for humanity and the new objectives set forth by Lin Dao placed immense demands on the computational capabilities of human civilization. After a prolonged period of effort and accumulation, advancements in computational technology emerged as a crucial juncture in the technological explosion of this era. Among the aspirations for enhanced computational power, quantum computers represent the ultimate answer that humanity can currently conceive. However, the inherent characteristics of quantum mechanics present numerous challenges to this envisioned technology. Even at this moment, human civilization finds it exceedingly difficult to directly grasp the answers that require transcending vast boundaries. In fact, the only viable direction for research into practical quantum computers currently lies in the worm-like components of the communication devices within the spherical chambers of the cephalopod civilization. Thus, breakthroughs in more powerful computational technologies did not manifest directly in quantum computing. In the early stages of research into computational technology, the relevant researchers endeavored to push the existing semiconductor electronic chips to their theoretical limits, resulting in the development of physical 3-nanometer process chips, significantly enhancing performance compared to previous iterations. However, they soon encountered more severe and frequent issues with electron tunneling, for which no effective solutions were found. Subsequently, the focus shifted to the study of carbon-based chips. In the past, such a shift would have necessitated a substantial transformation within the semiconductor industry, a process fraught with challenges and delays. Yet, for the researchers of the present moment, human civilization was undeterred by such considerations. Building upon existing technological foundations, researchers from various fields collaborated to traverse a path akin to the advancement of silicon-based chips, pushing down from the micron scale. Throughout this process, they naturally overcame numerous hurdles. By the end of the year, they produced the first carbon-based chip, achieving performance levels comparable to the pinnacle of silicon-based chips from previous peak periods. Although this carbon-based chips process was still in the hundreds of nanometers, it was, in fact, promising news, as there remained ample room for enhancement. By the end of that year, the carbon-based chip experienced a leap in both process and performance, achieving a process size of 64 nanometers and significantly surpassing the limits of previous silicon chips. For human civilization at this juncture, being able to produce a single chip was tantamount to achieving mass production. In the following year, before the year had even concluded, the first supercomputer based on carbon-based chips was born, boasting computational power that exceeded the combined capabilities of all previous supercomputers. What does this enhanced and formidable computational power signify for human civilization at this moment? The primary beneficiaries are the grandest project in the history of human civilization, the overarching Human Integration Initiative. The augmented computational power provides the necessary hardware support for the human industrial and production system, facilitating a more refined and complete industrial framework. The most apparent manifestation of this is that certain industries and sectors no longer need to function as standalone submodules but can seamlessly integrate into the entirety of the human industrial production system. Furthermore, after extensive replanning and restructuring, the vast Blue Planet transportation network, following substantial construction efforts, can now operate with greater precision and efficiency, even considering integration with the human industrial and production system to dynamically allocate transportation resources based on the needs of human civilization. This is merely a fraction of the impacts stemming from the enhancement of computational power. Its ramifications are bound to influence numerous aspects of life, ultimately affecting nearly all domains for a civilization. The level of computational power it possesses is largely indicative of its energy mastery, thereby determining its standing in the hierarchy of civilizations. A powerful, high-level civilization manifests in diverse forms in terms of consciousness and social structure. Yet, a high-level civilization must inherently possess high computational power. Even when confronting scientific challenges, many problems can be approached and resolved through a relatively brute force method, thanks to massive and robust computational capabilities. The elevation of computational power is nearly a foundational necessity for a civilization aspiring to progress. At this juncture, the breakthrough in computational technology within the context of this technological explosion serves as a critical node in the entire process, akin to filling the final pivotal piece in a grand puzzle. Finally, this technological explosion reaches its climactic zenith in the early months of the 36th year, less than 3 months after the birth of humanity's first supercomputer based on carbon-based chips. The second carbon-based supercomputer completed its inaugural operation, such as the nature of human civilization at this time. As long as there is a need, once the first product emerges from the human industrial production system, a continuous stream of production follows without the necessity for prolonged waiting periods. The manufacturing of carbon-based chips for the supercomputers commenced, leading to an unceasing output of carbon-based chips from various factories that had undergone successful modifications to enable the requisite production. Naturally, this was not a haphazard endeavor. Human civilization indeed faced a substantial gap in computational power. Even if they were to wait a few years, new processes and more advanced, high-performance carbon-based chips would inevitably emerge. However, updating batches of more powerful computational devices every few years is entirely manageable for human civilization. Most importantly, the time required for human civilization to update its computational equipment does not span several years, allowing for a seamless transition to potentially superior carbon-based chips. For individuals brimming with enthusiasm, the current situation is utterly unacceptable. In truth, The carbon-based chips within the second carbon-based supercomputer were produced nearly concurrently with those of the first. The delay of 3 months in the establishment of the second supercomputer was primarily due to researchers in the relevant fields making refinements to its design based on the performance of the first. Thus, although both supercomputers utilized chips manufactured under the same process, the performance of the second surpassed that of the first significantly. Subsequently, as the third and fourth supercomputers emerged at an astonishing pace, researchers and scholars in the relevant domains continued to optimize their designs. Simultaneously, another crucial area, arguably the most vital, achieved a historic breakthrough: controllable nuclear fusion technology. The energy dilemma is an inescapable issue for any civilization aspiring to develop. Enhanced productivity, elevated computational power, and greater transportation capacity all necessitate a robust energy source to sustain them. That a technology capable of providing stable and substantial energy as a foundation for civilization's advancement seems to be an insurmountable challenge for a civilization striving to transition from its home planet to interstellar existence. For contemporary humanity, the most pressing challenge is the realization that without a more powerful and broadly applicable energy source, colonization of the lunar surface will remain limited. Additionally, as humanity progresses rapidly, a significant energy shortfall looms on the horizon. If an excessive amount of productive resources must be allocated to maintain energy balance, the growth of civilization's productivity will inevitably encounter a ceiling. Both of these issues are intolerable for humanity at this juncture. They aim to construct lunar cities for Mr. Lin and propel human civilization into the far reaches of deep space. Thus, they must surmount these challenges, leveling mountains and filling chasms as necessary. Initially, research into solutions and technologies for the energy conundrum was diverse and flourishing. Although substantial resources were allocated to controllable nuclear fusion technology from the outset, other possibilities were not abandoned. Until a definitive answer is discovered, the ultimate solution remains elusive. Hence, humanity's approach has been one of saturation. Attempting every conceivable option in the early stages, efforts were made to explore next-generation fission reactors, with the aim of deploying them in extraterrestrial environments, including lunar bases and even interstellar spacecraft, to serve as power sources for electric propulsion. This endeavor proved to be quite arduous, as the deployment of fission reactors in space involves a myriad of complex issues. Nonetheless, this challenge did not ultimately hinder the researchers, as the 3 large lunar bases were capable of accommodating over 100,000 permanent residents. Sustained by this technology, however, the energy output from current fission technology remains insufficient for humanity's needs. It may barely support the construction of additional lunar bases, but it cannot facilitate humanity's complete conquest of the moon or the solar system, nor support the journey into deep space. Moreover, researchers have continuously explored solar energy technology. They have sought to enhance its energy conversion efficiency and lifespan, thereby improving the ratio of total energy output over its lifetime to the energy consumed during its production. In this regard, humanity has made notable advancements, implementing new solar energy technologies at lunar bases and orbital platforms. In a sense, this technology addresses the requirements for constructing lunar cities. An extreme proposal was once suggested by researchers: a solar energy generation belt encircling the moon. Utilizing solar power devices to wrap the moon in a ribbon, with the productivity humanity could muster, this task could be accomplished in a relatively short time. However, solar energy devices still face challenges, particularly regarding energy storage. While this issue can be mitigated through remote transmission and dynamic regulation with fission reactors on the moon, it presents a different set of complications aboard interstellar spacecraft. Furthermore, if humanity's expansion continues to push outward into the solar system, this compromise would be constrained by the positions of celestial bodies, rendering it impractical. In reality, these technological avenues have not been abandoned by humanity. Rather, they have all been utilized and have played roles in various capacities. Nonetheless, a more potent energy source remains imperative. Consequently, all research efforts ultimately converged once more on controllable nuclear fusion technology, by the end of 2036. Just before the new year, humanity achieved a monumental milestone with the successful ignition of the first controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor. The final piece of the construction puzzle was identified earlier that year, and every effort was made to bring it to fruition before the new year. For the insectoid civilization, the new year holds special significance as it marks Mr. Lin's birthday, the commencement of a new era, and a true Christmas. Completing the first controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor in time serves as a New Year's gift to Mr. Lin Dao on the eve of the new year, under the leadership of Ren Changsheng. The head of the controllable nuclear fusion project, the research team successfully ignited humanity's first demonstration reactor. As the evening sun sank below the horizon, a radiant sun, wholly belonging to humanity, rose from the reactor. Stabilized and contained within. It was able to harness the power once held by the sun, becoming a new source of energy for human advancement. This moment, Ren Changsheng, the project leader, stands as an objectively recognized genius. The final breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion technology was achieved under his guidance. By the standards of previous eras, he is remarkably young, having been born after year zero, now at the age of 36. However, the composition of researchers within the controllable nuclear fusion project is diverse, encompassing individuals from various age groups without distinction in rank. This scenario reflects the broader state of human civilization at this time. Under the directive of Lin Dao, motivated researchers do not require conventional management. They autonomously fulfill their potential toward a shared goal. Ren Changsheng, as the project leader, embodies a unique role where recognition of new ideas and research directions brings researchers together to work collaboratively toward common objectives. In this process, the individual who unites the researchers naturally assumes the mantle of project leader. However, this position does not confer traditional self-serving power. Rather, their interests align with the collective aspirations of the insectoid civilization. Driven by the goals imparted by Mr. Lin, similar occurrences have transpired numerous times throughout the history of the controllable nuclear fusion project. Throughout the process, several individuals have emerged as project leaders. Some have aged beyond the capacity to contribute, while others continue to work diligently as researchers. Thus, while Ren Changsheng is indeed a genius, no single researcher has monopolized the majority of contributions to the project. In truth, the success of the entire controlled nuclear fusion project is, in reality, a testament to the collective intellect of tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, exceeding 1 million researchers. It is the product of the collective wisdom of countless traditional geniuses. The aspiration of humanity to reach for the stars, initiated by Lin Dao, marked a pivotal turn in the course of human civilization. The necessity for research into controlled nuclear fusion and energy technology was swiftly recognized by the researchers, prompting immediate action. From the year 2016 to 2036, a span of precisely 20 years, is not particularly lengthy in the realm of technological research concerning controlled nuclear fusion. However, the challenges encountered and the obstacles faced during this period were numerous. The resources allocated for research are indeed staggering. Throughout the project, the number of core researchers remained relatively stable, while there were fluctuations in the core team. By the time of the successful ignition, the number had reached several thousand. In contrast, the number of researchers involved in peripheral projects consistently hovered around 1 million. Yet, the resources devoted to research far exceeded the mere count of 1 million researchers. All necessities for the project, ranging from productivity to resources, were met by the industrial production of human civilization and the scientific research system. It is no exaggeration to assert that the ultimate achievement of controlled nuclear fusion is an accomplishment of the entirety of human civilization. In terms of research duration, these 20 years represent a period of wholly effective inquiry. Over 1 million researchers, who have at times erred in their research directions or taken detours, found meaning even in those diversions. They maintained an unwavering positivity, never yielding nor giving up. Each day was filled with abundant enthusiasm to explore new possibilities, investigate novel directions, and put them into practice. All research efforts converged towards a singular objective. With every endeavor aimed at a common goal, the research force and time were meticulously managed, resulting in minimal internal friction within such an expansive research system. When considering the research capacity of 1 million researchers, if one assumes a unit value of 1 per researcher, the collective strength significantly surpasses 1 million. In December 2016, the first overall leader emerged from within the research team, uniting the researchers around this individual. After 2 months, a second leader arose, followed by a third and a fourth. The fifth overall leader, researcher Su, was in his early 40s at the time. In fact, the emergence of each new overall leader did not signify a rejection of the previous leader's direction. Rather, each leader represented a continuation of their predecessor, advancing the research project incrementally. When the preceding leader recognized a colleague with superior ideas and direction, the natural progression led to a transition of leadership. Thus, during the tenure of the fifth overall leader, researchers sue. The construction of a new controlled nuclear fusion experimental reactor was completed. Subsequently, the 6th, 7th, and up to the 11th liters followed. By the time of the 11th liter, a significant overhaul of the controlled nuclear fusion experimental reactor was accomplished. Under the 11th liter, the reactor achieved self-sustainability during experimental operations, with a self-sustainability rate exceeding 1, indicating the potential for energy output. Following this, a succession of brilliant researchers took on the mantle of leadership, culminating in the era of Ren Chongqing, the 41st leader, while the previous 40 leaders and 23 other researchers remained active within the team. Ren Chongqing was born in May of the year 2000. During his early childhood, he was largely unaffected by Lin Dao's existence, as directives and expectations rarely reached individuals of his age group. To him, the world was merely an entity of immense reverence, an unfamiliar yet strangely familiar deity. His life mirrored that of children from previous eras, studying, learning, and anticipating holidays, often fretting over seemingly trivial matters. This continued until the age of 16. That year, Ren Chongqing was enrolled in a youth program at a university. Although his innate talents set him apart from his peers, this potential had yet to be realized. Then, Mr. Lin's directives arrived, altering the trajectory of human development. As a member of human civilization, Ren Chongqing's fate was inevitably influenced. Human advancement is significantly shaped by the currents of time. With Lin Dao embodying the era itself, the destinies of countless individuals shifted in accordance with Lin Dao's will. As a human being, Ren Chongqing naturally aspired to contribute his share of strength to Mr. Lin's vision. His zeal and enthusiasm for learning reached unprecedented heights, as he yearned to master a wealth of knowledge. Dedicating himself wholeheartedly alongside humanity to fulfill Mr. Lin's objectives, the response of the insect-like human civilization to Lin Dao's directives and delineated goals is beyond the comprehension of non-insect civilizations. For Lin Dao's directives serve as the primary driving force of all human civilization. Thus, in contributing to Mr. Lin's vision, they did not perceive their efforts as a burdensome struggle or a daunting journey. In truth, they experienced excitement and joy throughout this process. They felt a sense of fulfillment. Even if it meant dedicating their lives to this cause, their efforts towards Mr. Lin's objectives invigorated each individual within the insect-like human civilization in response to the demands of Mr. Lin's new goals. Ren Chongqing remained relentless in his studies, never faltering, never yielding, nor allowing himself to grow complacent, consistently maintaining an unparalleled fervor. One might even describe it as obsession. Soon, Ren Chongqing's talents caught the attention of other researchers within human civilization. Merely 2 months after Mr. Lin proposed the pursuit of deep space, Ren Chongqing was discovered as Mr. Lin articulated new requirements. Individuals across relevant fields recognized the need for simultaneous reforms within the educational system. Mr. Lin's ultimate goals necessitated generations of countless prodigies to be realized. Thus, efforts to unearth more talents intensified, ensuring that these individuals could fully harness their gifts to contribute to Mr. Lin's vision. Guided by this ethos, the collective personnel across all relevant domains of human civilization spontaneously transformed the educational framework, resulting in a peculiar state characterized as chaotic yet efficient. These seemingly contradictory terms achieved a harmonious unity within the newly established educational system. During the standard primary education phase, the situation remained relatively stable, with students of similar ages occupying the same classroom. However, by the secondary school stage, the disparity became glaringly evident. In a single secondary school class, one might find students aged 8 alongside those of 18, illustrating a significant age difference. This age gap, particularly during adolescence, manifests distinctly in stature and appearance. The younger students may not even reach the chest height of their older counterparts. And as they transition from secondary to tertiary education, this disparity becomes even more pronounced. In the same university, one could witness students aged 12 or 13 alongside those in their 50s, with individuals decades apart engaged in education. Moreover, this was not an isolated phenomenon. The fundamental reason behind this reality lies in the abandonment of age-based criteria for determining grade levels and educational progression. The distinction between individuals is made entirely based on their learning abilities and the extent of knowledge they have mastered. The desired outcome is that individuals of average talent complete foundational learning at a normal pace, while those of extraordinary talent save time in their studies, rapidly realizing their potential and advancing into cutting-edge fields. Had such an educational system been introduced prior to the era of Lin Dao, it would undoubtedly have caused a considerable degree of chaos. The complete cessation of age-based progression in education would inevitably lead to a dramatic increase in management costs. Additionally, the need to accommodate students of varying ages would impose immense pressure on teachers and administrators. However, in the current context of a bug-like human civilization, such issues do not exist. Individuals can spontaneously differentiate their learning capabilities and the extent of their knowledge, attending the appropriate grade level for their abilities. The only concern previously raised by some researchers was whether younger students entering environments with non-age-matched peers might adversely affect their physical and mental development. However, this was ultimately confirmed to have negligible impact. Firstly, exceptionally gifted individuals tend to exhibit precocious intellect. Secondly, in the classrooms that have formed, students with an age difference of over 10 years engage in equal discussions. While this may appear somewhat unusual, it simply reflects the changes in societal dynamics of the era. Moreover, within the educational system, there exists a provision known as the Ascension Clause, which allows particularly gifted individuals to completely bypass traditional teaching processes. This clause lacks a clear standard, and the authority to determine an individual's eligibility has been delegated to numerous educators that in the past. An ambiguous clause would have rendered evaluations difficult and potentially given rise to unscrupulous practices. Yet, for contemporary human civilization, this is not an issue. As long as a student is genuinely gifted, the Ascension Clause will undoubtedly apply to them. Ultimately, the presence of noticeably older students in universities arises from the necessity for more researchers and the imperative for everyone to acquire greater knowledge. Consequently, the new educational system demands and permits individuals already in society to return to university for education and learning. Thus, this has culminated in an external appearance of chaos within the current human civilization. While in reality, the educational system operates with remarkable stability. It may seem peculiar, yet it aligns perfectly with the current needs of human civilization. Ren Changxing is one such beneficiary of the Ascension Clause. After his exceptional talents were discovered, his subsequent learning completely detached from the conventional educational framework. Following his decision to pursue studies and research in the field of controlled nuclear fusion, he, at the tender age of 16, was directly taken under the wing of the leading scholars in that domain, including the second head of the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Project. Simultaneously, other top scholars and researchers within the project provided him with meticulous and patient guidance. Similar occurrences transpired in other fields. Under the vast population base of billions, the Ascension Clause is not a rarity. Those triggering the Ascension Clause in physics were promptly ushered into the forefront of their desired field, while those activating it in chemistry found themselves in close proximity to the most cutting-edge scholars, receiving their invaluable insights and completing the realization of their talents in the shortest possible time. In fact, the current explosive growth of technology within human civilization is closely linked to the transformation of the educational system that occurred 16 years ago, which led to a surge of exceptional talents and genius. By the year 2035, at the age of 35, Ren Changxing became the 41st head of the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Project. For the researchers involved, this role represents both an honor and a weighty responsibility. After receiving the baton from the previous 40 heads, it finally transformed into a torch in his hands. By the end of 2036, the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Demonstration Reactor achieved ignition. This event rapidly reverberated across every corner of the Earth, the Moon, and the space between them, igniting pure cheers from billions of people worldwide. Lin Dao, in his dormant state, observed the scene unfolding as if fast-forwarded. Noting the jubilant expressions of billions, he smiled, aware of the elation resonating from every perspective, every moment, and every individual. For human civilization, this moment was extraordinary, an exhilaration born from a pivotal technological breakthrough and the excitement of fulfilling Mr. Lin's Christmas gift. Beyond this, the breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology held significant importance for people. With the light of controlled nuclear fusion ignited and harnessed on Earth, humanity seemed to have finally met all the prerequisites for constructing lunar cities: energy, computational power, transportation capacity, and materials. Over the span of 20 years, the exaggerated technological explosion of the bug-like human civilization has prepared them to achieve Mr. Lin's first objective, the construction of a lunar city. Thus, on the very day the breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology was announced, people began to echo a singular phrase, resonating from every corner of the Earth to the 3 lunar bases. Subsequently, all efforts appeared to converge on the endeavor of building a lunar city. With the energy issue temporarily resolved, the bug-like human civilization unleashed a terrifying productivity surge. For every controlled nuclear fusion reactor that could be constructed, humanity could produce 10, 100, or even 1,000. With the technical hurdles overcome, even if manufacturing costs were somewhat high, human civilization had entered a mass production mode. The controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor, completed by the end of 2036, was referred to as the Type 1 fusion reactor. With its core relying on deuterium-tritium fusion for energy output, in 2037, merely 1 year after the inception of the Type 1 fusion reactor, over 40 such reactors were produced within the super factories of human civilization. Although constructing a single Type 1 fusion reactor from the initial manufacturing stage to its installation at the site typically took over 4 months, the current civilization could simultaneously build dozens of Type 1 reactors. In fact, this was not even the limit of human productivity at the moment. It was merely constrained by the fact that the Type 1 reactor could only be utilized on Earth. Following the birth of the Type 1 fusion reactor, a year and a half later, under the stewardship of the 42nd head of the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Project, an improved Type 1 fusion reactor was developed based on previous reactors. The core change in the improved model was that, while the overall structure remained unchanged, it was now suitable for extraterrestrial environments, specifically for use on the Moon. This modification was primarily aimed at facilitating the construction of a lunar city. Thereafter, Lin Dao perceived a swift acceleration in the grand narrative of human civilization. However, this was merely an illusion stemming from the rapid advancements in human productivity that large-scale projects were completed at an accelerated pace. And Lin Dao sensed that humanity had commenced the construction of lunar cities, and no longer were they merely placing oversized modules in a rudimentary manner. They were genuinely undertaking the construction of a functional lunar city to increase the number of permanent inhabitants on the Moon. Throughout this process, Lin Dao observed with a sense of detached awareness. The world, through his subjective lens, resembled a swiftly flowing tableau, akin to a tumultuous sea, occasionally erupting into waves, with each crest representing a historical moment or scene. For Lin Dao, who remained in a dormant state, time held little significance. Though he could utilize his connection with billions to ascertain the unfolding events, he remained objectively in a dormant state. For him, it was as if a momentary distraction had caused the external world to advance by several years, even decades, or perhaps even longer. In the outside world, people toiled diligently to fulfill Lin Dao's expectations. 40 years later, Lin Dao sensed something particularly noteworthy. The researcher who had initially placed Lin Dao into hibernation had passed away. As Lin Dao's attention turned, he caught a glimpse of the moment of that researcher's departure from this world. He lay on his sickbed, seemingly aware of a divine gaze upon him, and in his final moments, a smile graced his face. Lin Dao paused momentarily in his contemplation before shifting his focus elsewhere. In the time that followed, many familiar faces gradually faded away, succumbing to mortality, replaced by new visages in their respective fields of work. This, in itself, should have held little significance for Lin Dao. Under his perception, there should be no such thing as complete strangers. These new faces continued to fulfill the same missions and tasks as those he once knew. This ought to have had no impact on him. Yet, human emotions are complex, and Lin Dao's own mindset was even more intricate. Those familiar faces represented the previous era for him, a time that held a certain uniqueness in his memory. Nevertheless, time did not come to a halt. Lin Dao did not choose to awaken at this moment. Thus, time continued its relentless march forward. In the ensuing years, human civilization continued to advance rapidly towards the goals set forth by Lin Dao. When transportation capacity fell short, it was enhanced. When energy was insufficient, advancements in controllable nuclear fusion technology were pursued. From a macro perspective, human civilization was undergoing rapid transformation, until Lin Dao, once again, found his focus. Sensing a peculiar sensation, it was then that he swiftly realized what had transpired. He needed to awaken. This somewhat extraordinary period of hibernation had reached its limit. Lin Dao sensed that the current moment in time was slightly beyond the estimate provided by that researcher. Now, in the year 87 of the current era, he had spent a full 70 years in hibernation. It was time to awaken. For Lin Dao, emerging from this slumber was merely a fleeting moment. This unique hibernation, which had exceeded expectations by 60 years, had lasted 70 years, largely due to the meticulous care provided by the researchers and medical staff overseeing the process, allowing his body to endure in a state of semi-life for 70 years. Upon realizing the need to awaken, in the next instant, he found himself not within the hibernation pod or its vicinity, but in a spacious chamber at the periphery of the Moon Palace base of this era. Where he opened his eyes, the reason for his leap to this location was that Lin Dao had sensed the collective anticipation for his awakening. Here, they would present Mr. Lin with a gift that had transcended time. A gift that had been nurtured over 70 years. Throughout the 70 years of hibernation, although Lin Dao had not severed his connection with the external human civilization, his perception of time had not been particularly acute. To him, it felt as though 70 years had passed in an instant, as if the last words of the researcher who had sent him into hibernation had yet to fully fade from his ears. And then, 70 years had leaped by, allowing those final words to resonate once more. At this moment, as Lin Dao awakened from his slumber, all of humanity sensed it instantaneously, like the connection between consciousness and body. People instinctively knew that Mr. Lin had concluded his hibernation. Cheers erupted in every place inhabited by humanity, on Earth, on the lunar surface, and along the pathways of the Starry Sky. In the spacious chamber where Lin Dao currently resided, it remained relatively quiet. However, the distance of space did not hinder Lin Dao from perceiving the emotions and celebrations of the people at this moment. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and a middle-aged researcher in his 40s entered the chamber through a nearby door. Mr. Lin, I am Xian Ming. According to the paternal naming convention, you may refer to me as Chen IV. According to the maternal naming convention, you may call me Yuli IV. The other researchers believe that welcoming you is the best choice. Xian Ming, the middle-aged researcher, spoke to Lin Dao with a mix of excitement and enthusiasm. Chen A was the researcher who had initially placed Lin Dao into hibernation. Xian Ming was his descendant. The fourth generation, aside from his own name, the so-called paternal and maternal naming conventions emerged shortly after Lin Dao entered hibernation. People hoped that once the individuals of the previous era had passed, and all traces of that era had been erased by time and progress, the current civilization would still retain some familiarity for Mr. Lin. Xian Ming did not elaborate further on the naming conventions. For all of humanity understood that despite the hibernation, Mr. Lin had never truly left. In truth, there was no need for anyone to report matters to Mr. Lin. He would naturally know what he wished to learn. Now, his presence as a researcher welcoming and reporting was more symbolic than practical. Welcome, Mr. Lin, to 70 years later. This is a gift from all of us for the conclusion of your hibernation. Xian Ming added another remark. Echoing the sentiments of his great-grandfather from 70 years prior, what was this gift that transcended time? It was the very site of humanity's first lunar city, which Lin Dao could now behold directly. 70 years is a considerable span in the lifespan of an ordinary person. Many of those who initially participated in the construction of this lunar city and laid its groundwork have since passed away. However, their unfinished legacy had been carried on by successive generations, ultimately manifesting as a timeless gift presented before Lin Dao in this era. Most researchers at the Moon Palace base had long since relocated, with only a few research teams remaining due to necessity. The anticipation for Lin Dao's awakening in this chamber stemmed from its designation as the lunar viewing platform. The chamber was long and narrow, devoid of any research equipment, resembling more of a corridor situated at the farthest edge of the Moon Palace base than a lunar research facility. Its only distinguishing feature was that the wall facing outward was not constructed of metal, but rather comprised a special glass of high transparency and strength. It appeared as though this unique lunar chamber possessed a floor-to-ceiling window that maximized the view for those within. Although called the lunar viewing platform, it did not offer much of the moon's pristine scenery. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, the most prominent sight was humanity's first lunar city. Having awakened from his hibernation, Lin Dao now stood before this transparent window, gazing directly at the entirety of the lunar city that lay several kilometers from the Moon Palace base. Sprawling across the lunar surface, and as his gaze traversed the ground, it was abruptly obstructed. It seemed to rise from the ground, majestic and colossal, suddenly dominating his entire field of vision. Its exterior and dome presented a curved shape, resembling a pearl embedded upon the lunar surface. Even in appearance, it had become a marvel of the moon. During his hibernation, Lin Dao had often sensed the city's features from various perspectives, but witnessing it with his own eyes was indeed a first. Mr. Lin 01 has an overall hemispherical shape, inverted upon the lunar surface. Its primary material is 1701D, while the framework is composed of a higher strength metal we developed based on 1701D. The designation 01 serves as the code name for this lunar city from its inception to the present day. It has yet to receive an official name, with the privilege of naming reserved for Mr. Lin. The primary energy source is a second-generation helium-3 fusion reactor, supplemented by solar energy. With the exterior of 01 adorned with state-of-the-art solar panels. There are 2 large helium, 3 fusion reactors, and a total of 16 medium and small reactors. The structure of 01 is divided into 2 levels. The lower level boasts a base radius of 8 kilometers, while the upper level has a base radius of 5 kilometers. The combined height of both levels reaches 500 meters. The entirety is composed of several oversized chambers, the largest of which exceeds a radius of 2 kilometers and a height of over 200 meters. Serving as the core zone of 01, with all other oversized chambers constructed around it. In conjunction with various devices within the weather simulation system, 01 can facilitate basic day-night cycles, temperature variations, and even moderate precipitation. As researcher XIN reported to Mr. Lin while gazing at the lunar city, he refrained from delving into excessive detail, as Mr. Lin was already well informed. Despite the existence of multiple lunar cities, 01 remains the most prosperous and densely populated among them. Just as with the construction of other entities, the successful creation of one city proves that within the vast factory of human civilization, a production line capable of mass production has been established. Over the decades, it is only natural that more than one lunar city has been constructed in addition to 01. During the initial phase, 2 other lunar cities, designated 02 and 03, were simultaneously built, one on the far side of the moon and the other at the lunar North Pole, both serving as significant lunar bases. Subsequently, the scope of lunar city development expanded beyond the original 3 locations, and as Mr. Lin emerged from his hibernation, the designation of lunar cities had progressed to 09. Listening to researcher XIN's report, Mr. Lin turned and approached a hatch beside the chamber. The researchers had planned meticulously, ensuring that next to this chamber, there was an airlock and a buffer chamber for activities outside. Beyond the hatch, a new model lunar vehicle awaited. Following Mr. Lin, researcher XIN boarded the lunar vehicle, continuing to provide updates. Mr. Lin did not don a space suit, as the vehicle was fully enclosed, capable of maintaining a normal human living environment without the need for a driver. With the advancements in computational power over the decades, the lunar vehicle now operated autonomously, even coordinating with other lunar units. Currently, the lunar city of 01 houses a population of 400,000 residents, some existing to sustain the basic operations of the city, others being researchers working on the moon, and a portion being local residents born and raised within the lunar city itself. This population is comparable to that of a small urban area in the previous era. Mr. Lin, wishing to travel from the Moon Palace base to the lunar city of 01, could have easily leapt across if he desired. However, at this moment, he preferred to observe the magnificent lunar city of 01 gradually magnifying through the viewport of the lunar vehicle. Researcher XIN referenced the previous era as a comparison because humanity on Earth has made significant strides in recent times. Traditional urban structures have largely vanished. The resources necessary to sustain the 40,000 residents of 01 are primarily no longer transported from the surface. Instead, they are produced in bulk by the automated, three-dimensional farms within 01. Industrial products and various instruments are partly supplied by the industrial sector of 01, while the majority comes from the lunar city 04, which is not too far from 01. Similarly, lunar cities 05 and 06 are located near 02 and 03, respectively. The primary focus of these 3 lunar industrial cities is on lunar industrial clusters, which are now integrated into humanity's industrial and production systems, effectively serving as a lunar subsystem. Their main responsibilities include extracting raw resources and materials from the moon, culminating in the production of final products. Additionally, they facilitate collaboration with terrestrial human industries, supplementing lunar resource deficiencies while returning lunar resources advantageous to Earth, such as helium, 3 required for second-generation fusion reactors. Due to enhanced computational capabilities, the degree of industrial automation has significantly increased, resulting in a relatively small permanent population in these industrial cluster cities, averaging fewer than 30,000 residents per city. The exchange of goods and transportation between these industrial cluster cities and other lunar cities primarily relies on electric propulsion spacecraft. Thus, Mr. Lin's use of a lunar vehicle is somewhat of a rarity. At the top of the second level of the lunar city, a platform for electric propulsion spacecraft has been designated, often referred to as an interstellar port. From Mr. Lin's perspective, it was not long before he witnessed an electric propulsion spacecraft descend from the lunar city, either approaching lunar orbit or swiftly heading towards lunar city 04. Additionally, he observed numerous electric propulsion spacecraft arriving at port. The bustling activity of these various spacecraft is quite significant for the lunar city at this moment. Naturally, the lunar vehicle in which Mr. Lin is traveling is not particularly slow either, under the exceptional operation of the automated control system. The journey is remarkably smooth. Before long, the lunar vehicle arrives at the forefront of the lunar city 01. From a distance, 01 appeared as a luminous jewel embedded in the lunar surface, but upon closer approach, a normal field of vision could no longer encompass the entirety of the city. It resembled a mountain forged from metal, with towering walls that seemed to stretch endlessly. To glimpse the dome of the lunar city, one must look up, and to see the left and right edges of the outer wall, one would discover, even as it turned its head left and right, the side extended to the very edge of vision. In the vicinity of just a few meters, the originally arc-shaped external structure of the lunar city was so obscured that its curvature was indiscernible. For an ordinary person, this spectacle would undoubtedly be profoundly striking. For Lin Dao, however, this scene was equally intriguing. At the very least, in the past, he had found it difficult to witness such a sight. Thus, as he gazed upon the lunar city, a smile graced his lips. At the base of the lunar city, there existed designated interfaces for lunar vehicles to enter. The lunar vehicle seamlessly navigated into the heart of the lunar city, upon disembarking from the lunar vehicle and officially entering this lunar metropolis. All the inhabitants within had already congregated before him. For the insectoid civilization of humanity, it had taken 70 years to present this gift to Mr. Lin. This moment represented their utmost excitement, joy, and exhilaration over the past 7 decades. Naturally, the throngs of jubilant individuals far exceeded the 40,000 gathered here. There were many more on the surface and along the lunar-Earth transit lines, encompassing all of human civilization. Although the naked eye could not traverse space to perceive this, Lin Dao could sense the emotions of everyone's perspective. They had fulfilled Mr. Lin's request. Over 70 years ago, his finger had pointed to the lunar surface, prompting their journey to the moon. Mr. Lin had decreed the construction of a lunar city. 70 years later, the lunar city belonging to human civilization stood tall upon the once barren lunar landscape. More importantly, they all understood what Mr. Lin truly desired. Not merely the construction of a lunar city, but a genuine venture into deep space. Now, after 70 years, human civilization had undergone monumental transformations. Not only had the lunar city been completed, but humanity also possessed the technological foundation to embark on a journey into deep space. Lin Dao regarded the multitude gathered together, and with a mere thought, the 40,000 inhabitants of the lunar city resumed their daily operations in accordance with his will. They acted as though he were not present, with another researcher seamlessly taking the place of the recently departed Xing researcher, continuing to report to Lin Dao. However, this moment allowed the entirety of the lunar city to be vividly presented before him. Mr. Lin, over the past 70 years, human civilization has experienced significant changes. Most of the endeavors we were engaged in prior to your hibernation have yielded results. Ultimately, for the entirety of human civilization, it matters little who delivers the report. It is merely symbolic. Lin Dao nodded, surveying the entire lunar city while simultaneously contemplating all that human civilization encompassed at this moment. 70 years had elapsed. The transformation of human civilization extended far beyond the mere completion of the lunar city. Change was comprehensive and profound, reaching from the macro to the micro. Compared to 70 years ago, when Lin Dao entered hibernation, aside from humanity remaining human, numerous aspects of civilization had been utterly transformed. Within the lunar city, in accordance with Lin Dao's will, the city operated as usual, presenting a comprehensive view of its features from the interior, apart from the omnipresent lunar gravity that remained unchanged. The entire lunar city appeared akin to a bustling and orderly terrestrial metropolis, albeit with many differences compared to the city of 70 years prior. Looking up, one would not behold the intuitively expected deep blue 1701D alloy dome. Instead, a sky imbued with lunar characteristics unfolded above. This was a virtual sky crafted by the dome subsystem of the Lunar City's weather simulation system, resembling a projection rather than the terrestrial sky seen on Blue Star. Since it was the moon, the projections retained lunar traits, showcasing the dimly illuminated starry sky observable in real time from the lunar surface, from within the lunar city, regardless of whether one stood on the first or second floor. One could gaze upwards and directly witness the star-filled firmament, as if standing beneath the cosmos itself. The naked eye could not discern the finely detailed, long-distance virtual projections. Merely this scene rendered the interior of the lunar city somewhat magical and resplendent. Beneath the starry dome, one could observe vehicles gliding through the air in a seemingly ordered flow. As people journeyed from the surface to the moon, their understanding of space had undergone notable transformation. The electric propulsion systems, since their inception, had been continually refined. Some small-scale electric propulsion systems had been integrated into the lunar city's internal transport, along with ground public transportation. Regarding private vehicles or personal transport devices, strictly speaking, they did not exist within the insectoid civilization. 70 years ago, the insectoid human civilization had already abandoned currency, and the overall process of integration could not possibly revert. At present, the transportation system within the lunar city was orchestrated by intelligent programs supported by computational units, coordinating in a seamless manner, utilizing long-distance power transmission technology along with emergency batteries carried by the vehicles as energy sources. Every moment a need arose within the lunar city. Intelligent vehicles equipped with electric propulsion systems, perhaps better referred to as smart transporters, would appear before users in a remarkably short time. Designed not to exceed 1 minute, though often arriving even sooner. As these vehicles traversed, capturing a time-lapse would reveal them as threads of light dancing throughout the space. The transportation system within the lunar city was three-dimensional and perpetually dynamic, controlled by the intelligent program. Each vehicle moved in accordance with the overall traffic situation, ensuring that whenever a human required a vehicle, it would be available promptly. The vehicles, equipped with long-distance power transmission receivers, were capable of operating continuously throughout the lunar city until maintenance or planned decommissioning. Moreover, each vehicle also fulfilled other public functions. For instance, they could serve as emergency vehicles, ensuring that any patient could be transported to the medical center of the lunar city within an anticipated time frame of no more than 5 minutes. Additionally, the fully intelligent control of the transportation system offered another advantage, evident within the lunar city's transport network. There was no need for human intervention. The intelligent control system coordinated all vehicles, eliminating concerns about human reaction time. Thus, the speed of travel within the three-dimensional transportation system of the lunar city was notably swift, except for the initial phase. The general operating speed ranged between 150 to 180 kilometers per hour. In urgent situations, all vehicles or transporters within the lunar city could synchronize to exceed speeds of 300 kilometers per hour. Furthermore, the most visible aspect of this three-dimensional transportation system was the architecture of the lunar city. The architectural style of the lunar city bore significant differences from conventional cities, primarily consisting of high-rise structures interconnected with the main framework of the lunar city. For instance, the buildings on the first floor extended from the lunar surface to the dome of the lunar city, and coupled with the celestial simulation within, rendered the structures as if they were reaching from the moon up into the starry sky. Aside from designated passages for vertical transportation systems, some buildings within the lunar city were interconnected between upper and lower levels. Elevators permitted movement from the first to the second floor, with the two spaces not entirely segregated. Moreover, although the lunar city was constructed from multiple superlarge modules, no evident partitioning was discernible from the interior. It appeared as a cohesive whole. Apart from ensuring that the connections between modules were spacious and grand, the walls of each module were integrated into the architecture of the lunar city, becoming part of a building's wall or other structural element. In other words, multiple compartments have been assembled with partitions, which people have expanded and transformed into a structure, reflecting a rather intriguing notion. Lin Dao raised his head and gazed once more at the scenes within this lunar city before leaning back and detaching himself from this place. In the blink of an eye, he traversed hundreds of thousands of kilometers, returning to the surface after a separation of over 70 years. The lunar city can be regarded as the culmination of human achievement over these past 7 decades. However, the more striking transformations are observed on the ground, where the changes appear far more immediate. Firstly, the population of human civilization has surged from several billion 70 years ago to a staggering 15 billion today. Rather than being described as mere expansion, this growth has been deliberate and calculated. Since Lin Dao urged humanity to venture into deep space, scholars in related fields recognized that the then-current population was insufficient for such aspirations. Whether technological and industrial advancements stem from the persistent efforts of numerous ordinary talents or the fleeting inspirations of extraordinary minds, a substantial population base remains an essential prerequisite. For ordinary civilizations, their growth is primarily constrained by the continuous balancing of population and resources. In contrast, human civilization faces no such dilemma. This is both an advantage of a swarm-like civilization and a benefit of mastering controllable nuclear fusion technology. The former allows human civilization to focus solely on objective necessities, planning population growth without subjective concerns. Simultaneously, the per capita resource consumption is fundamentally balanced, reasonable, and positive, significantly lower than that of conventional collective civilizations. The latter ensures that even if the population of this swarm-like human civilization expands tenfold, resource scarcity will not arise. Over the past 70 years, although mortality rates could not be entirely controlled, the birth rate has stabilized the population growth rate to fluctuate around 1%. Additionally, the age structure of the population is predominantly composed of individuals aged middle-aged and younger, accounting for over 70%. Such a scenario would be exceedingly complex and nearly insurmountable for an ordinary collective civilization, or even for the previous era of human civilization. Yet, for this swarm-like human civilization, it has proven to be a remarkably straightforward task. In fact, should Mr. Lin require it, human civilization could stabilize population growth at 2%, 5%, or even 10% or higher during Lin Dao's 70-year slumber. Some scholars proposed a rather terrifying and brutally cruel scheme from the perspective of normal civilizations. This involved the explosive population growth characteristic of typical swarm civilizations, using a base coverage probability akin to a lottery system to select geniuses and supergeniuses from the next generation of humanity. Concurrently, all individuals deemed low quality after birth, as well as those who had lost their ability to work and engage in research, would be eliminated to conserve resources, essentially treating them as a part of the resource pool for continued population explosions. They argued that what humanity needed at this juncture was a high-quality populace, thus accelerating the development of human civilization. This chilling proposal would not have been taken seriously in a normal collective civilization. However, during Lin Dao's 70-year dormancy, it nearly gained traction that if necessary, no dedicated department or team would need to execute this plan. Every individual within human civilization could undertake it themselves. Ultimately, the reason this plan did not come to fruition was primarily due to another group of scholars who believed it could lead to a homogenization and radicalization of human thought. The evolution of philosophy and ideology is foundational to scientific progress, although Mr. Lin's presence would prevent the collapse of human philosophical ethics and thought. It could potentially limit the future pace of human civilization's development. Of course, this was a secondary concern. The main reason was the potential adverse impact it could have on Mr. Lin himself. Psychologists among these scholars posited that Mr. Lin's psychological state was intricate, while remnants of humanity remained scant. The approval of this plan could still negatively affect his mental well-being. This consideration ultimately led to the rejection of this somewhat exaggerated proposal. At present, the demographic structure of human civilization features a significant portion of the elderly, generally retiring around the age of 70. However, akin to the educational system of human civilization, there exists an upper limit. Yet, below this threshold, the retirement age is not entirely fixed. Individuals may leave their current positions whenever they confirm their incapacity to fulfill their work responsibilities, passing their duties to the next person. Due to the extreme motivation, no one would seek to leave prematurely during this process, nor would they attempt to cling to their roles, as they understand that doing so would adversely affect the overall productivity of human civilization. Those who have traditionally retired, in a strict sense, do not cease all work. Rather, their responsibilities have simply shifted. According to the current philosophical definition within human civilization, their primary duty now revolves around educating students within the educational system, as well as providing life education outside of it. They contribute to the maintenance of the overall social structure by summarizing their work experiences and life insights through written works or other means. They are encouraged to travel regularly to document their reflections and perceptions regarding various scenes encountered at their current age. In essence, the work and responsibilities of this group are predominantly centered on the spiritual aspect of humanity. Over the past 70 years, based on this philosophy, human civilization has amassed a wealth of intellectual material, resulting in a remarkably vibrant development of thought and philosophy during this time. On Blue Star, on the ground, in the expanse of what was once the Eurasian continent, lies the human civilization's Eurasian human settlement area, her City 01. This is a colossal metropolis, from any perspective. It is undeniably a grand city. At this moment, Lin Dao stands on a street within the living district of this Core City 01. Ahead lies the research center of Core City 01, resembling an enormous park, adorned with lakes, islands, and shaded groves, interspersed with research institutions spanning various fields from fundamental to applied sciences. Lin Dao currently occupies one of its main entrances, which extends across multiple living districts. Behind him lies the University of Core City 01. As humanity transitioned into a unified entity, the necessity for multiple schools in the same region became obsolete, making this the sole institution of higher education within Core City 01. This exemplifies what a swarm-like civilization is capable of achieving. Otherwise, the issue of educational monopolization by individual institutions could potentially destabilize the entire educational system. Presently, even in regions hosting a single colossal university, it can seamlessly fulfill its designated functions. There is no mass influx of individuals drawn towards it. Rather, upon its emergence, the local populace, stretching down the street and beyond, becomes aware of its presence, while all others continue their daily activities as it leisurely strolls along the thoroughfare. At this moment, humanity's civilization spans a staggering 15 billion. In terms of spatial distribution, despite the existence of 9 lunar cities, the total population outside Earth does not exceed 10 million. Thus, the vast majority of humanity resides on the surface of the blue planet. Furthermore, due to the requirements of the Human Unification Initiative and the developmental needs of various industrial and production systems, a significant concentration of industries has taken shape in planned regions, primarily in the plains, resulting in an unprecedented demographic consolidation within human civilization. The entirety of the blue planet's landmass has been divided into 8 major human settlement zones, 2 in Africa, 3 in Eurasia, 2 in the Americas, and 1 in Australia. Each human habitation zone is further categorized into core cities, auxiliary cities, and resource cities. This differentiation is primarily functional. Core cities typically host multiple core industrial clusters within the human industrial system, while auxiliary cities encircle core cities, accommodating upstream industries of core sectors and fulfilling essential industrial outputs necessary for societal functioning, such as food production. Vertical farms that exist in the lunar cities also find their counterparts on the surface, predominantly situated within auxiliary cities, with each core city usually surrounded by several auxiliary cities. Resource cities are primarily established based on geographical considerations, serving functions akin to their namesake, chiefly responsible for resource extraction and processing, and occasionally acting as hubs for the production of novel materials. For the insectoid civilization of humanity, these cities merely represent functional distinctions without hierarchical classifications, as the inhabitants exhibit no discernible social stratification. These cities are merely fundamental units within the increasingly refined human industrial production and research systems developed over the past 70 years, when the human industrial production system operates as a whole. These distinct cities function in coordinated harmony. From a demographic perspective, core cities boast the largest permanent populations, serving as the most conspicuous manifestation of demographic concentration in this era of human civilization. At this moment, Lin Dao resides in Core City 01, also referred to as Eurasia City 01, which boasts a population nearing 100 million. In the previous era, such a figure would have been exaggerated, as a city of that size would inevitably confront countless challenges. Yet, in this era, it is deemed commonplace. The population within City 01 is not even the highest among core cities if the changes in the transportation system within the lunar cities are primarily characterized by 3-dimensional transit facilitated by electric propulsion vehicles. Then on the surface, the hallmark is a highly advanced rail transit system. From the current location of Lin Dao in Core City 01, connections extend to various core cities, auxiliary cities, and resource cities across multiple human settlement zones in Eurasia, showcasing a highly developed rail transport network. This network is omnipresent, with ultra-high-speed trains, predominantly controlled by intelligent programs, undertaking the majority of transportation tasks for human civilization on the surface of the blue planet, facilitating the movement of people and the transfer of goods between different industrial units within the human craft system. This vast and sophisticated rail network resembles a super conveyor belt within the super factory of human civilization on the surface of the blue planet, akin to the blood vessels supplying nutrients to various organs within this colossal biological entity. Viewed from a macro perspective, the rail transportation system of human civilization presents an incredibly stunning tableau. Across the surface, all settlement zone tracks adhere to a unified standard. When necessary, an ultra-high-speed train can traverse from a city in the eastern part of Eurasia directly to a human habitation zone in the Americas. Over the past 70 years, the once fantastical plan to achieve complete rail connectivity between all continents has come to fruition, propelled by an explosive increase in productivity. Naturally, under normal operational conditions, the rail transport network functions at various levels. The highest tier comprises the rail connections between the 8 major human settlement zones, characterized by point-to-point ultra-high-speed, trains employing superconducting magnetic levitation technology, fully enclosed tracks, and room-temperature superconducting materials, an important technological advancement of human civilization over the past 70 years. Excluding acceleration and deceleration phases, these ultra-high-speed trains typically operate at speeds of 2,000 kilometers per hour between habitation zones. The secondary rail network facilitates transit within the habitation zones, connecting various core cities, auxiliary cities, and resource cities, generally operating at speeds of 1,500 kilometers per hour. Finally, there exists the rail transportation system within core cities, auxiliary cities, and resource cities, which operates at notably lower speeds compared to the interhabitation zone rail transport, albeit still at an impressively rapid pace. Presently, within Core City 01, where Lin Dao resides, traces of vehicles and transporters equipped with electric propulsion systems can be observed. However, on the surface, these vehicles merely serve as supplementary modes of rail transportation. Within the current human civilization, although no formal management structures exist, the environment is not chaotic. It displays a spontaneous order, with rail transport providing an efficient means for the bulk movement of people and goods. For contemporary human civilization, this represents the most effective and suitable transportation system. Lin Dao lifted his gaze along the broad street beneath his feet, peering ahead. As a colossal city accommodating nearly 100 million residents. The urban landscape of Core City 01 is undoubtedly a grand sight to behold. Skyscrapers and immense standalone structures are the norm. From Lin Dao's vantage point, the cityscape evokes an uncanny resemblance to a series of gigantic beehives. In an insectoid civilization, comfort is not a priority. Even seemingly comfortable buildings are constructed only after consideration of their perceived value, such as research centers designed to resemble park-like environments. Ultimately, however, all these efforts converge towards a singular goal, an extreme pursuit of production efficiency. This explains why, despite the advanced state of rail transport and transportation systems, people continue to densely inhabit high-rise buildings and massive standalone structures. The structure of Core City 01 is also zoned, primarily divided into residential and industrial areas. The industrial sector serves its functional purpose, while the residential area accommodates not only the city's residents, but also research centers, schools, hospitals, and various other functional units. The industrial and residential areas are neither intermixed nor positioned in opposition on either side of the city. Instead, they present a nested arrangement within the urban layout. Observing from above, Core City 01 reveals a concentric expansion pattern, distinctly differing from traditional circular cities. At the very center lies the industrial district, surrounded by the first ring of residential areas. Following this initial residential ring is another industrial zone, which is then encircled by additional residential areas. The entire core city is fundamentally constructed around the industrial sector, with each concentric ring demarcated by the urban rail transport system encircling it. Additionally, the urban rail transport system features multiple lines radiating from all directions towards the central industrial zone. The overall structure of Core City 01 represents a prevalent urban design within human civilization on the blue planet, a culmination of adjustments made over the past 70 years. The core objective remains unchanged: to enhance the operational efficiency of human industrial and production systems. At this moment, a superconducting magnetic levitation train emerges from underground, swiftly ascending along the tracks with remarkable speed and minimal noise. Many urban rail transport systems do not solely operate above ground or below. The rail network is fundamentally three-dimensional. In recent years, with ongoing advancements in electric propulsion technology, some researchers have proposed audacious concepts to support elevated rail networks using electric propulsion systems, eliminating the need for traditional elevated structures. At present, within the confines of the 01 core city, this initiative has also seen the emergence of several pilot projects. Moreover, based on this scheme, some researchers have conceived further advancements, specifically the idea of a floating city, constructed above the existing urban landscape, utilizing 1701D alloy and other high-strength cores as the foundational base. This city would be supported by a plethora of large-scale electric propulsion systems. Subsequently, upon this foundational base, an additional city would be erected. The ultimate objective is to create a city suspended in the air, hovering above another city, thereby elevating the concentration of human civilization to new heights. However, this concept currently faces certain unresolved issues, primarily concerning the impact of the plasma streams emitted by the extensive electric propulsion systems on the city below. as well as the potential repercussions on the overall terrestrial environment in the long term. These challenges have relegated this idea to remain at the conceptual stage for the time being. As Lin Dao turned, he entered the interior of the research center within the 01 core city. At his behest, all personnel within the research center merely acted as though Lin Dao did not exist, continuing their work as usual. He moved through this vast research center as if he were an invisible entity. Remarkably, Lin Dao was somewhat familiar with this research center, despite it being his first personal visit. The research center of 01 core city spans across multiple residential districts along the Second Ring Road. It is here, at this very location, that humanity's first controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor was born. The 41st chief director of the Controllable Nuclear Fusion Project, who passed away 2 years ago, was also laid to rest nearby. During Lin Dao's 70 years of hibernation, human civilization did not pause after achieving controllable nuclear fusion. Continuous research and refinement led to the realization of the second-generation helium-3 fusion technology under the stewardship of the 83rd chief director. This technology has since become the most widely used form of controllable nuclear fusion reactor technology. Its significance to human civilization is profound, especially considering that helium-3 is a relatively abundant resource on the lunar surface. Over the past 70 years, following Lin Dao's vision, the primary focus of human development has been the lunar surface. Continuing from that time, the present-day researchers in 01 core city still number over 1 million. The research center primarily remains dedicated to the ongoing improvement and development of controllable nuclear fusion technology, while secondary areas of research are largely indirectly related to this field. Consequently, the industrial cluster of 01 core city has a pivotal role in human industry and production systems, with its core products primarily consisting of various controllable nuclear fusion reactors. As Lin Dao surveyed the research center, he could also perceive the perspectives of individuals distributed throughout various buildings within the center. Researchers in different specialized fields continued to engage in discussions, studies, and contemplations. Based on his will and needs, people autonomously completed their designated tasks. These researchers spent their entire lives in this manner, perpetually pondering, studying, and debating issues within their respective domains. Aside from this, they bore little responsibility for other societal obligations as others fulfilled their respective duties. During the rapid development of the past 70 years, the insectoid-like human civilization has formed a more cohesive collaborative state based on an overarching plan. The researchers in this segment of the center effectively perform functions akin to a brain within this vast, intelligent organism known as human civilization. They respond to the commands of will and engage in diverse lines of thought. Moreover, aside from the research on controllable nuclear fusion currently undertaken by this center, several super projects or plans within human civilization, which Lin Dao had been attentive to prior to his hibernation, have also progressed and evolved over these 70 years in the materials domain. It goes without saying that after the replication of 1701D material, humanity did not rest on its laurels, but instead pursued further advancements based on modified materials derived from 1701D and previous research breakthroughs. Many of these innovations have been applied in the construction of lunar cities, such as the primary framework for the 01 lunar city and the framework for new interstellar spacecraft. Room temperature superconductors emerged as one of the achievements in the materials research process. Following this, the electric propulsion system underwent significant advancements. Its application in public transportation has already showcased the progress made in electric propulsion technology after its initial use in interstellar spacecraft, facilitating travel between Earth and the Moon. The research and anticipation surrounding electric propulsion technology did not stagnate at that point. With breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion as an energy source, electric propulsion systems achieved a secondary breakthrough, with individual electric propulsion engines generating thrust that surpassed their own weight on Earth. This indicated that, at the terrestrial stage, electric propulsion engines had become valuable. Subsequently, continuous improvements based on this breakthrough transformed quantity into quality, as researchers within human civilization, fueled by an unwaveringly enthusiastic spirit, traversed this period. This journey has been somewhat protracted, with some researchers reaching the end of their lives without having seen the culmination of their efforts. Yet for researchers devoted to human civilization, the inability to reach the end of the journey holds little significance. The opportunity to traverse even a portion of the path is a source of immense excitement. Upon achieving the third breakthrough in electric propulsion technology, there was a remarkable leap in thrust, carrying capacity, stability, and other parameters. Consequently, chemical rockets have been fundamentally rendered obsolete. Even in the ascent beyond the atmosphere, transportation is now facilitated by electric propulsion engines, akin to a trackless space elevator, continuously ferrying materials and personnel between the surface and space platforms. The construction of the entire lunar city has also benefited from the relentless advancements in electric propulsion technology. Moreover, in terms of computational power, the evolution of carbon-based chips has not ceased since their inception. Even today, while quantum computers have yet to materialize, carbon-based chips have reached the pinnacle of their manufacturing processes. Carbon-based supercomputers, or computational units, serve as the operational foundation for both terrestrial and lunar cities, permeating the 8 human habitation zones on Earth and all extraterrestrial locations inhabited by humans. Beyond these developments, there is another crucial aspect to highlight regarding the overall state of human civilization. Mr. Lin, a researcher who had previously been engaged in discussion with a colleague, took the opportunity to report to Lin Dao. According to our current statistical data, the average IQ of individuals within human civilization has risen from its previous levels to an impressive 139. The average IQ of 139, when compared to the previous era and the period before Lin Dao's hibernation, is indeed a staggering figure. While not entirely indicative of genius, it certainly suggests a significant level of innate talent. And now it represents the average for human civilization. However, this increase in data is not directly correlated with advancements in any specific technology or a marked increase in productivity. Rather, it is primarily a consequence of Lin Dao's influence. Alongside the adaptation of the human educational system to the prevailing conditions of human civilization over the years, resulting in a natural outcome, under Lin Dao's directive, not only do researchers maintain a perpetually positive disposition in their pursuits, but students still within the educational system also exhibit unwavering dedication in their quest for knowledge. They do not slacken, abandon, or become lethargic. Instead, they approach learning with relentless enthusiasm and a proactive mindset. Fully engaged in their studies, even when faced with difficulties, they do not relent. Concepts that elude their understanding are not brushed aside lightly. In this state, the innate potential of every individual can be fully realized. Within the current educational system of human civilization, assessments for progression and self-evaluation yield only 2 outcomes: pass or fail, devoid of any distinction in scores. The concept of genius is not to be measured by this framework. Presently, among the 15 billion individuals comprising human civilization, the average educational attainment is equivalent to a university degree, with the exception of a small fraction of individuals born with intellectual disabilities. Nearly everyone has completed the university-level coursework in their chosen subjects. Furthermore, under the mandates of the human educational system, the majority of individuals, even in the absence of research capabilities and innate talent, one is still expected to grasp the boundaries of knowledge within the intricate subfields of their industry throughout their lifetime. However, in recent years, many researchers within certain domains have expressed dissatisfaction, believing that the majority should evolve into the entirety. Regarding the unknown, it may remain beyond reach due to limitations in innate ability. Yet, for that which has transitioned from the unknown to the known, devoid of the necessity for inherent talent, it is imperative that all individuals master the established knowledge pertinent to their specialized fields. The rapid advancement of human civilization over the past 70 years stands as a testament to this. IT is closely tied to the efficacy and achievements of our educational system, which surpasses that of any other civilized group. Moreover, in this era, a fascinating transformation has occurred. Even from Lin Dao's current vantage point, one can observe that every researcher in this scientific center wears a wristband reminiscent of a smartwatch. In fact, it is not solely the researchers of the 01 core city who don these devices. At this moment, over 15 billion individuals across humanity possess such smart wristbands, collectively referred to as personal terminals. Their functions mirror those of previous mobile devices, primarily facilitating communication and long-distance interaction. However, their significance diverges markedly from that of traditional phones and other mobile apparatuses. This innovation is a product of humanity's collective evolution. As a civilization that has embraced a hive-like structure, the exchange of information between individuals and Lin Dao is efficient, yet communication among one another remains traditional and inefficient unless mediated by Lin Dao. This presents a substantial obstacle to the advancement of human civilization and the fulfillment of Mr. Lin's directives. The personal terminal system was conceived under this understanding. Upon its implementation, every newborn within human civilization is assigned an identity code, effectively establishing a new form of civil registration. Through this identity code, individuals can communicate with any other person within the civilization via their personal terminals. This system, formed by the interplay of personal terminals and identity codes, integrates all 15 billion members of humanity into a unified communication network, where interaction among individuals occurs without barriers. In instances of necessity, a student newly introduced to the educational system can directly engage with a core researcher at a scientific center. In the era preceding Lin Dao, the existence of such a communication system would have posed significant challenges concerning unsolicited information. However, within this hive-like human civilization, such issues are absent. Even though individuals can directly contact renowned scholars and researchers, they refrain from sending meaningless messages, understanding that it would impede these scholars' contemplation of their research, ultimately hindering the fulfillment of Mr. Lin's aspirations for humanity. The past few decades have demonstrated that this communication system, though somewhat extreme for conventional societies, proves to be extraordinarily applicable and efficient for human civilization. Individuals situated anywhere within this vast system can readily receive valuable information. Even without direct engagement with Lin Dao, they can still efficiently exchange ideas through indirect means. Currently, the personal terminal system is integrated with human industrial production, research, and educational systems, significantly contributing to the remarkable acceleration of human productivity. Furthermore, researchers in related fields aspire to implant these wristband-like terminals directly into the human brain, establishing a connection with neural pathways, thereby enabling consciousness-level exchanges among individuals. Ultimately, when confronted with a complex problem, they envision harnessing the collective cognitive abilities of humanity as a computational unit for thought. However, this notion remains merely speculative at present and has yet to be realized. At this moment, the only individual within the entirety of human civilization who does not wear a personal terminal is Lin Dao himself. He possesses no need for one, as he can sense all occurrences within human civilization that he desires or requires to know. His commands can be issued to all individuals across civilization without any spatial hindrance. As Lin Dao traverses the scientific center, passing by researchers engrossed in contemplation and discussion, he arrives at the grave of Ren Changshan, the 41st head of the controllable nuclear fusion project. He neither speaks nor performs any actions, simply standing before the gravestone for a while. To Lin Dao, the current state of human civilization and this era feel both familiar and alien. The unfamiliarity arises from his awakening from hibernation, stepping into the lunar city, and arriving at the surface of Blue Star. It is only now that he feels a tangible connection to this epoch. Conversely, he is well acquainted with the gradual metamorphosis of humanity into its present form throughout his slumber. He has remained aware of every development without encountering any surprising revelations. Ultimately, the present circumstances illustrate that human civilization has undergone a profound transformation compared to 70 years ago, emerging significantly more robust and formidable. Not only has the construction of lunar cities been accomplished, but a powerful civilization capable of such feats has also been created. Humanity has not merely established 9 lunar cities. It has laid the groundwork for further advancements. Although Lin Dao previously mentioned only the construction of lunar cities, all comprehend the true desires of Mr. Lin. Everything has unfolded in accordance with his will, evolving and advancing to this moment. In comparison, while 70 years ago humanity adhered to Lin Dao's mandates and transitioned into an interstellar civilization, embarking on a journey of cosmic expansion, the initial steps were fraught with difficulty. The encounter with the octopus civilization's cognitive weaponry on the lunar surface served as a stark awakening for human civilization. Had it not been for Lin Dao's unique existence, humanity would have faced significant challenges. Now, however, humanity has fortified itself in every conceivable manner, realizing its extraordinary potential and finally possessing the means to venture further. Thus, Lin Dao's gaze shifts from the gravestone of the esteemed researcher, lifting his head to the sky. Due to transportation requirements, the launch sites on the surface of human civilization have expanded beyond mere equatorial locations. Numerous cities now feature interstellar ports. From this vantage point, one can clearly observe the trails left by electric propulsion spacecraft or transport platforms, which launch or land periodically, their plasma traces lingering in the atmosphere. These trajectories extend from the ground into the vastness of outer space, As humanity gazes deeper into the cosmos, the boundless expanse remains unpredictable, leaving one to wonder what intriguing phenomena await human civilization in the infinite night sky. After 70 years of evolution from humble beginnings, having initially fortified itself, should humanity not now aspire to conquer even broader realms? Following Lin Dao's will, as he directs his gaze beyond the gravestone towards the trajectories left by interstellar vessels, he contemplates the future of human civilization from this moment at the research center of 01 Core City. Alternatively, one might say that the resonance with Lin Dao's will, originating from the most distant scientific outpost of human civilization, is unimpeded by spatial distances. The once busy figures, in synchrony with time, pause to mirror Lin Dao's every movement. They raise their heads to gaze at the skies or starry expanse above their respective locales on the Eurasian continent. They observe the trajectories of interstellar ships pointing towards the cosmos, beneath the night sky of the Americas. They marveled at the stars twinkling above. From the interstellar vessels in the void of space, they peered through portholes into the profound depths of the universe. At the Lunar City's interstellar port, they beheld the myriad stars scattered across the dark cosmos. For Lin Dao, what all these individuals beheld was akin to his own vision. It represented different perspectives of the same sky, various viewpoints of the universe. In that fleeting moment, a profound stillness enveloped the entirety of human civilization's occupied space. Then, the deity of human civilization, consciousness, spirit, issued a new command to seize the solar system. The march towards the entire solar system commenced. Lin Dao softly articulated this directive, and across the tapestry of human civilization, every individual received it, transcending the barriers of time and space. Excitement, exhilaration, and fervor swept through the populace. A unified cry erupted from their throats, proclaiming, "Conquer the solar system, dominate the solar system, forward towards the solar system." From the research center in Core City 01 to the entirety of Core City, from the Eurasian continent to the human settlements of Africa, from the Earth to the Moon, and from the lunar surface to the vastness of space, wherever humanity existed, the same voice resonated simultaneously. The speed of sound transformed these harmonious cries into waves, crashing back and forth across the Earth and within the lunar city. The assessment of humanity's transformation into a hive-like civilization could not be mistaken. At this moment, while humanity numbered over 15 billion, it could be said that there existed but a singular person. Conquer the solar system. The colossal titan of human civilization began its new journey amidst the starry firmament. For humanity, a new expedition had commenced. If we were to document the history of human civilization from a historical perspective, this moment marks the true inception of humanity's transition into a planetary civilization. Unlike ordinary collective civilizations, which may require considerable time for such monumental decisions to permeate through all individuals, the current human civilization was distinct. Upon Lin Dao's command, the entire civilization underwent an instantaneous transformation. Every individual's efforts seamlessly aligned, propelling humanity's industrial and scientific systems into immediate action, all striving to execute this directive. As the grand objective of advancing into the solar system loomed, the populace's initial undertaking was not to dispatch interstellar ships towards other celestial bodies within the solar system. While this endeavor was concurrently underway, the primary focus of productivity did not rest there. The maxim to do well, one must first sharpen their tools resonated clearly. Thus, it became evident that the moon served as a highly suitable bastion for advancing their conquest of the solar system. Consequently, attention swiftly turned towards the enhancement and transformation of the lunar surface. Presently, the 9 lunar cities were grossly inadequate, and the scale of industrial clusters fell short. Humanity aspired to metamorphose the moon into an industrial star, establishing it as a vital node within the human industrial and production system, perpetually generating the industrial output necessary for conquering the solar system. Moreover, as industrial and urban scales expanded, the moon necessitated an influx of immigrants. Human civilization had long been prepared for this eventuality, not solely in terms of productive forces and technological foundations, but also in terms of strategic planning. Lin Dao's prior request for lunar city construction was well understood. All were acutely aware that his true ambition lay in venturing into deep space. Thus, over the past 70 years, comprehensive plans were meticulously crafted to expand lunar cities, scale up industrial clusters, and effectuate the moon's industrial transformation. In those 70 years, while humanity's principal productive forces were concentrated on lunar city construction, endeavors were not entirely absent concerning other planetary bodies within the solar system. Numerous exploratory missions had been launched towards various planets, and vast quantities of samples had been collected for research and a more nuanced understanding of these celestial bodies. Simultaneously, several smaller observation stations had been established near nearby planetary locations, akin to the original lunar base. Each observation station was modestly staffed, numbering from a few hundred to 1,000 personnel. Based on the data amassed over these years, humanity had devised several anticipatory plans for the potential colonization and occupation of these planets. In the year 87, the year Lin Dao emerged from his slumber, humanity began to unleash industrial productivity based on the existing technological foundation in adherence to his will. Initially, the scale of terrestrial industry, given the limited development of other planets and satellites, necessitated further reliance on terrestrial industrial support for lunar construction, for a civilization that was not particularly resource-starved or energy-deficient, and whose technological capabilities met the planned requirements. This task was relatively straightforward by the year's end. Owing to the clarity of planning within the human industrial and production system, the scale of terrestrial industry was doubled, amplifying an already impressive capacity. This entire process, when viewed from a macro perspective, resembled a snowball effect. Older industrial equipment produced new devices, which, in turn, collaborated with older machinery to generate even newer equipment, perpetuating a cycle that truly resembled an explosion of productivity. Subsequently, the need for transport capacity surged. Vast fleets of interstellar ships, equipped with the latest electric propulsion systems and cutting-edge fusion energy, emerged from the expanding terrestrial industrial clusters, enhancing the capacity for transport between the Earth and the Moon. As a result, the construction of lunar infrastructure and the industrial transformation of the Moon accelerated significantly. The original 9 lunar cities expanded to 18 in the first phase of the plan, while the area occupied by lunar industrial clusters experienced explosive growth in tandem with the expansion of lunar cities, following the operational commencement of the newly established lunar cities and industrial clusters. The colossal hand of human civilization reached toward Mars, a planet relatively close to Earth. During this process, researchers in relevant fields simultaneously completed another significant task. They devised a comprehensive plan for the entire solar system. These researchers aspired to transpose the urban planning of terrestrial cities onto the broader solar system, assigning distinct functions to each planet and their respective satellites based on their locations and resource conditions. This mirrored the organization of human civilization on Earth, comprising core cities, auxiliary cities, and resource cities. Ultimately, the aim was to establish an extensive human industrial and production system that spanned the entire solar system. By the year 88, for Lin Dao, the world seemed to revert to a prior state. Human civilization, under his influence, operated as though it were an authentic management simulation when he desired or required it. He could perceive the perspective of each individual, sensing every subtle change within human civilization. It felt as though he was entirely immersed in the experience. Indeed, all transformations within human civilization were a manifestation of his will, akin to a brain directing a hand to reach outward. Yet simultaneously, he felt detached, experiencing the feedback from the entirety of human civilization, much like the perceptual feedback a brain receives from an outstretched hand. However, more often than not, he appeared not to act, merely observing the gradual changes and progress within human civilization. It was akin to the brain relying on its limbs to execute its intentions and manifest responses. In this state, Lin Dao's psyche and emotions were profoundly complex, difficult to articulate fully. Most of the time, he experienced a lack of humanity or emotion, as his threshold continually elevated. Yet, on occasion, as he gazes upon the current transformation of human civilization in the direction he has long envisioned, a surge of exhilaration and fervor envelopes him that he yearns to propel humanity further into the cosmos, expanding its reach to unprecedented extents. He longs to witness the emergence of even more intriguing entities. However, sustaining such emotions proves to be a formidable challenge. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Dao harbors no inclination to retreat into another slumber. After all, human civilization currently resides in a period of dynamic upheaval. And this era has not left Lin Dao feeling devoid of purpose. In the same year, humanity officially commenced its endeavor to conquer Mars. During the 70 years of Lin Dao's hibernation, a research station had been established in Mars' synchronous orbit, and a scientific base accommodating hundreds of researchers had been constructed on the Martian surface. In May of the 88th year, the main body and electric propulsion system were completed on the lunar surface, while the computing units and fusion energy sources were still manufactured on Earth, ultimately giving birth to the Mars exploration vessel, Inghua No. 1, assembled on the Moon. After conducting tests and trial runs later that month, Inghua No. 1 was loaded with an array of equipment and machinery produced by the industrial sectors of Earth and the Moon, along with a small contingent of researchers and other personnel. En route to Mars, as anticipated, Inghua No. 1, equipped with the latest electric propulsion system, took a maximum of 10 days to travel from the lunar surface to Mars at long distances and approximately 4 days at closer ranges. With an average round-trip time of about half a month, considering the distance between Mars and the Moon, this speed is relatively swift. At the same velocity, one could traverse from Earth to the Moon in just an hour. However, when applying this speed to the distances of other planets within the solar system, it appears somewhat sluggish. The distance between Mars and the outer planets nearly doubles. Thus, in the forthcoming era, enhancing the speed of interstellar vessels will be crucial for human civilization, and researchers in related fields are diligently striving towards this goal. The inaugural journey of Inghua No. 1 from the Moon to Mars took 5 days. The primary mission of this voyage was to advance the construction of Martian cities based on the existing base on Mars. Drawing from their experience in lunar city construction, they aimed to establish Martian colonies. For human civilization, despite the added obstacles posed by distance, the technological challenges were not significantly greater. The primary structural material used for constructing lunar cities is known as 6002, a novel material produced in February of the 60th year. Its exceptional properties render it suitable for the expansive and lofty construction of Martian cities under Martian geographical conditions, although gravitational factors may ultimately prevent Martian cities from reaching the same scale as their lunar counterparts. This is not particularly detrimental for human civilization. The ultimate plan for Martian development is to create an industrial hub akin to that of the Moon. Following the Moon, Mars serves as a new launching pad for humanity's conquest of the solar system. However, this plan is not rigid. It is dynamic. At this moment, Mars and its satellites will temporarily be utilized as resource hubs, extracting resources from Mars to support the construction and expansion of lunar industries and reduce reliance on Earth-based resources. Subsequently, the expanded industrial capacity on the Moon will generate more equipment and machinery to enhance the resource exploitation on Mars. In a sense, this can be viewed as a strategy of sustaining war through resource acquisition. Researchers within the relevant fields are acutely aware that relying solely on terrestrial resources is insufficient for conquering and occupying the entirety of the solar system. Extraction of resources from these planets and satellites is essential for their development. At this juncture, Inghua No. 1 is equipped with the initial batch of devices and instruments, primarily aimed at establishing the resource extraction modules within Martian industries. Of course, the capacity of a single interstellar vessel, like Inghua No. 1, is far from adequate to realize such an ambitious plan. Hence, the subsequent vessels, Inghua No. 2, Inghua No. 3, and more specialized ships traversing between the Moon and Mars, were soon developed by June and July. By mid-July, it took a mere 2 months for human civilization to transition from launching the first Inghua-class interstellar vessel to bustling activity along the Moon-Mars route. A plethora of Inghua-class interstellar vessels, produced by Earth and lunar industries, were put into operation. Eventually, within the human industrial cluster on the Martian surface, the resource extraction modules were completed and began to operate in an orderly manner. A new node emerged within the human industrial system on Mars. The journey from the Martian surface to the Moon took 7 days, aboard the recently completed Inghua No. 10, which transported materials extracted and initially processed on Mars to the interstellar port of City 01 on the Moon. Humanity's exploration of the Martian surface began to yield resources in return. Consequently, the development and construction efforts on Mars gained momentum, resembling a snowball effect. Lin Dao remained particularly attentive and invested in the exploration and development of Mars. After all, the exploration of Mars holds profound significance for humanity. Stepping onto the Moon marked humanity's first foray into the cosmos, while setting foot on Mars represents the true beginning of humanity's conquest of the solar system. This marks the first planet beyond Earth where human civilization has engaged in development and construction. Additionally, during humanity's inaugural venture into the stars, an unexpected challenge awaited them on the Moon. Might a similar occurrence transpire on Mars? Or perhaps some analogous coincidence? Lin Dao harbored a rare curiosity, even a sense of anticipation. However, Lin Dao's expectations were evidently unmet. Even the whims of fate did not lead human civilization to encounter successive such events. Even within the confines of the galaxy, the solar system, where human civilization resides, is already a rather obscure locale. It lies far from the galactic center, and the nearby planetary systems are akin to distant rural towns, each residing at considerable distances from one another, a stark contrast to the density found near the center of the galaxy. Time, for Lin Dao, seemed devoid of significance, even outside of hibernation. A fleeting moment could stretch into a year. As the 88th year drew to a close, the construction of Martian cities, centered around industrial development for resource extraction and initial processing, had already occupied a substantial area. The number of humans commonly residing within the Martian cities surged to nearly 30,000. A significant increase compared to before. However, in terms of resource extraction, human creations on the Martian surface remained relatively dispersed compared to those on the Moon. Thus far, there had been no further encounters with signs of extraterrestrial civilization. Lin Dao felt no disappointment. For him, everything was merely as it had always been. Time progressed to the 89th year. In terms of key technologies, this year did not yield any significant breakthroughs for human civilization. However, in the realm of Martian development and construction, it proved to be a year of remarkable advancement for humanity. For most civilizations operating at a similar technological level, the pace at which humanity developed a single planet was astonishingly rapid. Yet, for a civilization that had become insectoid in nature, their very essence dictated that the absence of technical barriers would only accelerate human progress. As an insectoid civilization, there were no internal resistances. This colossal system operated as a singular entity, devoid of unnecessary internal losses. This year, human civilization achieved a significant milestone. The Inghua-class vessels constructed on the Moon no longer required Earth to supply fusion energy and computing units. In a snowball-like cycle of expansion, the scale of lunar cities grew to 40, within which the lunar industrial cluster thrived as a submodule within the human industrial system. The construction of the Mars-class spacecraft has been meticulously divided into various tasks. From the assembly of the spacecraft's main body to the development of the electric propulsion system, fusion energy, and the computational units for the control systems, the production of these essential modules can be accomplished on the lunar surface. This concurrently implies that a significant portion of the mechanical equipment required for the establishment of Martian cities and industries can also be fabricated directly on the Moon. After all, many of the technological requirements for constructing the Mars-class spacecraft are analogous to those needed for building a Martian city. With this critical step in lunar industrial construction completed, the development and construction of Mars evidently encounter fewer obstacles. This signifies that humanity's civilization, having progressed from Earth to the Moon, and now from the Moon to Mars, has officially entered a state of cyclical expansion in its exploration and development of the solar system. The continuous growth of transportation between Earth and the Moon has seemingly stabilized as well. However, this does not imply that the industrial clusters on Earth will play no role in the forthcoming expansion into the solar system. Indeed, many of humanity's technological and industrial achievements still originate from Earth, and several industrial facilities are better suited to the terrestrial environment. At least at this juncture, the industrial clusters on Earth possess advantages beyond mere scale compared to their lunar counterparts. Furthermore, direct routes between Blue Planet and Mars have begun to proliferate. With the lunar industrial clusters reducing their dependence on Earth, the terrestrial industrial clusters can allocate more resources to directly participate in the construction of Mars. In the year 90, the lunar industrial clusters and the development of lunar cities commenced a phase of self-expansion. This stage entails that the lunar industrial clusters and cities can rely on their own outputs for further expansion without necessitating equipment and materials from Earth, with the reliance on basic raw materials provided by Earth diminishing to a mere fraction. Apart from resources that cannot be acquired from the Moon or Mars, all other materials are sourced through the utilization of lunar and Martian resources. The planning for the moon has thus entered a fast track towards completion. In the year 91, two significant events unfolded for human civilization. The first was the near completion of humanity's understanding of the moon's positioning within the broader solar system framework. The industrial development of the lunar industrial star has reached a substantial degree of completion. Although the overall structure of the moon remains unchanged, its surface has been irrevocably transformed by human endeavors. When gazing at the moon through telescopes from Earth, one now observes not only the myriad craters, but also the scattered lunar cities across various regions. During the time when Lin Dao emerged from hibernation, the 9 lunar cities hosted a mere few million inhabitants. At this moment, the population from Earth, numbering over 15 billion, had not significantly increased on the moon. Yet, the number of permanent residents across the lunar cities has exceeded 20 million, but more importantly, the scale of industrial growth on the moon far surpasses this population increase. 80 lunar cities are interspersed with industrial clusters both within and beyond their boundaries. These clusters not only sustain the functioning of lunar society, but can also independently cater to the needs of Martian expansion, albeit at a considerably slower pace than if Earth were involved. The second notable event was a substantial breakthrough achieved by the team responsible for electric propulsion systems, driven by the exaggerated demands for transport capacity. This breakthrough primarily manifested in the enhancement of the speed of interstellar spacecraft. Lin Dao sensed this development immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself within the research team's confines. Lin Dao did not intervene or participate. He merely observed as, through the concerted efforts of numerous researchers and the assistance of advanced machinery, a new electric propulsion system was successfully installed on an experimental interstellar spacecraft. The experiment was conducted in a region of space near the lunar orbit, and the inaugural test was uncrewed. Comprising mainly experimental equipment and essentially serving as a shell outfitted with the new propulsion system and energy apparatus. The outcome of the experiment was predictably successful. Lin Dao watched as the researchers retrieved the experimental spacecraft. Casting his gaze towards the distant cosmos, that I wish to construct an interstellar spacecraft destined for beyond the solar system. What are your thoughts? Lin Dao suddenly proposed. The researchers before him, as well as those in related fields, received this as a directive. Consequently, they began to ponder the implications of Mr. Lin. Do you intend to launch exploratory spacecraft into the depths of space as we seize control of the solar system, to explore distant realms more swiftly and earlier? One researcher inquired. Indeed, Lin Dao affirmed, adding, when my eyes are opened. The researchers did not deliberate on whether to pursue this endeavor. They immediately began investigating its feasibility. The spacecraft intended for launch into deep space would be fundamentally similar in nature to the probes dispatched into the void during the previous era. Before humanity's expansion could reach those distant realms, an experimental probe would venture forth to engage, explore, and comprehend the myriad wonders of the far reaches of the cosmos. Should humanity merely await its gradual expansion within the solar system? Even with its current rapid pace, reaching the solar system's edge could take centuries, while venturing beyond it would require an even longer time frame. However, with humanity's peak technological capabilities, constructing a long-range spacecraft might allow civilization to encounter the mysteries beyond the solar system much sooner. Strictly speaking, this endeavor carries considerable risk. The expanse beyond the solar system remains largely uncharted for human civilization. Despite advancements in astronomy that have unveiled more about the cosmic surroundings, many aspects remain speculative until truly reached. Compared to the previous era, humanity, having experienced the demonstration of strength from the octopus civilization on the lunar surface, now possesses a clearer understanding of the cosmos. It is teeming with complexities rather than being a desolate void. Although the current nature of human civilization dictates that, barring instantaneous annihilation, it can swiftly recover and rise again, the cosmos is not devoid of adversaries capable of obliterating civilization in an instant. Nevertheless, Lin Dao's desire to launch such a long-range spacecraft essentially stems from a yearning to witness the unknown, to behold unforeseen vistas. The potential risks are sometimes met with a self-destructive inclination within Lin Dao himself. For all of humanity, it seems prudent to emerge from the confines of solitude, step beyond the threshold, and complete a preliminary armament before seeking an enemy. This does not necessarily require the immediate outbreak of war. Even a mere brush past could significantly enhance humanity's understanding of the entire world. Mr. Lin, Based on the data from the newly tested electric propulsion system, if we disregard the return journey, the subsequent issues of interstellar colonization, and do not carry any non-essential materials or equipment, our current technological limits should allow a long-range spacecraft to ultimately achieve a maximum speed of 0.2 times the speed of light through prolonged acceleration. One researcher reported after calculating the latest data on the electric propulsion system, Lin Dao felt neither surprise nor disappointment at the achievable maximum speed. He was well aware of the information available to the researchers, and he did not need anyone to report it to him. Very well. Then let us proceed with the construction. Lin Dao responded affirmatively and then departed from the location. Meanwhile, the researchers in the relevant fields who received the new directives immediately commenced the design and construction of this deep space exploration vessel with the utmost enthusiasm. For contemporary human civilization, the construction of one or several deep space ships was a mere trifle. It consumed neither significant productivity nor substantial resources in comparison to the grand solar system expansion plans that occupied the entirety of human civilization. This endeavor was merely a minor episode. The only aspect that rendered this undertaking somewhat exceptional was that it was specifically requested by Mr. Lin from the moment Lin Dao first proposed this initiative to its actual realization. A mere 2 months elapsed. Fueled by extreme enthusiasm and zeal, the researchers endeavored to equip the deep space vessel with the utmost technological advancements achievable by humanity at that time. Ultimately, 2 deep space vessels were constructed. In the absence of specific instructions from Lin Dao, the naming of these 2 ships was straightforward. The vessel produced by the terrestrial industrial system was named the Deep Voyage Starship with the designation of 01, or Deep Voyage 01. The other vessel, simultaneously produced by the Lunar Industrial Cluster, was named the Exploration Starship, also designated as 01, or Exploration 01, in the same month that the construction of both ships was completed. All necessary materials, energy fuels, and equipment were in place. For human civilization at that moment, there was no room for procrastination. Thus, in the latter part of that month, both vessels, Deep Voyage 1 and Exploration 1, departed directly from the Blue Planet's orbital space platform in the vicinity of the Moon's orbit. The crew selection for both ships had been concluded just the day prior, and within a single day, personnel arrived from Earth, the Moon, and Mars to board. The selection of crew members for the Deep Voyage ship might have posed challenges for other civilizations. Yet for humanity, it was a most straightforward affair. Even though all individuals boarding the Deep Voyage ship understood that this journey held the prospect of one-way travel, and that their lifespans would not suffice to reach the mission's endpoint. Once the news was disseminated through human communication systems, those who met the crew requirements naturally stepped forward. The selection process was then completed by designating the requisite number of individuals from this pool. Both vessels embarked on their journeys on the same day, and on the day of departure, Lin Dao attentively observed the scenes from both sides. The 2 ships did not head in the same direction. The Exploration 1, departing from the vicinity of the Moon's orbit, set its sights on the Proxima Centauri star system as its ultimate destination. In contrast, the Deep Voyage 1, launched from Earth's orbit, aimed towards a star in the constellation Perseus. Approximately 10,000 light-years away, the very star Lin Dao had casually pointed to while standing on the lunar surface decades ago. This was a goal destined to remain unreachable. Hence, the primary objective of the Deep Voyage 1 was to explore the various planetary systems and celestial bodies encountered along the journey. Simultaneously, both Exploration 1 and Deep Voyage 1 activated their respective ship engines, and as the plasma jets emerged from the rear of the interstellar vessels, both ships officially commenced their voyages. In terms of size, the 2 vessels were not significantly larger than the previously constructed Mars-class interstellar ships. This was the result of meticulous calculations by the researchers, balancing the ship's capacity, the quantity of propellant, and the duration of the electric propulsion system's acceleration to achieve maximum efficiency. Thus, both vessels ultimately reached the current technological speed limit of 2.31 times the speed of light. Once launched, both ships swiftly departed from the orbits of the Blue Planet and the Moon. However, this moment marked the closest proximity that the 2 interstellar vessels would ever experience in the cosmos. As time advanced, they would never meet again until they succumbed to destruction and transformed into cosmic dust. The crew aboard both ships did not exhibit significant sorrow. While there may have been moments of reflection, the prevailing sentiment was one of exhilaration and excitement, as they were fulfilling Mr. Lin's aspirations. a matter of great honor for them. Both Exploration 1 and Deep Voyage 1 had a design lifespan of 2,000 years, with an anticipated maximum one-way journey distance of around 20 light-years. Beyond that, even if both vessels continued to drift forward as cosmic dust, propelled by inertia and various gravitational forces, it would hold little significance for human civilization that a journey spanning 2,000 years was. In stark contrast to the average human lifespan of 90 years, excessively protracted, the crew aboard both vessels would not be able to accompany the deep voyage ship to its journey's end before reaching the limits of their own lifespans. Yet, it was imperative for both ships to maintain a continuous human presence. The intelligent systems aboard the vessels could adequately manage most navigational and operational needs. However, the exploration of exoplanets required human involvement. The researchers ultimately resolved this dilemma by ensuring that crew members could reproduce across generations aboard the deep voyage ship over the past few decades, including Lin Dao's 70 years of hibernation. There have been no significant advancements in hibernation technology for humanity. This was largely because hibernation technology held little practical value for human civilization. Mr. Lin's hibernation did not necessitate universally applicable hibernation methods. Even on the current deep voyage vessels, hibernation technology remained non-essential. The concept of generational reproduction here did not adhere to traditional methods of crew members mating and giving birth aboard the ship. Instead, researchers had preserved numerous frozen embryos on both vessels, alongside a rudimentary artificial womb technology that in previous eras, the use of such technology might have faced ethical dilemmas. However, in this age, such matters were approached with natural acceptance and devoid of psychological burdens. While these frozen embryos could not be preserved for as long as 2,000 years, they could certainly last for over a century with current technology. Moreover, as time progressed, new generations of young humans would inevitably grow aboard the ships. And there were also collection devices in place. Most importantly, Mr. Lin's presence ensured that even as generations of humanity passed aboard the two deep voyage vessels, the original objectives would remain unforgotten and unchanged within the latest generation of crew members. Even after 2 millennia, the faith that sparked their journey would continue to resonate within the 100th generation born aboard the ships, propelling them to explore the boundaries of what the vessels could achieve for Mr. Lin. In a certain sense, this narrative resembles a somewhat tragic elegy, yet, the individuals aboard the vessels would not feel sorrowful about it. For what the launch of the two deep space ships signified for Lin Dao. It meant that he had 2 additional focal points to monitor daily. Although the deep voyage and exploration vessels quickly vanished from sight on Earth and the Moon, the increasing distance did not diminish Lin Dao's ability to sense them. Wherever humanity thrived, Lin Dao could see them, and the 2 ships sailing further into the cosmos were no exception. Should Lin Dao desire, he could instantaneously jump across space, much like transitioning from the lunar surface back to Earth or from Earth to Mars. In the year 91, August, 3 days had passed since the launch of the 2 deep space vessels. Given that both ships required a period of acceleration, they could not immediately attain their maximum velocities. Thus, it was only after 3 days that Exploration 1 finally traversed the orbit of Mars. For Deep Voyage 1, while it had progressed a similar distance, it did not take this trajectory. At the moment Exploration 1 passed Mars, Lin Dao had been residing on the Martian surface in the Martian city for a week, observing the Exploration 1 as it once again skimmed past the vicinity of Mars. Just as it had a week prior. Subsequently, Exploration 1 would also pass through the orbit of Jupiter, where human exploration bases were established on its moons. However, at that time, the circumstances were not so fortuitous as to allow the Voyager spacecraft to pass in close proximity to Jupiter. This implies that this occasion was nearly the final instance of Lin Dao appearing before the Voyager vessels. Subsequently, the positions reached by the 2 Voyager spacecraft would mark the furthest extent of human civilization. Or rather, the most advanced frontier detectable by Lin Dao, until such a time when these 2 Voyager spacecraft would be overtaken by newer exploratory vessels. 10 days later, the Explorer spacecraft swept past Jupiter's orbital path. Although the Voyager had traveled a roughly equivalent distance, it lacked a suitable reference point for distance. Lin Dao, nonetheless, occasionally directed some attention towards the 2 Voyager spacecraft. Strictly speaking, even through the perspectives of the individuals aboard these vessels, it was quite challenging to discern anything novel at this moment. After all, both Voyager spacecraft were still far from departing the solar system. Life aboard the 2 vessels was tranquil, perhaps even monotonous. Each vessel housed approximately 2,000 crew members, fulfilling various responsibilities, which barely constituted a small society within the spacecraft. However, it was decidedly too small. Within the context of the current temporal scale, there was virtually no significant change. As the year 92 arrived, the two Voyager spacecraft continued their journeys outward in different directions from the solar system, yet neither had completed their acceleration phases. Consequently, little noteworthy news was relayed back. As previously mentioned, the launch of these two Voyager spacecraft was merely a minor episode in the grand narrative of human civilization. The principal efforts of humanity continued to adhere to Lin Dao's earlier directives, advancing the expansion within the solar system. This year marked the widespread adoption of new electric propulsion systems in the ongoing expansion and development of human civilization within the solar system. The erstwhile Mars-class interstellar vessels were gradually phased out, supplanted by the new Chiming-class interstellar spacecraft equipped with innovative electric propulsion systems. Consequently, the one-way travel time between the Moon and Mars was compressed to 6 days when Mars was at a distant position, and to less than 4 days when it was closer. Although this may seem like a modest improvement, on average, it resulted in a time savings of approximately 2 days per journey. Nevertheless, when considering round trips, the overall outcome was quite commendable. Of course, another factor to consider was that the distance between the Moon and Mars did not allow the latest electric propulsion systems to achieve their maximum velocities, thereby limiting the full manifestation of their advantages within this segment of space. However, the development of human civilization within the solar system was not confined solely to Mars. Eventually, its advantages would be more fully realized. Furthermore, the designation of the new Chiming-class interstellar spacecraft also heralded another significant development. Human civilization commenced the exploration and development of another nearby planet within the solar system, Venus, which is situated closer to Earth and the Moon. A multitude of Chiming-class interstellar vessels produced throughout this year were deployed on routes to and from Venus, by the year's end. The first batch of basic resources from Venus was delivered to the lunar surface via the Chiming-12 spacecraft. This indicated that Venus's resources were now beginning to contribute to the cyclical expansion of human civilization throughout the solar system. Just as initially anticipated, when human civilization prepared itself and embarked upon the path of expansion within the solar system, the pace of this expansion would only accelerate. This was due to the burgeoning productivity within this process, as the pool of available resources would increase, while the enthusiasm of each individual within human civilization would remain undiminished. In 93, the productive capacity required for the exploration and development of Venus was primarily shouldered by the industrial sectors on Earth and the Moon. The demand for various basic resources was mainly met by Earth, the Moon, and Mars, given that the development of Venus was still in its nascent stages, with only a small fraction of resources sourced directly from Venus itself, in the past few years, following the gradual establishment of the industrial clusters on the lunar surface. Efforts to expand the scale of lunar industry continued unabated, further enhancing its productive potential. However, this endeavor had become solely the responsibility of the lunar industrial sector. By this year, the development and construction tasks on Mars had been entirely assumed by the lunar industrial clusters, with Earth's industrial sector withdrawing from involvement. With the onset of exploration and development of Venus, the focus of Mars's development was also beginning to shift. Initially, during the lunar industrialization efforts and the early stages of Mars's development, Mars was primarily regarded as a resource-rich planet. Now, however, the scale of industry on Mars was increasing, and the proportion of various production processes taking place there was gradually rising. This does not imply that human civilization had ceased its resource extraction endeavors on Mars. Rather, at this juncture, the various minerals and basic resources extracted from Mars were now divided into 3 segments. One portion was processed by Mars's existing industrial facilities, which conducted preliminary processing before sending the materials back to the Moon for further manufacturing, processes that Mars could not yet accomplish, transforming these resources into various industrial production equipment, which would then be dispatched back to Mars to expand the industrial scale on its surface, as well as the scale of Martian cities and resource extraction operations. The ultimate goal of this endeavor was, of course, to transform Mars into an industrial planet comparable to the Moon, capable of self-expansion through the utilization of its surface industries. The remaining 2 portions of resources were naturally sent back to the Moon, where they would facilitate the continued expansion of lunar industrial capacities. The final segment was either returned to the Moon or Earth, where lunar or terrestrial industries would process them into various equipment, instruments, and machinery, contributing to the ongoing exploration of Venus. It is evident, irrespective of the unique nature of human civilization at this moment, that the macro-level circumstances illustrate why the pace of expansion within the solar system is accelerating. Initially, the industrial and production systems of humanity were solely grounded in terrestrial industries, yet with the redirection of Mars's development, the emergence of a third-tier industrial hub for humanity was imminent. Meanwhile, Lin Dao had remained on Mars throughout this year. More precisely, since his appearance on Mars, witnessing the Explorer spacecraft pass by in orbit, he had not departed from the planet, much like his prolonged stay on the lunar surface after arriving with the lunar lander. Remaining in one place held no distinction for Lin Dao. To some extent, wherever human presence was felt, it was as though he was also there. Most of the time, Lin Dao engaged in little activity, seemingly akin to a state of hibernation. Yet, through what might be considered the collective perspective of all individuals, as well as an understanding that transcended theirs, he observed the gradual evolution of human civilization, akin to a child crouching on the ground, watching ants relocate their nest. Occasionally, he found it somewhat intriguing, but more often, he merely witnessed the slow, profound transformations of civilization, moving in the direction he had envisioned. For a typical individual, there might be a sense of accomplishment derived from such observations. However, for Lin Dao, the internal affairs of human civilization held no secrets. The entirety of human civilization felt like an extension of his own being, and he was acutely aware of what could be achieved. Could one truly derive a sense of accomplishment from actions that were merely an extension of oneself? It seemed rather improbable. In the early days of acquiring his abilities, he might have pretended to be an ordinary person reveling in small victories. But now, as the year 93 rolled on, that pretense had become untenable. Thus, for the vast majority of the time, Lin Dao simply observed, refraining from interference. Devoid of any emotional fluctuations, he found little that could elicit a strong response from him. At times, he even felt detached from his physical form. After all, to some degree, his corporeal existence bore little significance. It was humanity, which moved in accordance with his will, that constituted his true embodiment. Standing at the interstellar port of Mars's Inghua city, Lin Dao lifted his gaze once more to the starry expanse visible from the Martian surface. It was different from that of Earth, yet not vastly dissimilar. As time progressed from the year 93 to 94. Two noteworthy developments that captured Lin Dao's attention unfolded. The Voyager spacecraft Explorer 1 and Voyager 1 had both accelerated to their maximum velocities. This message, disseminated through human communication systems in a journalistic manner, has informed the entirety of humanity. Over a span of more than 3 years, two vessels belonging to human civilization accelerated to 2.31 times the speed of light, thereby establishing a new pinnacle for the navigational velocity achievable by human spacecraft. Across the expanse of human civilization, a shared sense of exhilaration, excitement, and joy was palpable among the populace. However, for humanity, this event was akin to savoring a small confection during a leisurely moment, offering fleeting delight before concluding. In contrast, for those aboard the two vessels, this accomplishment signified much more. Upon reaching the anticipated speed, the majority of the spacecraft's electrical propulsion engines would be deactivated, retaining only a minimal number to counteract the gravitational interference from celestial bodies along their trajectory and to correct their course. In the protracted duration that followed, barring necessity, both vessels would maintain their current velocity without deceleration. According to the plan, the inhabitants of the deep space vessels were to initiate the gestation process for the first batch of embryos, heralding the imminent birth of the first humans aboard these ships. Despite the approximate distance of 1146 astronomical units separating them, Lin Dao observed that the occupants of the vessels had activated artificial wombs. Furthermore, this indicated that Lin Dao's sensitivity to others within human civilization remained unaffected by such distances, devoid of any latency typical of conventional information transmission methods. Should Lin Dao function as a super relay hub, it is conceivable that a communication method surpassing humanity's anticipated quantum communication might emerge. Nonetheless, humanity currently lacks the capability to achieve this. Another matter that Lin Dao noted, closely related to the gestation of a new generation of humans, unfolded mid-year as researchers from relevant fields convened for discussions. They proposed elevating the previously controlled human population growth rate of 1 to 1.5%. While this may not appear to be an extravagant figure, It represented a significant 50% increase from the previous rate. This decision stemmed primarily from the swift expansion of human civilization within the solar system, not on the terrestrial surface or within the Earth-Moon system. A population of approximately 15 billion is considerable. However, within the broader context of the solar system, even confining the scope to the boundaries of Neptune, such a population begins to seem insufficient when considering the vastness of the entire solar system. Extending to the Oort cloud, a populace of around 15 billion reflects a sparse distribution relative to that expanse. In light of long-term perspectives, humanity as civilization is still in need of more inhabitants, particularly in terms of scientific research capabilities. In summary, the population base must accelerate its growth. After deliberating on this outcome, the researchers reported this information to Lin Dao during the meeting, refraining from direct confrontation, as they understood that if Mr. Lin Dao desired to know, he would inevitably acquire the knowledge. Thus, it was settled. Lin Dao responded affirmatively to these scholars and researchers, and the matter was resolved. Subsequently, in the year 1995, the population growth rate of human civilization was duly adjusted to 1.5. Furthermore, after more than 2 years of investment in the development of Venus, the resource output of Venus finally surpassed the investments made in that year for the first time. This does not imply that Venus, through its own resource yield, could entirely sustain its ongoing expansion. Certain foundational resources lacking on Venus would inevitably require supplementation from Earth, the Moon, or Mars. Nevertheless, this marked the beginning of a positive feedback loop in the exploration and development of Venus. Henceforth, further construction and development on Venus would hinge solely on the passage of time. In addition, the construction of the Moon as an industrial hub significantly slowed during this year. The scale of lunar industry approached the limits imposed by the current technological conditions and geographical constraints. To expand the lunar industrial scale further, a more profound consideration of marginal effects would be necessary. By this year, the number of permanent residents in various lunar cities had reached 50 million. The resource demands to maintain these lunar cities were astronomically high. Fortunately, the productivity output of the lunar industrial cluster was even more substantial. Basic resources, even those not found on the Moon, were sufficiently supplied through shipments from Mars. The equipment and resources produced by the lunar industrial cluster were primarily dedicated to sustaining its operations, with little regard for further expansion of its own scale. Turning to Mars, the strategic pivot in Martian planning yielded remarkable results over these 2 years. While it still lagged behind the fully realized industrial state of the Moon, the industrial clusters within Martian cities were no longer limited to mere resource extraction and preliminary processing. Numerous industries and sectors necessary for the expansion of these industrial clusters had already established their presence on the Martian surface. The resident human population across Martian cities had surged from mere thousands a few years prior to several 100,000. According to human plans for Martian development, the number of permanent residents on Mars is expected to far exceed that of the Moon in the future. As Mars possesses superior geographical conditions, the years 1996 and 1997 unfolded. Time flowed before Lin Dao like a gentle stream. When Lin Dao momentarily regained his awareness, a century had elapsed since the commencement of the calendrical era in human civilization. For Lin Dao, objectively, he should have reached the age of 122. However, this held little significance for him, as his physical form remained unchanged within his chamber in the city of Inghua on Mars. Lin Dao sat cross-legged, casting a glance at his body before redirecting his attention to the distant horizon. Throughout these years, Lin Dao had focused on the 2 deep space vessels, which had consistently traversed the fringes of the Oort cloud. The Oort cloud constitutes the outermost structure of the solar system, and it is anticipated that for many years to come, the 2 vessels will continue to navigate within its bounds. The width of the Oort cloud is approximately 1 light-year. Despite having traveled at maximum velocity for 6 years, the vessels had yet to penetrate the inner layers of the Oort cloud. The cosmic vistas observable from the vessels during this journey starkly illustrated the desolation of space. Over the 6 years of navigation, the scenery witnessed had undergone virtually no alteration. Nearby, little matter could be detected, and the distant stars remained unchanged despite the minimal shifts in distance. The signs of extraterrestrial civilizations that humanity, or rather, Lin Dao, yearned to discover remained elusive, as the distance traversed by the deep space vessels, exceeding 8,000 astronomical units, still loomed vastly distant for human civilization in its current state. Yet, when viewed on the cosmic scale of the starry sky. This distance is akin to merely stepping out of one's front door. If such proximity were to unveil other civilizations, it would be tantamount to two cultures nearly touching each other's faces. Nevertheless, even though the scenes visible to the spacecraft, Exploration and Voyager, remained largely unchanged for an extended period, Lin Dao still occasionally cast a discerning gaze upon them at this juncture, whether aboard the Exploration or the Voyager. The first generation of infants born on the interstellar vessels had already reached the age of 5. In accordance with the human educational framework, these initial inhabitants of the Voyager had begun their curriculum, which had been pre-established on the spacecraft. This cohort, born amidst the distant stars from the perspective of contemporary human civilization, continued to be influenced by Lin Dao. With utmost enthusiasm, they diligently fulfilled their responsibilities at this stage as learners. Preparing to inherit the unfinished endeavors of the previous generation aboard the Voyager, the first human born on the Exploration was named Xinghai, while the one aboard the Voyager was christened Wei-Lan. Similarly, within the solar system, the objectives of human civilization had not significantly altered over the past 6 years. However, the progress of expansion within the solar system had witnessed some changes. The Martian industrial cluster, the centerpiece of humanity's industrial and production systems, had essentially completed its foundational establishment within this 6-year span. This signified that Mars had undergone a preliminary transformation from a resource-rich planet to an industrial hub within the vision of human civilization. Mars was now capable of constructing and manufacturing the vast majority of industrial outputs required for expanding its industrial scale and urban development, thus facilitating its self-expansion. Concurrently, the goals initially set on the lunar surface had been replicated on Mars. At the significant milestone of the centenary year, Mars successfully launched its first interstellar spacecraft of the Chiming class, constructed entirely by Martian industries. The outputs from Martian industry began to contribute progressively to the development of Venus, indicating an acceleration in its exploration and colonization. With the foundational development of Mars nearing completion, it implied that for the ensuing decades, and perhaps even longer, human civilization's efforts to explore other planets and moons within the solar system would enter a repetitive and cyclical phase. The processes undertaken during the development of Mars would be replicated on other celestial bodies, with variations in details due to the differing conditions of each body, yet the overarching framework would remain consistent. This cyclical progression would ultimately lead to the realization of the goals set forth by Lin Dao for human civilization, as well as the envisioned blueprint for the colonization of the major planets and their moons within the solar system. The ensuing decades would be characterized as a period of industrious, yet tranquil activity for human civilization. The industriousness stemmed from the collective efforts toward the exploration and colonization of the solar system. With every fundamental unit of human production, industry, research, and education contributing to this endeavor, propelling the expansion of human civilization throughout the solar system at an accelerating pace. The tranquility arose from the fact that, once the processes of development and colonization entered a cyclical state, technical limitations ceased to pose significant challenges, leaving only the passage of time as a requisite until the objectives posited by Lin Dao were fulfilled. From a sufficiently macroscopic perspective, during this period, humanity's focus remained centered on the original blue planet, the Moon, and Mars. It resembled ink on a sheet of paper, swiftly spreading into the surrounding vastness, leaving clearer imprints of human civilization across an ever-expanding solar system. Beginning in the year 16 of the new era, human civilization had amassed decades of expansion momentum, which now manifested in an almost frenzied display of vitality. In the year 101, the burgeoning Martian industry, exhibiting a nearly ferocious vigor, independently produced over 50 Chiming-class interstellar spacecraft within a single year, leveraging its capacity for self-expansion in both industrial scale and urban development. Each Chiming-class spacecraft could carry over 100,000 tons, all allocated to the route between Mars and Venus. Following the establishment of Martian industry and its direct involvement in the development of Venus, the transportation of materials, equipment, and machinery from Mars to Venus no longer required transit through Earth or the Moon, establishing a direct point-to-point transport route. Given that the new electric propulsion system necessitated a considerable amount of time to accelerate to its maximum velocity, the outcome was that, despite the distance between Mars and Venus being significantly greater than that between Mars and Earth for most of the time, since Venus orbits within Earth's trajectory while Mars orbits outside of it, The time required for a one-way journey along the former route did not differ greatly from that of the latter. If a single journey from Earth to Mars took 4 days, the journey from Mars to Venus might take 5 days, or even 4.5. On longer voyages, the new electric propulsion system could reach even higher maximum speeds. In the year 102, the strategy adopted by human civilization for expansion within the solar system involved a gradual encroachment. Centering on the Earth-Moon system, the actual control range was incrementally expanded outward in concentric circles. Essentially, the initial resources from the inner circle were utilized to commence preliminary development of the celestial bodies in the outer circle that were to be incorporated into the sphere of control. Subsequently, the resources developed from the outer circle would reinforce the construction of the inner circle, while relying on the continually expanding industrial base of the inner circle to complete the preliminary development of the outer celestial bodies. Once the inner circle was fully developed, the outer celestial body would transition into the new inner circle, which would then be supported by its industrial base to further explore the outer celestial bodies. This approach was consistent from Earth to the Moon, from the Earth-Moon system to Mars, and now extended to Venus.in this year. The resources of Venus were similarly divided into 3 parts. One portion allocated to Martian industry to support its continued expansion. Another dedicated to the construction of various equipment and machinery necessary for the development of Venus, and the final portion, managed by Earth, Mars, and the Moon, focused on the exploration of Mercury. As the development of Venus gradually took shape, the exponentially increasing industrial scale and productivity of humanity began to forge new frontiers. In the year 103, interstellar routes within the solar system, originating from and terminating at Earth, the Moon, Mars, and Venus, became increasingly bustling. Every hour of every day, the interstellar ports on these 4 celestial bodies welcomed the most frequently utilized Cheeming-class interstellar spacecraft. The exchange of various materials among these 4 bodies had become exceedingly frequent. Lin Dao could keenly sense that, on this most active interstellar route of human civilization, several spacecraft were perpetually in motion. In this year, the number of cities on Mars had reached 62, due to varying needs. The permanent population within each Martian city differed, yet the total permanent population on the Martian surface exceeded 10 million. Additionally, the research and resource development bases on Mars' 2 moons collectively housed tens of thousands of individuals. Such figures would have been unimaginable in the previous era, yet for contemporary human civilization, they merely represented the beginning. With energy resources currently abundant, Mars also boasted substantial water resources. According to researchers' estimates, the eventual permanent population on Mars' surface should be several times that of the current lunar population. Only with such a foundational demographic could the ambitious plans for Martian industry be sustained. Once Mars was fully established as an industrial planet, it would become the core power source for humanity's colonization of the entire solar system. In the year 104, the development and construction on Venus progressed fervently. This year, the resident population on Venus surpassed 1 million. Unlike Mars, the harsher surface environment of Venus posed additional challenges, even though current technological capabilities could overcome these adversities, complicating construction efforts. However, in light of necessity, researchers and scholars ultimately devised a distinct plan for the construction of cities on Venus, differing from those on Mars and the Moon. Venusian cities would not be built on the planet's surface, but would instead be suspended in synchronous orbit around Venus. The ultimate vision for these orbital cities was to form a circular ring enveloping the entire planet. It is akin to adorning the entire Venus with a delicate ribbon. The resource extraction operations on the surface of Venus are primarily conducted by intelligent machinery and the permanent inhabitants of the orbital cities, who perform these tasks remotely. When necessary, some residents may be temporarily deployed to operational bases on the Venusian surface, though they do not remain there permanently. The resulting structure and operational model closely resemble the interwoven arrangement of industrial and residential areas found in terrestrial cities. The cluster of orbital cities encircling Venus serves as the residential zone, while the entirety of Venus itself functions as an industrial zone enveloped within it. Notably, the adoption of this planning approach is significantly influenced by the differing perceptions of Venus and Mars. Within the grand scheme of human civilization in the solar system, Venus is viewed more as a resource planet rather than an industrial one like Mars, although there will be some industrial clusters on the surface of Venus and in its orbital region. They will not reach the extensive scale seen on Mars. Similarly, Mercury's positioning within the inner ring of the Venusian orbit parallels that of Venus itself, in the year 105, extending to year 110. A decade passed since Mars had autonomously completed the construction of a Chiming-class interstellar spacecraft. Over this period, with human civilization's unwavering momentum and exponentially increasing productivity, what transformations could occur? This year, the most significant development was that the initial phase of Mars industrial construction was completed. The resident population on Mars surged from 10 million to 100 million within just a few years, surpassing the previous record held by the lunar surface, thus establishing Mars as the largest human settlement beyond Earth. Concurrently, the scale of industrial activity on Mars usurped the lunar industrial sector's position in the human industrial and production system, becoming the largest extraterrestrial industrial cluster and production center. However, despite this remarkable growth, it still paled in comparison to Earth, as the number of residents on Mars had yet to surpass the annual population increase seen on Earth. In that year, Lin Dao consented to the recommendations of various scholars and researchers to elevate the human population growth rate to 1.5 at this juncture. The population of human civilization was rapidly approaching the milestone of 20 billion. Nevertheless, such a degree of population growth posed little pressure on human civilization. Lin Dao's influence ensured that this vast system operated with minimal management costs. Even with an influx of new inhabitants, the current functioning of the various human systems could continue unabated. Furthermore, disregarding the issue of controllable nuclear fusion, the territory under human civilization's control had expanded from the single planet of Blue Star to now encompass the position of Mercury. The total resources available had expanded to such an extent that even a population of 20 billion, or even 200 billion, would not pose a challenge to sustain. This is particularly true given that the current human civilization, which has adopted a rationing system reminiscent of a Zerg civilization, is effectively managing its resources in the year 115. While the industrial expansion on Mars showed no signs of complete cessation, the development and construction of Venus experienced a slowdown. Entering the concluding phase of this stage after 5 years, the progress made in the development of Venus had largely aligned with the perception of the planet as a semi-resource, semi-satellite body. Various mineral resources and fundamental materials extracted from Venus were continuously transported back to Blue Star, the Moon, and Mars. Additionally, some industrial output from Venus was able to assist Mars in further enhancing its production capacity for various industrial needs. The resident population in the orbital cities around Venus reached 8 million. Moreover, this year marked the passage of 24 years since the launch of the 2 exploration vessels, Exploration 1 and Voyage 1. The crew members who embarked on these vessels were predominantly young or middle-aged at the time, and now they had all entered middle age or even old age. The first generation of humans born aboard these exploration vessels had reached adulthood and gradually began to take over the responsibilities of the previous generation, carrying forward their unfulfilled aspirations. The advantages of a Zerg-like civilization were evident here. Despite the passage of over 2 decades, these 2 exploration vessels had ventured far from the lives and work of the people. Yet they remained aware of their approximate locations. At present, the vessels continued their journey within the Oort cloud, having finally reached its inner ring after more than 20 years. According to expectations, it would take another 20 years for them to completely traverse the Oort cloud and exit the solar system. In the year 119, humanity's expansion within the solar system continued unabated, with the 2 exploration vessels still on their distant journey. However, for Lin Dao, there was another significant event this year. Besides himself, the last person born in the previous era also passed away. Before her departure, Lin Dao visited her. Mr. Lin, I had thought you would come to see me, she said, in the medical center of the 022 residential area within the core city of the Eurasian continent. Lin Dao encountered her. She was a very elderly woman, having reached the age of 120. As she approached the end of her life, the sole reason was simply her advanced age. Over the past few decades and century, the average life expectancy of individuals within human civilization had significantly increased due to enhanced productivity and changes in social structure, influenced by various indirect factors. However, breakthroughs in biological technology regarding maximum lifespan had not been achieved, and the resources dedicated to such research remained limited. For humans, reaching 120 years of age was still considered a remarkable longevity. Perhaps due to Lin Dao's visit, the elderly woman, nearing her ultimate fate, appeared somewhat spirited, her once cloudy eyes seemingly brightening. Her wrinkled face, marked by the ravages of age, broke into a smile as she addressed Lin Dao. He remained silent, opting to find a chair and sit beside her. Lin Dao himself struggled to articulate the reason for his visit. He simply sensed that she was nearing the end of her life, prompting his presence to Mr. Lin. I am 120 years old, having been born a year before the calendar era began. Before the calendar era, I was not even 1 year old, so I possess no memories of that time. The elderly woman spoke to Lin Dao, seemingly understanding why he had come to see her at this moment. I grew up in your era, the time following the calendar, and nearly all my memories pertain to this period. Thus, in a strict sense, I do not belong to the previous era. I still belong to this one. Her assertion was not without merit. Lin Dao recognized that his visit held little significance. Those he was truly familiar with from the previous era had long since passed away. This elderly woman had been less than a year old before the calendar era, making it impossible for him to have had any interaction with her prior to that time. The elderly woman seemed to ponder for a moment before continuing. Mr. Lin, after my retirement, I once read a science fiction work from the previous era. The narrative spoke of a person who chose to enter hibernation to journey into the future. Upon awakening during the journey, only one elder from his era remained in the world. As he prepared to enter hibernation once more to venture into a more distant future, the elder raised a bowl of wine to him and advised, I urge you to drink another cup. Beyond Yongguan, there are no old friends. With a glimmer in her eyes, she concluded, however, Mr. Lin, you need not feel sorrow. You are with us, and we shall ultimately remain with you. The we she referred to as human civilization. Perhaps Lin Dao was indeed the last vestige of the previous era, but the essence of human civilization persisted. A continuation from the times that preceded. Moreover, it is destined to accompany the Lin Dao and persist indefinitely. As long as Lin Dao exists, human civilization will endure, and as long as human civilization prevails, so too will Lin Dao. After uttering these words, the elderly lady, born in a bygone era, peacefully passed away, her countenance graced with a gentle smile, a testament to Lin Dao's arrival in her final moments. Throughout this time, Lin Dao remained silently by her bedside, only rising after a brief period of contemplation following her departure from this world. Furthermore, the life of this venerable woman epitomizes the essence of her era. She was a researcher in the field of materials, dedicating her life to the exploration of specific characteristics within the realm of modified materials, a highly specialized niche within the broader materials science. Even if she were to solve these intricate problems, it might not be deemed an outstanding scientific achievement. Her lifelong commitment to researching such minute aspects of the human civilization's scientific framework remained unwavering. In the previous era, there were undoubtedly many researchers like her, yet in this present age, it seems that nearly all scholars share this same dedication. Ultimately, the collective contributions of researchers akin to the elderly lady have culminated in the remarkable productivity and technological advancements witnessed in human civilization today. The passing of the last individual born in the previous era, aside from Lin Dao, is but a mere footnote, holding little significance for either human civilization or Lin Dao himself, although this marks the definitive conclusion of an era. In truth, the previous epoch had concluded with the commencement of the current calendar. Unexpectedly, Lin Dao anticipated he would experience a more complex array of emotions. However, in reality, he felt no particularly strong sentiments at this moment, only a fleeting silence. Perhaps, in years to come, when reflecting back, he might find deeper feelings emerging. In the year 120 of the calendar, human civilization had expanded its dominion, centered around the Earth-Moon system, to encompass a vast expanse extending from the orbit of Mars to that of Mercury. The development of Mercury as a resource planet has been completed. Naturally, human civilization continues to broaden its reach within the solar system, venturing into new battlegrounds. Thanks to the established industrial centers on Mars, the Moon, and Earth, providing ample productivity, along with the resource-rich planets Mercury and Venus, human civilization has embarked on a grand development and construction plan across 3 major regions. The first area of development lies within the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. Based on the specific data acquired from years of exploration, researchers and scholars specializing in this field have meticulously planned multiple research and resource development bases within the asteroid belt, intended to accommodate permanent personnel in the range of 10 to tens of thousands. Primarily focusing on the more resource-abundant sections, the second major area of development naturally extends beyond the asteroid belt to the orbit of Jupiter. Given the nature of Jupiter, the construction of interstellar cities and industrial clusters will predominantly occur on its moons, with the most significant industrial cluster being established on Ganymede, the largest of Jupiter's moons, which boasts a diameter exceeding that of Mercury, a planet that has already undergone initial development by human civilization. In terms of both resources and other aspects, Ganymede holds immense value for human civilization, while Jupiter, being the outermost planet beyond Mars, will continue to rely primarily on Martian industry for its developmental needs. Lastly, the final significant area of development is Saturn. The strategy for developing this gas giant mirrors that of Jupiter, primarily focusing on its moons, while Ganymede is designated for Jupiter's orbit. Titan, Saturn's largest moon, will serve a similar purpose. However, the development of the Saturnian orbital region has been temporarily assigned the lowest priority among the three developmental areas, largely due to distance considerations. Mars lies an average of 700 million kilometers from Jupiter, and Jupiter is approximately 600 million kilometers away from Saturn. Nevertheless, this does not imply that the development of the Saturnian region is unimportant to human civilization. Rather, in long-term planning, Saturn holds a higher priority than Jupiter. The expectation is that, ultimately, Saturn will serve as a launchpad for human civilization to extend its dominion to the remaining two outer planets in the solar system, achieving control over the vast expanse of space defined by the Kuiper Belt. In the same year, the research team focused on electric propulsion systems within human civilization unveiled a new achievement by integrating findings from various fields. Humanity has developed an updated model of electric propulsion interstellar spacecraft. Consistent with the customary naming conventions for interstellar vessels, this model has been designated as the Zhen Sui-class spaceship. Within the Zhen Sui class, the electric propulsion system's unit carrying capacity has been further enhanced, and speed has also seen significant improvement. While the benefits may not be immediately evident between the Earth-Moon system and Mars, the duration of travel has been reduced from 4 days to merely 3.5 on the Zhen Sui-class spaceship. In the forthcoming extensive development of the Jupiter orbital region, the enhancements become markedly apparent. A journey that previously required around 8 days can now be completed in just over 5 days, significantly compressing the round-trip time to less than 12 days, thereby greatly facilitating the impending developments in the Jupiter region and beyond. However, upon reviewing the historical trajectory of human civilization's advancements in transport technology, one may observe that the pace of updates in electric propulsion systems has slowed somewhat in comparison to previous generations, with nearly 30 years having elapsed since the last breakthrough in electric propulsion technology. This can be attributed not only to the increasing difficulty of achieving technological advancements, but also to a significant shift in the research trajectory concerning transport-related technologies within the human scientific framework. Following the last breakthrough in electric propulsion technology, researchers in related fields began to sense that the current propulsion technology was nearing its limits, while there may still be potential for some enhancements in carrying capacity and speed. A monumental leap akin to the transition from chemical rockets to electric propulsion systems is unlikely. Consequently, researchers have begun to pivot towards exploring a new technological approach for propulsion systems, one that embodies the true essence of a massless propulsion method. At present, the electric propulsion systems employed on long-range spacecraft still rely on propellant consumption during operation, albeit to a far lesser extent than traditional chemical rockets. To achieve a significant breakthrough in transport capacity, human civilization urgently requires the discovery of a genuinely massless propulsion solution, enabling interstellar ships to sustain longer periods of acceleration and achieve higher maximum velocities. The most optimistic vision for such a massless propulsion solution naturally points to the concept of a warp drive. However, this remains beyond the current capabilities of human civilization. In fact, it is impossible to ascertain the extent of the technological gap between humanity's current capabilities and the requirements for developing a warp drive. Thus, the idea of a warp drive must be set aside while considering alternative massless propulsion solutions. In the quest to uncover this potential massless propulsion method, whose existence remains uncertain, researchers have diligently explored every conceivable avenue within existing physical theories and proposed novel theories to continue their search for possibilities. They have put forth a plethora of ideas, often deemed eccentric yet simultaneously ingenious, among which are several groundbreaking proposals. Even the cognitive weapons and spacecraft of the ancient octopus civilization have been revisited in hopes of gleaning insights from their propulsion mechanisms that might inspire advancements in human massless propulsion research. Presently, human civilization is characterized by an abundance of resources. In situations where necessity arises, a multitude of researchers and scholars have proposed various theoretical approaches, each potentially capable of offering valuable insights. People have chosen to advance all possible avenues simultaneously, only relinquishing a path once it is conclusively deemed unviable. This is particularly pertinent in light of the evolving focus of human civilization's research into propulsion technologies. The study of electric propulsion systems continues to make strides, as it has not been abandoned, with resources still being allocated towards it. Currently, the exploration and research into non-propellant propulsion systems can be regarded as a comprehensive inquiry within the scientific community. Given the disparities in resources and the demands of the era, the total number of researchers engaged in this exploration has exceeded 10 million, but although the core group of researchers, who have previously benefited from the Genius Ascension Clause, is significantly smaller. A staggering 99% of this total comprises individuals delving into niche aspects of various research trajectories. This phenomenon is indeed remarkable, as only the present human civilization can afford such a vast number of researchers dedicated to a single field of study. Moreover, in other significant scientific endeavors, the situation mirrors that of propulsion research. Over the years, from the energy sector to computational power and materials science, the research framework of human civilization has remained industrious, albeit in a phase of adjustment and exploration of new directions. Research in the energy and materials domains is relatively clear-cut. The latter inherently relies on exhaustive methods, continuing to invest resources in the development of new materials until a groundbreaking material, significantly beneficial to the advancement of human civilization, is discovered. After the advent of second-generation helium-3 fusion technology, researchers in the energy sector have engaged in various explorations of novel energy acquisition methods, ultimately converging on the next-generation fusion technology, nuclear fusion. While alternative non-controlled nuclear fusion options exist, the most feasible one remains heavy nuclear fusion technology, grounded in the accumulated experience from previous generations of technologies. The realization of heavy nuclear fusion technology would enable human civilization to convert numerous cosmic materials into energy, thus suggesting that, barring the need for increased energy output, this technology could sustain humanity for an extended period. The investment of resources in this research area rivals, if not surpasses, that allocated to propulsion technology. Conversely, research in the computational power domain has encountered challenges akin to those currently faced in propulsion research, lacking a definitive direction following the saturation of carbon-based chip manufacturing processes. Although researchers are employing various unconventional methods to enhance computational power, significant breakthroughs remain elusive. The enhancement of computational power has entered a phase of incremental gains within confined spaces. Macroscopically, the relentless production of numerous computational units continues to propel rapid expansion. However, this merely signifies an increase in chip quantity rather than performance. In pursuit of a more advanced computational solution, researchers have been tirelessly seeking alternatives to carbon-based chips, exploring superior foundational materials, or even fundamentally reimagining chip design logic. Various exaggerated and conservative proposals have emerged amidst these discussions, yet a definitive new solution or direction has yet to materialize. In summary, the current state of research reflects a situation reminiscent of several decades ago. Prior to the emergence of controllable nuclear fusion technologies, research has not stagnated, but rather, significant technological advancements remain in a phase of accumulation and preparation. The timing and field of the next technological breakthrough remain uncertain. However, the resilience of a swarm-like civilization ensures that individuals do not succumb to complacency or despair due to a lack of monumental breakthroughs, fostering a relentless pursuit of knowledge that will inevitably yield advancements ahead of expectations. In the year 145, as 25 additional years pass, little has changed for Lin Dao on a personal level. For him, the distinction between hibernation and wakefulness is negligible, as his perspective merely drifts through the existence of different human individuals. Conversely, for human civilization as a whole, the most significant change is the near completion of the development and construction in the asteroid belt, as well as the regions of Jupiter and Saturn. The asteroid belt, with its dispersed research and resource extraction bases, primarily serves as a source of resources, akin to resource planets, fulfilling similar responsibilities. The regions of Jupiter and Saturn, however, resemble the role of Mars within the solar system's broader plan. Yet, there are distinctions. Mars stands alone as an industrial planet, while the numerous satellites of Jupiter and Saturn collectively form an industrial center with various industrial clusters. Over the past 25 years, human civilization has made substantial strides in expanding its presence within the solar system. Currently, humanity continues to rely on the productivity of Earth, Moon, Mars, and the resources of Mercury, Venus, and the moons of Jupiter and Saturn to scale up the industrial clusters on the numerous satellites of Jupiter and Saturn, preparing for the final stages of solar system expansion plans. In the same year, within the realm of propulsion research, the Electric Propulsion System project team unveiled yet another model, which will likely be the last for an extended period. Mr. Lin, the Star-class electric propulsion system represents the pinnacle of what we can achieve under current technological conditions. Future enhancements to electric propulsion systems may necessitate breakthroughs in other critical technologies, such as energy innovations. Following the conclusion of the Star-class electric propulsion system experiments, a researcher reported to Lin Dao. However, it is possible that by then, we may no longer require electric propulsion systems, as new propulsion solutions may emerge to replace the current electric propulsion system framework. Lin Dao nodded in acknowledgement, yet refrained from further comment, instead gazing at the newly manufactured and experimentally completed electric propulsion system. This latest electric propulsion system, strictly speaking, was not developed for the expansion and exploration of the solar system. Its lower propellant consumption, extended acceleration time, and higher speed limits do not present considerable advantages within the confines of the solar system. This system is entirely suited for deep space vessels, based on current experimental data. It is estimated that a vessel designed with a similar concept to previous deep space explorations, equipped with this propulsion system, could achieve a maximum speed of 8.1 times the speed of light after a protracted acceleration phase of 10 years. This may represent the utmost limit achievable in the realm of electric propulsion technology. Thus, let us construct two deep space vessels, aptly named Star 1 and Star 2. Lin Dao did not outright reject the proposals of the researchers. He merely uttered a few words and then departed. The researchers from relevant fields, along with various production units in the industrial and manufacturing systems, promptly sprang into action, utilizing this latest and possibly final model of the electric propulsion system. They commenced the design and construction of the Starlight-class interstellar vessels. Given humanity's current productive capabilities, constructing two interstellar vessels no longer posed a technical challenge and would not consume much time. While the Martian industrial cluster expanded its production of various materials and equipment necessary for the industrial scale of the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, it also managed to dedicate some resources to complete two Starlight-class interstellar vessels within the month. Indeed, upon closer examination, the construction process of these two vessels was quite spectacular. The components that formed the cores of the Starlight-class vessels, along with all the necessary equipment and instruments, originated from a total of 280 Martian cities on the Martian surface and Phobos. In reality, thousands of industrial zones across these 280 cities participated in the manufacturing process, each industrial zone housing several production modules, which in turn contained numerous production chains, each with several fundamental industrial units. This vast array of basic industrial and production units constituted a colossal industrial cluster that encompassed the entire manufacturing process of the Starlight-class vessels, from raw materials to the production of all components and frameworks. The raw materials used in this production were sourced from various celestial bodies, including the moons of Saturn, the moons of Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, and Mars itself. Although it is not certain that these materials were specifically transported for the construction of the two Starlight-class vessels. The Martian industrial cluster's production inevitably required these foundational resources. Nevertheless, the production of the two Starlight-class vessels indeed utilized raw materials from different celestial bodies within the solar system. Ultimately, the two Starlight-class vessels were fully equipped in Mars synchronous orbit and entered a state of readiness. It can be asserted that while the production time was short, it was, in essence, a testament to humanity's current industrial productivity, reflecting the advancements in technology that had been achieved. In contrast, had a less advanced civilization attempted the same feat, even with all their resources, it would have taken far longer than a month to accomplish. According to the plan, Each Starlight-class vessel would accommodate a crew larger than that of the previously launched exploration and Voyager vessels, reaching up to 6,000 individuals. During the subsequent journey, the crew size would maintain a range between 6,000 and 7,000. However, selecting crew members was not an urgent matter for human civilization, even on the day of departure. Suitable candidates could be chosen to board the Starlight-class vessels. Yet, prior to the launch of Starlight 1 and Starlight 2, a critical decision remained: the ultimate direction these two vessels would take. This involved selecting two new trajectories from a range of options presented by the relevant researchers, or pursuing the path previously taken by the earlier vessels in order to catch up with them. This brings us to the two vessels that had embarked on their journey some time ago. The Exploration and Voyager vessels set off in the year 91, achieving their maximum speed by year 94, and thereafter maintained a constant velocity to AS of today. These two vessels have been traversing the vast expanse of space at a maximum speed of 2.31 times the speed of light for 61 years. Approximately 13 to 14 years ago, the Exploration and Voyager vessels broke through the boundaries of the Oort cloud from different directions, gradually approaching the vicinity of other neighboring star systems, marking humanity's first genuine venture into exoplanetary space. Although, even after breaking free from the Oort cloud, the external vistas visible from the two vessels remained largely unchanged, with no sudden alterations in sight. Nevertheless, those on board celebrated their achievement at the time. Presently, despite their differing trajectories, both vessels are approximately 1.4 light-years away from Blue Planet, this distance. Maintaining regular communication between Blue Planet and the two vessels has become quite challenging, given humanity's current technological capabilities in the field of communication. However, human civilization still possesses a less technologically advanced means of contact. Lin Dao's connection with those who have ventured beyond the solar system remains unaffected, unchanged by the expansion of spatial dimensions. Thus, as Lin Dao's thoughts shifted, all individuals aboard the two Starlight-class vessels, now 1.4 light-years from Earth, became instantly aware of events transpiring on the ground, or rather, within the solar system. They now faced a choice. After over 60 years of traversing the cosmos, the initial crew of 4,000 individuals who boarded the Exploration and Voyager vessels from various human habitation zones within the solar system have largely passed away due to old age. The few who remain have long since moved on from their original roles. At this moment, the responsibility for the maintenance and normal operation of the two vessels has entirely shifted to the first, second, and even third generations of individuals born aboard the vessels, with the younger generation continuing to grow and learn. Thanks to Lin Dao's presence, the succession of crew members aboard the interstellar vessels has occurred without any disorder. Although those born on the vessels have never lived a day on humanity's home planet or in any other major settlements, they do not lack a sense of belonging to human civilization. They have inherited the unfulfilled aspirations of the previous generation concerning the vessel's navigational objectives, unwavering in their commitment. They recognize that their generation cannot guide the vessels to their ultimate destination. They fully understand that their lives are dedicated to an endless journey. Yet, they feel no regret. On the contrary, as they reflect upon their lives in old age, they perceive their existence as profoundly fulfilling. Under their stewardship, the vessels have continued to navigate further along their path, which they consider a remarkable achievement. Throughout this journey, they do not find it tedious. For them, piloting the interstellar vessels forward is an endeavor that perpetually excites, delights, and never wearies them. Moreover, all are acutely aware that these vessels are destined to fulfill their ultimate mission, whether by the next generation or by the 100th generation of humanity born aboard. Shanghai, the first human born aboard the exploration vessel, was notable not only for being the earliest born, but has not exhibited any particular talents in his subsequent life. He completed his education in accordance with the human educational system, utilizing the teaching materials left aboard the vessel. When selecting a specialized field of study, he chose an engineering discipline that would aid in the long-term maintenance of the interstellar vessels. Throughout his life, he gradually mastered the knowledge pertaining to his chosen field. Now at the age of 60, he is responsible for maintaining certain systems aboard the vessel. Geographically, his responsibilities cover only a small segment of the vessel's systems. Even if issues arise, they may not significantly impact the overall functioning of the vessel. However, from the moment he formally assumed this responsibility, he has dedicated his life to diligently overseeing his small area. Never once slackening his efforts, he is intimately familiar with every detail of his work, and when mentoring the young individuals set to inherit his duties, he approaches them with immense patience, hoping to share all the valuable experiences he has accumulated over a lifetime in this seemingly uncomplicated role. Just as the crew member who previously held this position and has since passed did for him, the young individual, mirroring his own initial seriousness and meticulousness, aspires to inherit all knowledge and experience. In recent years, as he has aged, his physical abilities have begun to decline. Although he wishes to continue contributing to the stable operation of the interstellar vessel for as long as possible, he is also reluctant to allow his failing eyesight to affect the quality of his work. Thus, when it becomes evident that his physical condition can no longer accommodate the fulfillment of this responsibility, he will resolutely pass it on. This is also the mission and duty he must uphold. Upon receiving the message relayed by Mr. Lin, disseminated to every individual aboard the Voyager spacecraft, the elderly man was presently escorting a young companion. Surveying the area under his charge, upon receiving this news, his initial reaction, naturally shared by the young man accompanying him and all the crew members of the Voyager, was one of exhilaration, excitement, and joy. They rejoiced at the prospect of constructing a more formidable and faster Voyager spacecraft for the advancement of human civilization that in this manner, the new vessel would enable Mr. Lin to traverse to even more distant realms beyond the solar system in a considerably shorter time frame. They did not ponder whether this situation would bear any adverse implications for them. Their feelings were solely one of elation for human civilization and for Mr. Lin. Then, they were faced with a pivotal choice. A decision that would determine the trajectory of the two new Voyager spacecraft. The first option entailed the construction of two additional stellar-class Voyager spacecraft to retrieve them from their current location. From a technological perspective, pinpointing their exact position was becoming increasingly challenging. However, with Lin Dao's presence, he could clearly sense their whereabouts. They were brought back. The two new stellar-class Voyager spacecraft would assume their current tasks and continue on their journey to farther destinations. The second option involved the stellar-class Voyager continuing on its present course, and upon arrival, transferring them from their existing spacecraft to the stellar-class vessel to persist with their voyage. The third option was for them to continue their expedition while the stellar-class Voyager would set sail towards uncharted territories. For ordinary individuals within a collective civilization, making such a choice might prove arduous. Yet, for the current human civilization, the decision was rather straightforward. After Mr. Lin informed them of this choice, they did not hesitate in their response. A voting prompt appeared on the communication terminals worn by each individual. The crew members aboard both Voyager spacecraft did not convene for a formal meeting regarding this choice. Like the inhabitants of Earth and other regions within the solar system, they had been bound to the human communication system since birth and had grown accustomed to communicating through it, though the vast distance hindered their ability to converse with humans from other areas of the solar system. Their identity codes remained within the human communication system, unique to each individual. The voting conducted on the communication terminals was somewhat unique. For them, it was unnecessary to make selections on the terminals. They merely needed to convey their decisions to Mr. Lin, fully aware that he would hear them. Mr. Lin, I choose to remain aboard the Explorer, came the voice, overlapping with that of the young man accompanying him. The expressions on their faces, one old and one young, were illuminated by smiles that was almost predictable. All crew members aboard the Explorer and Voyager unanimously opted for the third choice, to remain on the two spacecraft and continue their unfinished journey. Lin Dao heard one of the crew members on the Voyager declare, Mr. Lin, please allow the new stellar Voyager to set sail towards new directions. Compared to the new vessel, the one we are on may appear as a frail elder. However, we have already traversed the 1.4 light years to Blue Planet, and we wish to save the new stellar Voyager time on this journey. Please guide the stellar Voyager towards unexplored territories of human civilization. Perhaps when it reaches new realms beyond the solar system, we will still be en route, yet we shall witness together the new vistas it encounters, for we are equally part of human civilization. Now, it appeared that with the advent of the Voyager boasting superior speeds, the significance of the Explorer and Voyager, which had embarked over 60 years ago, seemed diminished. The new stellar Voyager could cover the 1.4 light years traversed by the two earlier spacecraft in a shorter time. But how could it truly lack significance? Despite being more advanced, the stellar Voyager was still a vessel of the present. While the explorer and voyager had allowed Lin Dao and human civilization to glimpse the cosmos beyond 1 light-year long before. This, in itself, was the greatest significance. Now, the explorer and voyager had resolutely chosen to continue their expedition. Perhaps the new stellar-class voyager would reach destinations earlier than the endpoints attainable by the explorer and voyager. Yet, they too would ultimately arrive at their destinations, rather than the new voyager retracing the path they had already traversed. They perhaps hoped more earnestly that the boundaries of human civilization would catch up with their advance, for that way, they too would fulfill their mission in this grand voyage. Moreover, for the individuals aboard the 2 Voyager spacecraft. Despite each vessel housing only a few thousand souls, constituting a minuscule society within human civilization's hundreds of billions, they did not feel isolated, for even as spatial distances widened, they had never been severed from the greater human civilization. They merely extended a hand towards the distant horizons of human endeavor. Lin Dao had not experienced emotional fluctuations for quite some time, yet at this moment, confronted with the choices made by the people aboard the 2 Voyager spacecraft, he felt a stirring within. This stirring, of course, was not solely caused by the individuals on the 2 spacecraft. Their words and decisions acted as a catalyst, triggering broader reflections that it allowed Lin Dao to gain a more tangible sense of the expansion of human civilization within the solar system. Under his will, human civilization was indeed enacting an epic narrative, one that not only encompassed grand themes, but also wove together the fates of countless individuals. Everyone was influenced by him, yet none lost their sense of individual consciousness. It was more akin to a confluence of wills, merging into a cohesive whole, while still allowing for continual subdivision. Lin Dao himself was uncertain of the thoughts occupying his mind at that moment. However, experiencing emotional fluctuations in his current state was undoubtedly a positive occurrence. Ultimately, regarding the choices made by the individuals aboard the 2 Voyager spacecraft, Lin Dao did not impose any new decisions. The new stellar-class Voyager spacecraft, Stellar 1 and Stellar 2, each selected 6,000 crew members from a predefined list of candidates prepared by researchers, embarking towards 2 new directions beyond the solar system with the previous decisions made by the 2 Voyager spacecraft. Stellar 1 had a clear objective, a planetary system approximately 62 light-years away. Stellar 2, on the other hand, was directed towards a more distant yet unattainable location, primarily to observe other planetary systems along the way. Symbolically, the launch of these 2 stellar-class Voyager spacecraft, representing the pinnacle of human propulsion systems, was indeed a significant event. However, in terms of productivity, it remains a rather insignificant matter in the year marking 145 of our calendar. The launch of the Starlight I and Starlight II took place. The human population distributed across the Earth-Moon system, Mars, Venus, Mercury, as well as the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, has surpassed 38 billion. The vast majority still reside on the surface of the Earth. While the largest population outside the terrestrial realm is found on the surface of Mars, within the numerous Martian cities scattered across suitable areas of Mars and its moons, over 300 million individuals reside. The energy supply for these Martian cities primarily relies on second-generation controllable nuclear fusion reactors, supplemented by solar power generation equipment, while the essential resources required for various industrial production and consumption are interwoven among several planetary systems. Following Mars, the next significant population is on the Moon, Ganymede, and Titan, where the population has only modestly increased over the years, growing from 50 million to 80 million, although Saturn and Jupiter are separated by a considerable distance. In humanity's planning of the solar system, these 2 planets are categorized within the same subsystem, aptly named the Saturn-Jupiter Industrial Hub. The Saturn region leans more towards industrial cluster construction with limited resource development, whereas Jupiter is more focused on resource extraction, providing a supplementary industrial cluster for Saturn's industry. The human extraterrestrial cities scattered across the large moons from Jupiter to Saturn have a combined population comparable to that of the Moon, totaling around 90 million. The third tier of permanent population is represented by Venus, Mercury, and the asteroid belt, which have been designated as resource zones within the solar system. Each of these regions has a permanent population ranging from 10 million to 20 million. And collectively, they still fall short of the Moon's population. Of course, the current permanent populations across various planets and regions are far from the limits envisioned by human civilization for the distribution of the solar system's population. According to long-term plans, extraterrestrial settlements will ultimately need to accommodate a significantly larger proportion of residents compared to the current total human population. In the 150th year of our calendar, the Starlight-class deep space vessels have been in transit for 5 years. Yet both ships remain in the acceleration phase. Occasionally, Lin Dao finds himself monitoring these two Starlight vessels, just as he had previously done. However, as both ships are still within the confines of the solar system, there is little to report regarding any extraordinary discoveries. Furthermore, this year marks a significant development. Human civilization has devoted a substantial portion of its productivity to the expansion of the Saturn-Jupiter industrial hub, which, after 5 years, has essentially met the civilization's demands for further exploration and development extending all the way to Neptune. Consequently, human civilization has commenced the development of the solar system's final 2 gas giants, Uranus and Neptune. Uranus is situated approximately 1.4 billion kilometers from Saturn, while the distance from Uranus to Neptune approaches 2 billion kilometers. Naturally, calculating these distances is somewhat problematic, as planets are in constant motion, and distances fluctuate significantly between aphelion and perihelion. Nonetheless, this does provide a clear understanding of why the development of Uranus and Neptune has been deferred to the end of the agenda. Their respective locations present additional challenges for human civilization's endeavors. The distance from Earth to Uranus is already significantly greater than that from Earth to Saturn, and the same holds true for Neptune. However, this ultimately does not hinder human civilization's plans for the development and occupation of these 2 gas giants. It may merely result in a slower pace. The newly established Saturn-Jupiter industrial hub has already facilitated the complete operational readiness of human civilization's campaign for the final 2 gas giants. Not only has the Saturn-Jupiter industrial hub played a pivotal role in this endeavor, but the entire industrial and production framework of human civilization has also mobilized in support. The asteroid belt, Venus, and Mercury are producing resources at an astonishing rate, with vast quantities being transported via busy trade routes to Earth, the Moon, and Mars, 3 planets designated as industrial centers. Human civilization's industrial clusters are generating an unprecedented surge in productivity, converting fundamental resources into the equipment, materials, and machinery required for the exploration of the last 2 gas giants. After more than a century of development and decades of expansion, the productivity unleashed by human civilization is both terrifying and remarkable. The insect-like nature of human civilization has begun to exhibit some of the eerie qualities reminiscent of insectoid civilizations. In addition to the deep space vessels, a multitude of interstellar ships equipped with the Starlight electric propulsion system have been produced. Even though this propulsion system's primary advantage is not fully realized in the relatively short journeys within the solar system, it remains beneficial to expedite the travel time to Uranus and Neptune. In pursuing the objectives set forth by Mr. Lin, efficiency has always been paramount. When the first interstellar ship, produced by the Saturn-Jupiter industrial cluster and equipped with the Starlight electric propulsion system, dubbed the Kuiper class, arrives at the satellite Miranda of Uranus, humanity's claim over the orbit of Uranus and the more distant orbit of Neptune will have officially commenced. With the establishment of the first extraterrestrial base on Miranda, the remaining task for human civilization will merely be a matter of time. Lin Dao has also been attentive to humanity's campaign to conquer the final 2 gas giants of the solar system. From his perspective, this grand spectacle is truly awe-inspiring. The human civilization that has expanded to the orbit of Saturn is embarking on another voyage, akin to ink spreading across a larger canvas. In terms of resource and productivity needs, it can be argued that human civilization has no pressing necessity to expand into the orbit of Neptune. While a population nearing 40 billion may seem substantial, the vast resources and energy produced by Venus, Mercury, Mars, and the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, along with the asteroid belt, are more than sufficient to sustain the functioning of human civilization. At present, the resources and productivity required for the normal operation of this segment of humanity represent only a small fraction of the overall productivity and resource output. However, for contemporary human civilization, the decision to expand is not dictated by resource considerations. When Lin Dao proposed the construction of lunar cities, it was not due to an inability of Earth to supply resources for humanity. Achieving the objectives set by Lin Dao remains the primary driving force. Even if expanding to Neptune and inflating productivity beyond current needs may not appear necessary at this juncture, the planning for the final two gas giants mirrors the prior strategies employed for Jupiter and Saturn. Uranus and its moons will primarily serve as resource planets, generating raw materials, supplemented by some industrial clusters for ancillary duties. To illustrate using the format of human settlements on Earth, this is akin to the auxiliary cities around a core city. Combined with certain resource cities, Neptune, as the last gas giant in the solar system and the furthest from the Sun, is positioned at an average distance of approximately 29 astronomical units. Plans are underway to establish a new industrial hub around its multiple satellites, positioning it as an industrial star, leveraging the resources available in the orbit of Neptune, as well as certain resources from Uranus and the Kuiper Belt as a stepping stone for the future. Human civilization endeavors to expand towards the more distant realms of the solar system, and even to other planetary systems beyond in the following period. The entirety of human civilization strives to realize this grand vision. In the year 155, the spacecraft Chuanxing-1 and Chuanxing-2 completed their acceleration processes and entered a phase of steady travel. However, they remain within the confines of the Oort cloud, with an anticipated 8 more years required to break free from its limits. Meanwhile, the efforts to develop Uranus and Neptune are fervently underway, though a considerable time still lies ahead before their preliminary completion, in the critical realm of scientific research, which is vital for the long-term advancement of human civilization. This year yielded no remarkable breakthroughs. In fact, one could assert that over the past few decades, human civilization has made only modest progress in various minor fields. For instance, the artificial womb technology initially deployed aboard the spacecraft Exploration and Voyager has been refined through the dedicated efforts of researchers in recent years. This technology is now not only utilized in the starship Chuanxing, which embarked a decade ago, but also in terrestrial habitats and various human settlements within the solar system. However, the application of this technology has had little impact on the current state of human civilization. As with Lin Dao's presence, society has seemingly reached the pinnacle of a certain path. Furthermore, advancements in human communication devices have achieved preliminary success in precise brain control, allowing for rapid input of language and text on personal communication terminals through the act of thinking. This marks a step closer to the envisioned ideal of real-time, thought-level information exchange among individuals. Yet these advancements remain merely minor breakthroughs within the broader context of civilization. Significant research avenues, energy, transportation capacity, computational power, and materials have stagnated for an extended period. From Lin Dao's perspective, the stagnation of technological development within human civilization over recent decades is glaringly apparent. While discussions surrounding materials may seem trivial, there has been a plethora of diverse outputs, most of which are relegated to human material repositories. Their potential applications still uncertain. However, a decisive material has yet to emerge. The energy sector has faced the longest stagnation. Since Lin Dao's previous hibernation, the transportation technology has seen updates to its electric propulsion system. While the second-generation fusion technology, developed during Lin Dao's hibernation, continues to be in use with only minor improvements. Fortunately, in recent years, scholars and researchers in the field of heavy nuclear fusion technology have begun to make some headway. Among these major research directions, the most severe impasse lies within the fields of transportation capacity and computational power. Following the development of the Chuanxing electric propulsion system, researchers have been tirelessly exploring new directions. Yet, as of now, there has been no progress in the study of propellantless propulsion systems. The challenges in the computational power domain extend beyond just the technology itself. They encompass issues related to materials, industry, foundational logic, and the entire development framework. Despite some advancements, the increase in computational power remains minimal. A breakthrough in more fundamental aspects may be necessary before entering a new era of computational research. Amidst the stagnation in these crucial research fields, researchers within human civilization have gradually come to believe that they may have overlooked some fundamental elements. For instance, in the transition from the current electric propulsion system to a propellantless propulsion scheme, several critical steps may still be missing. These elements might lie within realms yet untouched by the existing human research framework. Consequently, a group of researchers, geniuses who have previously utilized ascension clauses within human civilization, proposed an ambitious plan. They aspire to concentrate productive forces after the completion of the solar system's inner ring expansion to construct a solar ring particle accelerator, aimed at gathering foundational data and seeking breakthroughs in the fundamental theories of human civilization. At the very least, they hope to establish a grand unified theory and a comprehensive standard model. For the current human civilization, the construction of a Dyson sphere is neither necessary nor feasible, as the material resources within the solar system are insufficient. However, the establishment of a solar ring particle accelerator for foundational research and experimentation remains a plausible ambition, albeit requiring a significant collective effort over an extended period. This plan was presented to Lin Dao by the researchers in relevant fields. More precisely, Lin Dao witnessed the entirety of the discussions among these scholars regarding the proposal. Lin Dao endorsed this initiative. Over the past century, human civilization has undoubtedly continued its exploration of foundational fields, yielding numerous results. Nonetheless, a more substantial and pivotal breakthrough is now required to propel the advancement of critical technologies. For an ordinary civilization, such a plan might equate to a monumental gamble, wagering the entirety of its productive capacity over decades, or even centuries, on the hope that a solar ring particle accelerator could yield new insights into foundational research. Success would be commendable, but failure could potentially lead to the disintegration of civilization. Moreover, the efficacy of the particle accelerator in obtaining meaningful information remains uncertain. Research at the microscopic level necessitates energy scales that involve significant leaps. Nonetheless, for the presently insectoid human civilization, undertaking such a gamble presents virtually limitless opportunities for trial and error. Even if decades or centuries of productivity result in nothing, with Lin Dao's presence, the repercussions for human civilization would be minimal. At worst, researchers in relevant fields would regroup, seek new solutions, and initiate a second attempt. For an insectoid human civilization, as long as the civilization persists and time continues to flow, any question with an answer will eventually lead to the discovery of that singular truth. It's merely a matter of time. This year, human civilization established its next course of action following the completion of the solar system's inner ring expansion. This grand plan currently lacks a precise timeline for its ultimate completion. As time continues to pass, the years 156 and 160 arrive. The peripheral locations of Uranus and Neptune within the solar system significantly hinder human civilization's development efforts for these two planets. With the speed of the interstellar vessels constructed using the Chuanxing-class electric propulsion system, the travel time from the Earth-Moon system or the lunar surface to Mars is approximately 3 to 4.5 days. Depending on the relative positions of Earth and Mars, even taking advantage of greater distances and time for acceleration, reaching Jupiter requires 8 to 10 days. A journey to Saturn takes between 13 to 16 days. While traveling to Uranus extends beyond 24 days, and to the farthest planet of Neptune, the journey exceeds 1 month. A round trip from Earth to Neptune requires over 70 days. In this context, the requirements for constructing Uranus and Neptune do not solely depend on departing from the Earth-Moon system. Even with the collaborative efforts of other industrial planets and resource-rich regions within the solar system, the development of the two outermost gas giants remains comparatively slower than other areas. Nevertheless, despite this slowdown, the development plans for these two vast planetary regions continue to progress methodically, bolstered by the staggering productive capacity of human civilization. The Earth-Moon system, Mars, and the industrial centers around Jupiter and Saturn have constructed a multitude of new interstellar vessels, compensating for the lengthy one-way transport times with sheer numbers. Even though a round trip to Neptune may require several dozen days, it is ensured that within each 24-hour Earth day, multiple star-class interstellar spacecraft, laden with outputs from the 3 industrial centers that constitute the entirety of human industry and production systems, arrive at Neptune. Time swiftly elapses during the final push of human civilization towards the construction of the inner solar system. Ultimately, the development of Uranus was completed ahead of schedule in the year 161. While the construction and development of Neptune continued until the year 168, culminating in its official inauguration. From the year 150 to 168, the span of 18 years witnessed humanity's endeavor in the development of the last 2 giant planet regions. Over this 18-year period, the accomplishment of such a monumental project concerning 2 giant planets was unimaginable in the previous era. However, for the people of this age, the time spent on these endeavors has begun to feel somewhat prolonged. Of course, This is not truly comparable. In terms of productivity, merely within the surface of Mars. Constructing a few Martian cities powered by second-generation controllable nuclear fusion and supported by numerous computational units for intelligent machinery and industrial clusters. The productivity exceeds the total output of human productivity from the previous era. Since the year 16, humanity has effectively ascended several tiers in productivity and technology. Although the 18 years spent on construction may seem lengthy to the expectations of the people, it can be asserted that throughout these 18 years, every individual within human civilization has made the utmost effort to ensure that no moment was wasted in vain. Just as since the year 16. With the command of Lin Dao, human civilization has turned its gaze towards the cosmos. For 152 years, countless geniuses within humanity have unleashed a torrent of inspiration, allowing civilization to transition from being a planetary civilization to its current state. Humanity has completed the construction of the inner solar system. Thus, demarcated by the Kuiper Belt, human civilization now controls a vast celestial domain exceeding 30 astronomical units in radius, encompassing the orbits of Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Mercury, and the Earth-Moon system. This accomplishment is based on the comprehensive plan established by countless researchers of human civilization in the year 86, coinciding with Lin Dao's emergence from hibernation. Consequently, human industrial and production systems now encompass the Earth-Moon system. Martian industrial star, the Jupiter-Saturn and Uranus-Neptune super-industrial centers, as well as multiple resource development areas that simultaneously serve as auxiliary cities and resource planets, including Mercury, Venus, the asteroid belt, and others. Human habitation spans from the lunar surface to Mercury, and from Mercury to the Kuiper Belt, with human civilization's presence pervading the entirety of the inner solar system. During the final 18 years of development on Uranus and Neptune, the population across all extraterrestrial settlements of human civilization has experienced a simultaneous expansion. To date, the permanent population in the extraterrestrial cities, research bases, and resource extraction sites constructed around the orbits of Uranus and Neptune, as well as at the edges of the Kuiper Belt, has surpassed 60 million. In the region between Jupiter and Saturn, the resident population has also seen a significant increase compared to a decade ago, exceeding 200 million. Mars, along with the asteroid belt, stands as the most densely populated area within the solar system outside Earth. With its permanent population surpassing 500 million, rapidly approaching 600 million, this is largely a reflection of the nature of human civilization at this moment, where individuals hardly contemplate the challenges of interstellar migration. However, whenever there is a need, humans on the surface continuously replenish the relevant areas. Following this, the lunar surface, as the celestial body closest to humanity, has finally seen its population climb to 100 million. Mercury and Venus, despite being resource planets, have each garnered populations exceeding 50 million. It can be asserted that within the inner solar system, the number of non-planetary residents among human civilization has surpassed 1 billion. This signifies not merely the expansion of human civilization within the inner solar system, but also a genuine incorporation of these territories into the realm of human dominion. Cheers resonated through the domains of Jupiter and Saturn, where, within the extraterrestrial cities on the moons of these two giant planets, countless individuals erupted in jubilant celebration. The cheers continued to echo, or rather, these jubilant sounds arose simultaneously in the presence of Lin Dao's conveyance. The news of humanity's completion of the construction of the inner solar system ring has reached every corner of the inner solar system without delay. People on Earth, the lunar surface, Venus, Mars, Mercury, and the asteroid belt are all aware of this momentous achievement. At this very moment, amidst the bustling routes of human civilization within the inner solar system, individuals are still fervently journeying forth, their excitement and cheers resonating as the prevailing melody of human civilization. It remains uncertain whether the exuberance and joy of humanity have, in turn, influenced Lin Dao, the singular will of the entire insectoid civilization of humanity, or if the overwhelming emotions gathering throughout the solar system have inadvertently affected him. Bringing a sense of exhilaration to Lin Dao as well, the completion of the inner solar system ring indeed evokes a sense of accomplishment, even for him. At this moment, Lin Dao, who often feels directionless, experiences a semblance of the freshness akin to that of a first-time participant in a wingsuit flight without a parachute, as if a long-lost sense of wonder has returned. From the Kuiper Belt to Neptune, and onward to Mercury. Lin Dao can feel the collective emotions of all people, perceiving every perspective he wishes to see at this juncture. A smile finally graces Lin Dao's face as he chuckles softly. Thus, according to historical records, from this moment forth, humanity, having ventured from its home planet, has unequivocally ascended to the status of a planetary civilization. Perhaps it would be more accurate to refer to human civilization henceforth as solar system human civilization. The completion of the metallic monolith signifies that human civilization has finalized the construction of the inner solar system ring, Uranus and Neptune, having been incorporated into the vast industrial and production systems of humanity. Now operate cohesively within this framework, with human civilization extending its dominion over the space with a radius of over 30 astronomical units. Productivity has experienced another significant leap compared to the past. Human civilization has grown substantially stronger. Moreover, this strength is not confined solely to productivity. The very fact that the construction of the inner solar system ring has been realized is a testament to this. It is evident to all individuals within human civilization that since the day Mr. Lin issued his directive, it was only a matter of time before humanity would accomplish this goal, in a certain sense. This also reflects the formidable potential of solar system human civilization in the present moment. The cheers that accompanied the announcement of the completion of the inner solar system ring did not linger for long, nor did they impede the progress of individuals in their subsequent tasks. Perhaps the joy stemming from this accomplishment will endure within each individual of human civilization for an extended period. Nevertheless, no one allows it to distract them from their responsibilities. On the very day the inner solar system ring was declared complete, human civilization promptly began to pivot towards the next phase of endeavors, setting its sights on the subsequent goals following the successful construction of the inner solar system ring. The insectoid-like human civilization possesses an unparalleled advantage in this regard. Individuals do not experience a sense of mental fatigue or exhaustion after the completion of such a grand undertaking. Nor do they require a period of rest or adjustment to embark on the next monumental project. For them, daily responsibilities may necessitate adequate rest due to physical fatigue. However, they have never encountered psychological weariness or ennui. Each day is filled with positivity and vigor. When human civilization requires a new overarching objective, there is no need for psychological adjustments or mobilization. Those eligible readily step forward to initiate work in their respective fields. Thus, the scene may appear somewhat exaggerated in the blink of an eye. Individuals who were just celebrating the completion of the inner solar system ring immediately turn their attention to the tasks required for the next phase. The next objective for humanity naturally revolves around the stellar-level particle accelerator that has been previously proposed by a cohort of researchers and scholars to Lin Dao, who has consented to it. Humanity aspires to achieve breakthroughs in foundational research fields to refine underlying theories and support significant advancements in crucial scientific domains. Among these, the realm of transport capacity stands out as the most pivotal. Human civilization urgently requires a more advanced propulsion system, one that operates without propellant. Judging by the travel distances of the previous two batches of long-range vessels, the current speed of humanity's interstellar spacecraft is alarmingly sluggish. Not to mention the vast universe. Even within the confines of the Milky Way, the velocity of humanity's spacecraft resembles that of a sluggish snail. It is well understood that Mr. Lin's ultimate aim is to venture into deep space. Yearning to witness realms previously unseen, To realized Mr. Lin's long-term aspirations. A more advanced propulsion scheme is indispensable. Furthermore, even disregarding speed, the propellant consumption issue inherent in the current electric propulsion systems poses significant long-term challenges for human civilization. To make a rather blunt assertion, the present propellant-based propulsion systems are inadequate to support humanity's ambitious migration or expansion hundreds or thousands of light years away. Perhaps, at best, they could sustain human civilization's expansion into nearby planetary systems within a 10-light-year radius, and only with Lin Dao's presence. Otherwise, traversing the entirety of a civilization's dominion from one end to the other could take centuries, and given that individual lifespans rarely exceed a century, the risk of fragmentation becomes substantially high. In summary, constructing a stellar-level foundational experimental facility to pursue breakthroughs in more fundamental and microscopic fields is an essential path for human civilization at its current stage of development. This notion has long been a consensus among the exceptional talents, researchers, and scholars within human civilization. You ask, if the secret to achieving propellant-less propulsion necessitates the construction of a stellar-level particle accelerator for exploration, how might other civilizations lacking such organizational capacity surpass this threshold? During a conference where numerous researchers were discussing and researching the stellar-level particle accelerator, Lin Dao appeared in a corner of the meeting, though it was unclear when he had arrived. Throughout the proceedings, Lin Dao refrained from intervening, only to pose a rather unexpected question at the conclusion of the discussions. Mr. Lin, this question may not yield an accurate answer, a researcher responded. Currently, the only extraterrestrial civilization we have had contact with is the octopus civilization. From our understanding of the octopus civilization, their methods appear to be entirely different from ours, not following the same path. A middle-aged researcher, after a brief pause following the previous speaker's remarks, continued. The necessity for a more advanced propellant-less propulsion system should arise only after a civilization has achieved a certain degree of occupation and expansion within its planetary system. Civilizations that reach this stage, albeit in various forms, must have developed a certain cohesion to support their advancement. In an optimistic scenario, they might also be able to consolidate their efforts to construct stellar-level foundational research apparatus. Albeit with a significantly lower margin for error, a single failure could lead to irreversible consequences. Furthermore, perhaps under the theory of civilization filtering, the act of constructing a stellar-level particle accelerator serves as a criterion for selection. Only those capable of surpassing this threshold can evolve into more powerful civilizations. Those unable to do so may find themselves trapped in a cyclical historical loop, gradually fading away like the foam of waves in the ocean, transient in the grand scope of the universe. Of course, there may be alternative paths that bypass such requirements, the middle-aged researcher added. Lin Dao nodded, offering no further comment on the matter. The particle accelerator that human civilization currently seeks to construct around the sun bears some resemblance to a Dyson sphere structure. Albeit it will undoubtedly be much more refined than a traditional Dyson sphere. If one were to describe a genuine Dyson sphere, it would be akin to a ribbon encircling the sun. In contrast, the particle accelerator being prepared for construction by humanity is merely a thread wrapped around the sun. The decision to construct it in such proximity to the sun rather than within the currently controlled radius of 30 astronomical units in the solar system stems from the intention to harness the solar energy emitted by the sun itself. This approach eliminates the need to transmit this energy elsewhere, as the associated cost of transmission would render it far less efficient than the energy produced by humanity's own second-generation fusion reactors. The primary objective is to ensure that this energy suffices to meet the operational demands of the solar particle accelerator, thereby alleviating many complications in its subsequent operation. Regarding the specific location of the solar particle accelerator's construction, it is evident that such a stellar-grade apparatus cannot be built in close proximity to the sun's surface, nor can it be within the corona. This distance is necessary not only to satisfy the requirements of a stellar-grade particle accelerator, but also because humanity currently lacks the capability to achieve such proximity. Following extensive planning by numerous researchers based on both scientific necessity and practical considerations, the solar particle accelerator is set to be constructed within a range slightly closer than Mercury, approximately 25 to 30 million kilometers from the sun's surface. A simple calculation using the circumference formula reveals that the total length of this solar particle accelerator exceeds 150,000 kilometers, a distance long enough to span from Earth to Mars on most occasions. Even though its cross-section may appear slender compared to the sun itself, the sheer total length underscores the monumental challenge of this super-engineering project. This is why, for contemporary human civilization, this endeavor represents a significant expenditure of productivity and time. In the year 168, the design work for the solar particle accelerator has become a relatively straightforward task for humanity. In fact, since the moment Lin Dao sanctioned the undertaking, preparations for this project had already commenced well in advance. At this juncture, the scientific research system and industrial production framework of humanity have freed up considerable resources from within the solar system, allowing for a substantial influx of scientific personnel to finalize the last stages of preparation. Faced with such a novel super-engineering project, the insectoid-like civilization of humanity found it challenging to experience any feelings of trepidation. Soon after, work on the solar particle accelerator commenced in earnest. The researchers and scholars involved decided to adopt a segmented construction approach, culminating in the final assembly at a position 28.23 million kilometers from the sun's surface. The shortest segment of the accelerator measures 10 kilometers in length. In the same year, segments numbered 01 to 05. Produced by Lunar Industries, embarked from the Lunar Interstellar Port aboard a Star-class interstellar spacecraft, accompanied by a carefully selected group of researchers and personnel. These 5 segments epitomize the pinnacle of human technological achievement. In addition to the accelerator tubes themselves, the future experiments will utilize data monitoring equipment, the most advanced computational units available, and cutting-edge solar energy devices capable of converting various forms of solar radiation, including thermal energy. Moreover, each segment is equipped with a separate electric propulsion system to maintain its designated trajectory to mitigate unforeseen circumstances. Each segment also features a battery or energy storage device that can briefly activate the electric propulsion system, representing the utmost limits of current human technology. When appraised through conventional metrics, the cost of constructing a single segment of the accelerator is already an astronomical figure, as it is essentially a slender 10-kilometer-long spacecraft. According to the researchers' calculations, the completion of the particle accelerator will necessitate the construction of over 8 million segments, concentrating the resources required for their fabrication in a single area, whether from the asteroid belt or from Venus and Mercury, would significantly diminish the available mass. Ultimately, these segments will coalesce into a particle accelerator, essentially forming a colossal solar ring computer or even a highly mobile super spacecraft. The successful insertion of segments 01 to 05 into orbit in the year 168 signifies that humanity has officially entered the era of stellar-grade particle accelerator construction. Alongside the initial segments, a monitoring station base was also established. It is proposed that for every 100,000 kilometers of length, a nearby space observation and experimentation station be constructed, serving as a scientific research base within a 10-kilometer radius of the accelerator, facilitating its construction and ensuring the subsequent operation of the stellar-grade particle accelerator, while also participating in future particle collision experiments and fulfilling data collection responsibilities as a backup for the monitoring equipment of each segment. Shortly thereafter, a new interstellar spacecraft, fully loaded with additional segments of the particle accelerator, arrived at the designated location. In the insectoid-like civilization of humanity, there is no concept of pausing after the arrival of the first interstellar vessel before sending forth the second batch. The arrival of the first is merely the commencement of a continuous flow. Following the birth of the first segment from humanity's industrial centers, production continued unabated from the vast superfactory of civilization that spans a radius of 30 astronomical units. Within the realms governed by humanity, resource extraction operations surged into full swing, with vast amounts of basic resources being harvested from Venus, Mercury, and the asteroid belt, after undergoing preliminary processing within these celestial bodies. These resources were continuously funneled into various industrial planets and regions via established interstellar trade routes. Industrial clusters on Mars, the Moon, and other centers operated at full capacity, with individual units striving to maintain the entire industrial and production system at peak efficiency. Segments and other essential industrial outputs emerged from these industrial hubs, subsequently transported via interstellar spacecraft to their final destination in the inner solar system. To enhance transport efficiency, a multitude of large interstellar vessels were constructed within a short time frame to increase cargo capacity. Around Mercury, the planet closest to the construction zone of the solar particle accelerator, additional industrial clusters were established to expand production capabilities, thereby enabling Mercury to contribute to the overall efficiency of the accelerator's construction. All these activities unfolded simultaneously, and from a macro perspective, the solar system resembled an ant colony, with interstellar spacecraft traversing between various points, like a solitary ant crawling methodically within the bustling interstellar routes. Spacecraft embark in succession, creating a multitude of dashed lines that seem to weave a spiraling conveyor belt. With each rotation, the progress of humanity's unprecedented super-engineering endeavor inches forward, amidst the fervent construction of the stellar-class particle accelerator. Researchers in fields related to transport capacity have not entirely relinquished their pursuit of ongoing studies, as waiting idly for the completion of the accelerator has never been an option for the scholars of human civilization. Over the past several decades, having traversed the path of electric propulsion systems, the focus has gradually shifted towards the study of propulsion systems devoid of propellant, where researchers have nearly exhausted every conceivable avenue in their quest for a stable realization of such systems. Regarding the propellant-free propulsion schemes, Numerous directions have been proposed by the researchers. Point 1 is the quantum tidal scheme, which utilizes the fluctuations of quantum tides as its fundamental principle, generating thrust by interfering with and even directing these quantum tidal variations. Another is the gravitational wave resonance scheme, which exploits the propagation characteristics of gravitational waves in space, allowing the spacecraft to resonate with these waves, thereby being propelled forward. Additionally, the cosmic string scheme seeks to harness the inherent tension of cosmic strings, utilizing gravitational disturbances to catapult interstellar vessels. Furthermore, since the use of propellant is not feasible, a logical approach emerges to utilize the abundant entities present in the cosmos, akin to the seawater supporting ships or the air relied upon by aircraft. Researchers have contemplated dark matter as a potential candidate, leading to the dark matter propulsion scheme, which proposes to disturb dark matter in space through yet undiscovered methods to propel the spacecraft, much like rowing a boat through water or rotating blades in the air. Moreover, there exists the material phase transition cycling scheme. If a spacecraft requires propellant, why not discard a portion of its own material to generate thrust and subsequently reconstitute that material through energy expenditure? These various schemes have been earnestly explored by the researchers of human civilization, yet the results have been unequivocally clear. Each avenue appears to hold some potential for realization, yet none have proved viable. Currently, the material phase transition cycling scheme seems to be the most feasible, despite being the first to be discarded due to its inherent complexities and its nature as a disguised form of propellant propulsion. It merely transforms the propellant consumed by the thrusters into energy expenditure, thereby increasing the propellant consumption required for energy supply. That a simple question arises: how much energy is needed to reconstitute the material? Expelled as thrust, back from a plasma state or other forms, it may be more efficient to expel all consumed energy propellant directly, potentially yielding a higher energy-to-thrust conversion efficiency. Lastly, some researchers have proposed gravitational propulsion schemes. Is it conceivable to shield or diminish the gravitational influences from other directions surrounding the spacecraft, retaining only the influence of a distant massive gravitational source? This proposal intrigues many researchers, not solely for its concept, but because the center of the Milky Way harbors such a significant gravitational source. However, this scheme grapples with critical issues: how to effectively shield specific directional gravitational influences. This delves into the essence of gravity itself, which is fundamentally perceived as a curvature of space-time. To attenuate or shield gravitational effects from particular regions would require smoothing out the space-time distortions surrounding the spacecraft. At this level, the spacecraft would glide forward. Yet this raises the question of how it differs from a warp drive. Presently, humanity's civilization is evidently far from achieving a warp drive. Nevertheless, a survey of the current endeavors undertaken by researchers in relevant fields reveals that gravity plays a crucial role across many proposed schemes. In the distant future, any aspiration to study warp drives will likely remain inextricably linked to humanity's deeper understanding of the essence of gravity. Thus, at this moment, researchers and scholars of human civilization deem questions regarding gravity among the most significant and critical inquiries to be addressed following the completion of the Solar Ring Particle Accelerator. The scale of the stellar-class particle accelerator ensures that this is a protracted project. After the initial segments of the accelerator tubes reach their designated orbital positions, researchers in relevant fields have formulated a more concrete timeline for the anticipated completion of the Solar Ring Particle Accelerator. Under the full operation of humanity's vast superfactory, and considering the continued growth of overall productivity during the construction process, the projected time frame for the accelerator to be completed and operational is estimated to be within 50 years. For a project of such magnitude, a 50-year completion timeline represents an extraordinary efficiency compared to other civilizations at a similar stage. While humanity may not fully comprehend other civilizations, it possesses a profound understanding of itself. Even if not affected by the Zerg-like transformation, achieving the same level of productivity within 50 years for a stellar-class particle accelerator would be an unrealistic aspiration. However, for the current Zerg-like human civilization, there exists a fervent desire to expedite the construction of the stellar-class particle accelerator while ensuring the quality of the project. 50 years is indeed several times longer than the combined time previously taken to develop Uranus and Neptune. For each individual involved, dedicating a lifetime to the construction of this monumental project would evoke neither regret nor lamentation. However, if it were possible to witness the completion of the stellar-class particle accelerator before the end of their generation, it would undoubtedly be even more splendid. Years 168, 169, and then 178 following the conclusion of the construction within the inner solar system. The construction of the solar ring particle accelerator commenced a decade ago. Time, whether for Lin Dao or for the entirety of human civilization, seems to pass swiftly. For the populace, the 10 years have unfolded with unwavering resolve. They have remained steadfast in their roles, brimming with enthusiasm, contributing their utmost to this monumental endeavor for the advancement of human civilization. Observing the solar ring particle accelerator inching closer to its final completion through their participation brings them immense joy. In this elation, time appears to lose its significance. For Lin Dao, the subjective experience of time is rendered even more inconsequential. His dietary habits and daily routines have long transcended those of ordinary individuals. In a reality where death essentially does not exist for him, the physical location of his corporeal form becomes irrelevant. As he gazes down upon human civilization from a macro perspective, his consciousness traverses the expanse of society. Simultaneously detached yet acutely aware of both the overarching dynamics and intricate details of human civilization, IT resembles a simulation game, where he observes the unfolding of this genuine venture influenced by his will. It is akin to his consciousness directing his body, engaging in various activities while occasionally drifting into reverie, only to refocus on his bodily posture. After what feels like an ephemeral moment, objective time may have elapsed by a year or even longer. Then, with rare opportunity, he surveys his surroundings and shifts his body, continuing to perceive the macro and minutiae of human civilization through his senses. Over the span of a decade, the construction of the solar ring particle accelerator has remained fervently underway. According to the original designs and plans, the project has reached stage 12. Based on the current progress, it appears far from completion within the anticipated 50-year timeframe. Yet, in truth, the entire construction process is one of acceleration. Just as the initial construction of the inner solar system was completed a decade ago to facilitate the solar ring particle accelerator, this decade has continued to unfold. The industrial cluster at Mercury's orbital position has evolved significantly from its initial focus on resource extraction and processing, now incorporating a multitude of industries necessary for the construction of the particle accelerator. The overall industrial scale has multiplied several times compared to a decade prior. Similarly, the Martian industry, as the largest human settlement and industrial zone beyond Earth, has seen a considerable increase in its population over the past decade, supporting the expansion of the Martian industrial scale. The number of residents on the Martian surface, in orbital space, and within its satellites has surged from 500 million to 600 million. Apart from Mars, within the inner solar system, a radius of 30 astronomical units under human control, various regions have experienced similar fluctuations, both large and small. Beyond the inner solar system, Lin Dao, or rather all of humanity, has not forgotten the two earlier expeditions that ventured into the cosmos. The first batch of vessels, the Exploration and the Voyager, chose to continue their intended journey in the year 145, and after 33 years of travel. Both ships are now approximately 2.16 light-years from Earth. The exploration vessel is nearing the Proxima Centauri system, yet there remains a lengthy distance before reaching its center. The second batch, the Star 1 and Star 2, are the last two vessels launched by human civilization to date. They were dispatched in 145, achieving maximum travel speed after 55 years, and after 23 years at this extreme velocity, despite their different trajectories. They have collectively traversed a distance greater than that of the initial vessels. Currently positioned about 2.2 light-years from Earth. It is anticipated that in the coming period, the absolute distance traveled by these two batches of ships will continue to diverge significantly. However, this bears little relevance to the crews aboard these vessels. Each has their own navigational objectives. It is worth noting that over the past 33 years, whether aboard the Exploration or Voyager, or even the two Star-class vessels, the personnel involved have seen a generational shift. The first human born aboard the Exploration vessel, named Shanghai, once mentored the young successor who would assume his duties to AT. This moment, Shanghai has passed away, and that once 20-something youth has now entered old age, imparting the wealth of experiences he has gathered over the decades to the new generation set to inherit his responsibilities. The same holds true aboard the Star-class vessels. Despite their significantly higher maximum travel speeds compared to the initial vessels, most of the crew still find it challenging to reach their intended destinations, with even the first group of crew members struggling to arrive at their first exoplanetary system. To this day, the majority of responsibilities related to the operation and maintenance of the Star-class vessels have shifted to the new generation born aboard them. In the years to come, they too will grow old and pass on this responsibility, continuing this legacy until, on some future day, their countless successors complete this protracted journey across the ages. For the researchers and scholars who require the stellar-class particle accelerator to conduct their experiments, these seemingly idle days have not been devoid of productivity. Based on the existing design of the solar ring particle accelerator, they have made significant strides in completing a series of experimental plans. Furthermore, predictive theoretical studies have been conducted regarding the potential data and information that the accelerator may yield, presenting a series of bold, forward-thinking yet rigorously substantiated theoretical predictions. This represents a concerted effort by humanity's vast scientific community to saturate the relevant fields of theoretical research, not only guiding subsequent experimental plans for the accelerator, but also ensuring that whatever data is ultimately produced can find coherent theoretical explanations, facilitating further designs for the experiments of the solar ring particle accelerator. It can be said that even before the completion of the stellar-class particle accelerator, humanity has been diligently preparing in numerous other aspects. Among these advanced theoretical studies, the most prolific results pertain to gravitational theories. Daily, within human communication systems, one can observe research papers from relevant scholars in this domain. Through the distribution of these papers, anyone in need has access to this wealth of knowledge, in addition to the particle accelerator. Human civilization's research in other fields continues unabated. At this moment, it seems that humanity stands on the brink of yet another technological explosion. In the year 188, another decade has passed, compared to the preceding decade. This period has seen a marked acceleration in the advancement of the solar ring particle accelerator's construction, with the project's overall progress reaching stage 32. Moreover, this year has witnessed a relatively significant event. Lin Dao is preparing to enter hibernation once more. Following the commencement of the solar ring particle accelerator's construction, human civilization has entered a phase of tranquility. The sight of countless billions of individuals and innumerable industrial units striving toward a singular goal is indeed a magnificent spectacle. Yet, from a macro perspective, gazing down for an extended period, a sense of monotony seems to have settled in. To say that he feels bored is perhaps an exaggeration, especially given the current state of Lin Dao. Even in ordinary circumstances, whether in hibernation or not, time seems to slip away in an instant. It is akin to a person's consciousness issuing commands to extend their hands forward and to take steps ahead. The body instinctively understands how to execute these motions without the need for constant mental oversight. Lin Dao intends to remain in hibernation at least until the completion of the solar particle accelerator. Despite the advancements in various technologies, human civilization has not invested substantial resources into hibernation technology. However, for Lin Dao's unique form of hibernation, the achievable duration has significantly increased from an initial expectation of 60 years to an actual 70 years, and now projected to reach 90 years. While this may seem modest, it nonetheless signifies some progress in the realm of biological science. Essentially, Lin Dao's so-called hibernation is merely a state of temporary death, allowing him to exist in a half-alive condition for 90 years, effectively bypassing 90 years of external time in a subjective sense. However, Lin Dao does not plan to hibernate for such an extended period this time. He will naturally awaken upon the completion of the solar particle accelerator. Very well, Mr. Lin, we shall administer the hibernation agent now. With the experience of his first hibernation, the second has become rather routine. Emotionally, Lin Dao finds this experience less complex than the last. The last generation of humanity has long since passed into oblivion, and subsequent generations have become familiar to Lin Dao. Even a hibernation spanning decades does not evoke significant emotional turmoil within him. As he reclines in the specially designed hibernation pod, tailored solely for him, Lin Dao enters this state known as hibernation, which is, in reality, a semi-death state. The collective awareness of humanity persists in the outside world. This is time. In Lin Dao's subjective experience, time accelerates immensely. Externally, it appears as though time has been wound tightly, spinning rapidly. The passage of time is palpable, and within the vast domain governed by human civilization in the inner solar system, radical transformations akin to the shifting of mountains and seas unfold. The construction of the solar particle accelerator demands vast quantities of resources, drawing attention to the asteroid belt and other areas repurposed by humanity into resource zones. Here, the mass of these locations is visibly diminishing from a human perspective, as interstellar vessels bustle along the trade routes of the inner solar system, akin to historical winds sweeping away the material wealth of these regions. Ultimately, through the colossal factory that is human civilization, these resources are transformed into segments or components of the solar particle accelerator. Although the materials consumed by humanity do not yet reach a level that would severely disrupt the solar system's operation, the spectacle remains breathtakingly magnificent in the year 198 of the calendar. As Lin Dao enters the first decade of his hibernation, the construction of the solar particle accelerator progresses into its third decade. Now at phase 51, the young individuals who initially participated in this monumental project have begun to age, while those who were once students in the human education system have started to contribute to humanity's industrial and scientific endeavors. The elder generation has largely passed away, yet they harbor no regrets. They have lent their efforts to the construction of the solar particle accelerator, which is destined to be completed within the expected timeline and to commence experiments. For the people, this is no matter of belief, but rather an assured fact. For the entirety of human civilization, this decade marks another chapter in its epic journey in the years 199 and 200. Lin Dao experiences the second decade post-hibernation, eventually awakening in the year 208. Time has not ceased its relentless march. However, contrary to expectations, he does not awaken after 30 years of hibernation to witness the initial operation of the solar particle accelerator. Instead, he emerges from his slumber in the 28th year. Specifically in the year 216, it is not a call from others that rouses him, but rather his own awareness of certain events transpiring. In that year, significant developments occur within the scientific realm. The third generation of nuclear fusion technology is on the brink of a breakthrough, with the construction of a demonstration reactor already on the agenda, potentially culminating in its initial operation within the year. The completion of the solar particle accelerator is also anticipated to occur within just over a year. Nevertheless, Lin Dao's awakening is not prompted by these advancements. Rather, it is influenced by a spacecraft that had previously ventured beyond the solar system. On August 26, 2016, at 17:23, aboard the Star 1 deep space vessel, the second generation of humanity that was born and raised within its confines, known as Xinguang, has merely 7 minutes remaining in his work shift. Although Star 1 has long since departed from its home planet, it continues to adhere to Earth time at this moment, in relation to the year 178. Star 1 has been navigating through the cosmos at maximum velocity for 38 years, now situated 5.34 light-years from Earth. Relative to the ecliptic plane, Star 1 is positioned slightly below it in the vastness of space surrounding Star 1. The vessel is gliding past the edge of a planetary system beyond the solar system, with its destination located 62 light-years away. This close encounter with the planetary system is merely incidental. Star 1 has not purposefully altered its course to enter this system. Presently, the distance to the center of this planetary system is approximately 1.2 light-years, according to the navigation plan. Star 1 is projected to move away from this passing planetary system within 20 years. Xinguang, being the third child to emerge from an artificial womb among the second generation of vessel inhabitants, has displayed a natural aptitude for numbers from an early age, guided by the human educational framework. Xinguang's learning trajectory aligns perfectly with his talents, further enhanced by the industrious nature of the insect-like humans, who are unwaveringly proactive at this moment. In terms of identity, he could be considered a mathematician. Yet he also fulfills a role aboard the vessel that he is entirely capable of managing. Like other deep space vessels, including the initial exploration and long-range ships, Star 1 is equipped with a multitude of detection instruments and deep space research apparatuses. The purpose of these vessels extends beyond merely venturing into the far reaches of space. They simultaneously gather extensive foundational data regarding the regions traversed, contributing to humanity's understanding of the universe and facilitating further research. Presently, Xinguang is responsible for monitoring and maintaining some of the detection equipment. Although only 7 minutes remain in his work shift, he remains as focused and engaged as he has been throughout the preceding hours. In truth, one would hardly pay heed to whether the current moment approaches the conclusion of this work period. It is precisely during this interval that the sensitive detection instruments of Xinguang captured a peculiar electromagnetic signal. Analyzing the characteristics of the signal reveals a discernible pattern. The duration of this signal is fleeting, lasting a mere 7.42 seconds, reminiscent of twinkling starlight. Here one moment, and gone the next. The intelligent program of the detection instrument did not trigger an alarm. The cosmos itself is not particularly tranquil, and for such sensitive detection apparatus, it is inundated with a cacophony of noise, rendering the entire device akin to a patient suffering from severe tinnitus. Some signals that appear somewhat orderly are predominantly pulsar signals that capture more pertinent information amidst the cosmic din. The intelligent program of the detection instrument filters out or disregards much of this noise. It records the data and presents it, categorizing it within the database, yet it does not immediately mark it as extraordinary. However, beyond the detection equipment, there is Xinguang, whose inherent talent largely justifies his role. Almost instantaneously upon observing this data, before his conscious mind could react, his subconscious had already alerted him to the peculiarity of this ephemeral 7-second signal. Such a brief and faint signal, submerged in an ocean of noise, coincides with the impending shift change. In a typical civilized society, an individual might easily overlook such a signal. Perhaps it would only come to light during subsequent analyses of foundational data. Yet, the insectoid-like human civilization is characterized by an unwavering diligence until the task is truly concluded. This might be described as a non-coincidental coincidence, an inevitability that appears coincidental. Xinguang promptly marked this special signal manually, then accessed additional data to ascertain its origin. It seems that the source of this signal is alarmingly close, at least in relation to the vastness of the universe. Without much effort, Xinguang confirmed that this unusual signal emanated from within the planetary system. They were merely grazing past, in terms of signal strength. This peculiar signal does not appear to be directed at them, but rather was captured during normal activities and diffusion processes. Immediately, through the communication system, Xinguang notified all other personnel aboard the spacecraft of this discovery, even though the implications of the signal remain uncertain. And even if it is merely a subjective conjecture, nevertheless, the crew of the Xinguang did not deliberate long on a decision. They swiftly aimed all available detection equipment toward the planetary system they were passing, striving to capture a second similar special signal emanating from within. The intelligent programs of the various detection devices annotated all the characteristic points of this signal, ensuring that if it were to be captured again, an alarm would be triggered. The researchers aboard the spacecraft also began to concentrate their studies on this signal itself. Naturally, they did not forget to relay the contents of this signal to their home planet through Mr. Lin, leveraging the superior scientific capabilities of their homeworld to analyze the signal collaboratively. Even during Lin Dao's hibernation, his sensitivity to human endeavors remained unaffected. 2 months elapsed, arriving at the end of October, and the special signal captured in August still stood as the only extraordinary signal detected by Xinguang. This signal, lasting a mere 7 seconds, seemed to be nothing more than a jest played by the universe upon human civilization. Perhaps it was merely a random occurrence, akin to those pulsar signals, which do not signify the desired markers of civilized activity. Moreover, the proximity of this location to humanity's home, the solar system, is striking, only 5 to 6 light-years away, a mere stone's throw within the scale of the Milky Way. If there truly were indications of extraterrestrial activity here, humanity's current detection technology should have unearthed some hints much earlier. Nonetheless, after an extensive analysis by a multitude of researchers from relevant fields, the consensus, albeit without deciphering the signal's meaning, due to its brevity, was aligned with Xinguang's initial judgment. They too deemed the signal special. Even if it were indeed a cosmic coincidence, the occurrence itself was sufficiently intriguing. Thus, at this juncture, the crew of Xinguang found themselves at a crossroads. What course of action should they pursue next? Should they continue along their predetermined trajectory, merely skimming past this planetary system while maintaining vigilant monitoring for any new special signals over the next 20 years? Or should they choose an alternative path? The decision made by Xinguang and its crew was to execute a direct course change, to alter a voyage plan set to last millennia for a solitary, isolated, and incidental signal seems somewhat excessive. After all, the sole evidence they had was that brief, enigmatic signal, and statistically speaking, such an irreproducible phenomenon lacks robust credibility. Yet, for the insectoid-like human civilization, there exists a salient virtue: trust. The crew maintained a foundational trust in Xinguang's judgment and that of the researchers behind them. This trust in the realm of scientific inquiry does not equate to a lack of skepticism, but rather an unwillingness to disregard. Should there indeed be something within the planetary system they were passing, it would merely be their misfortune. For other normal civilizations, in cases where the planetary system was not part of their navigational plan, merely capturing a singular, peculiar signal without any subsequent repeatable phenomena would likely yield only skepticism. However, to alter prior navigational plans based solely on this would be virtually impossible. After all, this constitutes an extraneous complication, and venturing into unknown territories inherently entails risk. Yet, fate had placed the insectoid-like human civilization in this particular scenario. This singular occurrence was sufficient for Xinguang to adjust its course. For human civilization, such unexpected diversions are precisely what they seek. Even if this course change yields no significant discoveries, it bears no consequence for humanity or the crew of Xinguang. They are indifferent to such sacrifices. Their sole desire is to uncover something that would undoubtedly pique Mr. Lin's interest, in a certain sense. This may appear somewhat unscrupulous, akin to a traveler on a well-trodden path suddenly darting toward an indistinct shadow glimpsed from afar. Yet, at this moment, this is the decision made by human civilization. On that day, the crew aboard Xinguang, following Mr. Lin's recount of hopes to reactivate the propulsion system, decelerated the vessel and adjusted its course toward the planetary system they were passing. It was also at this moment that Lin Dao awakened from his hibernation. He concurred with the crew's decision. Although he did not immediately leap aboard the Xinguang, he remained attentive to the situation aboard the spacecraft. Upon receiving Lin Dao's approval, Xinguang commenced the deceleration and course adjustment procedures. The deceleration process did not consume as much time as the acceleration had. However, it took a total of 9 months, causing the originally extreme speed of 8 to diminish to less than 1 light speed. During the deceleration, the spacecraft, Stellar 1, simultaneously altered its trajectory. This maneuver was not a complete halt of the vessel. Rather, it executed a grand arc of approximately 0.03 light-years at the edge of this planetary system, ultimately realigning its course towards the center of the system before resuming acceleration. This unforeseen change in direction signified an important consideration for Stellar 1. Should they choose to decelerate and come to a stop within the heart of the planetary system, they would lack the requisite propellant and energy to restart the spacecraft unless they could replenish their supplies. Nevertheless, this concern did not dampen the spirits of the crew aboard. On the contrary, after successfully adjusting their course, the crew remained resolutely determined, although this would lead to a more rapid depletion of their energy resources. They activated all their detection equipment at maximum capacity. At this moment, the planetary system towards which Stellar 1 was heading was not unfamiliar to humanity. Its distance from the solar system indicated that it had been observed before by human civilization. Prior to the era of reckoning, there were already clear records in the field of astronomy regarding this system. Following the era of reckoning, humanity's understanding of such nearby planetary systems continued to expand. According to traditional astronomical nomenclature, this system is designated as Barnard 16. The structural composition of Barnard 16 differs significantly from that of the solar system. It is a binary star system, comprised of 2 stars, Barnard 16A and Barnard 16B. Both Barnard 16A and Barnard 16B are red dwarfs, with masses that are roughly 40% that of the Sun. These 2 red dwarfs orbit each other in a stable manner at the center of the system, functioning as a gravitational anchor that causes other planets within the system to revolve around them in various orbits. This results in a remarkably stable planetary system structure. In fact, within the cosmic expanse, single star systems like the solar system are relatively rare. Binary systems are far more common. However, due to both stars of Barnard 16 being red dwarfs, this system is considerably colder compared to the solar system where humanity resides. Aside from the 2 stars, Barnard 16 is home to 5 distinct planets. By human standards, none of these planets fall within the habitable zone. Among the 5, 2 are terrestrial planets, solid in nature, located within a range of 20 to 30 million kilometers from the binary star center. The remaining 3 are gas giants. The planets are sequentially designated from the innermost to the outermost as Barnard 16 to 1 through Barnard 16-5. Notably, only Barnard 16 to 1 lacks any satellites, while the other 4 possess varying numbers of moons. The largest moon belongs to Barnard 16-4, with a size nearly half that of Barnard 16-1. The planet with the most satellites is Barnard 16-5, which is orbited by nearly 1,000 moons of assorted sizes. Furthermore, measuring from the center of the 2 stars in Barnard 16, the distance to the Sun of the solar system is approximately 6.1 light-years, a relatively close distance on a cosmic scale. In truth, prior to the moment when Stellar One intercepted that peculiar signal, humanity held no doubts regarding the existence of anything in Barnard 16. This was largely due to the absence of any particularly unusual or significant observations. It could be said that planetary systems like Barnard 16 are ubiquitous throughout the Milky Way galaxy, even if one were to narrow the focus to 100 light-years surrounding the solar system. Such systems abound. Additionally, considering the significant developments within the solar system over the past century or two, it would indeed be peculiar if something were to exist within Barnard 16 without any detection. Conversely, if something were detected yet elicited no reaction, that too would be rather strange, in the year 217 of the reckoning. Although Stellar One had obtained the consent of Lin Dao to proceed towards the center of the Barnard 16 system, it was anticipated that, given Stellar One's speed and the time needed to regain its maximum velocity, it would take a full 20 years to truly reach the center of the Barnard 16 planetary system. Even the most distant planet, Barnard 16-5, is merely 40 astronomical units away from the two stars. In the context of light-year travel, it would not arrive significantly earlier than Barnard 16-1, the innermost planet. By the time they reached the center of the Barnard system, the individual who discovered that peculiar signal, starshine, might very well be aged. Nevertheless, this would not diminish the anticipation surrounding the arrival at the heart of Barnard 16. Influenced by Lin Dao's will, the crew remained hopeful about encountering something remarkable within the Barnard system. During this interval, the crew aboard Stellar One would not remain idle. They would persistently monitor any suspicious signals emanating from the target system. Barnard 16. Meanwhile, researchers in the solar system would continue their investigation into the previous signal that lasted merely 7 seconds, striving to glean further information to facilitate future deciphering of similar communications. Of course, for human civilization, the ensuing 20 years during which Stellar One navigated towards the center of Barnard 16 would also witness numerous events unfolding. In the same year, the third generation of heavy nuclear fusion demonstration reactors was completed. Lin Dao, having awakened from hibernation, observed the developments concerning Stellar One, while also witnessing the successful initial operational run of the third-generation heavy nuclear fusion reactor. The entire experiment was executed smoothly and in accordance with expectations. With the insectoid-like human civilization unwaveringly dedicated to the objectives associated with Lin Dao, as long as nothing entirely unforeseen occurred, the tangible outcomes would invariably surpass the initial designs rather than fall short. The results would be more refined, without any defects arising during the construction process. With the successful ignition of the third-generation heavy nuclear fusion reactor, humanity entered the era of heavy nuclear fusion in the energy sector. Simultaneously, human civilization reached a fundamental ceiling in the application of nuclear energy, while there may still be some variations in utilization and forms. The foundational framework and underlying logic would find it challenging to surpass the realm of heavy nuclear fusion. In traditional terms, heavy nuclear fusion has progressed to the extent of burning stones, with many common substances capable of being utilized as fuel, like helium-3, to release vast amounts of energy, without considering energy output and the exaggerated demands. Heavy nuclear fusion could sustain human civilization until thermal equilibrium is reached, or until the surrounding stellar materials have been consumed, yet still struggle to reach more distant star systems. Historically, research in energy has been relatively clear in direction among several crucial fields. From the first-generation deuterium-tritium fusion to the second-generation helium-3 fusion, and now to the current heavy nuclear fusion, humanity has followed a coherent path. However, the journey remains arduous. The second-generation helium-3 fusion was born during Lin Dao's first hibernation, while the third-generation heavy nuclear fusion emerged after the conclusion of his second hibernation, a gap exceeding 150 years. During this time, other significant fields of research made some progress, and the electric propulsion system underwent several updates. The research into third-generation heavy nuclear fusion technology did not lack advancements entirely. However, the progress was insufficient to bridge the substantial gap between second-generation and third-generation fusion technologies. The applicability of third-generation heavy nuclear fusion technology has significantly expanded, while the difficulty of implementation has also increased dramatically. In fact, during the research process, the relevant field researchers recognized that the leap required for this advancement was exceedingly vast. If deuterium-tritium fusion represented humanity's initial step from 0 to 1 in the realm of controllable nuclear fusion, helium 3 fusion could be likened to a leap from 1 to 15 from the transition from He-3 fusion to heavy nuclear fusion. The scale of difficulty ranges from 15 to 1,000, or even more exaggerated figures. Yet, in the face of this towering mountain that obstructs progress, countless researchers in the realm of controlled nuclear fusion have never relinquished their pursuit, over a protracted span of more than 150 years. Coupled with the ancillary technologies associated with heavy nuclear fusion reactors, numerous scholars and researchers have diligently tackled various challenges within specialized and extended domains. The total number of individuals engaged in heavy nuclear fusion research has surpassed 50 million. It is only through the current insectoid civilization of humanity that such a vast cohort of researchers can be mobilized to sustain a single project for over a century. Throughout this extensive research journey, both core and peripheral researchers have encountered numerous formidable obstacles. Initially, the fundamental question of how to achieve fusion in heavy nuclei and induce a fusion reaction plagued the minds of many. The conditions required for heavy nuclear fusion reactions represent a leap in magnitude compared to the requirements for second-generation He-3 fusion. It is not merely a matter of multiplication, but rather a significant transition. The methodologies previously employed in He-3 fusion have become entirely obsolete. It is not sufficient to simply resurrect and refine the strategies that once satisfied the conditions for He-3 fusion. For the ignition of heavy nuclear fusion alone, researchers within human civilization were compelled to discover an entirely new technological pathway. In a certain sense, the study of heavy nuclear fusion technology commenced anew. The earlier second-generation fusion techniques merely illuminated the path ahead. Yet prior experiences offered little assistance in the exploration of third-generation heavy nuclear fusion. Once the conditions of temperature and pressure necessary for initiating heavy nuclear fusion reactions were painstakingly met, a new challenge swiftly emerged. To sustain the arduous conditions for continuous heavy nuclear fusion reactions within the reactor, a substantial amount of energy is required for maintenance. In the first heavy nuclear fusion ignition experimental device constructed by human civilization, the energy released during the heavy nuclear fusion reaction fell far short of the requirements necessary to sustain the reaction. This implies that the self-sustaining rate of the heavy nuclear fusion experimental reactor was less than 1. During the inaugural experiment, in order to maintain the heavy nuclear fusion reaction, it was necessary to simultaneously power the experimental reactor with 10 large He-3 fusion reactors. Otherwise, insufficient reaction conditions would inevitably lead to an abrupt cessation of the process. Since then, this dilemma has persistently troubled researchers in the field of controlled nuclear fusion. The objective is to achieve a power output from heavy nuclear fusion that far surpasses that of He-3 fusion. If it cannot sustain itself, or if its power output and energy yield fall short of those from He-3 or even deuterium-tritium fusion, then the so-called third-generation heavy nuclear fusion technology would lose its significance. Furthermore, dissecting this problem reveals countless new challenges. It can be stated that until the successful demonstration of heavy nuclear fusion reactors, researchers within human civilization have tirelessly labored to address this issue. Ultimately, after more than 150 years, researchers of human civilization devised a solution to the complexities of achieving heavy nuclear fusion in a manner that is both rudimentary and ingenious. The approach was crude. As researchers in related fields painstakingly refined the heavy nuclear fusion reactor from a self-sustaining rate far below 1 to the current state of the demonstration reactor, reflecting on the extensive research history of over 150 years, the metaphor of moving from He-3 fusion to heavy nuclear fusion as a transition from 15 to 1,000 remains apt. Throughout these 150 years, researchers have never experienced a sudden leap from 15 to 100, or from 100 to 200. Instead, progress has been marked by incremental advancements, often represented by 0.1 or even 0.01, culminating in the current state after an arduous passage of time. Prior to the construction of a true demonstration reactor, human civilization had already erected a staggering number of experimental reactors. The ingenuity of the present heavy nuclear fusion demonstration reactor is evident in its internal and external design, from its core to its ancillary facilities. Every element reflects the brilliance and innovative insights of humanity's most talented engineers and theorists. The cumulative thoughts of countless researchers have crystallized into the minutiae of this vast reactor project, often encapsulating a lifetime of effort for each seemingly trivial detail. Many of the original researchers who embarked on the heavy nuclear fusion journey have long since departed, and in the shared pursuit of their aspirations, Subsequent generations of researchers have carried the torch through numerous relays. At this moment, Lin Dao stands before the heavy nuclear fusion reactor, which has just completed its first experimental run. The site for the construction of the first heavy nuclear fusion demonstration reactor was chosen on the lunar surface. Even through the lens of contemporary human civilization, the heavy nuclear fusion demonstration reactor is an immense structure, with its base covering an area exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter. From its appearance, it resembles not merely a fusion demonstration reactor, but rather an imposing lunar city. Indeed, it surpasses several smaller lunar settlements in size. To initiate its operation, the reactor houses 4 large He-3 fusion reactors within. Despite its grand scale, a closer examination of this massive system reveals that every component is a paragon of engineering and design excellence. Researchers and scholars of human civilization have optimized every aspect of the heavy nuclear fusion reactor to the utmost within the constraints of existing technological conditions. But on the day the heavy nuclear fusion demonstration reactor was completed, all participating researchers were united in a singular conviction: perhaps for civilizations with more advanced technological capabilities, there exists a more ingenious or fundamental method to realize the application of heavy nuclear fusion technology. However, at the current technological level, no other civilization could execute it more adeptly, nor could they even guarantee its feasibility. It is precisely because humanity has achieved the zenith of potential under existing technological conditions that practical heavy nuclear fusion technology has come to fruition. At this moment, the heavy nuclear fusion technology of human civilization is, to a significant extent, a product of ingenuity, perfect control, precise reaction conditions, and the maximization of energy utilization characterize this achievement. If the solar particle accelerator represents the pinnacle of human engineering, then the current heavy nuclear fusion demonstration reactor epitomizes the apex of human ingenuity. Nevertheless, regardless of the challenges faced, human civilization has finally accomplished this monumental leap in energy technology, akin to traversing a chasm. In specific terms, the passage of 150 years resembles the persistent efforts of a determined individual moving a mountain. From a broader perspective, these 150 years have seen all researchers coalesce like countless droplets of water, or even smaller molecules, uniting to form an unstoppable torrent that has forcefully overcome the towering mountains obstructing their path. For the insectoid civilization of humanity, no conundrum remains insurmountable. Even in the face of adversity, humanity persists in charting its singular path forward. Cheers erupted as the heavy nuclear fusion demonstration reactor successfully achieved its initial operational expectations. From the fringes of human dominion in the Kuiper Belt to distant vessels aware of the unfolding events due to Lin Dao, all the way to humanity's home planet, the Earth-Moon system, in the inner regions of the solar system near the solar particle accelerator observation stations, excitement and exhilaration permeated the air. The significance of energy for any civilization is self-evident, and the elation was palpable. Yet this excitement did not detract from the continued advancement of ongoing work. On the contrary, following the announcement of the achievement in heavy nuclear fusion technology, the productivity and efficiency of human civilization were poised to increase even further. As per the consistent efficiency of human civilization, following the successful ignition of the demonstration reactor, new heavy nuclear fusion reactors began to emerge. In the year 2017, October, the breakthrough in heavy nuclear fusion technology also catalyzed advancements in the existing electric propulsion systems due to energy considerations. According to experimental data and calculations, spaceships equipped with the new electric propulsion system could potentially reach maximum speeds of 9.03 times the speed of light, compared to the leap in energy output power. The transition in energy magnitude from heavy nuclear fusion to previous He-3 fusion seems not to yield a significant impact.